Chapter 291 End. Follow me first. The troops on the other side of the burned wall were visibly reduced under the fierce attack of Isabella's vassal army. Li Xuanqiu and others, who acted as the vanguard, quickly assembled the army and launched a decisive offensive. Boom! 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 The sound of war drums resounded over the battlefield like thunder, and finally dissipated in the clouds. Under the command of Wang Meng and others, elite dragon and bird soldiers began to appear at the forefront of the battlefield. As soon as the dragon and bird army was dispatched, the terrifying and boundless killing aura rushed straight into the clouds. The shadow of the dragon and bird stirred the wind and clouds between the depressing black clouds, and the Swiss players on the wall suddenly changed their faces. As the number one enemy of the Western Allied forces, Li Ji naturally knew the general structure of the other side's troops. Among them, the troops with the dragon and bird as the number were the troops that Li Ji brought from the main world. They belonged to the direct troops and contained several special troops. Their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Now such an army has been sent to the siege, which shows that Li Ji wants to win the battle quickly. An expert can tell the quality of the enemy with one move. Although the Count of Habsburg is not very capable, he has received professional training from his family and has a certain tactical vision. The army that suddenly appeared on the battlefield is well equipped and is by no means an ordinary force. The pressure they brought to the defenders is far beyond the comparison of the vassal army that attacked the city at the beginning. However, the Swiss players seemed to be unable to cope with Isabella's vassal army and had to use all their strength to barely defend the city wall. Not good. They are using a feint to the east and attack to the west. Li Ji sent out his main force to break through our army's weak points and take down this city. But we have deployed a large number of troops here to resist Li Ji's vassal army. If we withdraw troops, I'm afraid the defense line here will also be broken. Why should we let Li Ji calculate us? Wouldn't it be better if he attacked us openly? The gap between us and him is too big. There are many Swiss players who can see clearly, but their hard power is not as good as Li Ji. Even if they see through Li Ji's intentions, it is difficult to break the current situation. They watched the Dragon Sparrow army quickly approach the city of Bern. Just as the Dragon Sparrow army attacked the city, a team of Han cavalry rushed in. The reserve soldiers all recognized the identity of the newcomers and made way for them. Li Ji, it's bad. Our spies near the Seven Hills city found that the soldiers in the city were being mobilized. A large number of Western Coalition troops appeared. They seemed to have taken Burgos City and cut off our retreat. Zhang Xiaoming came from a long distance, dismounted and strode to Li Ji, panting. Since I captured Burgos City, it has been regarded as a thorn in the eyes and flesh by Western civilization. It is normal to want to take it out. Li Ji did not care too much about this. Burgos City is of great significance to both sides. As long as one side gets this city, the balance of victory in the national war will tilt towards this side. The Western Coalition dreamed of taking back Burgos City, but Li Ji shattered their fantasies again and pulled them back to reality. Since Li Ji captured this important city, every time he went out to conquer and leave, the Western Coalition army always launched a siege on the city as soon as he left. Li Ji was a little careless in the previous few times, and almost fell into the trap of the Western Allied forces. If it weren't for the Yangzhou player's hard defense and his timely return to defense, Burgos City might have really changed hands. Later, Li Ji pulled other Chinese players on his pirate ship, making China's offensive route more bizarre and unpredictable on the one hand. And Li Ji also used these players to guard his retreat on the other hand. There are countless players in Burgos City today, and there are countless great lords. It is simply a fantasy for the Western Allied forces to take down the city. So Li Ji has long been accustomed to the Western Allied forces' sneak attacks on his rear. And even when the other party did not launch an attack, Li Ji thought they were holding back something bad. The number of civilizations participating in the siege this time is much larger than before. Not only did the old acquaintances Germany and Romans appear, but Elizabeth of England also participated. I heard that the First Lord of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will also participate in this siege. The Lord of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Li Ji scratched his head. It seemed that he had chopped off a great lord of the other party not long ago. Zhang Xiaoming counted the number of top Western civilizations with his fingers. It seems that except for Steve from America, all the civilizations that participated in the last battle seem to have joined in. It's so strange that America didn't participate in such an important war. You know, they are masters of fanning the flames. Li Ji touched his chin, which had not been groomed for a long time. His short beard was a little prickly. Although I left the city, Qin Fan and Cheng Shang are still in Burgos. with the two evil stars Zhu Wuba and Gao Chong. The Western Coalition has no chance of taking the city. Qin Fan and his men also took troops out of the city to conquer other civilizations. Perhaps those Westerners saw this and thought that Burgos did not have enough troops stationed. So they dared to attack us with all their might. It's not unreasonable. Now that the national war is coming to an end, China's national points have firmly controlled the throne of the first place with the efforts of Li Ji and others. If the Western countries don't make anything, they can't get the first place. And Burgos City is the most important part of their reversal. If they don't take this city, they can't pull China down from the throne of the first place. And China will even widen the gap between them. And they will never be able to turn over. Have you informed Qin Fan and the others? I have sent elite players to inform them of this matter. If nothing unexpected happens, I guess they have been informed of this matter. Rumble. At this time, a thunderous roar came from the direction of Burned City. And then the earth shook. And the stones on the ground seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and jumped wildly. Li Ji and others turned their heads to look at the main battlefield, only to see that the city wall was filled with gunpowder smoke. And the Dragon Bird army had already captured a section of the city wall in front of them. The deafening sound just now was Li Tsunxiao's Yuwang spear knocking on the solid city gate. A huge crack appeared from the center and quickly spread to the surroundings. Under another fierce bombardment, the city gate finally collapsed, revealing a fatal hole. Li Ji was overjoyed. He wanted to call back his troops and support Burgos first, but he didn't expect that Li Tsunxiao and his men were progressing so quickly that the gate of Swiss civilization was blown down. It won't take long for Li Ji to take the city and get 1 million points. Quickly capture the city, and then return to Burgos. Knowing that China's top forces were going to war, the Western Coalition could no longer sit still. With Bastones Scipio as the main general, they led a 1,000,000-strong army to come back and attack Burgos. Although there is no outstanding commander in this city to fight against Scipio, it has more people. The spies arranged have made the Chinese players ready, and a large number of players have been transferred from the rear to defend the city. In addition, the timely dispatch of troops to rule Li Ji and others. Most people are full of confidence in defending the city. The defenders have strong walls and several times more people than the enemy. Even if you, Scipio, have great ability, it is not as simple as talking to take down Burgos. The Western Coalition just arrived at the foot of the city. Looking at the densely packed defenders, their scalps tingled. How come the Chinese still seem to have no losses and still have so many people? You should know that the number of players of the Maurya dynasty on their side is more than that of the Chinese. But now it is almost half. This is really strange. The players of the coalition are now in a dilemma. The chance of attacking the city is slim. If they don't attack the city, they don't even have a chance. If the Chinese really take the first place, where will they put their old face? The two sides began to fight in the main city of Spain. A 1,000,000-level war is rare even in the national war. The scale of the battle here is close to the great battle at that time. The Western soldiers were agile, carrying a variety of weapons and climbing the ladders, braving the rain of arrows, stones, rolling logs, boiling oil, etc., and quickly approached the city wall. However, the number of Chinese defenders was too large. Most of the Western soldiers who rushed to the front were drenched in boiling oil and hot water. Their skin was burned red and cracked, and blood flowers bloomed. They screamed and fell from the ladders, falling to the ground like dumplings, and were smashed to pieces. The soldier who had managed to escape these city defense equipment screamed. The city wall in front of him was so close, but he could no longer take a step forward. Several long spears protruded from above, piercing his body like a poisonous snake pouncing on its prey. Below the city wall, dense Western soldiers swarmed in, opening their eyes in anger to take over the duties of their dead companions, and continued to attack the city wall. Scipio tapped his head with a headache. What kind of feint to the east and attack the west? Besiege 3 and leave 1. He had tried all the methods he could think of, but there were too many Chinese defenders, so many that none of his strategies worked. Moreover, the Chinese defenders inside were very clear-headed. They knew that they were numerous and the city was strong, and the reinforcements outside would arrive soon. They knew that they were already invincible before the war. All announcements on the national war battlefield, Burned City in the Swiss area was breached by Chinese players, and the national points of the Chinese area were +1. Since all cities in the Swiss area have been breached, all players in the Swiss area are forced to withdraw from the national war battlefield, and the national points of the Chinese area are +3. Gift crab. The national war announcement sounded suddenly, and the Western players were immediately broken. Such a large-scale street scolding is really rare. They haven't taken Burgos City yet, and the Chinese players over there beat their teammates hard, not only sending them away happily, but also making a lot of points. It's Li Ji. Li Ji took burn. Someone looked up the points ranking list, and the original 6 million points of Li Ji changed again, rising to 7.5 million, far higher than the second player. Hack. Gee. If we hadn't involved the millions of Western troops here, how could Li Ji take burn so easily? It's not too much for us to take 30% of the credit. What 30%? 70%. The Chinese players on the wall laughed. Although they were still being beaten, they laughed when they saw the enemy being beaten. The morale of the Chinese players was greatly boosted, and they shouted and scolded the enemy crazily. On the other hand, in the core of the Western coalition, the great lords from various civilizations shrugged their shoulders and showed helpless expressions. After Li Ji takes the city, he will definitely send troops to reinforce here. Let's retreat. That's right. Burgos is firmly occupied by the Chinese. Even Scipio can't do anything to them. Let's retreat. Many of them have witnessed the horror of Li Ji. Although he is not as terrible as the rumors say, he is enough to destroy a small civilization like Luxembourg single-handedly. Except for civilizations like Germany, Rome, and England, no one dared to face Li Ji's troops. TSK. Battoni was very impatient. He certainly knew that Li Ji's troops were strong, but Burgos was an important part of changing the current situation. He was unwilling to give up. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, a Chinese army appeared at the far end of the Western coalition. Li Ji, the commander of the army, sat on a tall horse. After Li Ji broke through the gate of Burned City, he did not send troops to quickly capture the city lord's mansion and break the stone tablet as usual, but asked Li Tsunqiu and others to take steady steps to slow down the speed of the capture. The reason why he did this was to compress the space of the defenders in the city on the one hand, and to secretly withdraw some troops and horses and march to Burgos City for support in advance. Until just now, Burned City was truly captured, and Li Ji took advantage of this time to approach here and arrived at the battlefield without anyone noticing. Perhaps in the eyes of this group of Western players, Li Ji needs to reorganize his troops and horses, and it will take some time to rush here. They can make the final decision during this time. Li Ji also used this inertial thinking to sneak attack there, and catch him off guard. Those who block me will die. The Overlord's spear rolled up the strange wind, and the hunting wind around him made a harsh noise. Li Ji led the reinforcements of the Dragon Sparrow army to enter the battlefield forcefully. Like a divine weapon, it tore the fig leaf of the Western coalition in an instant, and rushed into the rear army like a direct attack, turning the world upside down and blood flowing. The dense sound of horse hooves was like raindrops, and the warhorse seemed to feel the uncontrollable excitement of the owner, and the limbs swung wildly, just like a chariot crushing the whole field, knocking the enemy to the ground, spitting blood, and breaking bones. Li Ji is really a fast man. This support speed is really terrible. Let's send troops and attack Li Ji from front and back. The gates of Burgos City opened with a bang, and countless Chinese players screamed excitedly, and took the initiative to attack the front of the Western coalition. Suddenly, the offense and defense began to change, and the Western coalition seemed to be confused, not knowing that they were turned over and became the master, and were kicked down by China. Chapter 292: The End of the National War. What's going on? The Chinese troops came back so quickly. The Western coalition forces, attacked from all sides, were in chaos. In a panic, they lost the command of the front and rear armies one after another. The soldiers at the forefront were like headless flies. The scattered formation was easily rushed in by the Chinese army, even if Scipio tried his best to prevent such a situation from happening. The Chinese troops at this time had already stabbed into the fatal point of the coalition like a sharp knife, turning the world upside down, and the orders issued could not be effectively transmitted. My lord, our army is doomed. If we don't retreat, we will suffer heavy losses again. Retreat to the city of 7 hills. Even an excellent commander like Scipio thought that this battle was impossible. Battoni did not dare to be careless, and quickly withdrew his own troops to the main city of Rome. Seeing this, players from other civilizations followed Battoni's behavior and evacuated to the nearest city of 7 hills. Now that the national war is about to end, most players will basically not gamble, unless they are really stupid. Otherwise, they will focus on preserving their strength and retaining the existing points first. It is much better to escape in a panic than to be eliminated. The armies of top civilizations such as Germany and Rome evacuated the fastest. But small civilizations such as Luxembourg and Sweden were unlucky to become their rear guard. The Chinese soldiers chased after the Western coalition forces. But most of the soldiers killed were soldiers of small civilizations. And Battoni and his direct troops did not suffer too much loss. There were broken limbs and arms everywhere outside the city of Burgos. And a large number of flags from Western countries were trampled beyond recognition by horses' hooves. At a glance, you could always see a mutilated corpse. Li Ji led his men to chase the Western coalition forces until they reached the wilderness of the city of Seven Hills, and were forced back by the archers led by Scipio the Younger. If most people did not think that there were many soldiers in the city of Seven Hills, and the chance of capturing the city was small, Li Ji might have attacked the main city of Rome on the spot. Only by hurting the Western coalition forces can the other side learn their lesson and not dare to attack their cities again. However, the current situation is clear. The first place in national points is firmly occupied by Huaxia, while the first place in individual points is occupied by Li Ji. Li Ji is far behind the people below. Unless Li Ji is eliminated in the remaining time of the national war, both first places will be taken by Huaxia. Announcement of the entire national war battlefield. Huaxia City in the Peacock Dynasty area was breached by players in the Huaxia area, and the national points in the Huaxia area were +1. After Li Ji dispersed the offensive of the Western coalition forces, another announcement came from the national war system. Burgos City, as the bridgehead of Huaxia, was occupied by Li Ji. Even a great lord like Qin Fan had to be polite to Li Ji if he wanted to borrow the passage. The biggest difference between Li Ji and other state and county troops is that the number of troops is not as good as theirs. Although there are many small civilizations in the coalition, Li Ji cannot attack by splitting his troops due to the disadvantage in numbers. He can only eat the small civilizations that are easy to eat, and leave those bones that are not easy to chew to others. If you eat meat, you should at least let others have some soup. Qin Fan, Cheng Shang, Chu Xiong and others also led their troops to capture cities. Most of their opponents were civilizations like the Maurya dynasty, and the difficulty of attacking them was much higher than that of attacking Switzerland. That's why they spent so much time to take it. And only after Li Ji solved the dilemma of Burgos City did they come back to defend it. In the remaining 10 days of the national war, Li Ji had no intention of sending troops. After all, the civilizations that still survived were not easy to mess with. Even if he could capture it, Li Ji had to weigh how much benefit he could get. Now the Western coalition was watching him too closely. As long as there was any disturbance, they would immediately mobilize enough troops to snipe Li Ji. As for the Western coalition, they also had no intention of sending troops, and stayed in their main city to guard against the enemy's attack. The national war was about to end, and no player was willing to take the risk of sending troops to start a war, and wanted to retain the qualification for the national war in the remaining time. However, in the past 10 days, Steve and the coalition openly announced his withdrawal from the Western coalition, and even took down 2 cities on the same day, catching the Western civilization off guard. Fortunately, the coalition responded in time, snatched back a city from Steve, and regained sovereignty. It is normal for a city to change hands repeatedly. But what surprised Li Ji the most was that since he built a Jingwan outside the main city of Tsarist Russia, it seemed that these Russians were scared out of their wits. After that, they did not try to launch an attack on other civilizations. They have been hiding in the main city, and I don't know what they are doing. Li Ji took advantage of this free time to count his troops. The Dragon Sparrow army lost a lot of people in the national war. Li Ji consumed points to replenish troops and also expanded the army. Now there are a total of 150,000 troops. As for the vassal army, although Li Ji used them as cannon fodder, they could not resist Isabella's supernatural characteristics. The more they fought, the more people they had. Until today, there are more than 300,000. After returning to the main world, it will be Li Ji's top priority to settle these people. As for the generals, because Huang Zhong and Zhou Tsang had reached the maximum level before the national war started and started the breakthrough task, Li Ji has been trying to help them complete the task. God will not let down those who work hard. Huang Zhong will complete the breakthrough in the battle, and his 4-dimensional data has been improved. With his current strength, even Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms, may not be his opponent, unless Lu Bu also completes the breakthrough mission. Unfortunately, Zhou Tsang's mission requires capturing a powerful general with a bravery value of more than 95. Even if Li Ji racked his brains, he did not let Zhou Tsang complete this difficult task. Generals and civil officials such as Wang Ming, Li Tsuinxiao, Lu Xiangxing, and Shurjingsi, who were recruited by the recruitment order, had a high initial level. After experiencing the high-intensity battles in the National War, most of them stepped into level 90, approaching the maximum level. And younger generals and civil officials such as Qindao, Guijia, and Shishitsai have also grown up, and their levels have been improved a lot. In this national war, Li Ji also captured many foreign generals, including Akechi Mitsuhide from Japan and Yi Sun-sin from Goryeo, and Nefertiti from ancient Egypt and Isabella from Spain. Among them, Akechi Mitsuhide and Nefertiti took the initiative to surrender to Li Ji, and Isabella signed an agreement with Li Ji and currently obeyed him. As for Yi Sun-sin, he was still stubborn and refused to surrender. It can only be said that this ancestor of the Goryeo people was much tougher than his descendants. I didn't expect that even wise men like Guijia and Shishitsai were snatched away by Li Ji. And with the addition of Wang Meng's wise group, it's really scary. The great lord of Sili, Qin Fan, walked on the city wall under the escort of Zhu Wuba, and was followed by a scholar. The scholar bowed and said, "My lord, do you think that Bin's intelligence is not as good as these people?" "Haha. Meng Sun's talent is not inferior to that of Wang Jinglu. Who is my Lu Ho?" Qin Fan looked at the scholar beside him with satisfaction and comforted him. This scholar was recruited by him after he entered the world. The reason why he was able to become the first person in Sili was that the scholar pushed and fueled the flames behind the scenes and gave him advice. The identity of the scholar has been kept strictly confidential by him, and no one knows it except him. All forces are counting their gains and checking the situation on the points ranking list. In terms of the national points ranking list, China ranks first with 27 points, followed by America with 19 points, and Rome and England in third and fourth place. As for Germany and Tsarist Russia, due to the loss of too much top power, they could not gather enough power to attack the city in the later stage. So they lost their standards and ranked outside the top 10. In the personal points ranking list, Li Ji still ranked first with 7.5 million points, and the second place was Steve from America, with 6.32 million points, and the gap was not too big. The third place was occupied by Qin Fan from China, with 5.82 million points. The gap between the top three was not too big, which shows how fierce the national war was. The fourth place was Bottoni from Rome, who won with 3.23 million points. The fifth place was Elizabeth from England, with 2.21 million points. The sixth place. The 10th place was Cheng Shan from China, with 1.06 million points. In the personal ranking list, 3 of the top 10 players were from China, which shows that China achieved such good results in the national war. Outside the top 10, there are many Chinese players, including Wang Tsong of Bingzhou, Xu Xiong of Jingzhou, Yao Luan of Yuzhou. Even Li Ji's ally Ding Xia is among them. It can be said that the ranking list is almost dominated by Chinese players. Qin Fan, Xu Xiong, Cheng Shang, Wang Tsong, Yao Luan. These are the main competitors in the future, especially Qin Fan and Cheng Shang. One is entrenched in Sili with Luoyang behind. It is easy to imitate Cao Cao's behavior and hold the emperor hostage to command the princes. The other is in Suzhou, adjacent to Yangzhou, and is likely to be a direct opponent in the future. There are also those players who have famous generals and ministers. Although they rely on forces to fight in the national war, they will be like fish in the sea after returning, waiting for the change of wind and cloud to take advantage of the opportunity to rise to the sky. Li Ji looked at the situation on the leaderboard, frowning. The player's foresight will weaken over time. But Dong Shui has not yet entered Luoyang, and they still retain a strong ability to advance. With the help of wise men, they can choose their own appropriate path to seek benefits and avoid harm. Perhaps it is not only Lu Bu who fights at Hula Pass, and there are more than 18 princes who fight against Dongshui. Huaxia is worthy of being an ancient country in the east. Its fighting power is so strong that even Western civilization is not their opponent. We are too close to this Eastern dragon. If one of them really completes the great cause of unification, will their target be our Central Asia and South Asia? We must prepare early and unify the civilization area. No. We must complete the unification earlier than Huaxia and annex the entire Central Asia to resist the Chinese army. The many Central Asian and South Asian civilizations that are back-to-back with the Huaxia civilization area are all worried. Huaxia is located in East Asia and is a hegemonic existence in Asia. A single civilization is as small as an ant in front of her, with such a terrifying neighbor around. These Central Asian and South Asian players have to make plans early. National War Announcement. the national war activity is in the process of settlement. The party that started the war during this period will be cleared of points and eliminated. Please gather troops and wait for the announcement of withdrawal from the national war. Li Ji withdrew all his troops and horses into the city of Burgos, and all the generals gathered together. During this period, Egyptian players sent people to negotiate with Li Ji, trying to use money to exchange Nefertiti for return to the country. Unfortunately, Nefertiti had already pledged allegiance to Li Ji, and rejected the proposal before Li Ji could answer, and even stuck to Li Ji with a charming look. The Egyptian envoy, who seemed to have misunderstood something, was furious on the spot. If Li Ji's generals were around, he might have cursed. However, the Egyptian player's behavior made Isabella a little tempted, and she asked Li Ji to leave on the spot. After all, she did not pledge allegiance to Li Ji, but only reached a verbal agreement to help Li Ji command the vassal army to fight. Isabella, the agreement between us does not seem to have a clause that allows you to leave. You just asked me not to let the monsters humiliate you on the condition that you command the vassal army. Now you don't work for me. Do you want to test the strong body of the monsters? Isabella's face turned pale, and she was speechless. Li Ji, am best at being considerate. As long as the Spaniards give me a good bargaining chip before the end of the national war, I will let you go. If not, you will come back to China with me to serve me and never return to Spain. Isabella gritted her teeth and finally nodded. So innocent. Li Ji had to say that the Queen in White was as pure as a blank sheet of paper in some aspects. She had no idea that she had fallen into Li Ji's verbal trap. As Li Ji expected, Isabella, who was looking forward to it, gradually became desperate as time went by. The expected Spaniards never showed up. Finally, she gave up hope and decided to follow Li Ji to China. Akechi Mitsuhide lowered his eyebrows and looked docile. Although he never raised his head, he kept his eyes and ears on all sides, trying to figure out Li Ji's thoughts. Gently pushing Dongjai Guidai behind him, he whispered, "Sister, now we have no chance to return to Japan. And if we want to live a good life in China, we must rely on the Lord." What does Brother Mitsuhide mean? Now the Lord lacks maids. And with my beauty, I will definitely catch the Lord's eye. As long as my sister blows the pillow wind, and I have a few words in the court, won't the good life be there? Dongjai Guidai subconsciously showed a panic expression, then lowered his head and said nothing, and finally nodded. Guidai understands. Li Ji was drowsy after being bored. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the national war announcement, he, the Lord, would have lost a lot. National war announcement. The national war activity ends from now on, and players can choose to exit the national war and return to the main world where they are. After returning to the main world, players can check the national war rewards by themselves. Chapter 293 National War Rewards. Longkai City, Kwaiji County, Yangzhou. This new city was covered with a thin layer of snow. The cold weather made most people retreat to their houses and warm themselves around the stove. They were not unwilling to go out to do business, but their long-lost governor was about to return from the wilderness. In order to ensure that no accidents happened, the top leaders of Longkai temporarily banned their activities. Kenzei, Wen Tianxiang, Xiang, and other civil officials appeared near the teleportation array with several county magistrates from various counties. Behind them were Zhang Shiji, Zhao Kuo, and Li Jinglong, who led the troops to maintain order in the surrounding area. Today is December 31st, the day when the national war ended. The officials of Kwaiji put down their government affairs today and sent the army back to the city. Not long after, the teleportation array of Longkai City suddenly burst into a strong light, and a large number of troops appeared from the center of the light, almost filling this space. The bloody smell permeated the armor, and the returning soldiers flashed a cold light in their eyes. The murderous aura rose to the sky. Zhang Shiji and others changed their faces and became extremely vigilant, because their army not only had Han soldiers, but also all kinds of soldiers, blonde and blue-eyed, who were not Chinese. This is China. It is really as written in the ancient books. It is vast and rich in resources. Much better than Japan. Akechi Mitsuhide looked at the surrounding scene and couldn't help but compare this place with the knowledge in the ancient books, showing an amazed expression. Japan is limited by geographical factors. Even if it unifies the entire region, it is simply a small, which compared to the neighboring China, there is no comparison. Even if you win a state here, it is much better than being the emperor in Japan. Dongjai Guidai also looked around curiously, feeling the familiar but very strange place. The vassal army led by Isabella was in turmoil. This will be where they will live in the future. Dirun? Somrui. You have worked hard during this period. Li Ji personally helped several of his most important subordinates up one by one, and then glanced at the officials behind them. Before he left for Guizhou, he had instructed Kenzei and others to purge a group of officials who were not very obedient during this period. Now it seems that they have achieved good results. Dirun, have you arranged enough food for the army to spend the winter? And have you built enough camps to accommodate these vassal troops? Although the vassal troops were controlled by Isabella, their loyalty was not as good as Li Ji's direct troops, and they needed to set up independent camps for supervision and management, and their duties were different from those of the Dragon Sparrow army. They usually acted as cannon fodder. Li Ji knew this, and they knew it very well. Li Ji had only 80,000 soldiers and horses before he set off, but when he returned, the number of soldiers and horses had reached 450,000, more than 5 times the number. If sufficient preparations are not made in advance, it will have a serious impact on the economy of Kuaiji County, and even cause people's hearts to fluctuate, which is not conducive to subsequent development. Mr. Zhe Dezhong's confidant reminded us to prepare enough food and grass in advance. At the same time, Mr. Zhe and Mr. Wen also mobilized the people to build a number of camps that are large enough to accommodate these soldiers. Li Ji nodded with satisfaction. Having a good civil official around can really achieve twice the result with half the effort. He only needs to give general orders, and these capable people can help him get everything done. The 450,000-man army plus the county troops is already a huge number, which may put great pressure on Kuaiji's finances. Lord, reducing the number of troops and simplifying the elite troops needs to be put on the agenda. That makes sense. I will call other people to discuss this matter later. Li Ji asked people to bring the soldiers and horses returning from the national war back to the camp, while walking on the way to the Lord's mansion to receive major events that happened in the past 6 months. In the 6 months since the Lord left, Kuaiji County has been calm, and there has been no turmoil. Xiong follows the guidelines set by the Lord. Special buildings such as the Imperial College have been completed, and the Tonkei Tower will be completed in half a month. In addition, we have completed most of the Imperial examinations, and only the assessment is left for the Lord to decide. When Tianxiang began to report on his work, and roughly told Li Ji about the development of Kuaiji County in the past 6 months, the construction of the Imperial College and the Imperial examinations are the main tasks to be taken on. Even if Li Ji does not check on the spot, the abilities of Wen Tianxiang and Kenzei are enough to do things beautifully. My lord, I followed the instructions of the chief clerk and went into the mountains to wipe out the Shanyu clans of all sizes. Now all the bandits in Kuaiji County are afraid of my Longke army. I am the same. Zhao Kuo and Li Jinglong puffed out their chests and rushed to Li Ji to take credit, as if this achievement was a great achievement in their eyes. However, Li Ji would not erase the merits of the soldiers. While praising them, he also ordered people to record their merits and calculate them together in the future for promotion and wealth. My lord, Zhe met an old gentleman in half a year. He seemed to be very interested in the Imperial College and the Imperial examination. He has been staying in the city and has never left. I wonder if you should send someone to invite him to the mansion to see him. No need for now. Since this old gentleman is interested in the Imperial examination, he will not leave easily in a short time. I will find a time to visit this old gentleman in person. Li Ji guessed the other party's identity. There were not too many Three Kingdoms characters who were interested in education. Several people's names appeared in his heart. Has anything important happened in Luoyang City? Yes. I want to report these things to my lord. Kenzei bowed his hands, cleared his throat and said, the Xiongnu people from Bingzhou are knocking on the pass, and the scale is the largest in recent years. Your Majesty is afraid that Bingzhou will be lost. So he ordered Lu Gong to withdraw his troops to the Sili area, transferred the Imperial Guards participating in the Liangzhou War to the north, and reemployed General Huang Fusong. Li Ji didn't know whether he should complain about Lu Hong's micromanagement. With Huang Fusong's ability, even with the troops of Bingzhou, he was enough to resist the Xiongnu outside Yunnan Pass. But Lu Hong transferred the Imperial Guards to the north and asked Lu Ji to withdraw his troops, which was undoubtedly handing over the previous victory to the rebellious Chang people. The Liangzhou rebels, who were originally in danger, had a chance to survive under Lu Hong's magical operation. Moreover, the Liangzhou players who participated in the national war have already returned. They have gained a lot in the national war, which is undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the rebels, and their strength can be raised by several levels. By the way, my lord, There was news in Luoyang City recently that His Majesty seemed to have caught a cold and his health was getting worse day by day. Oh, is there any news from Zhang Rang? Li Ji was interested in this gossip. The era of warlord separatism began, and Lu Han's life and death was the key. As long as Emperor Ling of Han died, the country would be in doubt, and ambitious people like Dong Zhuo would definitely show their fangs. And Li Ji could also benefit from it. There was not much news from the 10 eunuchs, but it was spread in the general's mansion. The imperial army was frequently mobilized. They even sent people to inform us of this a few days ago, so that we could prepare early. It doesn't look like a fake. It seems to be true. But He Jin is also a fool. He dared to make such a big move before he died, for fear that others would not know. Li Ji sneered at this butcher who relied on his sister to get to the top. After listening to everyone's report, Li Ji dismissed everyone and gave them a few days off to have a good rest. After all, tomorrow is January 1st, and he would not squeeze his employees so hard that he didn't even give them time to get together with their families. In the huge lord's mansion, there are only the protagonists Li Ji, Du Chan, Xia Yinshu, and Dong Zai, who has just joined as a maid. Faced with the service of so many beauties, even Li Ji, who has a heart as hard as a railway, couldn't help but make a sound of comfort. The land of gentleness is the tomb of heroes, and Mr. Ma Junwu is really sincere and does not deceive me. It turns out that the young master likes people like this. Du Chan looked at Dong Zai, who was similar in height to herself and was ordinary, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. And the fingers that pinched her shoulders became softer. He didn't pay much attention to Diao Chan's emotional changes. At this moment, Li Ji was concentrating on checking the rewards of the national war. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese civilization for winning the first place in the National War National Scoreboard. The combat effectiveness of Chinese soldiers will be permanently increased by 5%, and the combat effectiveness of generals will be permanently increased by 1%. The top 3 civilized countries will obtain unique national characteristics. Please check them carefully. Huaxia announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese civilization where the player is located for winning the first place, and the system has begun to extract relevant national characteristics. Announcement to all Chinese people. The extraction was successful, and Chinese civilization has obtained the national characteristic of destroy even if far away. Those who openly offend the mighty Han will be punished even if far away. Li Ji was stunned, causing the 3 mates to blush. Characteristic destroy even if far away. Category national characteristic. Effect the combat power of soldiers in the civilization zone is increased by 10%. The marching speed is increased. The physical strength recovery speed is increased, and the physical strength limit is increased. If fighting with foreign races, the combat power is increased by up to plus 20%, the farther the distance from the homeland, the greater the improvement. Strong. Destroy even if far away is a characteristic that is specifically used to fight foreign races, in addition to the buff issued by the first place in the national war. If there is another national war, I am afraid that China does not need to seek cooperation, and a single person can defeat the Western coalition. Global announcement. The national war ranking has been settled. Please click on the bottom to view your personal rewards. Congratulations to the player for ranking first in the world on the personal scoreboard. You will be rewarded with a peerless military general and civil official recruitment order, a random national level artifact, a random feature extraction opportunity, a random tiger talisman, a random talent recruitment order, a Chinese characteristic blueprint, and the first place exclusive points redemption reward. Congratulations to the player for ranking first in China on the personal scoreboard. You will be rewarded with a top military general and civil official recruitment order, a random growth artifact, a special blueprint, and a special building blueprint. Dazzled, Li Ji was almost stunned by the rewards. According to the announcement released by the system, the top 3 in the personal ranking list can each get a recruitment order for a peerless general and civil official. In addition to this, the rewards between each one are getting bigger and bigger. The 4th to 10th place will get the recruitment order for the top generals and civil officials, as well as various equipment drawings. Players outside the top 10 and up to the top 100 will be rewarded with the recruitment order for first-class generals and civil officials. As for players outside the top 100, they can only get some poor equipment rewards and money. As the first place, Li Ji is undoubtedly the biggest winner of the national war. He not only has 7.5 million points, but also has extremely terrifying rewards. What Li Ji didn't expect was that each civilization area also set up a ranking list for this reason. and it was not until the end of the national war that the players were informed. This made many players upset. TSK. 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 Peerless heroes, national artifacts, and characteristics. These three are undoubtedly the most important things in this batch of rewards, each of which can greatly enhance the strength of the territory. Li Ji was a little entangled, not knowing which reward to use first, starting to extract characteristics. Congratulations to the player for successfully extracting characteristics and obtaining the Han Wu Emperor characteristic. Zhu Yuanzhang's Han Wu Emperor? Li Ji's breathing became rapid. Zhu Yuanzhang can be said to be one of the emperors who won the country most legitimately, and he can be ranked at the forefront among the many emperors in Chinese history. Born in a poor peasant family, he started with a broken bowl, wandered around for 3 years, and then joined Guo Zixing's righteous army. However, because the Red Turban Army was not a monolithic group, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to his hometown to recruit soldiers, and was helped by outstanding people such as Su De and Zhou Dexing. Then with the help of wise men such as Li Shanchong and Lu Bowen, Zhu Yuanzhang completed the great cause of unification from south to north, and finally became the master of the throne. However, after becoming emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang took a very bloody approach to deal with the meritorious officials who had followed him for many years. He used a series of cases such as the Lanyu case and the Huiyong case to slaughter the meritorious officials around him, resulting in very few founding heroes of the Ming dynasty having a good end. Of course, different people have different opinions on why Zhu Yuanzhang did this. The public has its own reason, and the women have their own reason. Li Ji looked at his personal panel, namely Ji Xiaoming. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Lord of Langkai City. Governor of Kuaiji. Captain of the Anti-Rebellion Army. Level 80. Brave 90, currently capped at 99 points. Can be improved through other methods. Commander 89, currently capped at 89 points. Can be improved through other methods. Wisdom 49, currently capped at 69 points. Can be improved through other methods. Political Strategy 49, currently capped at 69 points. Can be improved through other methods. Charm 99. Luck 99. Specialties. Brave and good at fighting, purple when leading an army to fight. Personal combat effectiveness plus 10, plus 15%. Soldier combat effectiveness plus 5, plus 7%, when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 15, plus 15%. Experienced in battles, gold after leading an army to a certain scale of battle. Other characteristic bonuses will be increased by 0.01% to 1%, increased according to the scale of the battle. Human harmony, gold. The natural population growth rate in the territory is plus 50, plus 15%, and there is a chance of producing high characteristic talents. Geographical advantage, gold. The resource output efficiency in the territory is plus 40, plus 15%, and there is a chance of special resources. Han Wu Emperor, color. The loyalty of the generals and soldiers in the territory increases when unifying from south to north. The combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 20%. The marching speed is increased, and it is not affected by acclimatization. After becoming emperor, the combat effectiveness of the troops in the territory is plus 30%. The combat effectiveness of the generals is plus 30%, and the resource output is plus 75%. There is a high probability of producing high characteristic generals. If after becoming emperor, the player takes tough measures to slaughter meritorious officials and weaken the power of the prime minister, the stability of the country will increase, and the loyalty of the descendants of meritorious officials will decrease. Son of the Plain, color. Things seem to be developing in a direction that is favorable to you. The owner's charm and luck are forcibly increased to 99. The effect cannot be affected by characteristics below the color quality. Skills: one-handed 18 picks. Flame dragon swallowing clouds. Tiger roaring in the mountains. And the wisdom of judging people. Mental method overlord ancient scripture. Equipment overlord spear, growable artifact. Currently diamond grade. John Lay spear gold grade. Gold grade iron armor. Gold grade war horse. Taiping essential art human scroll, diamond grade. Taiping essential art earth scroll, diamond grade. Special arms Jingsai army. Chapter 294. Characteristics Han Wu Emperor. Category personal characteristics, color. Effect: the loyalty of the generals and soldiers in the territory increases when unifying from south to north. The combat effectiveness of the troops is increased by 20%. The marching speed is increased, and it is not affected by acclimatization. After becoming emperor, the combat effectiveness of the troops in the territory is increased by 30%. The combat effectiveness of the generals is increased by 30%, and the resource output is increased by 75%. There is a high probability of the birth of generals with high characteristic. If after becoming emperor, the player takes tough measures to slaughter the meritorious officials and weaken the power of the prime minister, the stability of the country will increase and the loyalty of the descendants of the meritorious officials will decrease. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, the number of wars launched from south to north is far less than that from north to south, and the results of most northern expeditions are not significant. For example, Zhuge Liang's 5 expeditions to Qishan. One wins 3 northern expeditions. Yuan Jia's northern expedition, etc. These northern expeditions did not reap much effect. Of course, Yu Wumu's northern expedition defeated the Jin army repeatedly and almost approached Kaifeng City dozens of miles away. But because of the urgent recall of the 12 golden medals, the northern expedition failed. Admittedly, there are successful examples of northern expedition, but compared with attacking from north to south, it is very difficult for the regime in the south to complete the great cause of unification. It can be seen from this that Zhu Yuanzhang was able to attack the capital of Yuan Mongolia from the south and complete the great cause of unification. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a man of great talent and strategy. It just so happens that Li Ji's base is in the area south of the Yangtze River, and the Han Wu emperor characteristic can reduce the difficulty of his strategy. As for the effect after becoming an emperor, Li Ji said that he has seen a lot. Cao Cao's Wei Wu characteristic and Liu Bei's Zhao Ai characteristic all have similar buffs to becoming an emperor. However, the description of the characteristics in the second half of Han Wu Emperor made Li Ji a little unsure of how to complain. Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed a man of great talent and strategy, but the methods he used against his meritorious officials after he became emperor were quite controversial. After all, they were all ministers who helped him conquer the world. But in the end, the 4 major cases involved a wide range of people and killed a large number of founding heroes. The number of those who died a good death could be counted on one hand. Zhu Chengbo was not very honest in this matter. When Li Ji received the characteristics of Han Wu Emperor, there was an inexplicable pressure when he raised his hand, which made Liu Chan and others feel oppressed. Fortunately, Li Ji discovered it in time and sent the 3 people back into the house, and continued to check his national war rewards. Congratulations to the player for using special building drawings and obtaining the special building Longjiang Treasure Shipyard. Longjiang Treasure Shipyard. Li Ji always felt that he had heard of this name somewhere, and then remembered the event related to this shipyard, which was the famous Zheng He's voyage to the west. The eunuch Zheng He, Sanbao, followed the prince of Yanzhou Di when he was young and was deeply trusted by the emperor Qingzu of Ming. After ascending the throne, Zhu Di sent Zheng He to the west 7 times in order to demonstrate the national strength of the Ming dynasty, promoting the cultural and economic development of China and foreign countries. Most of Zheng He's treasure ships were built in this shipyard. Longjiang Treasure Shipyard, built in the early Ming dynasty during the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, was the largest royal shipyard in the Middle Ages. It basically broke away from the 9th level ordinary building and was promoted to a special building. Name Longjiang Treasure Shipyard. Quality special building. Description also known as Longjiang Shipyard. Treasure Shipyard was the largest royal shipyard in the Middle Ages. In history, Longjiang Treasure Shipyard was connected to the Yangtze River in the west and Qinhuai River in the east. Special effect: all warships can be built. If Zheng He's treasure ship is built, the time and cost can be reduced by half. Construction conditions: 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of iron ore. Construction time: 1 year. It's so expensive. Li Ji had to complain when he saw the long list of construction consumables. But the effect of Longjiang Treasure Shipyard is also very powerful. It allows Li Ji to build warships at any time, and he does not need to spend extra money to buy the corresponding shipyard drawings. At the same time, if Longjiang Treasure Shipyard is used to build Zheng He's treasure ship troops, half of the time and money can be saved, and there will be unexpected effects at certain times. Li Ji is very satisfied with this drawing. After all, there are not enough shipyards in his territory, and the strength of the navy is average. With this special shipyard, Long's navy will be greatly enhanced. Of course, Li Ji does not have a decent naval commander around him. The navy without a naval commander is no different from a person who has lost his soul. So this is also the main reason why Li Ji tried his best to recruit Li Sunsin to his account. Although there are excellent naval commanders, like Zhou Yu in the 3 kingdoms, they are all young now, and their experience and vision are seriously insufficient. Li Ji hopes that a mature male general will command the army. In addition to recruiting local generals, Li Ji can also use recruitment orders to recruit famous generals in Chinese history. But the probability is really too small. Congratulations to the player for using the Chinese characteristic drawings and obtaining the architectural drawings of the Afong Palace. Oh my god! How come Qin Shi Huang's Afong Palace has come out? If future generations do not learn from it, they will also make future generations mourn for future generations. As long as they are studying in China, they must have memorized the ancient text of the Afong Palace Fu. The Afong Palace was ordered to be built by Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. It is known as the four great projects of Qin Shi Huang together with the Great Wall, the Mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, and the Qin Straight Road, and is known as the #1 palace in the world. In order to build this extremely luxurious palace, Qin Shi Huang spent a lot of manpower and material resources, overdrawing national strength, so that the civilians below complained. The construction of Afong Palace was suspended several times, and it was burned down by Xiang Yu, who entered Xianying City before it was completed, and all the efforts were wasted. Name: Afong Palace. Quality: Chinese characteristic building. Description: the Imperial Palace ordered by Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng is known as Qin Shi Huang's four great projects together with the Great Wall, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, and Qin Straight Road, and is known as the first palace in the world. Special effects: the first palace in the world. When the construction of Afong Palace is completed, if the owner successfully becomes emperor and unifies the world, the morale of the soldiers in the country will remain high, and various values will increase. For great projects, if the four characteristic buildings of Afong Palace, Great Wall, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, and Qin Straight Road are gathered in the territory, new national characteristics will be added to the civilization. For C's return to 1, unification, the birth of high characteristic talents in the country will increase significantly, and the people will be enlightened. Laboring and costing money, the money consumed should be 10 times the conditions, and the time should be twice. After construction, the people's hearts in the player's territory will decline, and it is easy to have a rebellious team. Construction conditions: it needs to be built near Xianying City, with millions of wood, millions of iron ore, and money. Construction time: 5 years. The Afong Palace is indeed a special building, and its effect is really amazing. But its negative effect of wasting money and labor is also amazing. If you don't pay attention, there will be signs of rebellion from time to time in the country. Fortunately, the Afong Palace needs to be built in the Xianying area, and Xianying is still under the control of the Han Dynasty. Li Ji is not brave enough to go there to build a wonder. No. If Lu Hong saw this drawing, it is very likely that all the people will be mobilized to build this luxurious palace for him. After putting away this building drawing that is not used at present, Li Ji took out the Tiger Talisman rewarded by the National War. Li Ji is not unfamiliar with the Tiger Talisman. In the Yellow Turban Uprising, he killed the first place and got a Tiger Talisman as a reward. He used the Tiger Talisman to get the 9th level heavy armored cavalry Jingsai Army, which is one of the indispensable main combat forces in the Dragon Sparrow Army. There are also many special arms in Li Ji's army, such as Jingsai Army, Flying Tiger 18 Riders, Yair Army, Tianxiong Army. Ordinary arms can be used as the main force in the early stage, but as time goes by, special arms will become more and more as players recruit them. At that time, these special arms with various magical effects will become the main combat power of various forces. The more special arms, the better. Of course, the cost of construction and maintenance will also be higher and higher. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Tiger Talisman and obtaining the special 9th level special arm, the Heavy Armored Infantry of the Western Zhou Dynasty Tiger Guards. Heavy Armored Infantry? This is the first time Li Ji has come into contact with such an arm. Heavy Armored Infantry needs to wear several layers of iron armor, so it has great requirements for the physical strength and power of the soldiers. In the National War, he encountered the Teutonic Knights. These Iron Kins dismounted and fought, and they would become Teutonic warriors, which belong to a kind of heavy armored infantry. There are also many heavy armored infantry in Chinese history, such as the Wei Wuzu trained by Wu Qi, the Xianzhen camp commanded by Gao Shun during the Three Kingdoms period, and the Burinjia during the Song dynasty. These heavy armored infantrymen have all made a great name for themselves in their respective eras, and their combat records are very impressive. Name: Western Zhou Tiger Soldiers. Quality: 9th level special heavy infantry. Recruitment conditions: there is a 9th level infantry barracks in the area. Military requirements: bravery 50. Healthy. No age requirement. Military equipment: diamond level iron armor, diamond level plate armor, diamond level leather armor, diamond level large shield, Diamond-level broadsword. Military consumption: each person consumes 10 units of food per day, and a monthly salary of 1 or 2 gold taels. Military characteristics. Western Zhou Elite. Strength is greatly increased. Defense is improved. Upgrade. Rainbow Tiger Dance. Hu Binchi's physical strength is greatly increased. Physical strength recovery speed is greatly increased. And marching speed is greatly increased. The bravest in the army, facing soldiers of lower rank than themselves. Hu Binchi's combat effectiveness is plus 10%. Guarding the monarch. When acting as the Lord's guard, Hu Binchi's defense power is greatly increased. Attack power is greatly increased. And morale will never fall. Description: when King Wu attacked Yin, he had 300 leather chariots and 3,000 Hu Binshi. There are also differences between the 9-level special forces. Li Ji can see from the recruitment conditions alone that the combat effectiveness of the Jingsai army is not as good as that of the Western Zhou Hu Binshi. And the duties of the two are not the same. As heavy armored cavalry, the Jingsai army is a spearhead on the battlefield. Charging into battle and trampling the enemy's army is their main task. As a heavy armored infantry of the guard type, the Hu Binshi are slightly inferior to the Jingsai army in terms of offensive ability to resist the enemy's surprise attack for the Lord. The two are like a spear and a shield. It is impossible to let the spear do the work of the shield, and the shield do the work of the spear. The Dragon Sparrow army currently does not have a real heavy armored infantry. The addition of the Western Zhou Hu Binshi just makes up for this defect. At the same time, Qin Dao and the Baili elite soldiers who have been guarding Li Ji can be released and appear at the forefront of various wars. Du Chan. Let Jing Lu come to see me quickly. Yes, sir. It didn't take long for Wang Ming to rush to the Lord's mansion with a slightly complaining look in his eyes. It was agreed to be a holiday. Why did he have to work overtime alone? However, when he saw Li Ji, he immediately put away the resentment in his eyes and became particularly serious. The characteristics of the Han Wu Emperor not only provide various positive effects for Li Ji, but also subtly change Li Ji's momentum and evolve towards the direction of an emperor. Even Wang Ming, who had worked with Li Ji for a long time, had to put away his frivolous thoughts and work wholeheartedly. As the head of a force, not only must he have the ability to suppress his subordinates, but his usual behavior and words will also change his subjects' views of him. My lord has the potential to be an emperor, Wang Ming muttered with great satisfaction. Fortunately, Li Ji did not hear what he said clearly. Otherwise, he would not know whether to cry or laugh. Jing Lu, this is the blueprint obtained from the National War. You can arrange for people to build it after January 1st. Wang Ming took the blueprint from Li Ji, glanced at it slightly, and his face changed drastically in an instant. He shouted to dissuade, "My lord is confused." A big question mark appeared on Li Ji's head. The construction of the Afang Palace requires a huge amount of manpower and material resources, and it is a labor-intensive and costly project. Now we only have one county. Kuaiji, how can we have so much money to build it? Li Ji thought that Kuaiji could not even build a Longjiang treasure shipyard. It turned out that Wang Ming misunderstood his meaning. Waving his hands, Li Ji smiled and said, "Jing Lu, you misunderstood my meaning. Of course, I know that building the Afang Palace at this moment is a fantasy. I want you to arrange people to build the Longjiang treasure shipyard below. As for the Afang Palace, its construction conditions are too harsh, and it may not be built in this lifetime." I see. Wang Ming let out a long breath. He really thought that his lord was confused when he saw such a luxurious court palace. Then, he carefully studied the construction drawings of Longjiang treasure shipyard, and then said, "It seems that the lord wants to strengthen the strength of the navy. But our army does not have a general who is good at water warfare. Does the lord have any candidates?" Li Sunsin, the Goryeo general captured by our army from the national war, is a general who is good at water warfare and can temporarily serve as the main general. Wang Ming remembered that this foreign general, who looked close to the Chinese, had a good ability to dispatch troops and horses, and was a rare good general. And according to Li Ji, it seems that Li Sunsin's water warfare skills are better than land warfare. But lord, as the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. After our navy expands in the future, this person cannot be appointed as the main general, Wang Ming advised. So I said he was only temporarily serving as the commander of the navy. China is a vast country with abundant resources, and I don't know how many outstanding people have been born there. We will soon hold the imperial examination and the military examination at the same time, and we can see if there are any talents who are good at naval warfare among them. Since the lord has a countermeasure, Ming will no longer object. By the way, you notify Lu Xiangxing and others to try to recruit 3,000 Western Zhou Tiger soldiers. From now on, these 3,000 people will be my personal guards. But Lord, didn't you say before that you wanted to cut the army? Chapter 295. The purpose of disarmament is to streamline the military. And the Western Zhou Tiger Guards are 9th level heavy armored infantry, which just meets this condition. Although the Western Zhou Tiger Guards are expensive, this type of army has good characteristics. It belongs to the guard-type army of Chaowei Tiger Guards, Jihan Baibi soldiers, Dongwu Jiafan soldiers, etc., with strong combat effectiveness and extremely high defense. Facing the organized cavalry, the Western Zhou Tiger Guards are enough to block them outside, and Li Ji can send them out at the critical moment to achieve the effect of a final decision. After coaxing and deceiving Wang Ming to leave, Li Ji continued to draw national war rewards. He also has 2 military and civil recruitment orders, a talent recruitment order, a special blueprint, a national level artifact, and a growth type artifact. Congratulations to the player for drawing a growth type artifact and obtaining the bees swallowing black gold armor. In front of Li Ji, there was a black and gold armor flowing with divine light. The armor was engraved with ancient patterns. Every time the divine light flashed, the sound of a beast roaring faintly rang out in the void. After putting on this armor, Li Ji's body suddenly sank, and a clamor suddenly rose in his ears, and a wild atmosphere filled the entire Lord's mansion. The weight of this equipment is a bit exaggerated. It didn't take long for Li Ji to adapt to the weight of the armor on his body. This armor looks very light, but the weight of the armor will suddenly increase when it is put on. If an ordinary person without any strength will be pressed to the ground in an instant, unable to move. Fortunately, Li Ji's level has increased, and his bravery value has reached 90 points. As long as he adapts to the weight, wearing it will not affect his actions. Drawing a trace of true energy and pouring it into the armor on his body, the bees swallowing black gold armor suddenly revealed a series of golden lines, which intertwined and gathered into a ferocious beast. The low and long roar spread in all directions, shaking the entire Lord's mansion. Sir, what happened? Duchan and the other 2 in the mansion were startled, and they forced themselves to suppress the throbbing in their hearts and hurried over to ask. Nothing. You can go back. Li Ji patted the armor on his body with satisfaction. Named Beast swallowed black gold armor. Quality growable artifact. Physical defense 999. Magic defense 999. Special effects. Black gold armor, flowing black gold light. Durability plus 100%. Savagery, deter the enemy's mind. With a chance of causing the enemy to panic, the greater the difference in the bravery values between the 2, the greater the probability of the enemy falling into panic. Body protection. Consume the remaining durability of the armor to resist a fatal injury for the player. Heavy, when facing the enemy's physical attack. The armor's defense is plus 100%. When facing the enemy's magic attack, the armor's defense is plus 10%. Description: originally a diamond-level armor mixed with black gold. It was stained with the blood of a wild beast by chance during the forging process, and the armor evolved into an artifact, like Li Ji's Overlord Spear. This beast swallowed black gold armor needs to determine its quality according to the owner's bravery value. With Li Ji's current level of a first-class general, this armor is equivalent to a diamond-level equipment, but the effect is stronger than most diamond-level armor. The beast swallowing black gold armor can resist a fatal injury for the player, coupled with Li Ji's incomparable luck. As long as he doesn't waste it, he will basically not encounter the situation of dying in battle. Military commanders have 3 treasures. The first is magic weapons, the second is armor, and the third is war horses. Li Ji has already collected all the magic weapons and armor. If he finds a war horse of artifact level, he can get all the artifact equipment with ease, not to mention killing generals and enemies. Running away is so easy. Unless he is hit by a meteorite, it will be difficult for Li Ji to die. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the random special drawings and obtaining the Sui Dynasty Wheel Warship. Wheel Warship? The range of special drawings includes ancient architectural drawings, siege and defense equipment, ships and warships from various dynasties, etc., with a wide variety. If you are lucky, you will draw various military drawings like Li Ji. If you are unlucky, you will draw some big channels and other things that are not practical at present. Wheel Warship is a product of the Sui Dynasty. It was the main warship of the Navy during the peak period of the Sui Dynasty. It is equivalent to the flagship of a fleet now. It just so happens that improving the strength of the Navy is one of Li Ji's next important tasks. The appearance of Weall warship is like timely rain. Name Weall battleship. Quality 9th level special warship. Construction conditions: the territory has a shipyard of 9th level or above. And wood. Construction time 60 days. Special effects. Behemoth, huge. Defense plus 200%. Driving speed minus 50%. Flagship, when used as a flagship, the speed of the warships under its jurisdiction is plus 20%. And defense plus 20%. Weall, when attacking with a wooden mast, there is a probability of sinking an enemy warship with a lower rank than itself in one hit. The greater the difference in rank, the greater the probability of sinking. Description: the Weall battleship is the largest main battleship of the Sui dynasty, which can accommodate 900 soldiers. It was built by the Sui dynasty General Yang Su and played an indelible role in the battle to destroy Qin. The historical Weall battleship is 55 meters long, with a 5-story structure and a height of more than 100 feet. There are 6 poles with huge stones tied to them in front, back, left and right. If you are close to the enemy or surrounded by enemy warships, you can release the poles to hit the enemy warships. If the attack misses, it can be quickly recovered and repeated. The Weall warship in the game has been strengthened a lot. Not only is the length and height of the hull higher than the historical prototype, but the number of poles has also increased a lot. Not only that, the number of soldiers that the Weall warship can accommodate has increased significantly, and the width of the deck is enough to accommodate nearly 10 catapults. It just so happened that Li Ji pulled out the Longjiang Baochuan factory. This once famous shipyard has been put on the agenda. Once the shipyard is completed, the Weall warship will appear on the water pattern. Of course, such a behemoth requires countless money, and the maintenance cost is also terrible. How many need to be built still needs to be discussed with Wang Meng and others. After all, it is not advisable to be aggressive, and Kuaiji County does not have that ability. The Weall warship can serve as the main force of a fleet, but it also needs to be equipped with a variety of warships, such as fighting ships, warships, and tower ships. Although these are not as large as the Weall warships, they can act as the extended hands of the flagship and complete various tasks for the commander. There are many waterways in Yangzhou, and the landforms have been expanded by the system, resulting in many rivers that can accommodate 2 large-scale naval forces for battle. In the next long period of time, Li Ji needs to take over the entire Yangzhou, so he must have a navy with good combat effectiveness. The Weall warship can be used as the main force of the navy. After putting away the blueprint of the Weall warship, Li Ji took out one of the 3 recruitment orders, which can recruit talents from the long history of China. The last talent recruitment order helped Li Ji recruit the king of medicine Sun Simiao, who not only helped him solve the gunpowder problem, but also cured Huang Su's stubborn illness, allowing Li Ji to recruit Huang Zhong. I don't ask to recruit immortal level figures like Laozi and Confucius, but I can accept Gan Jiang and Moi, or at least a shipbuilding talent. The scope of talent recruitment covers all walks of life, and those who are unlucky can even recruit people like gangsters fighting on the street. Congratulations to the player for using the random talent recruitment order and successfully recruiting the legendary blacksmith Oyezi. What the H.L. Li Ji subconsciously thought that there was something wrong with his ears. But the strong old man who suddenly appeared in front of him told him that he was not wrong. He held a sword in his arms and held it in front of his chest. His skin exposed to the air turned bronze, and his palms were covered with rough calluses. His aura of majesty radiated from inside to outside. Although he looked old, he was still energetic and did not show any signs of fatigue. Oyezi greeted the Lord with a voice as loud as a bell. Oyezi saluted Li Ji. It was really Oyezi. Li Ji was immersed in shock and could not calm down for a long time. Oyezi was a nationality in the spring and autumn period. He was a famous swordsmith in Chinese history. Few people could be compared with him. Oyezi forged countless famous swords in his life. He was ordered by the king of Yu to travel around Fujian and Zhejiang. After 3 years, he forged 5 famous swords: Zhanlu, Chanjun, Xingxia, Yuchang and Juk. Then he forged 3 famous swords: Long Yuan, Tai and Gongbu. At the order of the king of Chu, he was regarded as the ancestor by the swordsmiths of Longhuan. Oyezi not only has strong abilities himself, but also has good abilities in training his children. His daughter Moi and son-in-law Ganjiang were also a famous sword-making couple in the spring and autumn period, and inherited most of Oyezi's traditional skills. Old sir, there is no need to be polite. Facing such a master, Li Ji did not dare to be careless at all, and quickly helped Oyezi up, while checking the other party's data panel. Name Oyezi. Profession Legendary Swordsmith, Life System. Identity Citizen of Longhai City. Level 100. Brave 95. Commander 40. Wisdom 80. Political Strategy 50. Charm 85. Luck 90. Personal Characteristics. Traveling around, purple when traveling in the territory. There is a chance to discover the hidden mineral veins and ores in the territory. Ancestor, purple when teaching disciples. The experience gained by the disciples is doubled, and there is a chance that the disciples will obtain high-quality life characteristics. Swordsmith, gold when casting weapons. The casting time is reduced by 20%. And if it is a sword-type weapon, the casting time is reduced by 40%. Mastery, gold when casting equipment below the level of artifacts. There will be no failure. Divine skill, gold when casting equipment below the level of artifacts. There is a chance that the equipment will be upgraded by 1 grade, the lower the grade of the equipment, the greater the chance of upgrading. 8 famous swords. Color no need for the blueprints of Zhanlu. Chanjun. Xingxia. Yucheng. Juklong Yuan. Tai and Gongbu famous swords. Oh Yezi can cast them as long as he has enough materials. Note, the 8 famous swords are unique. And the famous swords that have been born cannot be forged by Oh Yezi. Exquisite craftsmanship, color when casting equipment. The attribute data of the successfully cast equipment is increased by 110%. When casting artifact level equipment, the longer it takes, the lower the failure rate. Sword Pond Ruins. Color players can build a special building Sword Pond Ruins. If Oh Yezi casts in Sword Pond Ruins, the corresponding positive effect will be added. Peerless. Color affects all equipment casting sites in the territory, and the attribute data of the produced equipment is increased by 5 to 10%. Skills Great Skill S level. Nameless Quenching Method S level. Nameless Hammer Method S level. Traveling around the 4 directions S level. Mental Method Oh Yezi's True Secret. Equipment Long Yuan Sword. Special Arms None. The 8 famous swords are all artifact level equipment. I didn't expect Oh Yezi's ability to be so amazing that he could cast them without drawings. But this is also very reasonable. After all, they were made by Oh Yezi himself. Oh Yezi's characteristics can also improve the equipment produced in Li Ji's territory. The data produced by Longhai of the same level of weapons is much stronger than that of other forces. At the same price, no one would be stupid enough to choose to buy equipment with a poor panel, which brings great benefits to the territory. Even if Li Ji slightly raised the price, it would definitely be sought after by most people. Oh Yezi is also a good apprentice. Not only can he quickly raise the level of his apprentices so that they can become masters in a short period of time, but he can also tap their potential and improve their grades. Of course, as a legendary swordsmith, Oh Yezi has the ability to create artifact level equipment. As long as Li Ji provides enough drawings and materials, Oh Yezi can create a batch of artifacts for him. You should know that Li Ji is the only one in the entire Dragon Sparrow army who has artifact equipment, and it is only a growable artifact, which has not yet reached the threshold of artifacts. Fortunately, Li Ji has obtained 7.5 million points in the national war. Perhaps he can use the points to get a batch of material drawings. Let Oh Yezi create them, and let his subordinates update their equipment. Old gentleman, you don't have to participate in the affairs of creating low-level equipment. If you have free time, you can recruit a group of apprentices, with no limit on the number. Using Oh Yezi's ability to create those low-level equipment is simply a waste of resources, like killing a chicken with a butcher knife. So when Li Ji asked Oh Yezi to move into the official blacksmith shop, he asked him to recruit a group of disciples, and let these disciples take charge of the dirty and tiring work. Oh Yezi would be fine if he knew about it. It's a pity that there is no decent blacksmith shop in the whole Kuaiji, and I don't know if it will be unfair to the other party. Oh Yezi, I will arrange the construction of the Jianxi ruins as soon as possible. Please bear with me during this period. I am just an ordinary blacksmith. How can I say I am wronged? Just let the Lord arrange it. Oh Yezi bowed in return. Ordinary blacksmith. The corners of Li Ji's mouth twitched slightly. If you are an ordinary blacksmith, then what kind of blacksmiths are other people? Could it be that they are not even qualified to be blacksmiths? Lord, I have forged a magic weapon recently. Seeing that you don't have a decent sword by your side, I dare to present this sword to you. After that, Oh Yezi held the Long Yuan sword, which he had been holding in his arms, on his head with both hands. How can this be done? Li Ji shook his head to refuse, while his hand uncontrollably took the Long Yuan sword. Chapter 296. Name Long Yuan sword. Quality artifact grade. Physical attack 999. Magic Attack 888. Special Effects. Sharp. Cuts through iron like mud. Long Yuan Sword Sharpness plus 100%. Dragon. Deter the enemy. Every swing of the sword has a chance to make the enemy panic, and has a chance to cut out a dragon phantom and make an extra attack. Famous Sword. When colliding with other weapons. If the enemy's weapon grade is lower than the artifact grade, the durability will decrease at twice the rate. Sword of Sincerity. Adds +1 charm to the sword owner. 7 stars. Comes with the S-level skill Big Dipper sword technique. Each time you swing the sword, you will get 7 additional effects. Tianshu. Causes a heaven and earth phenomenon. The damage is related to the bravery of the sword owner. Tianxian. Attack speed plus 50%. Tianji. Attack power plus 10%. Tianquan. Causes an additional attack. Yuheng. Sword skill power plus 40%. Kaiong. Ignore 20% of the enemy's physical defense and spell defense. Yaoguang. Temporarily improve your own luck. Description according to legend. Yezi and Gan Jiang dug open the Sihan mountain to cast this sword. Released the mountain stream, and led it to the 7 pools surrounded by the Big Dipper next to the sword casting furnace, which is called the 7 stars. After the sword is completed, looking down at the sword body, it is like climbing a high mountain and looking down into the abyss. Ethereal and deep as if there is a giant dragon lying, which is called Long Yuan. Therefore, this sword is called the 7 stars Long Yuan, or Long Yuan sword for short. Li Ji saw the series of effects displayed, and couldn't help but shouting against the sky. Especially the 7-star effect, which can also improve the host's luck. If the Yaoguang effect is combined with his own 99 points of luck, what magical things will happen? This famous sword is so precious. I am afraid I am unworthy of it. As the saying goes, a sword is given to a hero. The Long Yuan sword is forged to kill the enemy. Only a person like the Lord can own the Long Yuan sword. Li Ji was not hypocritical. After a little refutation, he took the Long Yuan sword into his pocket. People of prominent status all have one or even more swords, such as Cao Cao's Qi Gang's sword and Etienne's sword, Liu Bang's Qi Shao's sword, and Sun Quan's 6 swords. It can be said that the quality of the sword represents the status of the owner. It just so happens that Li Ji lacks a sword for self-defense, and the 7-star Long Yuan presented by Yezi just makes up for the defect. Li Ji waved the Long Yuan sword, and gorgeous starlight burst out in the void, with 7 stars shining in it. A sharp sword light instantly cut through the air, and there were bursts of roars. It was like a meteor tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye it hit the ground in the front yard, rumbling with thick smoke and dust. Countless sand and stones flew around, and a deep pit appeared in it, with cracks spreading in all directions. The entire lord's mansion suddenly became shaky, and the guards stationed outside were so shocked that they rushed in, thinking that an assassin had attacked Li Ji. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Li Ji had people repair the pit in the front yard. It must be said that the sword light slashed by the Long Yuan sword, a divine weapon, was very powerful. Even his overlord's spear, because of the limitation of Li Ji's strength, could not compare with the Long Yuan sword. Who doesn't like a weapon that is both handsome and powerful? Generally speaking, a long-handled weapon is the best choice for charging into battle. After all, an inch longer is an inch stronger. In the same level of combat, a short sword is definitely not as good as a long spear. However, if you learn the ability of Zhao Yun to use both spears, with a spear in the right hand and a sword in the left hand, and fight with both hands, your combat power and efficiency in killing soldiers will be much stronger. Please take a rest, old man. Maybe you will have the opportunity to make a magic weapon in the future. The goods in the National War Points Mall are all-encompassing, and there are naturally magic equipment for sale. But the points required for these magic equipment are all astronomical. However, now Li Ji has recruited Yezi, a legendary talent, who has the ability to make magic equipment. He does not need to spend points to buy finished magic equipment, but only needs to buy blueprints and materials. He still has 7.5 million points to spend, which is enough to buy a few blueprints to update the equipment for his subordinates. In this case, I will take a rest and adjust my condition first. Li Ji asked Ye Chan to find a house in a prime location in the city as a resting place for Yezi, and then took out a golden recruitment order. This recruitment order is a recruitment order that can recruit top talents and is worth 1,000 gold. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the top recruitment order and recruiting the famous Sui Dynasty General Yang Su. Due to the joining of the famous Sui Dynasty General Yang Su to Longke City, The public sentiment and public security of Longke City have improved. A young general held a long stick upside down, wearing strong armor, holding the reins of the horse, exuding a strong scholarly air, and a trace of cunning flashed between his eyebrows. Yang Su. If you are not familiar with the history of the Sui and Tang dynasties, I am afraid that ordinary people do not know King Yang Su of you. After all, under the influence of the Sui and Tang romance and the story of the rise of Tang, the famous Yang Su died strangely in the book, and his brilliance was overshadowed by other Sui generals. Although Yang Su became the 9 elders of the Sui dynasty with other Sui generals in the story of the rise of Tang, there is not much description of him in the book, and he is called the 5 ghost stars with hairpins. There is not much writing in the book, but Yang Su's death is very strange. In the book, Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty wanted to kill Li Mi, because Li Mi had a good relationship with King Yang Su of you. So Yang Su took him in at home. Later, Yang Su told Li Mi that there were 5 little ghosts in front of the hall, and Li Mi was curious about this and threatened to help Yang Su get rid of the ghosts. When Yang Su sat in the hall, 5 little ghosts appeared. Li Mi immediately swung his sword to chop the little ghosts, but he never thought that he killed Yang Su. It's a pity that this famous general in history ended up like this in the book. In history, Yang Su was Yang Jian's right-hand man. He had already made a name for himself in the northern Zhou dynasty, and had a certain reputation. He was promoted to the rank of general of chariots and cavalry, and the same as the 3 officials. After Yang Jian established the Sui dynasty, Yang Su participated in the battle to destroy Chen, commanded one of the 8 armies, and presided over the creation of the then famous naval warships such as Huiya and Huanglong, making an indelible contribution to the battle to destroy Chen. In addition to his full talent in commanding the navy, Yang Su was also ruthless in the face of foreign races. Yang Su's battle against the Turks directly showed the style of the Sui dynasty. This person is a rare expert in civil wars and foreign wars. Later, during the reign of Emperor Yang Guang, Yang Su was favored by Emperor Yang of Sui because he strongly supported Yang Guang in his bid for the throne. Later, he also supported the suppression of Yang Liang's rebellion, which made his position in the court rise step by step. And he eventually became a powerful official with great influence in the court and the country. During the northern Zhou dynasty, he joined Yang Jian and later helped Yang Guang win the throne. It can be seen that Yang Su was very vicious and had a very accurate judgment of people. However, although Yang Su was a famous general of the time, his character was not particularly good. He had repeatedly slandered Hiruobi, Shirwansui, and others who were also in the court. Among them, Shirwansui's death was due to Yang Su's instigation, which made Yang Jian execute this fierce general in a fit of anger. Although he was of low character, he liked to help others achieve their goals. Yang Su participated in the idiom story of Broken Mirror Reunited. His favorite concubine had a secret meeting with Li Baiyao, the son of Li Delin, but Yang Su saw that this man was a handsome man, and did not pursue it too much. Instead, he gave his favorite concubine to the other party, and even recommended Li Baiyao to become a member of the Ministry of Rights. The latter was simply rich and beautiful. Hong Fu, one of the 3 heroes of the world, was once a prostitute in Yang Su's mansion. Later, she fell in love with Li Jing, the military god of the Tang dynasty, in the mansion and agreed to elope. Yang Su still did not pursue it, and even recommended Li Jing to be the county magistrate of Mai. Although Yang Su was a capable general, Li Ji had a headache about him. After all, his second half of life could be described as disgraced, because of his merits of following the emperor and his own extraordinary abilities. He was deeply trusted by the 2 emperors of the Sui dynasty, so that his power in the court became increasingly greater, comparable to Guang of the Western Han dynasty. Emperor Xian of the Northern Zhou dynasty, Yuan Yun, died of illness. Emperor Jing of Zhou, Yuan Chan, was young, and the left Prime Minister Yang Jian was in power. Yang Su took the opportunity to join Yang Jian to give him advice and help Yang Jian ascend the throne and become emperor. The same operation was repeated many times. Yang Jian made Yang Yong the crown prince, but Yang Su joined the then king of Jin, Yang Jian, and used a strategy to frame Yang Yong, eventually turning the latter into a commoner. When Yang Jian was seriously ill, he also falsely conveyed the imperial edict and asked his confidants to control the important places in the palace. This move caused even more criticism. Later, Yang Su died of illness, and his son Yang Xiandong took advantage of Yang Jian's expedition to Goguryeo to start a rebellion in Luoyang, which made the family's reputation extremely bad. Although Yang Su was a great hero and a true scholar, his character was extremely bad. And the generals and officials in the court, such as He Robi and Gao Ying, looked down on him. Name Yang Su Zichu Dao. Occupation General, War Department. Identity Longke City Citizen. Level 60. Brave 76, 80. Commander 94, 98. Wisdom 85, 90. Political Strategy 88, 95. Charm 60. Luck 60. Personal Characteristics. Slander. Black maliciously slander the generals and officials of the same camp with words to gain the favor of the Lord. Each time he succeeds, Yang Su's ambition increases. Good at literature. Blue, the development speed of the territory's cultural index increases by 20%. And there is a chance to attract poet-type talents to settle in the territory. Kai Sui Jiu Lao, purple together with Wu Jianzheng, Gao Ying, Yang Lin, He Robi, Yu Zhuliuo, Han Qinhu, and Ding Yinping. They are collectively called Kai Sui Jiu Lao. For every additional person in the power, the combat effectiveness of the troops commanded by Yang Su increases by 3%. Powerful Minister, purple being in a high position. The development speed of all indexes in the territory increases by 10 to 50%. The higher the official position, the greater Yang Su's ambition, and the more obvious the bonus effect on the territory. Ruthless in using troops, gold when leading the army to fight. If bloody means are used, the morale of the army remains high, and the combat effectiveness increases by 30%. Navy General, gold when fighting on the river or sea. The speed of the Navy ships commanded by the commander increases by 50%. Defense increases by 20%. And the combat effectiveness of the Navy soldiers increases by 25%. Extraordinary, gold, the combat effectiveness of the troops led by you during battle is increased by 20. If you fight against an enemy commander who is lower than your own commander, the combat effectiveness of the troops will be increased by an additional 15%. Zhuishiji Lu, gold when assisting the Lord in handling government affairs. Yang Su's political strategy is temporarily increased by 2. Hung Ju Yishur, gold at the enemy commander's highest attribute is lower than Yang Su's highest attribute. The enemy's troops' combat effectiveness will be reduced by 30%. The upper limit of physical strength will be reduced. And morale will be reduced. Jiang Chen Liang Mian, color if you serve as a military officer. Yang Su's profession will be changed to a military general. And the combat effectiveness of the troops in the territory will be increased by 50%. And the defense and physical strength will be greatly increased. If you serve as a civil official, Yang Su's profession will be changed to a civil official. And his ambition will increase with the size of the official position. And the territory will be more prosperous. Land development speed plus 100%. Resource output plus 60%. Skills Dragon Staff, S level. Straight to the Yellow Dragon, S level. Five-Tooth Wind, S level. Raging Waves, S level. Navy Charge, S level. Mental Method Hungnong Yang Family Mental Method. Equipment Dragon Staff, Diamond level equipment. Fist Horse, Diamond level equipment. Special Arms Honor Guard, 7th level cavalry. The upper limit of recruitment is 10,000 people. If Yang Su had good character, Li Ji would be very happy to get such a capable minister. But the other party was really scheming. And if he could not be suppressed a little, I am afraid that after Li Ji died, the position of Longke City's leader would be turned upside down by him. Forget it. I can't care about any floods and beasts after I die. Li Ji looked up and down at this famous general of the Sui dynasty. Although Yang Su's character was not very good, he was still a good fighter. He was not only proficient in infantry and cavalry, but also commanded the navy to fight against the navy of the Qin dynasty. You should know that the Qin dynasty was located in the south at that time, and the navy was much stronger than that of the Sui dynasty. But in the end, Yang Su took action and annihilated the Qin dynasty navy with the Weiyao warships and Huanglong warships. Yang Su's characteristics more or less involved ambition. But Li Sunchen was still a foreign general after all. And Li Ji now lacked a useful local navy general. Li Ji could use the power of the navy to allow Li Sunchen and Yang Su to check each other and eventually suppress the two people. I heard that the Tao is good at commanding the navy. I wonder if this is true. Hearing this, Yang Su frowned slightly, and then said with relief, if the Lord asks, Su will definitely be able to build an invincible fleet for the Lord. But Su's talent is not limited to this. He can also dispatch troops and handle government affairs with ease. Obviously, Li Ji wanted to put him on the navy. This arrangement made him quite dissatisfied. He needed more power before entering the core of the Dragon Sparrow army. Li Ji waved his hand and said comfortingly, I have always recognized Chu Dao's ability. But the Long K Navy still lacks a capable and good commander. I am afraid that only Chu Dao can do it. My lord actually thinks highly of me. I will obey your order respectfully. Yang Su originally thought that Li Ji only wanted him to be a deputy commander in the navy. But he didn't expect that he wanted to put him in the position of commander. He immediately agreed to it, because he was keen on power. But you have not made any achievements. You need to wait for a while to be the commander. Su understands. Yang Su was very satisfied with Li Ji's big pie. In this way, Li Ji had two top commanders, Wang Meng and Yang Su. In land warfare, Wang Meng was the commander. Li Tsuanxiao, Shi Jingxi, Lu Xiangxing, and Yin Xing were cavalry commanders. Wang Zhong and Zhu Yi were infantry commanders. Isabella and Chen Dao were infantry commanders. In water warfare, Yang Su was the commander. Zhou Tsang, who knew water, was the deputy commander. And Li Sunchen, who had not been conquered, joined them. The number of naval generals is pitifully small. Chapter 297. Yang Su had just been recruited and had not made any achievements. Even if he had great abilities, Li Ji did not dare to directly promote him to the position of the chief general of the navy, fearing that other generals would complain about it. Moreover, Yang Su's character was quite anti-human, and he needed to be taught a lesson by a capable person like Wang Ming. So Li Ji temporarily arranged Yang Su to be by Wang Ming's side, so that Yang Su would know what it meant that there were always people better than him. And he would also let him quickly join the circle of the Dragon Sparrow army. After consuming the talent recruitment order and the top military generals and civil officials recruitment order, Li Ji still had one peerless military general and civil official recruitment order left. This recruitment order was the most precious one among the rewards, and it was left by Li Ji at the end along with the national level artifact. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the peerless military general and civil official recruitment order to gain the loyalty of Zhang Juzhen, a famous official of the Ming dynasty. Due to the joining of Zhang Juzhen, a famous official of the Ming dynasty, in Longke City, the people's hearts and public security in Longke City have greatly increased. Li Ji was slightly stunned. And then, he was ecstatic. He did not expect that he could actually recruit Zhang Juzhen, who would prolong the Ming dynasty for 50 years. Zhang Juzhen was very smart and passed the imperial examination at the age of 13. However, the examiner Gu Lin at that time deliberately failed Zhang Juzhen in order to polish Zhang Juzhen's temperament. But Zhang Juzhen still passed the imperial examination the next time. It is rare to be a juror at the age of 16 in the world, which shows that Zhang Juzhen is a talent who stands out from the crowd. However, in the next two joint examinations, just as Gu Lin had been worried, Zhang Juzhen was self-confident and traveled around the mountains and rivers all day, pretending to be elegant, so that the joint examinations ended in failure. However, after the incident with Zhu Xian, Zhang Juzhen worked hard and finally succeeded in becoming a Jinshi. The Jinshi of that year can be said to be full of talents and of extremely high quality. Zhang Juzhen was an official during the Jiajing period, and the competition for the first assistant of the cabinet at that time was like a fight between gods. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers, and almost made this young man with the desire to help the people give up his ideals. But later he met Su Jie, worshipped Su Jie as his teacher, learned the concept of governing the country, and learned Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind. Although Zhang Juzhen was very young, he was smooth in his official duties, a complete old-fashioned man, and a model of getting along with both sides. He knew when to lie down, when to speak, and when to become ruthless. In this way, he spent the period when Xia Yin, Yen Song, Su Jie, and Gao Gong controlled the court smoothly, and he ascended to the position of the first assistant of the cabinet and took all the power into his own hands. At this time, the Ming dynasty had already faced the brink of collapse after experiencing the turmoil of the immortal emperor aka perhaps the smartest emperor in history aka Emperor Wanshou Zhu Hotsong. Fortunately, Zhang Juzhen was capable and forced the reform, which became the only new deal in history. One whip law, performance evaluation law, land surveying and other policies. Zhang Juzhen's reform unified taxes and labor, reduced the survival pressure of the lower class people, weakened the power of the gentry class, and limited the possibility of official corruption. In addition to these, Zhang Juzhen also had a unique vision of identifying people. Qi Jiguang, the commander of the Qi family army, was promoted by him, and the famous general Li Chongliang was also a member of his faction. However, Zhang Juzheng also had shortcomings. He appointed people based on personal connections, embezzled money and grain, and asked the emperor to be frugal while he traveled luxuriously. The matter of seizing love was the main reason for Confucian scholars to attack him at that time. But compared to his achievements, these personal moral losses are nothing. Li Ji looked at the top cabinet minister in front of him with satisfaction. As the saying goes, a flaw does not hide the merits. Li Ji can tolerate Zhang Juzheng's shortcomings. Name Zhang Juzheng, Zishuda. Occupation civil official, War Department. Identity Longke city citizen. Level 60. Brave 40-40. Commander 64-68. Wisdom 86-92. Political strategy 96-100. Charm 75. Luck 60. Personal characteristics. Love, black poor personal morality. Easy to be slandered by others. Cabinet Prime Minister, purple. He served as the Cabinet Prime Minister of the Ming Dynasty with Yang Tingyi, Yen Song, Su Jie and others. For each additional Cabinet Prime Minister of the Ming Dynasty in the territory, the effect of the policies implemented by Zhang Juzheng will be plus 2%. Capable officials, purple. When serving as civil servants, the administrative efficiency of the territory is improved. The higher the position of Zhang Juzheng, the greater the efficiency improvement. Morning and evening implementation, gold. When the player implements Zhang Juzheng's proposals and policies, the administrative efficiency in the territory is temporarily increased by plus 50%. The development speed of the territory is plus 20%. And the people's hearts are improved. Reward and punish, gold. Greatly reduce corruption. Officials in the territory have more trust in the central government. The people's hearts and public security are greatly improved. And the administrative efficiency is plus 20%. Clear the land, gold. Liberate more land. Grain production plus 100%. Tax. Collect plus 30%. Tea-horse trade, gold. Set up a horse market, with a high probability of attracting non-Huaxia civilization merchants to settle in the territory, bringing non-Huaxia civilization-specific products, and a high probability of high-grade equipment. Only New Deal, color. When carrying out reforms, the country's stability will increase significantly. The people's hearts will increase significantly. And public security will increase significantly. The development speed of the territory will increase by 100%. The administrative efficiency will increase by 100%. And the resource output will increase by 40%. Select talents by examination, color. Dismiss those who are not in charge. Save redundant officials. And greatly reduce the territory's financial expenditures. The administrative efficiency is plus 120%. And the local stability increases. 1 whip. Law, lottery. Territory grain output plus 100%. Tax revenue plus 50%. People survival pressure greatly reduced. Territory development speed plus 30%. Resource output plus 30%. Skills book of scriptures S level. Shiyu Duzhua S level. Hearing the alarm S level. Hard method emperor's mirror illustrated. Equipment Rijai sedan chair, diamond level equipment. Special arms none. At that time, due to a series of rules set by Zhu Yuanzhang, the salaries of officials in the court were pitifully low, which was completely different from the high salary policy adopted in the present world to reduce corruption. The only capable official who was not greedy for money was Hai Rui. But the result was that his wife had to wash clothes for others, and could not eat meat several times a year. It was impossible for officials to live on that pitifully low salary. I am honored to meet you, my lord. Zhang Juzheng's words interrupted Li Ji's thinking. Shuda is like Shao He to Emperor Gaozu, and Duke Zhou to King Wu of Zhou. Li Ji did not dare to neglect this capable man, and quickly helped Zhang Juzheng up. Now that Zhang Juzheng has joined, he has directly filled the vacancy of the lack of top-level civil officials in his power. He does not need to worry about the development of the rear when he goes on the expedition. It's not that Kanzai and Wen Tianxiang are incompetent. But now Li Ji controls a small territory, and first-class talents are enough to govern. However, Li Ji expanded his territory to 1 state, 2 states, or even the entire south. So Kanzai and his ability was somewhat lacking. Moreover, Zhang Juzheng carried out reforms while guaranteeing the interests of the people, which was very consistent with Li Ji's move. All along, Li Ji and Wang Meng and others consciously weakened the power of the aristocratic families in Kuaiji County when they were governing, and liberated more land for the people. However, these are only temporary solutions. The erosion of one aristocratic family will lead to the rise of another aristocratic family. Li Ji needs someone to complete the fundamental action of reducing the aristocratic family for him at a certain key node. Today's chaotic world is the time. The controlled land is the geographical advantage. And Zhang Jujing is Li Ji's people and harmony. Not only that, the appearance of Zhang Jujing can perfectly replace Wang Ming's work in government affairs, which can relieve Wang Ming's pressure and give this all-rounder a chance to rest, and at the same time allow Zhang Jujing to contain Wang Ming's power in Law K. The art of checks and balances is a skill that I must learn since Li Ji became the leader. When Zhang Jujing heard Li Ji's high evaluation of him, he bowed and said, I am just an ordinary clerk. How can I be compared with the two sages? But with my talent, I am enough to govern Kuaiji County for my lord. Military generals and civil officials are two extremes. On one side, there is the pride of not being afraid of the King of Heaven, and on the other side, there is the humility of not daring to get involved with the ancients. Li Ji shook his head and laughed, and then asked someone to arrange Zhang Jujing's residence. As for the arrangement of Zhang Jujing, Li Ji had already made arrangements, and first served as a deputy beside Gongchao Shishitsai. With his ability, he can quickly climb up even from an ordinary clerk, and if he has merits, Li Ji can promote him to his side. After sending Zhang Jujing away happily, Li Ji still had a reward left to receive, and a large number of points had not been redeemed. Congratulations to the player for successfully drawing the national level artifact and obtaining the Yangzhou Ding, one of the Jiuzhou Ding. The moment the system was issued, a strong light suddenly burst out in front of Li Ji's eyes, instantly submerging him in it. Then, the areas south of the Huaihe River, the Yangtze River Basin, and Lingnan in the main world, including all or most of the areas in the three states of Yangzhou, Shuzhou, and Jiaozhou, experienced violent earthquakes at the same time, startling countless strange birds and beasts from the world. Not only that, there are also people with Taoist spirits stepping out of the deep mountains and old forests, looking into the distance with eyes like the vast starry sky, in the direction of the Lord's mansion in Maokei City, and seeming to be able to see the changes in the mansion through the void. The Jiuzhou Ding has appeared, and the orthodoxy is not in Luhan, stepping into the air, then sweeping like a breeze, and then disappearing into the void. In a hotel inn in Maokei City, an old man sat in it, holding a ruler in his hand, and two children were reading on his left and right. The sudden vibration made the faces of the three people change slightly. It's really strange. The old man counted with his fingers, but couldn't figure out anything. One of the ugly children said with a smile, could it be that Lu Hong did all the things that were condemned by heaven? And this shock was the wrath of heaven. Don't talk nonsense. The old man hit the child with a ruler, making him laugh even uglier than crying. Tomorrow I will personally visit Li Taisho, and you two will go with me. Great. I finally don't have to study. The ugly child raised his hands and said excitedly. And the next second the old man's ruler fell, hitting him so hard that his eyes were filled with tears. He dared to be angry, but dared not speak. Teacher, could this shock be related to Li Taisho? The other child was particularly smart, and immediately associated the old man's words with Li Ji. Whether it is or not, we may know tomorrow. Li Ji held a small bronze tripod in his hand, his eyes full of shock. Name Yangzhou Tripod. Quality National Defense Artifact. Status Owner Bound. Cannot be dropped. Effect: Yangzhou, in the territory controlled by the owner of Yangzhou Tripod. The population birth rate is plus 50%. There is a high probability of the birth of high characteristic talents, and the output of any resource, including special products, mineral veins, and other special resources, is plus 100%. If the controlled territory includes Yangzhou concept, the effect will be doubled. Mountains and rivers. The land of Yangzhou concept in Jiuzhou is prosperous, and there are no natural disasters. Ding ding? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Jiuzhou? Please check when you collect all Jiuzhou Ding. Tianming? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Shentong? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Putangxia? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Rate of the land? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Jiawu? Please check when you are emperor or emperor. Description: Huaihai is Yangzhou. Pingli is pig. Yangyu lives. Sanjiang has entered. Junza is settled. Xiaolu has spread. Its grass is young. Its trees are tall. Its land is only mud. Its fields are only the lowest. Its taxes are the lowest, and the highest are wrong. Its tribute is only the 3 grades of gold. And the jade, Kuinchio, dang, teeth, leather, feathers, and hair are only wood. Birds and barbarians were flowers. Their baskets are woven with ls, and their bags are wrapped with oranges and grapefruits. And their tribute is tin. along the rivers and seas. It reaches the Huai River and the Sea River. What is this? Li Ji looked at the information of this small tripod and was stunned. Even if he had such a good imagination, he could not have imagined that he would actually draw out the Jiuzhou tripod. Although it was only one of the 9. Li Ji had seen the Jiuzhou tripod in the activity mall of the Yellow Turban Rebellion before. The points required to exchange can be said to be an astronomical number. Even if he was poor, he might not be able to collect so many points. As a result, the rewards given to him in the national war actually drew out these terrible things. Could it be that my luck is really against the sky? Li Ji secretly smacked his lips and looked at the effect of the Yangzhou tripod and was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. The effect of Yangzhou Ding is extremely simple and crude. It directly increases the resource production of Li Ji's territory, allowing Li Ji to feed more people. And it can also increase the birth rate. It is simply a product against the sky. You must know that what the South lacks is not land, but population. In troubled times, wars are about who has the most population. The more people a faction has, the greater its war potential. The reason why the number of migrations from south to north is far less than that from north to south in history is that the difference in population density is one of the important factors. Don't you see that after many population migrations from north to south, such as the migration of the rich and powerful to the south, the vigorously developed south also has a unified war potential. And finally this feat was completed by Zhu Yuanzhang. With this Yangzhou Ding, as long as Li Ji is given a certain amount of time and supplemented by other means, the population of the south will sooner or later catch up with the important cities in the north. My lord, the Earth Dragon turns over on January 1st. If the people are not appeased in time, it may cause the people's hearts to fluctuate. Wang Meng was so miserable. He just returned to his residence and wanted to lie down for a while. But the sudden earthquake directly threw him off the bed. It seems that my vacation is nowhere in sight. Chapter 298 Acceleration of the Process. The matter of pacifying the people is entirely in the hands of Yuan Shuda. It just so happened that this shock helped Li Ji a lot, and pushed Zhang Juzheng to the forefront of government affairs. With the abilities of these two people, it was enough to calm the panic of the people in the county. And Zhang Juzheng had made contributions, so Li Ji could naturally promote him, and let Zhang Juzheng quickly enter the center of Long's power. Yes. Who is Wang Ming? He guessed Li Ji's intention from Li Ji's few words, bowed slightly in return, and left the Lord's mansion with Zhang Juzheng. After seeing Wang Ming leave, Li Ji let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that I would make such a fuss after drawing the Yangzhou Ding. If he really got all the Jiuzhou Ding, who knows what kind of weird things would happen at that time. The Yangzhou Ding is of great significance, and should not be easily revealed to the public. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure is a crime. The Jiuzhou Ding represents the orthodox identity. If the Jiuzhou Ding had not disappeared without a trace in the preqin period, the imperial seal that symbolizes the status of the royal family would not have appeared. If someone had told Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong that he had the Yangzhou Ding, Lu Hong would have first asked for the big ding, and then killed Li Ji in the name of traitor. Going back, even if Lu Hong died of illness, Dongzhuo successfully entered the capital to control the court, and the whole land entered the era of warlord separatism. Li Ji should not have exposed the Yangzhou Ding. Don't you see that Yuan Shu in history defied the will of heaven to claim the throne, and was beaten by the surrounding princes and horses, and finally didn't even have a sip of honey water before he died? Li Ji was not so arrogant that he could resist the troops of all the princes alone. But the appearance of the system announcement in the next second disrupted his thoughts. Announcement to all Chinese players, all under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects. Because a player in the Chinese civilization area obtained one of the 9 provinces tripod, the prestige of the Lu Han royal family was damaged. The national fortune was weakened. The ambitions of the heroes and princes increased significantly. And Dongzhuo's ambition increased significantly, and is about to reach the maximum value. The condition of Emperor Han Ling Lu Hong has greatly worsened, and the system process has accelerated. Please pay attention to all players. What the HL? I drew some garbage equipment. And you told me that someone drew the 9 provinces tripod. Is it the system or the player who is against the sky? Good guy. The person who drew the 9 provinces tripod is also a talent. He directly made Lu Hong's condition worse. He could have lived for a few more years. But I don't know if he can survive this winter. Is there a possibility that Dongzhuo has begun to prepare to enter the capital? And there is not much time left for those great lords. The sudden announcement of all players caused a lot of discussion among Chinese players. The original time of the end of the national war was January 1st, 186. And there were still 3 years before Lu Hong died of illness and Dong Zhuo entered the capital. But this news told him that the 3-year buffer period seemed to be shrinking, which directly disrupted the plans that many people had already made. Silly area. Chang'an City. Meng Sun. There is news from Luoyang that Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong's health is getting worse. And the general has been making frequent moves recently. We must prepare early. The great Lord Qin Fan brought Zhu Wuba and Chu Tudong, as well as a newly recruited warrior, and immediately found his strategist. The scholar shook the feather fan in his hand and smiled. Now the Han dynasty is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. I don't know how many people are watching Lu Hong's condition. As long as this man dies, the court will definitely be in a situation of doubts about the ruler and the country. General He Jin will definitely take advantage of the situation to eliminate the power of the 10 eunuchs, and will most likely use external troops when necessary. Qin Fan's heart twisted slightly. He came from the present world and was familiar with the history of the Eastern Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. As the scholar said, in order to get rid of Zhang Rang and the other 10 eunuchs, He Jin also asked Dong Zhuo, who was stationed in Hedong County, to lead troops into Luoyang. Although the starting point of this move was beneficial to He Jin, Dong Zhuo was not a pushover. He used his means while entering the capital and took control of the entire court in a short time. With Meng Suan's wisdom, I wonder which troops He Jin will lead into Luoyang. Hedong County Dong Zhuo is the closest to Luoyang, and he has countless soldiers in his hands. At the same time, he is also a student of the Yuan family. He Jin has the 2 brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu by his side. With the help of these 2 people, He Jin can convince Dong Zhuo to lead his troops into the city. In addition, Ding Yuan, the governor of Bingzhou, may also be summoned by He Jin. After all, this person's Bingzhou is only separated from Luoyang by a river. Moreover, his recent victories over the Xiongnu have made his reputation reach its peak. Sure enough, being able to become the strategist of Shi Lu, the strategist of the later Zhao dynasty. No plan is left out. No opportunity is missed is not a casual talk. Qin Fan nodded with great satisfaction. The previous scholar Zhang Bin was not recruited by him with a recruitment order, but a talent he got by attacking a player lord. Although he was a surrender general, Zhang Bin could be said to have been conscientious and responsible since he served beside him, and he did not hide anything privately. Then Meng Sun, how should we face the changes that follow? In one word, just wait. Yulo, Liaoshi County. A group of white horse volunteers led by Gong Sun Zan quickly left the city, galloping across the land like a swimming dragon, aiming directly at a Wuwan tribe. Yao Luan on the wall frowned and said to his trusted players, now the Wuwan people are making frequent moves, and Zhang Chun, Qiu Liju and others have raised the banner of rebellion. The pressure on Yozhou's border defense is already great enough, but I didn't expect the progress to be accelerated. The plot of the 18-way fight against Dong Zhuo should appear soon. After the fight against Dong Zhuo, it will be an era of warlords fighting for power. Before that, we can't lose too many soldiers and horses. I will persuade Gong Sun Zan not to conflict with the Wuwan people during this period, and the fight with Ding Xiao and the Luyu faction should be temporarily stopped, and all efforts should be made to prepare for the fight against Dong Zhuo. Maybe this is the only way. Wang Song of Bingzhou, Cheng Shang of Xuzhou, Xu Xiong of Jingzhou, Sima Yan of Yanzhou, Jiang Chang of Liangzhou. All the great lord players in China were disrupted by this announcement. The subsequent development plans, but they all stopped their edge temporarily, and did their best to develop their territories until the moment Dong Zhuo entered the capital. Am I the indirect murderer of Lu Hong? Li Ji rubbed his head. I didn't expect that the Yangzhou Ding he drew would be related to the fate of the country. And it also made Lu Hong's condition worse, greatly accelerating the arrival of the subsequent historical plot. Originally, he wanted to grow for 3 years and wait until the battle against Dong Zhuo to make a splash. But the result seemed to force him to do something he couldn't do. Fortunately, all players in the entire Chinese civilization area are like him, and are about to lose 3 years of development time. 3 years less is equivalent to no loss of 3 years. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Instead of complaining about the heavens and the earth, it is better to prepare well. I guess He Jin will send someone to notify me to bring troops to the capital. Lu Hong died, and He Jin must be the first to be anxious. The 10 eunuchs and he are the most direct power contenders, and they all want to kill each other. As long as Lu Hong, the backer, falls, He Jin can easily kill these eunuchs, who have no military power. This is also the main reason why Zhang Rang tried to win over Li Ji before. However, Li Ji is not an honest man. He joined Zhang Reng or He Jin just to gain power for himself. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with Li Ji. He just wants to take advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits on the day of the civil strife in Luoyang. Li Ji still has a lot of national war points on hand that have not been spent. What exactly can be exchanged for the exclusive points for the first place in the national war? Pulling down to the building blueprints, Li Ji found that most of them had been exchanged by him. Even if they were not, there were other buildings that could replace them. It was better to have something than nothing. Li Ji spent 500,000 points to exchange the remaining building blueprints to enrich his territory industry. When it came to the equipment category, Li Ji found a wide variety of equipment, among which he was missing a lot of advanced types of equipment. Giant catapult. You need 100,000 points. Buy it. Advanced ramming car. You need 100,000 points. Buy it. Advanced siege tower. You need 100,000 points. Buy it. Building ship. You need 100,000 points. Buy it. Small warship. You need 10,000 points. Buy it. Spend a lot of money. No. Spend 1,000 points. The wealthy Li Ji looked like a nouveau riche, spending points crazily to exchange various blueprints. After spending a full 2 million points, Li Ji exchanged a lot of blueprints on hand, and almost exchanged all the blueprints, leaving only those 500,000 and 1 million level blueprints lying in the mall. I just hate myself for not working hard, and I cry when I look at the blueprint. In order to have points to redeem other goods, Li Ji had to reluctantly turn over the equipment category. The next page is various skills. E-level skills. 10 points are required. D-level skills. 100 points are required. C-level skills. 1,000 points are required. B-level skills. 10,000 points are required. A-level skills. 100,000 points are required. S-level skills. 1 million points are required. A full million points are required to exchange for an S-level skill, which is equivalent to asking players to kill 1 million first-level soldiers. And it is not so tiring to catch 1 million pigs. This system is simply a vampire. Fortunately, Li Ji has 3 S-level skills, namely, the ability to judge people, the one-handed 18 picks, and the Big Dipper sword technique given by the Dragon Abyss sword. So he is not short of skills. When turning to the equipment column, the equipment of each level also increases tenfold. But the bronze level equipment requires 100 points at the bottom. The lowest level of national treasures also requires a full 10 million points. Even if Li Ji spent all his points, he couldn't afford one. Not to mention the top batch of national treasures, each of which costs hundreds of millions. Even if Li Ji sold them, he couldn't afford one. As for the million-level artifacts, Li Ji could afford them. But he recruited Oyezi, who had the ability to forge artifacts. So there was no need to spend precious points on luxury goods. Looking left and right, Li Ji knocked down several artifact-level blueprints and the required materials, spending a total of 2.5 million points. These blueprints include 2 types: long spears and long swords, which are just right to be forged as rewards for Lu Xiangxing and others to follow him to the national war. While searching for artifact blueprints, Li Ji also found the exclusive weapons of famous generals, such as Guan Yu's Qing Long Yanyu sword, Zhao Yun's long and bright silver spear. It's a pity that these famous generals are not under his command, and no one has fully exerted their true strength after forging them. There are still 2.5 million points left. Li Ji opened the BMW interface and bought more than a dozen diamond-level war horses, which is almost enough to update all his generals. Let me see what the exclusive rewards are. Li Ji, who still has 1 million points left, clicked on the last page, and only one lonely reward appeared. Battle order? It sounds very high-end. This is the first time Li Ji has seen such a thing. There has never been such a thing in the usual activities. It seems to be a reward exclusive to the national war. It actually takes 500,000 points to exchange for one. And it is limited? As the first place in the national war, Li Ji can only exchange 2, consuming 1 million points to exchange for these 2 exclusive rewards. 1 million points suddenly disappeared, and 2 exquisite and compact tokens appeared in Li Ji's hands. Name: battle order. Quality: random. Status: unused. Effect: after use, you can generate a teleportation array on the spot, randomly leading to one of the famous battles of Chinese civilization. And you can get rewards after completing related tasks. Rewards increase with the difficulty of the task. Description: what will happen if you change the course of history? After seeing the relevant description of the battle order, Li Ji immediately knew what this thing does. To put it bluntly, you can bring your army to parachute into any battle. Your identity is determined by the generated battle, and the richness of the reward is related to the difficulty of the battle task. There are many battles in Chinese history, such as the Battle of Chongping, the Battle of Kunyang, etc. It all depends on the luck of the players to draw a battle. Maybe I can take care of the affairs in the county, and lead the troops to fight. Li Ji took away the 2 battle orders. It happened that there was still some time before Dong Zhuo entered the capital, and Li Ji could use this time to continue to strengthen his strength. After January 1st, with the help of Wang Meng and Zhang Juzhen, the frightened civilians were quickly appeased, and all affairs began to get on track. These are Shuda and Chu Dao, 2 wise men I found. On the second day, Li Ji introduced Yang Su and Zhang Juzhen to the elders of the Dragon Sparrow army and gave them official positions on the spot, because Li Ji's previous careful consideration did not cause dissatisfaction among anyone. In addition, I also got a batch of war horses as a reward for your expedition to the barbarians. Li Ji distributed the war horses exchanged for points, which made these rough men very happy. As for the scholars like Wang Ming, Li Ji rewarded them with some money and land, and transferred some of them to more suitable positions. My lord, the alien Li Sunsen has agreed to surrender and serve as an official. Li Ji was not surprised by Li Sunsen's surrender. After all, the other party had a good relationship with the Ming dynasty at that time, and did not mind joining the Chinese players. In addition, Li Ji personally showed the blueprint of the Wuyao warship to the other party for observation. The desire in Li Sunsen's eyes had betrayed his true thoughts. By the way, my lord, the old man I mentioned before came to visit today. I wonder if you will meet him. Chapter 299, Famous Scholar's Water Mirror. Li Ji raised his eyebrows, feeling that the other party came at a very clever time, as if there was some purpose. According to Kenzei's previous description, this mysterious person was attracted by the Imperial College building. But Li Ji did not think so. You should know that before the National War, Li Ji upgraded Longke Town to Longke City, and one of the system rewards stated that a native person from the 3 kingdoms would settle in Longke City. It may be because of the system, using the Imperial College as an excuse to modify the original trajectory of a person, so that he settled in Longke City and stayed there. Perhaps the person who settled in is this old man. No matter which task the system rewards him, Li Ji has no reason to give up this great opportunity to win over talents. It just so happens that Li Ji has sorted out the general affairs of Longke City, and the remaining details are handed over to capable people such as Wang Meng and Zhang Juzhen to handle. But before that, Li Ji must first get Li Sunsen out of the cell. Yi Sunsen, Goryeo is just a tiny country. Only the land of China can let you display all your talents. Yi Sunsen's numb face was expressionless, and he answered in a hoarse voice, I am better at fighting on the water. If your navy cannot meet my conditions, you must release me back to Goryeo unconditionally. One of the initial conditions reached by Li Ji and Li Sunsen was to let Li Sunsen command part of the navy. If Li Ji did not vigorously develop the navy, Li Sunsen could be released and returned to his country without guilt. Hearing this, Li Ji laughed and said, Yi Sunsen, the drawings of the Wuyao warship are not enough to satisfy you. If not, I can also build warships, tower ships, and even all kinds of ferocious monsters for you. Li Ji held the Longjiang treasure shipyard in his hand. As long as there were drawings, any ship could be built with money and materials, without worrying about this condition at all. When he heard the name of the Wuyao warship, Li Sunsen's face flashed with an interested expression. He had also studied the blueprints of naval warships, but they were only some small turtle ships. It was the first time he had seen such a huge ship as the Wuyao warship, which he had never heard of. There are many types of ordinary warships, such as scout ships, warships, tower ships, fighting ships, which are all regular units of the navy. The status of the Sui dynasty's Wuyao warships, Huanglong warships, Yi Sunsen's turtle ships, and Zheng He's treasure ships in the voyage to the west is equivalent to special arms on land. In this case, please command me as much as you want. The wild General Yi Sunsen pledges allegiance to you. Do you agree? Accept. Name Yi Sunsen. Occupation Military General War. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 60. Brave 79, 85. Commander 90, 93. Wisdom 80, 80. Political Strategy 52, 52. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Navy, blue and leading a navy. The combat power of the troops under his command is increased by 5%, and the defense power is slightly increased. Treading the waves, Blue, the speed of the navy led by him is slightly increased, and it is not easily affected by weather changes. Less wisdom. Blue Yi Sun-sin is immune to enemy strategies that are lower than his own wisdom. Joseon General, purple when in the same faction as other Goryeo generals. Yi Sun-sin's combat power increases by 1% for each additional general. Naval training, purple when training naval soldiers. The experience gained by the soldiers is doubled, with a chance of multiple effects, and the level increases. Water Gorilla, purple, the combat power of the naval soldiers led by you is increased by 15%. The speed of the warship is greatly increased. The attack power is slightly increased, and the defense power is moderately increased. Li Zongwagong, gold when fighting with the enemy. Yi Sun-sin's combat power is increased by 20%, and the morale of the soldiers is greatly increased. After winning a small-scale surface battle, Li Xuanxin's troops' combat effectiveness plus 3%. Commander, gold, the combat effectiveness of the Navy soldiers led by him is plus 25%. If he leads the soldiers of the command battalion, the combat effectiveness is additional plus 5%. Skills, the Great River flows east, S level. Raging waves, S level. Desperate charge, S level. Against the current, S level. Back waves, A level. Mental method, Joseon Li's mental method. Equipment, none. Special arms command battalion, 4th level special navy soldiers. The upper limit of 30,000 people can be recruited. Li Xuanxin was praised by Korean players as one of the top 3 generals in the world. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is the vanity unique to Koreans. However, Li Xuanxin's talent is still good, and his command value is above 90, which can naturally rank among the top in the shallow history of Goryeo. But if it is placed on the Chinese side, Li Xuanxin is not very eye-catching. Li Ji personally untied Li Xuanxin's shackles and sent someone to take him to the Navy camp. At present, the Navy of the Dragon Sparrow Army is small and still in the development stage. It just so happens that one of Li Sun-sin's characteristics can double the experience gained by the soldiers. Just give him some time to train a group of new recruits with great potential for Li Ji. Of course, if you want to transform these new recruits into veterans, you naturally have to water them with blood. It just so happens that Yangzhou, where Li Ji is located, has many waterways and hides large and small pirate camps. Yang Su and Li Sun-sin can train Li Ji's navy soldiers by suppressing the pirates. After happily sending Li Sun-sin away, Li Ji brought Kenzei to the side room for receiving guests. In front of him, he saw an elegant and easygoing old man sitting in the guest seat, with 2 children serving behind him. His height was not even up to Li Ji's waist. Ingchuan Sima Hui. Meet Li Taisho. Before Li Ji could speak, the old man who had been squinting his eyes to recuperate seemed to notice that someone had come in from outside. So he stood up and saluted Li Ji. Mr. Sima Hui? The water mirror? Li Ji's heart was suddenly surging like a huge wave. But his face did not change much. He was just slightly surprised. And then he bowed his hands in return and said, Young man Li Ji. Meet Mr. Sima. He never dreamed that the system's reward would actually attract Sima Hui, a famous scholar in Yingchuan. Sima Hui is proficient in Qimeng and Confucian classics. He is called Mr. Shui Jing, and has a very high prestige among the Yingchuan aristocratic families. Sima Hui is also Gui Jia's fellow villager, both from Yangdi, Yingchuan. However, Sima Hui is a hermit, and will not agree to others' recruitment at will. In history, even Lu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou, could not let him come out of the mountains. The sudden appearance of Sima Hui made Li Ji more certain of his previous guess. Mr. Sima is a famous scholar of the time. Please forgive me if I have been negligent. Sima Hui smiled and replied, Li Taisho needs to handle the government affairs of a county and fight for the welfare of the people of Kuaiji County. Compared with these, what am I? Mr. Sima is worthy of being a famous scholar of the time. His tolerance is like a big river that can support big sails and big ships. Li Ji remembered that Sima Hui was very accurate in judging people and had the ability to recognize people. He once said, if you get one of the crouching dragon and the phoenix, you can pacify the world, which made Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong famous at the same time. If Sima Hui comments on his subordinates, if it is spread out, it may attract some talents to come and join him. Thinking of this, Li Ji said with a smile, Mr. Sima has been in Huiji for a long time. I wonder what you think of this place. The people live and work in peace and contentment. Very good. Very good. Li Ji's face froze. And he continued to ask, I heard that Mr. Sima knows people well. I wonder if you can comment on my subordinates? After that, he suddenly pushed out Kenzei, who looked admiring. Sima Hui is a mountain in the eyes of scholars. Even Kinzei, who came from a poor family, looked at Sima Hui with a look of looking up at the stars. Well, Li Ji's subordinates are all talented people with both virtue and ability. Very good. Very good. Li Ji almost forgot that Sima Hui was a famous good man. He said good things to everyone he met. Even when his wife complained, Sima Hui replied with very good, which is similar to the right in the world today. The term good man also came from Sima Hui. However, as long as Sima Hui likes someone, he will do his best to promote him to the major princes. Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong in history were once promoted to Liu Bei by Sima Hui. Mr. Sima, the Imperial College has been completed recently, and needs a respected gentleman to sit in it. I wonder if you have any intention. Li Ji decided to give it a try. Although it is impossible to recruit Sima Hui to work for him, it is rounded off to let him work in his territory. Isn't it working for him? He can also ask for strategies when he is free. But things did not go as he wished. Sima Hui shook his head and rejected Li Ji's request. I am used to the life of a free and easy person. I am afraid I can't agree to teach. Besides, I have recruited 2 students recently, which has consumed all my energy. You are kidding, Li Ji secretly said. However, even Liu Biao, who was at the level of governor of a state, could not let Sima Hui come out of the mountain. How could he? A small person who was too angry. Let him go to work. Li Ji looked further away, passing Sima Hui and falling behind. And an ugly child and a handsome child appeared in his sight. Speaking of which, he clearly noticed Sima Hui's 2 students when he entered the door. So why didn't he have any impression of them until now? Could it be Sima Hui's doing? Li Ji secretly became alert to the old guy in front of him, who was always smiling and looked harmless. The Eastern Han Dynasty 3 Kingdoms period has undergone a systematic fantasy color correction, which not only gave famous generals and ministers the ability to move mountains and seas, but also gave hermits, like Sima Hui, various mysterious abilities. Especially the 3 immortals at the end of the Han Dynasty. Zhang Ju, the disciple taught by Nanhua Laoxian, has the ability to call the wind and rain, and summon thunder and lightning. Who knows what kind of supernatural powers these 3 people like immortals will have. Yu Fan is proficient in Ishua and can use divination. And Sima Hui, who has deeper attainments in this area and can also use Chimen Duanjia, is probably not much weaker than the fierce general. However, in Li Ji's impression, Sima Hui's disciples seem to be only 3 people, one of whom is very ugly. Could it be? Li Ji was suddenly shocked, and suppressed his joy and asked, according to Mr. Sima's vision, the disciples he taught must be outstanding. I don't know how to call them. The 2 children looked at each other, and then took a half step forward at Sima Hui's signal, bowed and said, Student Zhuge Liang greets Li Taisho. Student Pang Tong greets Li Taisho. It's really these 2 people. Pang Tong was born in 179, while Zhuge Liang was born in 181. The ages of Sima Hui and his 2 students are basically the same. Even though Li Ji's ability to judge people cannot observe the data panel of minors, their temperament alone is enough to confirm their identities as Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child. Li Ji immediately showed his eager eyes for talents. Like a hungry wolf seeing food. Who doesn't want Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child? Especially Crouching Dragon Zhuge Liang, who alone allowed Liu Bei, who was still displaced in the first half of his life, to stay in Jingzhou, and quickly made him a major vassal, and finally formed a 3-legged tripod. Although Phoenix Child Pang Tong died early, he was also a rare wise man. If he hadn't died, Zhuge Liang might not have ended up dying from overwork. Why do I feel that this governor has a strange look in his eyes? Pang Tong whispered to Zhuge Liang beside him. The latter had no ripples on his face, but just responded with a look, as if warning Pang Tong not to speak. The next second, Pang Tong was hit hard on the back of his head. The intense pain made him scream subconsciously, while Sima Hui, who had been smiling, just trembled his eyebrows slightly. Pang Tong's scream interrupted Li Ji's thoughts, and he immediately retracted his gaze, as if realizing that he had lost his composure. Li Ji quickly apologized and said, I'm sorry. I remembered something. I hope Mr. Sima will forgive me. Li Taisho is busy with government affairs. It is normal for him to be a little absent-minded. Li Ji coughed lightly to ease the slightly awkward situation, and then said, I see that they have extraordinary temperaments. Since they are favored by you, you must have extraordinary talents. They are really a pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. These 2 are naughty children. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. After saying that, Sima Hui glared at Pang Tong and scolded him. Do you still remember how I taught you? You have not learned to be calm in the face of praise or criticism. Pang Tong rubbed his swollen head, tears in his eyes, and looked at Sima Hui aggrievedly, looking ugly and cute. You are the one who hits people, and you are the one who scolds people. Sir, please forgive my misbehavior. No problem. No problem. Li Ji waved his hand, showing a generous attitude, and then asked, I wonder if you two have any ideas after learning. If you don't mind, you may as well serve in Kuaiji. I will recommend you two to His Majesty. His Majesty is a person who loves talents, and I believe he will definitely value you. Although Crouching Dragon and Phoenix have not reached their peak, they have shown their intelligence at this time. Li Ji's meaning is very thorough, and he wants to recruit them. Pang Tong immediately showed a jealous look. He didn't expect that the prefect would personally recruit him. Doesn't this mean that his talent is valued? But the next second, Sima Hui's look made him tremble suddenly. Even Zhuge Liang, who has always been calm, was slightly startled. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix had different expressions. Chapter 300 Plan to dethrone the Emperor. The prefects of the counties in the late Eastern Han dynasty had considerable power, except for the positions of county chancellor and commander. The rest of the subordinates could be selected by the prefects independently and form their own faction. Moreover, after the destruction of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the central government's control over the enemy declined sharply. Even the positions of county chancellor and commander were also filled by the prefect's people through unconventional means. The same was true for Li Ji's Kuaiji County. Both Wang Meng and Lu Xiangshen were his people. He was able to get the two to sit on his right and left hands through the help of General He Jin. And the central government did not obstruct them at all. There were no officials in the entire Kuaiji County who could implicate Li Ji's power. It seemed that Kuaiji County was Li Ji's kingdom. Even though Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong were not worthy of the title of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix at present, they were extremely intelligent and naturally saw the difference between Kuaiji County and other counties and kingdoms. They understood that Li Ji only needed to wait until a certain critical moment, and he could turn into a dragon in an instant and become a great lord. It's just that Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong couldn't quite understand why such a vassal with great potential would personally recruit children under the age of 6 or 7. If Li Ji knew their thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. Even though Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were somewhat stigmatized, all Chinese players who had read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms would admire the two known as Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Although the saying Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, if you get one, you can pacify the world, is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to prove the real talent of these two people. If Liu Bei hadn't received Zhuge Liang's assistance, it is possible that Emperor Zhao would not have been able to complete the feat of entering Sichuan and realize the situation of the Three Kingdoms. According to the news that Li Ji had inquired from Chengshang, since the arrival of the players, the Lengia Zhuge mansion where Zhuge Liang was located was surrounded by people. If it weren't for the Lengia Xiang who personally came forward to expel the people, I'm afraid that everyone in the Zhuge mansion would have starved to death in it. But even so, there are still players who are unwilling to give up and are lurking around, trying to recruit the three brothers of Dragon, Tiger and Dog. The siege of Zhuge Mansion is just a small microcosm. The Chinese players who came here have been squatting in the places where young generals are, relying on foresight. Especially the Three Kingdoms male god Zhao Zilong, whose fame attracted a large number of players to settle in Zhaojiao village of Changshan State, so that this small village is overcrowded all day long, and fights occur from time to time, which makes the Prime Minister of Changshan State quite a headache. The student is dull and does not deserve the governor's attention. Moreover, the student has not completed his studies and needs to travel around with the teacher. If the student succeeds in his studies in the future, he may have to ask the governor for a minor job. The student is the same. It was still the steady Zhuge Liang who spoke first and pulled Pang Tong to refuse Li Ji's recruitment. Li Ji had long expected that the two would refuse him. In fact, even if the two agreed to his recruitment, he would not let them serve immediately. The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix are only 5 or 6 years old now, which is the best stage for them to learn knowledge and broaden their horizons. Li Ji will not force them to work for him. Sima Hui is a good teacher. At least it is effortless for him to teach Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, as long as they don't change their original process. These two people will definitely grow into the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix in history. Li Ji's intention to recruit them was nothing more than to leave an impression in the hearts of these two people. If he achieves something in the future, and they also learn something, it is not impossible for them to join him. If that's the case, it's really a pity. Why should Li Taisho do this? County Magistrate Wang Jinglu is a wise man, and Due Lu Xiangxing is also a good general of the time. With you sitting in Kwaiji County, your Majesty will not have to worry too much about the people here. I am a Han minister, and it is natural for me to help your Majesty solve problems and appease the people. Sima Hui meant something, but Li Ji was selectively deaf and filtered out the meaning of the other party's words. However, Li Ji changed the subject and said to Sima Hui, "We will have the imperial examination and the military examination in the near future. I wonder if Mr. Sima is interested in watching. If possible, please give some questions to the talents in the county. I have never heard of the imperial examination. One of the purposes of coming here is to observe this new examination system. But Governor Li understands that the imperial examination will not satisfy everyone." Sima Hui was born in a noble family. With his knowledge, he naturally saw the mystery of the imperial examination. This examination system is open to the whole people, allowing everyone to have a little chance to break the class and become an official. This will have a certain impact on the aristocratic families, who control most of the power. Fortunately, Kwaiji County was firmly controlled by Li Ji. The aristocratic families of all sizes in the county were rectified by him. Basically, they followed Li Ji's lead. They dared to be angry, but dared not speak out about Li Ji's promotion of the imperial examination. But if you want to promote this system, I am afraid that the stubborn scholars in the court will be the first to stop, and even impeach Li Ji for this matter. Mr. Sima, don't worry about it. The imperial examination is just a trial in the county. If the effect is not good, it is not impossible to cancel it at that time. And don't they claim to be the children of aristocratic families and superior to others? Could it be that they are afraid of competing with ordinary people? Li Ji naturally knew that the implementation of the imperial examination was actually difficult in history. But if you want to expand your own power and get further development, you have to go on with the reform no matter how difficult it is. After hearing Li Ji's words, Sima Hui couldn't say anything else. After all, he was also from an aristocratic family and represented the aristocratic family. However, Li Ji's words made the two people who were listening on the side feel good. Although they were all from aristocratic families in Jingzhou and Shuzhou, they were still young and their values had not been influenced by the aristocratic families. In addition, Sima Hui had always taken them to travel around the country to see the lives of the lower class people and understand how big the gap was between the aristocratic families and the people. Now there is a person who wants to break this almost unbreakable barrier, which really makes them admire him. Li Taisho has great ambitions. I am willing to help him in the imperial examination. That's great. Li Ji was overjoyed and immediately asked Kanzei to take Sima Hui and his two students to discuss the relevant test questions with Wang Ming and others. After all, it was the first imperial examination, and Li Ji did not make too many changes to the scope of the examination. He first used the current famous books such as the 4 books and 5 classics as the main scope, and supplemented it with practical issues such as current affairs and governance, and roughly constructed the examination subjects for the imperial examination. As for the military examination, the main focus was on battlefield skills such as horsemanship and archery. In addition, Li Ji noticed that some generals were good at military tactics rather than fighting generals. So he also set up an assessment of military tactics. Unfortunately, due to the short time, Li Ji and Wang Ming did not make a detailed division of each subject. And because the accelerated process disrupted his plan, the imperial examination had to be carried out in advance. Fortunately, he had already spread the news of the imperial examination and distributed books to the common people under the angry gaze of the Kwaiji family, so that they had a certain amount of time to study. But Li Ji did not know how effective the study was. While Li Ji was busy with the imperial examination, Jizhou, which had been devastated by the Yellow Turbans, was brewing a conspiracy. In the Jizhou governor's mansion, Wang Fen, who succeeded Huang Fusong and had been in office for more than a year, sat high in the main seat, and the positions that originally belonged to Jizhou's civil and military officials were empty, replaced by several scholars in scholars' clothes. The fireworks in the brazier in the hall swayed with the cold wind, and sparks kept popping out in the air. Wang Fen's pupils reflected the orange flames, like a lone wolf walking in the dark. Gongju, are you saying that the tremors in the Yangzhou and Jiaozhou areas are related to His Majesty in Luoyang? The famous Taoist named Xiang Kai took a step forward, shaking his Taoist robe, and replied, I am good at astronomy and yin and yang. I guessed that there must be changes in the south through astronomical phenomena a few days ago. But if it is related to His Majesty, why didn't the tremors appear in the Luoyang and Chang'an areas? The speaker was Chen Yi, the son of the late Tai Fu Chen Fan. Because Emperor Ling of Han listened to Huang Fusong's suggestion to pardon those who were imprisoned in the party imprisonment disaster, Qin Yi was able to leave the palace. Luoyang City is located in the dragon vein of the Central Plains, gathering the luck of Daxiao. Even if the heaven punishes your majesty, it will never happen near Luoyang City. And this shock is not entirely related to your majesty. Please explain it more clearly, sir. Wang Fan was very interested in this matter, and hurriedly urged. The Taoist Xiang Kai coughed lightly, then put on a mysterious look and said, "This shock is God's punishment for your majesty's favor of eunuchs. We need to help your majesty eliminate villains. Even God is against the 10 eunuchs. In this way, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong will definitely die." Hearing this, Wang Fan was overjoyed and said, "If it is really God's will, I am willing to eliminate the scourge of the 10 eunuchs for the people of the world." The scholars present talked a lot, but due to Xiang Kai's prestige, they did not have too much doubt and asked Xiang Kai, "The 10 eunuchs are deeply favored by your majesty. How can we eliminate them?" Lu Hong favored the 10 eunuchs very much. Almost all Han people knew about this. Even the powerful foreign relatives had little to do with them. If Jin had not received accurate information from somewhere, he would not have been able to kill the eunuchs Feng Yin and Su Feng, causing damage to the other party's power. Since we can't deal with the 10 eunuchs, why don't we follow the example of Wu Guang and Zhang Enshi and depose Lu Hong? Qin Yi's eyes flashed with dangerous eyes. He was deeply hurt by the party imprisonment disaster and had long been very dissatisfied with Lu Hong in the court and the eunuchs around him. So he had always wanted to depose the emperor. Qin Yi's bold idea made the scholars present tremble with fear. They all learned the way of loyalty to the emperor. If they were asked to depose the emperor at this time, most people would not have the courage. Lu Hong was greedy for pleasure and favored eunuchs, which led to the rebellion of the Yellow Turban Bandits, causing the people of the world to be in dire straits. "Do you still want to be loyal to such an emperor?" Qin Yi said in a treasonous way, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd. "Don't forget, you and I are in the same room to discuss this matter. If someone spreads it to Lu Hong's ears, I'm afraid you will also lose your heads. You? Shameless." The literati from various states immediately showed anger and pointed at Qin Yi and cursed. And the latter looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "It's not impossible." In the end, Xiang Kai came forward and interrupted the quarrel between the two parties, and then set his sights on Wang Fan, the governor of Jizhou. He knew that among the people present, only Wang Fan could make the final decision on this matter. In this case, in order to preserve the Han dynasty, what's wrong with doing this heinous thing? Wang Fan made up his mind, stood up from his seat, and said loudly, "You are all my confidants. If anyone leaks today's events, I will not forgive him." Then everyone gathered together to plan how to get Lu Hong out of the city. "With our prestige, I'm afraid it will be difficult to accomplish this. We must look for help from outside." Cao Cao, the governor of East County, Yanzhou, has recently recruited soldiers and horses, and has gained the support of countless talents. This person may help us achieve twice the result with half the effort. A scholar gave Wang Fan advice. "Oh, who are you?" "Su Yu from Nanyang." Cao Cao is the descendant of a eunuch. Why would he join us in deposing the emperor? Isn't this asking him to abandon his own military skills? I am his best friend. With our friendship, I only need a letter to get him to join the plan to depose Lu Hong. Since you are so confident, I will leave this matter to you." Wang Fan saw that Su Yu was full of confidence and did not doubt the other party's authenticity. So he decisively gave power to the other party. The plan to depose the emperor was quickly finalized by Wang Fan's confidants. Then Su Yu wrote a letter in his own handwriting and sent it to Cao Cao and Dong Jun at full speed. After Cao Cao checked the content of the envelope, his face changed, and he quickly summoned civil and military officials to discuss the matter. "I didn't expect that Wang Fan was so ambitious. Your Majesty still trusts this person so much and appoints him as the governor of Jizhou. It's really a farmer and a snake." Now that the Han dynasty is not in chaos, many loyal military and civil officials know the contents of the envelope and curse. Cao Cao was also very dissatisfied with Wang Fan's actions, but he did not show it as much as his own civil and military skills. "Shomda, what do you think about this matter?" Cao Cao asked about Cheng Yu, who had recently joined the army. Cheng Yu laughed and said, "Wang Fan is careless and can't command troops. In Yu's opinion, he is just a mediocre person. If you work with him, I'm afraid that the Lord will not get any benefits, but will get into trouble." Cao Cao nodded in conviction. Although Cheng Yu had not served him for a long time, Cao Cao admired his talents very much and soon took the position of the chief counselor of the East County Army. Cao Cao then glanced at him, and then put his eyes on an inconspicuous corner, and said, "Sima Yin, what do you think?" The player Sima Yin, who was named by Cao Cao, was immediately excited, and quickly stood up and answered loudly, "The former powerful minister Hu Guang deposed the emperor." But it was only because Lu He had not been on the throne for long at that time, and there were no ministers in the court who shared his heart. So Hu Guang's dethronement was so smooth. And he, Wang Fan, is not Hu Guang. And your majesty is not Lu He either. Chapter 301, Dethrone the Emperor and Establish the Prefect. Cao Alman is indecisive and can't accomplish great things. Su Yu was furious when Cao Cao refused to participate in Wang Fan's plan to dethrone the emperor. He promised to complete this matter in front of Wang Fan. But Cao Cao rejected him directly on the same day, and wrote back that Wang Fan would never be able to complete this matter. This made Su Yu lose face in front of everyone, and couldn't raise his head at all. Since Cao Cao is unwilling to come, we have to implement the plan to dethrone the emperor. I have secretly invited Tao Qiuhong, a famous scholar in Pingyuan, and Hua Xian, who is known as the Dragon Head. Their prestige can make this plan easier to implement. Wang Fan glanced at everyone and finally fixed on Chen Yi, saying, "Before that, we still need to find a way to get Lu Hong to leave Luoyang. It is best to let him come to Jizhou, so that I can mobilize troops to hijack Lu Hong and force him to abdicate." Chen Yi, who was hinted by Wang Fan's eyes, immediately stood up and said loudly, "Jizhou Jiu State was once the base camp of Zhang Ju, the leader of the Moth Bandits, and was deeply poisoned by the Yellow Turban Bandits. We can use the excuse of appeasing the people to order Lu Hong to go to Jizhou. At the same time, we can also use the Black Mountain County entrenched in the Taihang Mountains to request to lead troops to follow Lu Hong to protect his safety. Only when the time is right can we take the opportunity to make trouble and accomplish what Hu Guang did. Because of the party ban, Chen Yi suffered a lot, so he always hated Lu Hong, who is on the throne today. Even if the other party lifted the party ban and let him regain his freedom, this hatred has not diminished. Now that there is a chance to retaliate against Lu Hong, Chen Yi will never give up. This is also the main reason why Wang Fan has been instigating him to depose Lu Hong. A very good plan." Wang Fan nodded, and Chen Yi's plan convinced many people. Just as they were plotting how to depose Lu Hong, the teleportation array in Yeqing suddenly burst into a strong light. A newly formed Shiyuan new army appeared in it, led by the handsome captain of the Central Army. "Who are you?" the Han Army commander stationed near the teleportation array asked in surprise, and at the same time secretly gestured to let his soldiers get ready. The soldiers of the Shiyuan new army wore the best armor, and each of them was strong and powerful, exuding an amazing murderous aura. It seems that the newcomers are not friendly. According to the instructions of the military commander, the defenders of Yeqing tightly grasped their weapons to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. "I am Yuan Shao Yuan Benchu, the lieutenant of the Central Army and the Yuan family of Renan. Now I come here to follow the order of His Majesty to capture the traitors Wang Fan and Chen Yi." Yuan Shao showed an arrogant expression and smashed the official seal on the face of the military commander without giving him any face. The traitor Wang Fan. The players, who were eating melons around them, instantly became energetic. Wang Fan's dethronement of Lu Hong happened around 188, which was still several years away from this time. It seems that the accelerated progress mentioned in the announcement has begun to manifest. Moreover, Wang Fan's final fate in history was to commit suicide out of fear of punishment. Lu Hong did not send anyone to arrest them, but now it was Yuan Shao who led troops to arrest the rebels. The reputation of the 4 generations of 3 officials was so loud that many Yeqing defenders showed hesitation and even put down their weapons. In their eyes, going against the court was undoubtedly a dead end, and they did not care about Wang Fan's fate. "Kill them!" After hearing Yuan Shao's words, Jun Sima's face changed instantly, and he quickly commanded his personal soldiers to rush towards the Imperial Army. He was Wang Fan's confidant, and his purpose of stationing here was to prevent the Luoyang army from coming here. Now that the truth has been revealed, the matter of deposing the emperor has been known by Lu Hong, who is far away in Luoyang. If Wang Fan's head cannot be saved, he will surely die. Either he will be beheaded by the emperor, or he will destroy this army. Jun Sima decisively chose the latter. The sword cut out a sharp sword light, shaking the void. Jun Sima was like a ghost, and the tip of the sword rushed towards Yuan Shao, trying to kill him with one sword. "Don't hurt my lord." A tall guard beside Yuan Shao snorted coldly, and his left hand suddenly stretched forward, like a giant python with a bloody mouth, accurately grasping the fierce sword light. And the surging power directly crushed the sword light. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist, like a meteorite smashing through the void, rubbing out fierce sparks, and instantly bombarded the tip of Jun Sima's sword, as if stabbing into a hard piece of meteorite iron from outer space. The sword's attack suddenly stopped, and then the strong rebound force pressed the sword body to bend and vibrate violently. Jun Sima's pupil shrank, revealing an extremely frightened look. The sword that had always been invincible stabbed into the opponent's fist, but it did not cause any damage to the opponent, not even a frown. What kind of monster is this? The opponent's body was as hard as iron. And just this collision made Wang Fan's Jun Sima know the gap with the opponent. Wenqiu, you don't have to do it. I can smash him with one punch. Yin Liang glanced at another tiger general guarding Yuan Shao and wanted to take action, and hurriedly scolded him. Humph! Wenqiu retracted his steps and tilted his head to the other side. The terrifying and boundless murderous aura erupted like lava, intimidating the surrounding defenders, who wanted to assassinate him. Yin Liang opened his fist, and the strange force rolled up the air to form a lot of air waves, blowing up Yuan Shao's hair, and then blasted forward. A burst of air waves suddenly hit the military commander in front of him. Only countless sounds of broken bones were heard, and the military commander was like a punctured balloon, and his body quickly shrank into a ball of meat paste. I didn't expect Yuan Shao to recruit Yin Liang and Wenqiu in advance. With this tiger general by his side, Wang Fan is definitely not his opponent. The crowd of spectators talked about it and began to comment on Yin Liang and Wenqiu. The four pillars of Hebei. Yin Liang and Wenqiu are the military forces of Yuan Shao's army, although they are not as good as Liu Bei's 5 tiger generals. They are also brave generals, who are ranked first. Yin and Wen are to Yuan Shao like Zhou Tai to Sun Quan, Zhao Yun to Liu Bei, and Yin Wei and Su Chu to Cao Cao. Although their ability to command troops is not very good, their bravery is only second to the 5 tiger generals. They can be guards, and should not be underestimated. However, with the existence of the recruitment order, I am afraid Yin Liang and Wenqiu will have to move down a position. If you don't lay down your weapons, you will be treated as traitors. Yuan Shao galloped on his horse and killed several blind soldiers in succession, instantly setting off a bloody storm. Soon, some weak-willed defenders laid down their weapons and begged for their lives. The matter of the teleportation array in Yeqing was a hot topic. Wang Fan's confidant, who was in charge of this place, told Wang Fan about it, which shocked everyone in the mansion. Run! You must run! The crowd didn't care about anything and wanted to escape Yuan Shao's pursuit, but they were interrupted by the sound of horse hooves outside the mansion after walking a few steps. There was a burst of noise outside, followed by a series of shrill screams. Yuan Shao held the bloody sword and rushed in with Yin Liang, Wenqiu, and a group of personal soldiers. Want to commit suicide out of fear of punishment? Yuan Shao quickly moved forward, stabbed Wang Fan's tendons with his sword, and then kicked him to the ground. Personal soldiers flashed out on the left and right, tied up Wang Fan, who looked ashen, and prepared to take him to Luoyang. And the many scholars who discussed the abolition of the emperor with Wang Fan did not escape Yuan Shao's clutches, and were pressed to the ground one after another. Before the plan was implemented, Yuan Shao took the initiative, and the plan was aborted. Zhang Hu, this time you should be the first credit. Yuan Shao was in a good mood and smiled at a player and the scholar behind the player. If it weren't for the Lord's keen insight and deep understanding of justice, my plan would not have been implemented so smoothly. The Lord should be credited with the first merit. Haha. You? Yuan Shao patted the other party's shoulder to encourage him. Benchu. Save me. Su Yu, who was pressed to the ground, rolled his eyes and saw Yuan Shao, whom he had known since childhood, and hurriedly shouted for help. I didn't expect you to be involved in this. Forget it. I will save your life today. If you don't know me well, I will send you up with me, Yuan Shao said with regret, and then asked someone to untie Su Yu. Su Yu brushed off the dust on his clothes, straightened his slightly embarrassed appearance, and asked, Thank you, Benchu, for saving me. By the way, I wonder who leaked this matter. Could it be Cao Amon? Cao Amon is very smart. Yuan Shao glared at him fiercely and said, I don't know how many people are being watched around Wang Fan's mansion. If it weren't for Zhang Hu and Bo Yuan's timely response and reminding me to take the initiative, I wouldn't have gotten such a great credit, and your life would have been lost long ago. Su Yu was so ashamed that he bowed his head and said, Thank you, Benchu, for saving me. He was willing to repay your kindness with all his talents. Yuan Shao nodded with satisfaction. Su Yu's ability is not bad, but because of his character flaws, many people dislike him. He glanced at the team behind Yuan Shao, and then saw an acquaintance, and walked over in 2 steps. I didn't expect you, Yuan too, to be here too. Feng Ji and Su Yu were both from Nanyang, so it was not strange that they knew each other. But Su Yu felt that this fellow villager didn't look very good. See Yuan, if you want to be the closest person to the Lord, you must join forces with me. Su Yu looked at the other party in surprise, and the latter's eyes were always erratic. But there were always 2 people in his sight. Who are they? Zhang Hu, the Lord of Jizhou, and his advisor Cui Hao. The matter of Wang Fan deposing Lu Hong was quickly settled. Yuan Shao only stayed in Yecheng for a short while before taking the imperial army to Luoyang. Jizhou was regarded as a treasure in his pocket, but it was not the time to act. In the court, Lu Hong, whose face was as white as gold paper, was breathing heavily, and his dull eyes were filled with anger, staring at the center Wang Fan in the hall like a seriously ill old lion. How dare you depose me? If it weren't for your timely response, I would have died at the hands of a traitor like you. Push me down and sentence me to death, and exterminate my entire clan. Dealing with Wang Fan was just a minor incident, and did not cause much shock in the court. Most of the court officials were worried because of Lu Hong's continuous coughing. Now that the 2 princes Lu Bian and Lu Xie are still young, if Lu Hong dies at this time, it is unknown what kind of turmoil will be caused. Even if Lu Hong is incompetent, they don't want him to die. Yuan Shao's arrest of the traitors Wang Fan, Chen Yi and others is a great achievement, and he must be rewarded. The big general He Jin, who was full of flesh, stood up and asked for a reward for Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was his man, and strengthening Yuan Shao was no different from strengthening the power of his relatives. The post of Jizhou governor is vacant now, so let Yuan Binshu take the post. Han Lingdi Lu Hong coughed violently, and Zhang Rang took the opportunity to pat his back and said carefully, Your Majesty, although Yuan Shao has made contributions, he is still young. I am afraid that he will not be able to convince the people to appoint him as Jizhou governor. Moreover, Jizhou has suffered from the destruction of the Yellow Turbans, and it should be held by a person with both talent and virtue. Yuan Shao and He Jin were of the same origin, so naturally they did not get along with Zhang Rang and the other 10 attendants. Even if the other party was now serving in the Shiyuan new army controlled by Jian Shua, Zhang Rang would not let Yuan Shao get promoted easily. Hearing this, Lu Hong nodded and said, Appoint Yuan Shao as the governor of Bohai, and transfer Han Fu, the chief censor, as the governor of Jizhou, and he will take office immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Rang did not hide his conversation with Lu Hong at all, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Rang was tripping Yuan Shao up. This scene was just a microcosm of the struggle between eunuchs and foreign relatives, and many Han officials were not surprised. He Jin was also angry, but dared not speak. After all, Lu Hong was seriously ill, and Zhang Rang and others were often with Lu Hong, and their favor for the eunuchs went to a higher level. Fighting with the 10 attendants now was no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Yuan Shao was also neither happy nor angry. Long before he set off, his subordinate Zhang Hu had reminded him that Zhang Rang would make things difficult and reduce rewards. However, it was also unexpected for Yuan Shao to get the position of a prefect of a county. Not to mention Han Fu became the governor of Jizhou and became his boss. You know, Han Fu is their disciple of the Yuan dynasty. As long as the plan is proper, he can easily take over this rich land. If you have something to report, please report it. If you don't have it, please leave the court. Seeing that Lu Hong's face was getting worse and worse, Zhang Rang hurriedly said in a hoarse voice. Before he finished speaking, a royal relative stood up and said, Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lu Hong raised his heavy eyelids and saw the identity of the speaker clearly. It turned out to be his relative, Lu Yin, who served as the Minister of Rights. Your Majesty, I have seen that most of the governors and prefects of various states now bribe and buy positions, exploit the people, and are alienated by their relatives and friends. In addition, the Wang Fan incident has happened, which makes me worried. I think that Your Majesty should select royal relatives and ministers in the court to serve as governors of various states, use their talents to control the local prefects, and strengthen the court's control over the local areas. Yizhou Governor Shi Jian is incompetent and troubles the people. Now there are rumors of his disloyal behavior. I am terrified and request to enter Yizhou to calm the anger of the people, and set an example for the royal family. At the end, Lu Yin seemed to be moved by true emotions, with tears in his eyes. But only he knew whether the tears were real or fake. Is that so? Lu Hong pondered for a while, then said, appoint Lu Yin as Marquis of Yangdu and make him governor of Yizhou. Go to Yizhou to arrest Shi Jian and rectify the administration. My dear ministers, do you have anyone in mind to be governor of each state? Chapter 302 Battle of the South of the Desert. Announcement to all players in the Huaxia region. Emperor Ling of the Han Dynasty Lu Hong followed Lu Yan's advice and appointed many royal relatives as governors of various states. He appointed Lu Yan as governor of Yizhou, Lu Biao as governor of Jingzhou, Lu Yao as governor of Yangzhou, Lu Dai as governor of Yanzhou. Promoted Shuzhou governor Tao Qian to governor of Shuzhou. Promoted Qinzhou governor Kong Rong to governor of Qinzhou. And promoted Yuzhou governor Lu Yu to governor of Yuzhou. Players in relevant states, please pay attention. Announcement to all players in the Huaxia region. Since Lu Hong accepted Lu Yan's advice, the plot of abolishing the governor and establishing the governor was triggered. The game progress increased significantly, and the ambitions of various princes increased significantly. The degree of inflation has risen, and the central government's control over the local areas has dropped sharply, so that bandits are rampant, and the public sentiment and public security in various territories have declined. Please be cautious of all lords and players. Announcement to all the Huaxia district. The physical condition of Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong has worsened day by day, and he has completed the plots of Wang to abolish the emperor and abolish Li Mu, meeting the prerequisites for opening the plot of Dongshua's rebellion. The epic battle 18 Princes Fight Dong is about to start. Please keep an eye on it. Li Ji, who was discussing the imperial examination with Wang Meng and others, received the news of the announcement and was stunned. Li Ji had exaggerated the idea that the progress mentioned in the previous announcement was just to speed up the window time of 1 or 2 years. But even so, the speed of the progress was beyond his imagination. Unexpectedly, the two major events of Wang Fan abolishing the emperor and abolishing Li Mu were completed one after another, which caught Li Ji off guard. It seems that I will soon follow He Jin to lead troops into Luoyang. Li Ji scratched his chin and began to be a little impetuous. Soon after Dongjue entered Luoyang, he would start the campaign of the 18 princes to fight against Dongjue. During this short and weak time, Li Ji not only had to prepare for the imperial examinations and the martial arts examinations, but also had to do everything he could to improve the strength of the army. In addition, Li Ji also needed to guard against the Shan Yu clan, who were still hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. Their aggressiveness was greatly improved by the system. My lord, what happened? Wang Meng, who raised his eyebrows, instantly discovered Li Ji's abnormality and asked hurriedly. So Li Ji roughly told the content of the announcement to everyone present, causing many people to frown. It seems that Lu Hong will not live long. Yu Fan told the emperor far away in Luoyang that Lu Hong's life was about to end. Once Lu Hong dies, I'm afraid the entire Han dynasty will be in chaos. Shi Jisai said worriedly. It's good to be in chaos. When Qin lost its power, the whole world chased it. When Han lost its power, all the heroes rose up. Unlike his good friend, Guijia still looked careless, and his words still had the flavor of treason. And Jiasu looked indifferent. And I don't know if he expected that the Han court would have such a day sooner or later. On the contrary, Zhang Juzheng, who had just joined, was shocked. He didn't expect his colleague and lord to be so bold. Lord, what should we do next? As Li Ji's most trusted person, Wang Meng threw the question back to the other party. After all, they were just ministers, and they only had the power to make suggestions. The final decision could only be made by Li Ji, the leader of this force. The imperial examination is of utmost importance to our Kuaiji. If it is stopped because of this matter, I am afraid that those noble families who pretend to obey but disobey will laugh at us. And the prestige we have just established will no longer exist. In the next period of time, please speed up the handling of the relevant affairs of the imperial examination, and no accidents should happen. In addition, send a message to all the soldiers to let them train their troops. I may have to deal with some things before supporting Luoyang. Li Ji dismissed everyone and came to the back hall of the Lord's mansion alone, and took out a delicate and small battle order. He has not used the exclusive reward battle order for the national war. Li Ji originally planned to use it after finishing the Luoyang incident and waiting for Dongjue to enter the capital smoothly. But the successive plots disrupted Li Ji's overall plan. Now, in order to better deal with the next situation, Li Ji needs to do everything he can to improve his strength. The battle order with unknown effect may bring changes to him. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the battle order and opening the historical battle. The Battle of Emonan. Please participate in the battle within a week. Otherwise the historical battle will be closed and cannot be opened after the time is exceeded. The Battle of Emonan participated by the two walls of the Han Dynasty. Li Ji tried hard to recall the information of this battle. At that time, the Western Han Dynasty defeated the Xiongnu in the Battle of Hunan and reconquered Hunan. The newly inherited Chanyu Yazixi was unwilling to fail and often harassed the border counties and cities of Shuafang and Yinmen of the Western Han Dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han was also a hot-tempered person. He could not tolerate the harassment of the Xiongnu. He led 100,000 cavalrymen to fight a fierce war with the enemy and finally defeated the enemy, forcing the Xiongnu to flee to Mabe. Wei Qing and Huizubing, known as the two pillars of the Han Dynasty, showed infinite brilliance in this battle and were highly valued by Emperor Wu of Han. If Li Ji participated in this battle, he would definitely join the Western Han camp according to his bloodline. Chanyu Yazixi and the Right Xiang King of the Xiongnu would be the final opponents of this battle. Named Battle of the South of the Desert. Battle background: the newly promoted Chanyu of the Xiongnu, Yazixi Chanyu, was unwilling to accept defeat and often invaded the border cities of the Western Han Dynasty, which made Emperor Wu of Han unbearable. So Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, launched an attack on the Chanyu and the Right Wise King of the Xiongnu. Western Han camp: Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, Wei Qing, Huizubing, Li Guang, Gong Sunao, and 100,000 Han cavalry. Xiongnu camp: Chanyu Yazixi, the Left Wise King, the Right Wise King. Battle description: according to the player's civilization recognition planning, the system automatically divides you into the Western Han camp. Players can bring 10,000 main world soldiers to participate in this battle. Battle victory conditions: the number of Xiongnu defeated by the Western Han camp exceeds 150,000. The number of Xiongnu killed by the Western Han camp. New Chanyu Yazixi Chanyu. Western Han camp kills Xiongnu Right Xianwang. Western Han camp kills Xiongnu Left Xianwang. Players can win the battle if any one of the conditions is completed. Note: the more conditions are completed, the richer the battle settlement reward. Battle failure conditions: players are killed. Emperor Wu of Han is killed. Wei Qing and Huizubing are killed. More than 50% of the 100,000 Han cavalry are lost. All the soldiers and generals led by the player are killed. If any condition is met, the battle fails. Regardless of whether the player is killed or not, he will be forced to exit the battle. Note: no matter how many stage victories the player has achieved, as long as the failure conditions are met, the previous stage victories will be regarded as failures and cannot be settled as rewards. Battle rewards unknown. Others. This battle is divided into 3 stages. Players can choose whether to exit the battle after completing each stage. If you exit the battle, the rewards of the current stage will be settled. Note: the more stages you complete, the richer the rewards. Whether it is a general, a civil official, or a soldier, dying in the battle is not a real death, but a forced exit from the battle and return to the main world. The time spent in the battle will flow 10 times faster than the main world. The player will spend 10 days in the battle, and only 1 day in the main world. Please consider carefully. Li Ji looked left and right, but didn't see anything wrong. But he always felt that something was missing. Why is there no description of the number of Huns here? Li Ji always felt that there was a pit here. Among the failure conditions of the battle, the death of Emperor Wu of Han was basically impossible. The opposite Yazixi Chanyu was not a fool, and would not raid the base camp where Liu Che was. As for the death of the 2 pillars of the Han Dynasty, Li Ji might as well worry about whether he would be wiped out. These 2 evil-like characters are also top-notch in military talent in Chinese history. They are also protected by Li Guang, the force leader. Unless the opponent launches a suicide charge, it is absolutely impossible to kill them. The loss of 100,000 cavalry cannot exceed 50%. This condition should be the easiest to achieve and needs Li Ji's attention. If the number of Huns exceeds 1 million, I am afraid that these 100,000 cavalry will not be enough to fill the gaps between others. But you can only carry 10,000 soldiers and horses. Li Ji had a headache. Fortunately, there was no limit on the number of generals he could carry during the battle. Otherwise, there would not be enough people and generals, and it would be even more difficult to complete the victory conditions. As for those so-called victory conditions, Li Ji still felt that killing 150,000 Huns was more reliable. After all, the killing of the Western Han cavalry was also counted in it. This battle in the south of the desert was obviously dominated by cavalry combat. So Li Ji planned to take away the special cavalry in the Dragon Sparrow army. As for the generals, Li Ji must take Li Tsuinxiu and Wang Zhong with him. After all, they are the top fighters of the Dragon Sparrow army. Without their breakthrough, defeating the enemy will inevitably cost more. Li Ji must also take Shi Jingxi, Yan Xing and Lu Xiangxing, who are cavalry generals. Moreover, Shi Jingxi and Lu Xiangxing are also the commanders of the Ye army and the Tianqiong army. With them, the combat effectiveness of the 10,000 soldiers will be stronger. As for the commanders, Li Ji plans to take Yang Su with him and leave Wang Ming in Kuaiji County. On the one hand, Wang Ming may not be able to spare the time to prepare for the imperial examination. On the other hand, Yang Su in history had fought against the Turks. In this battle against the Xiongnu, he should be able to better display his talents. As for whether to take a counselor with him to give him advice, Li Ji thought about it for a long time. Because fighting with the Xiongnu requires a long time on horseback. Counselors without any bravery may be exhausted, especially Guijia and Shishitsai. If they were brought along, it would be very likely that Cao Cao would go on an expedition to the Xiongnu and Guijia would die of illness on the way. In the end, Li Ji decided to bring along the old fox Jia Su. Since this old fox pledged allegiance to him, he has been slacking off and not working hard. It was a good opportunity to torture him. Then Li Ji kept generals like He Qi and Chen Dao to accept Wang Ming's dispatch to prevent the bandits in the county from reviving and jumping out to make trouble when he was away. The 18 Flying Tiger Riders and the Jingsai army totaled 3,000 people, with the Ye army and the Tianqiong army as the main forces, plus Li Ji and others. A total of 10,000 soldiers and horses were quickly assembled. Before leaving, Li Ji found Sun Simu, who was being treated in the clinic, and asked for some medicine to avoid unnecessary casualties on the way. Since the Lord needs a doctor, why not take me with you? When Sun Simu heard that he was going to the battle, he immediately recommended himself. But there are so many patients in the clinic. Sun Simu waved his hand and replied, during this period, I have found a few good seedlings, which are enough to make up for the gap when I am not there during this period. Li Ji hurriedly looked at the doctor's children behind him, and found that many of Sun Simu's disciples were already senior doctors. And even one of them broke through to the master and possessed the golden god level characteristics. In that case, please follow me. Old gentleman. Li Ji was not worried about whether Sun Simu could adapt to high-intensity combat. After all, although he was older, his blood was as strong as a young man, and he might be better than the soldiers. After preparing everything, Li Ji opened the teleportation array to the Battle of Monan, and the military officers and civil officials of the Dragon Sparrow army came to see him off. If the Lord trusts me, I am willing to lead a troop of soldiers and horses as a pioneer to take the head of Yazixi Chanyu for the Lord. Zhao Kuo was still not selected on Li Ji's expedition list, and he was in a very low mood. Come on. You can't even argue with that young Zhuge. And you still want to lead an army? Li Jinglong beside him laughed at him. I just saw that he was young and couldn't bear to hit his self-confidence. Zhao Kuo's face darkened, and he shook his sleeves. I didn't expect that Zhuge Liang's eloquence would make Zhao Kuo, a guy who only talks about war on paper, lose. This is a person that even his father Ma Fujian couldn't argue with. Li Ji couldn't help but sigh, then patted Zhao Kuo on the shoulder and comforted him. The mountain bandits in the county seem to be restless recently. During my absence, you are needed to suppress them. My lord, I have recently felt that I need to complete something before I can truly integrate the contents of the military book. Li Ji checked Zhao Kuo's panel, and found that he had unknowingly upgraded his level to the maximum level, and started the breakthrough task. Named Zhao Kuo Breakthrough Task. Task content: Zhao Kuo serves as the main general, and defeats an enemy main general, with a command value of 100. Task reward: Zhao Kuo's 4-dimensional data will be increased by 1 to 5 points respectively. And the characteristic paper talk will be changed from black to colorful. This condition is a bit difficult. At present, there are only a few peerless generals in the entire Huaxia area, all of whom are strong men with a bravery value of 100. And generals with full command values have not been seen yet. Moreover, it would be better to kill Li Ji if Zhao Kuo was the main general to fight against the peerless commander. This mission was impossible to complete. Come on. Li Ji had to pat the other party on the shoulder, and silently prayed for Zhao Kuo's miserable life for half a second. After entrusting the affairs one by one, Li Ji took Li Tsuinxiu and others, and 10,000 soldiers and horses, stepped into the teleportation array, and entered the battlefield of the Battle of Monan. When he just left, the teleportation array of Longke City suddenly lit up, and the envoy from Liang Prefecture appeared in it. My prefecture governor recently summoned all the governors in Yangzhou County. And please ask Governor Li to attend the appointment on time. My master has important things to do. If you don't mind, I can attend on behalf of my master. Wang Ming just felt that the visitor was not kind. Chapter 303 The Young Two Pillars of the Han Dynasty. In the second year of Yuanshu in the Western Han Dynasty, the Xiongnu's Wuxian king invaded Shangu, Yuyang and other counties. Han Onghua, who was then the general of the material officer, was defeated, and a large number of border Han people and property were abducted by the Xiongnu. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was furious and ordered Wei Qing, Li Shi and others to lead troops out of Yunzhong County and raid the Xiongnu's Hunan area. They returned with a great victory and conquered all the fertile land of Hunan. After the battle, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty established Wuyuan County and Shuafang City and repaired Shuafang City. Yazixi, the Zuozhuagili king who had just defeated the Chanyu prince Yushan, successfully seized the position of Chanyu. He had always been brooding over the loss of the Xiongnu's Wudi. So he ordered the right Xian king Luo Gubi to lead a large army to set up a royal court at the northeast foot of Fuyangju Mountain and plunder the county cities in the Hetao Plain of the Han Dynasty. In response, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty decided to implement the third strike plan against the Xiongnu. The north wind was howling, even though the cold winter had passed and the snow had begun to melt. Gaofei Pass was still freezing cold. With no sign of spring, Li Ji appeared in the fortress with 10,000 soldiers and horses, causing a lot of commotion. Congratulations to the players for entering the campaign, Battle of the South of the Desert. Starting the first stage, sending troops to Gaofei Pass. Please be patient and wait for the guidance of the NPC. In the Battle of the South of the Desert, Wei Qing sent troops to Gaofei Pass and attacked the Yuxian king's troops, who were not well prepared at night. He won the victory at a very small cost, beheaded and captured tens of thousands of men and women, hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep, and returned almost fully armored. From the system's words, Li Ji could learn that the condition for ending the first stage of the campaign should be to follow Wei Qing's main force and defeat Yuxian king, unless Emperor Wu of Han had a brain seizure and transferred his 10,000 elite cavalry to Li Shi's eastern route army, starting from Yubiping. To confuse the Huns, the Han flag fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. The whole fortress was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Outside the city, there was no one living, and the sky was full of yellow sand. As long as you leave this solid fortress to the north, you will be outside the Great Wall in the true sense, out of the control of the Western Han Dynasty. As long as the flying general of Longcheng is here, the Hu horses will not be allowed to cross the Yinshan Mountains. In the Battle of Longcheng, Wei Qing went straight to the core of the Xiongnu royal court and wiped out thousands of Xiongnu, thus opening the prelude to the war between the Western Han Dynasty and the Xiongnu. To this day, the Western Han Dynasty defeated the Xiongnu, recaptured the fertile Hunan land, and achieved a lot of results. A Han army found Li Ji's troops. I am Huitsubing, a close minister of your majesty. This time, I come to take you to meet your majesty. Huitsubing, one of the two pillars of the Han Dynasty. How could Li Ji not know this young man who can be called a plug-in of the Han Dynasty? The young Huitsubing was labeled as a foreign relative because of Empress Wei Zifu of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, and the nephew of General Wei Qing, and the elder brother of the powerful minister Hu Guang. When he was young, he was loved by Emperor Wu of Han, and was taken in as a close minister. At the age of 18, Huitsubing defeated thousands of Xiongnu with only 800 people, and captured Luo Gubi, the uncle of Chanyu Yazixi. He became famous in one battle, and was named Guanjinhu. Later, when he was 19 years old, Huitsubing was appointed as general of cavalry. He sent troops in spring and summer respectively, and won the Battle of Heshi, allowing the Western Han Dynasty to control the land of Heshi, and open up the Silk Road to Central Asia and West Asia. At the age of 21, Huitsubing and his elder brother-in-law Wei Qing divided their troops into two groups to attack the Xiongnu who fled to Mabe, and completed the great achievements of Fenglangjiu, Zhen Yugian, and Yin Mahanhai, beheading 74,430 people. Unfortunately, Huitsubing died young, in the 6th year of Yuanshu, forcing Emperor Wu of Han to stop fighting the Xiongnu. Now the 17-year-old Huitsubing is several years younger than Li Ji. You can't refuse to admit your age. Li Ji also fought the Yellow Turban Rebellion and defeated the Western Coalition. But he still looked inferior to the young and mature champion Marquis. Under the leadership of Huitsubing, Li Ji took Yang Su into the camp of the Western Han army, and met the main Han generals, who participated in the Battle of Imonan. The Battle of Imonan was not presided over by Wei Qing, but was personally managed by Emperor Wu of Han. One route was led by Wei Qing from Gaoke Pass, aiming at the right Xian King, and the other route was led by Li Shi and Zhang Xigong, tying down the forces of the left Xian King. Today, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, is nearly 30 years old and in his prime. Even if he led the army to fight the Xiongnu in person, he would not be afraid at all. Liu Che, sitting on a high seat, glanced at Li Ji and Yang Su below. He was intimidating without anger. He had been in power for more than 10 years and had developed a unique temperament of an emperor. There was an invisible pressure. The generals of the Han army on both sides stood respectfully, just glanced at Li Ji and others, and then retracted their gazes. Even Huitsubing, who was the most loved by Liu Che, quickly stood behind Liu Che after bringing Li Ji over, looking like a good boy. On the other hand, Li Ji, because he had the characteristics of Zhu Yu and Zhang's Han Wu, completely ignored the pressure of Emperor Wu of Han and observed the generals in the camp. There were 7 generals participating in this battle, including Wei Qing, a representative of the foreign relatives, Zhao Xian, a surrendered general of the Xiongnu, Su Jian, the Marquis of Wei, Gong Sunhe, the Grand Coachman, Li Kai, the Prime Minister of Dai, Li Ju, the left internal history, and Gong Suneo, the guard commander. Li Ji just took a quick look and directly locked on a general who was only 25 or 26 years old. Wei Qing, one of the 2 pillars of the Han dynasty. Now Wei Qing has experienced the Battle of Longcheng and the Battle of Hunan, and has made great contributions. In addition, his sister is the queen of the Western Han dynasty, and his status in the court has reached the peak. Wei Qing, who has been fighting against the Huns for many years, exudes the aura of an iron-blooded soldier, with sharp eyes and a calmness that is inconsistent with his age, which makes people feel at ease. You are the divine soldiers and heavenly generals in the mouths of the Taoists. There are only 10,000 of them. How can you fight against the Huns? Although Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, Liu Che, implemented the policy of abolishing all schools of thought and respecting Confucianism alone under the advice of Dong Xiongxu, he was extremely obsessed with the way of cultivating immortals. The system took advantage of this point and used it to give Li Ji and his 10,000 soldiers a new identity, so that Liu Che and a group of Western Han generals would be convinced. These 10,000 soldiers are just one of my tens of thousands of cavalry, and their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of the Xiongnu cavalry. Li Ji was not bragging. After all, the productivity of the main world covered with fantasy was much stronger than that of the Western Han dynasty at that time, and it could easily support tens of thousands of cavalry with a county. I hope you are not talking nonsense. Otherwise I will kill you. Liu Che seemed to dislike Li Ji, and it was not known whether it was because of Li Ji's words or for some other reason. Appoint Wei Qing as the general of chariots and cavalry, leading 30,000 cavalry and having the power to control the entire army. Appoint Zhao Xian as the general of the front, leading 20,000 cavalry and widely distributing scout cavalry to open the way for the army. Appoint Su Jian as the general of guerrilla, leading 15,000 cavalry. Appoint Gong Sunhe as general of cavalry, commanding 15,000 cavalry. Appoint Li Kai as general of light chariots, commanding 15,000 cavalry. Appoint Li Ju as general of strong crossbows, commanding 15,000 cavalry. Appoint Gong Suneo as commandant of the guard, commanding 10,000 cavalry. Order Li Shi and Zhang Xigong to set out from Yubiping to contain the main force of Yazixi. If the enemy succeeds in coming to support, they will get out of the Great Wall. Emperor Wu of Han acted decisively and directly assigned tasks to the generals present, and then set his sights on Li Ji. You said you have strong troops and horses, so it's not too much for me to give you one more person. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. Li Ji was a little confused about what Emperor Wu of Han meant, and then he saw that the other party pushed Huitsubing out from behind, and instantly understood something. Huitsubing was his closest minister. I'm afraid Liu Che wanted Li Ji to lead Huitsubing to make achievements. With the merits, Emperor Wu of Han could make Huitsubing an official and a marquis, and strengthen the power of the relatives in the court. There is no such plot in history. Huitsubing's first expedition should be the Battle of Mabe, when he was 18 years old. Maybe it was the extra help given by the system? Li Ji didn't feel very happy, but a little worried. The system gave him benefits for no reason. Who knows how many deep pits were waiting for him to step on in this battle. I will set up a big banquet here, and wish you a triumphant return. Emperor Wu of Han left like this, leaving behind the backbone generals of this army. Liu Che could control the general direction of attacking the Huns. But how to attack had to be left to professionals. Wei Qing can be said to be the top commander in Chinese history. Liu Che trusted this Marquis of Chomping very much. Our target is the Right Wise King in the Fuyangja mountain area. Only by defeating the Right Wise King's tribe can we warn Yazixi and the Left Wise King and make them dare not attack in the future. Wei Qing, who was appointed as the chief general, directly spread out a rough map and explained the respective tasks to the generals. This expedition must achieve the strategic goal of defeating the Right Wise King's tribe. Otherwise the previous war will become futile. If the Xiongnu are not deterred and hurt with Yazixi's character, I am afraid that he will go south every autumn and winter to rob the border counties of the Western Han dynasty, making the people miserable. According to the news brought back by the Central Plains merchants who went to trade, the royal court of the Right Wise King is located in the northeast of Fuyangja Mountain, 600 or 700 miles away from Gaoke Pass, which puts a lot of pressure on the rear supply. Please pay attention. At present, the south of the desert is still under the control of the Xiongnu. In addition to Yazixi and the main body of the Left and Right Wise Kings, there are also large and small Xiongnu tribes along the way. Given the status of Chanyu and Yusin Wang, these tribes are likely to obey orders and send troops to harass the grain transport troops, attempting to force Emperor Wu of Han to return due to a shortage of supplies. This may be a big pit. Li Ji silently wrote down Wei Qing's words. If agricultural civilization wants to fight against nomadic civilization, it often costs more manpower and material resources. After all, the other party is ruthless and can take the entire tribe away to other rich places at any time. In order to win the war, Emperor Wu of Han needs to pay a higher price. Fortunately, the previous Wenjing administration left a lot of legacy. But even so, the successive wars against the Xiongnu left the Western Han dynasty with empty national strength. We need an army to protect the grain route. I wonder who is willing to complete this task. Wei Qing looked around at the generals and found that many of them lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. This is also human nature. After all, defeating the Huns is a great achievement. These people are very eager to be appointed as prime ministers and be granted titles. And protecting the grain route is not enough for them to complete the title. I am willing to go. Wei Qing originally wanted to throw the task to Li Ji, who was a heavenly soldier in general, when a Han general stood up to take the task. After recognizing the other party's identity, Wei Qing couldn't help but sigh secretly. It was Gong Sun, a general valued by Emperor Wu of Han. One of the purposes of Liu Che sending him to follow the expedition was to let Gong Sun he gain credit and let Liu Che promote him conveniently. But Gong Sun, he did not understand Liu Che's meaning. He seemed to have no desire and took on the task of protecting the grain route. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Wei Qing had no choice. Gong Sun, he had already spoken to accept the task. He couldn't refuse the other party and throw the task to others. He knew the ups and downs of officialdom and would not offend others easily. I have trained a lot of black crows among my 10,000 soldiers, which can monitor the surrounding situation within a certain range. If the grain road team is attacked, the information from the black crows can be quickly sent back to help. Li Ji mentioned it by chance. This is a bit like the war eagles of the Huns. Li Kai, who was stationed in Dai County, had experience in fighting the Huns, and compared the unique things of the Huns through Li Ji's words. The Huns have the help of war eagles to quickly evacuate their residents before we arrive. Perhaps with the help of black crows, we can expand our victory. Gong Suneo, who was very eager to be granted a title of nobility, was overjoyed. Before, he was demoted to a commoner because he was defeated by the Huns, and his status and position plummeted. Now he has the opportunity to be appointed as a prime minister and a marquis, and return to the peak. How can he not be excited? And Zhao Xian, a surrendered general of the Huns, had a flickering look and his face changed. If that's the case, it will be of great help to us in scouting the location of the Xiongnu. General Li, you and General Zhao will act as the eyes of the army and monitor the Xiongnu tribes. Li Ji can be said to be a free man in this Western Han army. Wherever there is a shortage of people, Li Ji will move there. Li Ji was also very satisfied with Wei Qing's arrangement. After all, as the vanguard, he could sweep the tribes along the way and increase the completion rate of the conditions for killing the Xiongnu. General, if possible, let General Li Shi of Yubiping mobilize troops and make a move to attack Zhuoxianwang and Shan Yu's tribe, and spread the news throughout the desert south, so that the enemy will mistakenly believe that our army is attacking in the east. At the same time, let the Central Plains merchant caravan go to trade with the Yuxianwang tribe. so that the Yuxianwang will relax his vigilance. In this way, we can have one group of troops attack the Yuxianwang tribe head-on, and the other group of troops will go deep into the road between the Yuxianwang tribe's court and Longcheng to ambush the fleeing Huns. Wei Qing heard Li Ji's words and looked sideways, while Hu Zubing, who was following behind him, looked eager to try and approved of Li Ji's tactics. The tactical characteristics of the two walls of the Han dynasty are very similar. They both like to use lightning tactics, quickly attack the enemy when the enemy has no time to react, and use roundabout tactics to outflank the enemy's rear, so as to achieve greater results. It's just that Wei Qing is better at advancing large troops, while Hu Zubing prefers to use cavalry mobile warfare. The two have their own strengths. You are very good. Maybe you can be made a marquis here. Wei Qing appreciated this plan very much. But what he didn't know was that this tactic was his main tactic against the right wise king in history. And Li Ji was just helping him to make up for the shortcomings. You go back first to reorganize the troops, and wait for the signal to go out of the border. Chapter 304 Night Raid. Zixi was not the son of Jun Qinchanyu, but a Zhuagili king. He did not inherit the power of Chanyu, but he defeated Yushan, who had just ascended the throne, so that the latter had no choice but to flee the Western Han dynasty, and was named a leisurely king. At this moment, the right Xian king of the Xiongnu was pushed to the position by Junchen, who had not yet died. He was not satisfied with Zixi's actions. At the same time, because of Zixi's behavior, he also had the dream of becoming the Chanyu of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu was not a monolithic entity, at least not now. But unfortunately, this right Xian king, who had been in office for a short time, was obviously not very capable. Not only could he not control the powerful tribes such as Wusun and Hujia, but even Xiutu and Hengxi in the Heshi corridor might not obey the orders of this right Xian king with insufficient prestige. I have never seen such a weapon. It is really amazing. Hu Zubing looked at the three-eyed fire gun in his hand that he had asked for from a Tianqiong army soldier, and looked at this hot weapon that was beyond the times like a curious baby. Then he pulled the trigger towards an unmanned place, and the violent rebound force that followed shook his arm. With a loud bang, the hot iron balls that were almost dripping with juice shot out and smashed into the sand in the distance with a bang. Instantly, sand and dust splashed and a big pit appeared. The black crows hovering in the sky were frightened and screamed, flapping their wings and flying around like headless flies. The war horses of the Western Han cavalry were frightened by the sudden loud noise, neighing and shaking their bodies, causing chaos. Fortunately, the sons of Emperor Wu of Han were skilled in archery and horse riding, and they calmed down the war horses under them in a short time. This thing is much more powerful than a spear and bow and arrow. But the disadvantage is also great. It is very troublesome to load, and the noise is loud. After seeing the cumbersome process of the soldiers loading the fire guns, Hu Zubing also shook his head slightly. The horses on the grassland have never heard such a sound, so they are easily frightened, causing a large-scale commotion, and may even trample everywhere, causing chaos in the entire camp. Zhao Xian was originally a small king of the Xiongnu, but after following his master Yushan to surrender to the Western Han dynasty, he was appointed as the front general by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, because he was a local and familiar with the geographical environment of the south of the desert. He always obeyed Yu Weiqing's orders to open the way for him, which is commonly known as the guide party. He is the most qualified to comment on the impact of the three-eyed fire gun on the Xiongnu. This kind of fire gun can be fired 3 times after one recharge, which is enough to cause effective damage to the enemy before attacking the enemy's army, and even to create a gap. When fighting in close combat, the fire gun can be used as a blunt weapon. It is not as long as a spear, but because of its high weight, although it cannot kill the opponent by hitting him, it can knock the opponent to the ground and kill them with the impact of the war horse. As the commander of the Tianqiong army, Lu Xianqing is best at commanding this unit, and his skills and tactics have long been mastered by him. The so-called shortcomings can be covered up by using other aspects, which is his usual practice. As they marched towards Fuyangju Mountain, black crows kept flying up and down, bringing Li Ji information about the Xiongnu. Although Zhao Xian, a local, was by his side, the other side had surrendered to the Western Han dynasty after all, and the Xiongnu would definitely not continue to maintain the original deployment and would definitely make adjustments. So this is why Wei Qing always needs him to act as a spy. Not only is he familiar with the road in the south of the desert, but he also needs him to find the Xiongnu along the way and make an evasive route. My lord, we found Xiongnu ahead, and they seem to be setting up camp. Shi Jingxi, with a black crow on his shoulder, found Li Ji and told Li Ji and others what he knew. How many people are there? It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of people, resting and setting up camp by a river. Are there men and women, cattle and sheep among them? Zhao Xian asked Shi Jingxi. There are quite a few women and children, and a large group of cattle and sheep and other livestock. Zhao Xian showed an expression of discovery after hearing this, and then said to Li Ji, this should be a migrating tribe, driving the cattle and sheep of the tribe south to find pastures. How many soldiers and horses can a Xiongnu tribe of tens of thousands of people put together? A tribe of tens of thousands of people can be called a medium-sized tribe, because the Xiongnu people have learned horsemanship since childhood. So if there are enough horses in the tribe, all the men in the tribe can ride horses to fight, and their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Zhao Xian answered without knowing why. Do you want to wipe out this tribe? Huitzubing understood what Li Ji meant. Hearing this, Zhao Xian became anxious instantly. We only have 20,000 soldiers and horses. If we want to completely wipe out this tribe, we may not be able to do so. If we don't handle it well, some people will escape and tell the right-wise king's army about our army's dispatch, and the plan of the general of chariots and cavalry will fail, if the best way is to bypass them. Whether it is the Battle of Longcheng or the Battle of Hunan, Zhao Xian, who served as the spy of the army, has always been so cautious. If he encounters the Xiongnu tribe, he will try his best to bypass them. If he can't disturb them, he will wait for the army in place and let the Han army commander decide. We can use the vision of the Black Crow to completely control the vision of a certain range, with 20,000 soldiers and horses to assist the surprise attack strategy. It is enough to control this tribe in a short time and prevent the news from spreading. Li Ji thought carefully and believed that attacking the tribe was feasible. Zhao Xian's approach is undoubtedly the safest, but it is also the most time-consuming. Who knows if the whereabouts will be exposed after bypassing this tribe? Wouldn't someone bring the news to the right-wise king at that time? Moreover, what should we do if we encounter the next tribe after bypassing this tribe? Will we continue to bypass it? If you always walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Even if Li Ji and others are more careful, there will inevitably be mistakes. One day, the news of sending troops to the Xiongnu will be passed to the right-wise king, and they are followed by Wei Qing's army and a very long grain road. If the Xiongnu people along the way find the grain road of the Han army just after the army leaves, they will certainly mobilize all of them to attack. If the grain road is cut off, Wei Qing's 100,000 cavalry will be in danger, and they will have to cancel this operation and retreat to Gaoke Pass. I think I need to discuss it with the general of the chariot and cavalry. As the surrendered general of the Xiongnu, Zhao Xian ranked last among the generals of the Han army. Even if Li Ji was airborne, he did not dare to take power alone. Moreover, Li Ji was accompanied by Huitzubing, a favorite of Emperor Wu of Han. No matter how talented the other party was, he could be suppressed by his status alone. Not all surrendered generals will be treated equally. At least Zhao Xian is not. I also think it is feasible, as long as the tribe's manpower is controlled. Those women and children will not dare to flee for their lives. As for those who flee, we can ambush several light cavalry in all directions to capture them. Huitzubing was eager to try, and wanted to ask Li Ji and Zhao Xian for troops and lead them independently. If the news is leaked, it has nothing to do with me. In the end, Zhao Xian still gritted his teeth and approved Li Ji's actions. It's just that he is not familiar with the human relations of the Han dynasty. If this battle fails, Li Ji, as a godlike general, will definitely not take the blame. And Huitzubing, a popular man, will not take the blame under the protection of Emperor Wu of Han and Wei Qing. In the end, it will be him, the surrendered general, who will take the blame. My lord, now that night is approaching, the Xiongnu will definitely camp along that river to rest, make fire and cook. This time period is a good opportunity to attack. Yang Su knew that speed is the essence of war, and this time came cleverly, so he immediately provided Li Ji with a detailed plan. That's great. We will attack immediately, before the enemy finds us. Let Shi Jingxi lead his Black Crow army to run around the Xiongnu tribe, and don't let any fish that slip through the net be missed. At that moment, Li Ji and Zhao Xian joined forces and decisively led 16,500 cavalry to charge from the front, while Shi Jingxi led 4,500 Black Crow army to break away from the two wings. A large number of Black Crows soared into the sky and instantly merged into the dark sky that was about to fall at night. Less than 50 miles away from Li Ji's troops, a small river flowed from west to east. and broken ice floated on the water from time to time. A large number of fires were blazing, and the screams of cattle and sheep kept coming from the back of the camp. It didn't take long for many Xiongnu men to come carrying the still warm bodies of cattle and sheep, ready to use the flames to roast them. The cold wind whistled, and a lot of dust was rolled up, forcing these Xiongnu people to shrink their bodies and try to stay warm by the fire. I heard that the Han people's Chanyu sent troops to attack us again. This time their target is Xianwang and Chanyu, and they set out from Li Guang's Yubiping. So what? We are under the protection of Xianwang, and there is still a certain distance from them. Unless the Han army sends troops from Shuofeng, we will not encounter them. Alas, it would be great if Hunan was not lost. The grassland there is lush and suitable for releasing cattle and sheep. Now why do we have to keep going south, which is full of dangers? Many people were angry because Hunan was recovered by the Western Han dynasty. The further south you go, the closer you are to the border of the Han army, and the greater the chance of encountering the Han army. Emperor Wu of Han advocated the use of force, unless one had nepotism like Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. The fastest way to be appointed as prime minister and be granted a title was to make military achievements. Therefore, the Han generals on the border had a strong desire to attack, and often led troops to the border to wipe out the Xiongnu tribes along the way to accumulate merit. It can be said that they were undoubtedly taking great risks when they went south when the Han army was fighting with Xianwang, just as they were enjoying the freshly roasted beef and mutton. An unusual sound came from the dust in the distance, and everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Even with the strong pressure of the cold wind, they really heard it clearly. It was a familiar sound that accompanied them growing up. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the ground. Enemy. One person jumped up and wanted to scream, but was covered by the roar from the darkness in the distance. The next moment, dozens of black iron balls flew out and shot several Huns in the camp in an instant. A fist-sized hideous hole appeared on their chests, and their miserable end intimidated their companions and relatives around them. Bang! 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 Countless tongues of fire rose from the depths of the darkness. And then hundreds of thousands of agile figures stirred the darkness and rushed out with spears. The leading Han general was only a child of 17 or 18 years old. Hu Xubing's first battle was contributed here. The long spear in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he killed into the crowd in an instant. The tip of the spear was as sharp as a cold light, stabbing left and right and constantly piercing through the enemies in front of him. Thousands of Han cavalry took the brunt of it. The strong impact knocked the Huns to both sides and knocked over countless fire pits and braziers. The whole camp was instantly in chaos. Following Hu Xubing were the troops led by Li Ji and Zhao Xian. Li Zuanxiu and Huang Zhong, two fierce generals, charged together. One of them held a spear and smashed the void, and the other held a knife to split the earth. The terrifying momentum was brewing rapidly, just like an active volcano about to erupt. The cold light kept flashing, and the horses trampled the Xiongnu camp. A large number of Xiongnu people were pierced through the body by the Han cavalry without any resistance, without reaction, and they were dragged for dozens of meters at a fierce speed. Get on the horse and fight! The Xiongnu men who guarded the tribe were aroused. They grabbed the reins and wanted to climb on the horse, but were interrupted by a loud noise from a distance. The usually docile warhorse was frightened at this moment, and suddenly shook its body to throw off the owner, who climbed up. In the horrified eyes of the Xiongnu people, the hooves of the four limbs fell heavily on them, and they were instantly trampled into meat paste. This was just a microcosm of the chaos in the Xiongnu camp. The Han cavalry drove in and continuously killed the Xiongnu men who had combat power. There were also many unarmed old, weak, women and children who died under the charge. Please, God, save the men of my tribe, even if it costs me my life. The leader of the Xiongnu tribe had already entered the age of knowing the destiny. Even if he respected ghosts and gods, he had to lead the tribe to the south for the continuation of the tribe. But the so-called gods did not respond, and what was waiting for him was an extremely sharp spear. Hu Xubing suddenly killed people, piercing the chest of the Xiongnu leader with a gun, then pulled out the short knife at his waist, skillfully cut off the head and hung it on the horse's neck, as if he had practiced countless times. The degree of cruelty was not that of a 17 or 18-year-old child. A large number of fire pits and fire basins tilted, igniting the Xiongnu people's crudely made tents. And with the help of the cold wind, everyone quickly spread throughout the camp. Many Xiongnu were buried in the sea of fire, and only a few Xiongnu successfully climbed onto the warhorse and escaped the Han army's raid with the help of the warhorse's foot power. Unfortunately, Shi Jingxi, who was lying in ambush nearby, was already thirsty. Thousands of cavalry rushed out from all directions and annihilated all the fleeing Huns. The raid came and went quickly. Under Zhao Xian's persuasion, the surviving Huns knelt down and begged for mercy, begging Li Ji and others to spare their lives, put out the fire and save the cattle and sheep as much as possible. Some troops were assigned to look after the surrendered Huns, and Li Ji set others to plunder cattle, sheep and other livestock in the tribe. Agricultural civilization requires a large number of oxen to increase production. So the cattle and sheep of the Huns are more precious than the lives of the Huns in the eyes of the Han people. Chapter 305 Merchants from the Central Plains. Report to the Lord. Our army killed more than 4,300 Xiongnu soldiers and captured a total of 6,670 Xiongnu men and women. Li Ji and others gained a lot in this battle. Not only did they capture a large number of Xiongnu people, but they also got a lot of cattle and sheep, which were much more valuable to the Han dynasty than the Xiongnu. A Xiongnu tribe with only 10,000 people could put together an army of nearly 5,000 people, which was beyond Li Ji's imagination. It must be said that the so-called nomadic civilization that everyone on horseback can be a soldier is not a joke. Unfortunately, they do not have advanced iron smelting technology like agricultural civilization. Otherwise the Han dynasty will face greater border pressure. The desert is uninhabited and the climate is extremely bad. Even if a large number of corpses are exposed on the ground, it will not cause large-scale plague infection. So Li Ji simply did not let people dig pits to bury the bodies, but let the captured Xiongnu people leave their relatives who died in the battle. As for what ceremony they wanted to hold, Li Ji did not choose to interfere. But even so, there are still many corpses that have not been claimed. It just so happens that the Black Crows of the Yair army are scavengers, which can help Li Ji solve this problem. The Black Crows can have a full meal, and Li Ji does not have to spend manpower to deal with the corpses. Everyone has a bright future. That night, the Han cavalry swept the entire camp. After confirming that no Huns escaped from their hands, Li Ji ordered people to slaughter sheep and reward the entire army. Due to the influence of productivity, ancient people could eat meat once a year. Even the border Han soldiers, who often went out to sweep the Huns, ate much more sand than cattle and sheep. Li Ji grabbed the roasted mutton and sat down next to Witzubing, exchanging feelings with this great Han double wall. These Huns are born horsemen. If you tame them, you can get a cavalry with good combat effectiveness. Nomadic people grew up on horseback. If they are not proficient in horsemanship, they cannot hunt for food and will eventually be eliminated by nature. It can be said that horsemanship is engraved in their genes. They only need a little training to become cavalrymen. Unlike the forces in the Central Plains, which need a lot of time and energy to train a cavalry, Emperor Wu of Han also valued this point. Among the 8 schools of the Northern Army, there were also several cavalry troops composed of Huns. In the later wars between the Han dynasty and the Huns, many Han generals used Huns as generals to charge for them. Taming? They have a blood feud with us Han people. How can they be tamed? Witzubing was still young after all. Even though he had a very high military talent, his performance in politics was relatively ordinary. Li Ji did not answer immediately, but Yang Su on the side smiled sinisterly. You can kill their parents, and then send children under 3 or 5 years old to the Central Plains and give them to powerful families to raise. These Xiongnu children, who grew up naturally, have a stronger sense of belonging to you than to the Xiongnu tribe. When they grow up, they will naturally not restrain themselves when they fight against the Xiongnu. In this way, as time goes by, their descendants can forget their roots and even be proud of their Han identity. Witzubing nodded, not quite understanding, and the Xiongnu Zhao Xian couldn't help showing a trace of worry on his face. Forgetting your ancestors is a terrible thing. But he is now the Marquis of the Han dynasty. If he pleads for the Xiongnu, he may think he has lived too long. If you really want the Xiongnu to be loyal, you must not only suppress them by force, but also use gentle means to influence them, so that they will consciously pay tribute to the Han dynasty and put themselves in the position of a vassal state. Consciousness and coercion are 2 different things. Li Ji continued to persuade. Zhao Xian felt more and more uncomfortable with the words of Li Ji and Witzubing, so he left on the pretext of taking care of the captives. But as soon as Zhao Xian left, Li Ji sat up straight and winked at Yang Su. Yang Su understood, so he stood up and called a few soldiers and explained some things. Under Witzubing's confused expression, the soldiers who left returned not long after, and brought a down-and-out merchant with a Han face. I meet all the generals. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would be tortured to death by the Huns. The down-and-out merchant was born extraordinary. Even though he suffered a lot after becoming a captive of the Huns, he still had the character of a scholar. You must be on guard against others. Seeing that Witzhubing was still a little confused, Li Ji threw a word to him, then looked at the downtrodden merchant and shouted, Emperor Wu of Han has been making frequent moves with the Huns recently. You dare to go out of the border to trade with the Huns? Could it be that you have committed adultery with the Huns? The downtrodden merchant seemed to be frightened by Li Ji's words, and hurriedly cried out, That's not the case. When it was not banned before, I took the Central Plains to trade with the right wise king, but he detained me along with the goods. If I hadn't bribed the Huns who were guarding me with money, I would probably have found it difficult to escape. However, I am not familiar with the land south of the desert, and soon lost myself in the desert. So I was captured by this Huns tribe, and have been wandering here. Please understand, General. He is the only Han Chinese in the entire tribe, and he has no signs of lying. It seems that it should be true. Jia Su is best at controlling people's hearts, and can tell whether the other party is true or false at a glance. Which business are you from? My master is the head of Lin Qiongzhua's family. Li Ji turned his head to the local Witzhubing, who nodded slightly, and knew the name of Lin Qiongzhua's family. Lin Qiongzhua's family is a wealthy iron smelter in Sichuan and Shu. Mr. Sima Xiongru, who is now recuperating at home, is Zhua's son-in-law. Now Li Ji knew it clearly. After all, the love story of Zhua Wenjun and Sima Xiongru was too widely circulated. Since I saved your life, you should do something for me to repay the favor. This is a matter of course. Please tell me what I want. General. Although the merchant from Zhua's family was a little confused, he instinctively felt something was wrong when he saw the smile on Li Ji's face. Since you escaped from the camp of the right wise king, you must know the preferences of the right wise king. I hope you can take part of the Han army to dress up as a caravan and re-enter the territory of the right wise king to confuse the right wise king. Trading across the border is a very risky business. If you happen to encounter a war like the Zhua family merchants, you will definitely lose everything like him. Unless the merchants are forced into a desperate situation, they will definitely not go across the border during this sensitive period. Therefore, the right wise king can judge whether the Han dynasty is suspected of mobilizing troops by judging the frequency of caravans coming to the camp. Therefore, Li Ji wanted to use this inertial thinking to paralyze the other party and implement the next plan. After hearing Li Ji's plan, the merchant who had just escaped death was frightened and trembled. If the soldiers next to him had not lifted him up in time, he would have fainted on the ground and lost consciousness. General. I just escaped not long ago, and it is easy to be recognized by the people of the right Xian king. I can't help you with this plan. After all, he is still a small figure, and the merchant still puts his life first. Li Ji was not polite, and regardless of the scorching heat, he picked up the charred wood chips in the fire and smeared them on the other party's face. You are like this now. I am afraid that even your parents can't recognize you. Yes, I am afraid of death. Li Zuanxia punched the ground, and mud and stones flew in an instant, and dust rolled, and a deep pit was revealed after the wind blew away. Can such a warrior protect your safety? Li Ji's tone was unfriendly, making him breathe hard. But, no buts. If you refuse again, I will report to Emperor Wu of Han that your Zhua family traded wrought iron with the Xiongnu and leaked the iron smelting technology of the Central Plains. Then, let's see how you die. The merchant's eyes widened. He never thought that Li Ji could accuse him like this. Emperor Wu of Han promulgated an extremely strict monopoly system and the equal distribution and equalization policy, which severely restricted merchants. If this crime was put on him, not only would his life be lost, but the entire Zhua family would probably suffer. Collaborating with the enemy is a serious crime. Please send more good people to protect me. General. Advance may die. Retreat will definitely die. The Zhua family merchant had to compromise with Li Ji, and his smile was uglier than crying. Don't worry. You don't need to be the leader of the caravan this time. I have other candidates. You can just remind the precautions next to him. After speaking, Li Ji shifted his gaze to an inconspicuous corner, where a scholar was carefully gnawing on a roasted lamb leg, trying not to make any noise. Jia Su, who was slacking off, had a stiff face and had to stand up and say, My lord. Just when he wanted to say no, Jia Su saw Li Ji wiping the Long Yuan sword, and the sharp blade made people shiver. My lord, I am willing to go, but I hope you can send Generals Li Zuanxia and Wang Zhong to follow. If possible, I also hope to take the 18 flying tiger riders with me. Jiasu valued his life more than anyone else. If he didn't take the initiative to say that he was pretending to be a caravan, I'm afraid he wouldn't do his best. Okay. Li Ji nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he didn't want Jiasu, the strategist, to be hurt. With the military strength of Li Tsunxiao and Huang Zhong, they were enough to protect Jiasu from the war. Li Ji's actions opened Wu Xubing's eyes. He somewhat understood the meaning of the sentence attack the heart first, attack the city second in the ancient military book. But General, my goods have been robbed. I need to transfer another batch of goods from the rear, which may take some time. Li Ji waved his hand and asked, what kind of goods do the Xiongnu nobles generally like the most? Salt and silk from the Central Plains. These things can be exchanged for horse skins, and after processing, they can be sold to the other party to earn a lot of money. The merchant didn't know why, so he had to answer truthfully. Salt, iron and other daily necessities became official property under the control of Emperor Wu of Han. Even iron smelters like Chua didn't dare to sell a large amount of iron, even if Li Ji was a general of the Han dynasty. With Emperor Wu of Han's temperament, he probably wouldn't agree to Li Ji's request to trade salt, iron and silk with the Xiongnu. I'm not talking about this. But that? After that, Li Ji pointed his finger at a shivering Xiongnu woman and asked, how much is your selling worth? Li Ji's words made everyone present silent, and only the cold wind whistled by. Selling the same kind has always existed, but it has always been a taboo, and no one dared to put it on the table. The merchant was shocked and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, tears and snot flowing out, crying, I dare not sell these things. Please understand, General. Li Ji felt that the other party had misunderstood something, so he pulled the other party up. I didn't pursue these. I was asking, is the right wise king interested in these goods? That's great. That's great. The merchant let out a long sigh, but the next second his face suddenly turned purple, as if he had unknowingly fallen into Li Ji's trap. Of course the right wise king desires these. After all, the Xiongnu daughters are very wild, not as delicate as ours. You can use them to seduce the right wise king. Wu Xubing was uneasy about Li Ji's plan and advised, it's not a good idea to do this. If His Majesty knows, I'm afraid you will be punished. Besides, where can we find so many decent women? Where did I say I want to find decent women? You are willing to do so. But I am not. Li Ji poked Wu Xubing's little head and taught him, you must remember that no matter when and where, sending daughters for marriage is a sign of national weakness. No strong country would send its daughters to foreigners to be abused. If you want to marry, your sons must marry foreign women. Don't forget that Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty sent a special kind of women here all year round for the normal life of the soldiers on the frontier. You mean camp prostitutes? Although Wu Xubing could say such heroic words, as if the Xiongnu are not eliminated. How can I have a family? He had already married and had children. His son Wishan is now more than 3 years old. There is a saying about Wu Xubing's wife, that his wife was of low status in the Han dynasty, so she was not recorded in history books. This matter needs to be discussed with Wei, General of Chariots and Cavalry. Wu Xubing did not object to this matter. Well, it is night time. We can find a few good road users to go to Wei Qing's army and discuss this matter with him. With his wisdom, he should not refuse. Several cavalrymen traveled day and night, using the moonlight as a beacon, avoiding Zhao Xian's sight, and leaving this simple temporary camp under the cover of night. For several days, Li Ji and others did not move, which made Zhao Xian, who did not know the situation inside, puzzled. Li Ji avoided the questions he asked repeatedly. Soon, the sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the camp, and the Han cavalry rushed in with dozens of women. Li Ji saw this and smiled knowingly. However, after waiting for several days, Zhao Xian was already furious, pointing at the woman he brought and questioning, generally. Now is the critical moment of the war with the Xiongnu. Although Zhao is a Xiongnu, he also knows what speed is the essence of war. But you are seeking temporary pleasure. Delaying military affairs is a serious crime. Chapter 306 Defeat the Right Wise King. In the northeast of Fuyangzhe Mountain, the Right Wise King of the Xiongnu set up his royal court, which was only 600 or 700 miles away from the nearest Hanting fortress. Since the Battle of Longcheng and the Battle of Hunan, the Xiongnu not only lost face, but also lost the natural pasture with abundant water and grass in Hunan, so that most Xiongnu tribes were forced to move southward and close to the border of the Han army, except for the royal court controlled by the Right Wise King. The unprotected Xiongnu tribes were worried all day long, fearing that the cavalry of the Han army would come to their door one day. Compared with the cautious Xiongnu tribes, the royal court set up by the right-wise king near Fuyangja Mountain was extremely peaceful. And now it has also welcomed a caravan from the central plains. The goods they brought made the right-wise king linger, and very satisfied. Mr. Jia, we are very happy with your goods. I wonder how many cattle and sheep we can exchange for them. The confidant of the right-wise king found the leader of the caravan, a weak-looking scholar who was so thin that he seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. Jiasu pinched his mustache and said with a little embarrassment, in fact, these goods are presented to Chanyu Yazixi. If it weren't for the sudden advance of the Han army from Yubiping to Chanyu's land, I would not have changed my route to trade with the right-wise king. Hearing this, the Huns frowned and said angrily, Mr. Jia means that you look down on our right-wise king? The threat in the words was very obvious, which made Jiasu's face relax. Before he set off, he had learned about the right-wise king from the Zhua family merchants. He knew that the other party was publicly subservient to Yazixi, but secretly did not share the same mind with the left-wise king in Chanyu. Therefore, the purpose of Jiasu's words was to aggravate the contradiction between the right-wise king and the Chanyu faction. And it would be best if they could kill each other, so that the Han army could enjoy the benefits. But I have been doing business with the Chanyu. If the Chanyu finds out that I have no goods after the war, I am afraid he will punish me. Jiasu put on a fearful expression, and the weak attitude of lowering eyebrows and looking docile made the Huns in front of him feel very comfortable. Don't worry. The right-wise king said that the price he offered is 50% higher than that of the Chanyu Yazixi. Think about it yourself. Really 50%? Yes. Cattle, sheep, and even horses can be exchanged for goods. Jiasu immediately showed an expression of success, just like a profiteer. After restraining his expression, Jiasu replied, in this case, please come with me to check the quality of the goods. Okay. The coolies dressed as Han cavalry brought up the camp prostitutes that Wei Qing had given to them, which made the Huns very satisfied. The prostitutes in the Western Han dynasty were usually daughters of criminals. They were born in aristocratic families. Even if they were tortured, they still had the demeanor of ladies from noble families. Emperor Wu of Han made great efforts to inspire the morale of the soldiers on the border. So beautiful. Much prettier than the women in the tribe. The confidant of the right-wise king almost fell for her after being flirted with. How about handing over the goods to us tonight? Jiasu looked up at the sky, then shook his head and refused. It's late now. I'm afraid the goods cannot be counted. But if the right-wise king is in a hurry, you can pick a few to take back. Is that so? The right-wise king's confidant understood Jiasu's meaning. Today, only the right-wise king could enjoy it in advance. Those who were second-rate like them would have to wait a little longer. Well, I'll pick a few for the right-wise king. After all, he also likes Mr. Jia's goods very much. After that, the confidant selected several women, according to his own preferences, and left in the direction of the right-wise king's tent. As soon as he left, the Zhua family merchant who had been hiding in the corner came out and said in confusion, will the general's plan succeed? Won't the right-wise king doubt our identity? Definitely not. Jiasu sat down next to Li Tsunxiao, and after feeling Li Tsunxiao's strong sense of security, he said to him, this is the heartland of the Xiongnu. In the north is the land controlled by the Xiongnu Chanyu. In the east is the territory of the left-wise king of the Xiongnu. And in the west is the Heshi corridor, which has various powerful tribes. As long as the right-wise king's court is attacked, they can come to support in a short time and surround us from all sides. The Zhua family merchant suddenly shuddered, and the cold wind made him shiver. Doesn't that mean we are in danger? Yes. It's very dangerous. Ah? Then why are you so calm and not worried at all? What's the use of worrying? The Zhua family merchant was choked to death by Jiasu's words. Yes. What's the point of worrying? The Han army that followed us only had dozens of people. How long could they hold out against tens of thousands of Xiongnu people? Don't worry. Although we are in danger, the Xiongnu are more dangerous. Why did Mr. Jia say that? Why? You will know tonight. 10 miles away from the Xiongnu royal court, the black crow that monitored Jiasu's caravan returned and brought back relevant information for Li Ji. It seems that the right-wise king will be happy or miserable tonight. Li Ji looked at the royal court not far away, his eyes flickering. Soon, the ground where the Han army was located began to shake, and countless dull sounds came from the back with the cold wind. Under the moonlight, several cavalrymen were divided into front, back, left and right, guarding Wei Qing's central army towards Li Ji like many stars. After learning that Li Ji had discovered the location of the right wise king's royal court, the Wei Qing army hanging behind decisively galloped forward. Regardless of their physical strength, the Xiongnu came and went without a trace. If they were not surrounded in time, it would be difficult to achieve great results. Wei Qing wanted a high position and generous salary, and his subordinates wanted to be appointed as prime ministers and marquises. What's the situation? The caravan has entered the royal court. I'm afraid the right wise king is looking for it at this time. Wei Qing obviously understood what Li Ji meant. After a moment of silence, he gave orders to his subordinates. The Han generals who received the order immediately got on their horses and led their troops to the royal court from several directions, trying to block all the escape routes of the right wise king. Wei Qing wanted to kill the right wise king in this battle and make great contributions, while Li Ji also wanted to kill the right wise king to complete the victory conditions and increase the reward content. In the eyes of the two, the right wise king was bound to die. Jingxi, you lead the Yair army to ambush in the north. No matter dead or alive, you must capture the right wise king for me. Yes. After a short rest, Wei Qing estimated that his generals were already in place. So he drew his sword and pointed it directly at the nearby royal court. Drum beat. Charge. Boom. 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 In the dark night, the sound of drum beats resounded through the sky, like thunder and lightning in the void, almost shattering the darkness, and even shaking the moonlight a little. Boom. 110,000 cavalrymen galloped on the battlefield, their horses' hooves hitting the sand, and rolled up thousands of feet of dust. As if to seal off this space, the terrifying murderous aura continued to gather with the swinging of the horses' hooves, as if it was the patience before anger. What's going on? Many Huns were awakened by the thunder-like sound of horses' hooves, rubbing their sleepy eyes and crawling out of the tent, but saw torrents of water washing over the land, like a river bursting its banks. The next second, the torrent crashed into the court of the right wise king, like an extremely sharp knife stabbing from all directions, piercing the opponent with thousands of holes in an instant. The young Huitsubing acted as a pioneer and crashed into the crowd fiercely. The long spear in his hand burst out dazzling lightning, as if holding a thunderbolt. The long spear turned into thunder and lightning. Countless Qi rolled in all directions, and the lightning with destructive nature flashed in the crowd, instantly blasting the Huns in front of him into a bloody mist, with all their internal organs torn apart. In history, Huitsubing dared to go deep into the desert with 800 people, not only relying on his courage, but also being very confident in his martial arts. Although he is only 16 or 17 years old now, he has already shown the demeanor of a fierce general. The Han cavalry behind him howled continuously, and the long spear swept left and right. The warhorse under him burst out with terrifying impact force, continuously knocking over the enemy without slowing down at all. The Xiongnu were a nomadic civilization, and the royal court they set up needed to be moved at any time, so they used tents instead of solid houses, and their defense was far inferior to that of the cities in the Central Plains. Moreover, the Xiongnu neglected to build defensive facilities, and could not withstand the charge of the Han cavalry at all, and were easily killed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Xiongnu screamed, but was covered by a dull roar. The Tianqiong army, led by Lu Xiangsheng, joined the battlefield and kept shooting at the enemy with three-eyed fire guns. How could the Xiongnu war horses have seen the power of firearms? The loud noise instantly crushed their young hearts. Countless panicked neighs rose in the entire royal court. The Xiongnu war horses broke through the fences of the siege and ran around in groups. A large number of Xiongnu people died tragically under the horses' hooves. At this moment, in the tent of the right Xianwang, there were constant sounds of blushing and rough breathing. But the sound of horses' hooves close at hand instantly woke him up. Lord Right Wise King, the Han cavalry attacked us. Please get up quickly. The Xiongnu guards stationed outside rushed in without paying attention to the naked men and women in the tent, and pulled up the Right Wise King, who was indulging in tenderness. What? Han people? Aren't they attacking the left Wise King? How come they have troops to attack us? I don't know. But the Han cavalry is indeed here, and there are quite a few of them. The Right Wise King put on the fur coat handed over by the guards. But just as he took a step, he was grabbed by the corner of his clothes by the beautiful woman who was happy with him. My king, don't leave us. The beauty's face turned pale. Now they were sold to the Right Wise King as goods. Without the protection of the Right Wise King, the weak women might die in the chaos. The Right Wise King gritted his teeth, but was eventually overwhelmed by the beauty. The beauty's plea made him angry. he said in the most ambitious tone. If I don't die, you won't die either. Holding a beauty in his arms, the right wise king felt that this was the most heroic moment of his life. Hundreds of personal soldiers gathered around him. These were the strongest warriors in the tribe, and they were the last confidants to protect him from breaking out. Don't run! A thunderclap sounded in front, and a majestic figure rushed out of the tattered tent, holding a scimitar in his hand and killing him. Stop her! The right wise king was shocked. The opponent's momentum was so terrible that even the strongest warriors among the Huns could not compare with it. The Huns' personal soldiers let out a long whistle, rushed over with scimitars, trying to kill the attacking enemy. Li Tzuanqiu stepped forward, clenched his left fist, and blasted out the chi force, knocking away several enemies who rushed over, and kept swinging his right hand forward, cutting the enemies with his hand and knife. A lot of blood splashed in the air, and Li Tzuanqiu was covered with the blood of the Xiongnu people. The blade of the scimitar was covered with minced meat, like a god of death who was asking for his life. With a flash of cold light, Li Tzuanqiu crashed into the Xiongnu soldiers, and the scimitar flew up and down, and the cold light flew out in all directions, smashing the enemies in front of him into pieces. Unfortunately, it was not the Yuan spear. The scimitar in his hand was too light. Li Tzuanqiu was a little uncomfortable, and the terrifying power could not be fully exerted. My king, get on the horse quickly. The Xiongnu soldiers dragged the right Xianhuang, and the beauty he still didn't let go of to retreat, and paid a lot of their lives. Finally, they helped the right Xianhuang and his woman onto the horse's back. Many confidants were disappointed that the right Xianhuang didn't forget to let go of the woman, so they had to keep stabbing the horses, but with a short knife, to force the warhorse to start. With a roar like thunder, Li Tzuanqiu cut a bloody path, with dead Huns lying on both sides. He threw out his scimitar, which turned into a residual shadow and pierced through the void. In the blink of an eye, he killed the right wise king. No! The right wise king subconsciously lifted the woman in his hand, and the sharp scimitar instantly pierced into the flesh and blood. The tip of the knife came out from his back, and touched the bridge of the right wise king's nose. The pain stimulated the right wise king's nerves, and the endless blood blurred his eyes. In an instant, he seemed to feel the breath of death. What does it have to do with me whether you live or die? The right wise king suddenly realized and directly abandoned the two beauties. He used his personal soldiers as a shield of flesh and blood to delay the opponent's pace, and broke through to the periphery. Seeing that the prey was about to escape, Li Tzuanqiu became anxious, but was dragged down by the crazy Hun's personal soldiers, killing an enemy with one punch, but being held back by an enemy who was still alive. The Xiongnu soldiers were like stubborn cockroaches. Unless Li Tzuanqiu killed them completely, it would be difficult to move forward. It's a pity that I have to protect the safety of the military advisor and can't leave far away. Li Tzuanqiu was dragged into the quagmire of the Xiongnu soldiers. Fortunately, Huang Zhong arrived in time, and the bowstring was constantly pulled and released, killing many enemies in a very short time. The Lord is a person who prepares for the rainy day. He will definitely set up an ambush outside to surround and kill the right wise king. Jiasu was not worried that the right wise king would escape. The right wise king was terrified by the killing, and he looked back every 3 steps. The continuous fighting in the back made him nervous. Now I am like a stray dog, and I have to rely on Yazixi and others. Chapter 307 Leaving Dingxiang. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The embarrassed right wise king escaped from the royal court surrounded by the Western Han cavalry, and the tension on his face finally relaxed. As long as he continued to move north, he could enter the territory controlled by Yazixi Chanyu, and his personal safety could be guaranteed. Although the right wise king had always disliked Yazixi, who had ascended to the position of Chanyu by extraordinary means, he was now defeated by the Han army, and his strength was severely damaged. Only Yazixi could protect him. Galloping on his horse, the right wise king galloped alone on the vast land. But what he did not notice was that there was always a black flying creature following him closely above his head. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air broke the silence, and an extremely sharp arrow pierced through the darkness and rushed towards the right wise king's face like a whistle. Whoosh! The right wise king couldn't see clearly what the attacking thing was. He only felt a pain on his face, and a big hole was torn in his skin in an instant. In an instant, the arrow pierced his skull, and red and white objects came out. The shrill scream spread all over the place, and the right wise king's eyes quickly collapsed, and the picture in his vision finally fixed on a shot to a man. Cut off the head and present it to the Lord. At dawn, the entire royal court was full of the dead bodies of the Huns, and the Han cavalry returned one after another. with heads dripping with blood hanging on their horses' necks. Obviously, they also strangled many Huns in the periphery and made contributions. Jingxi, you did a good job. In the entire Hun's right-wise king tribe, the head of the right-wise king was the most valuable, which was not worth the life of an ordinary Hun. If Li Ji was a general during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the merit of killing the right-wise king would be enough to make him a marquis in one battle and fulfill Li Guang's lifelong wish. But Li Ji was even happier because killing the right-wise king meant that he had reached one of the conditions for victory in the battle, and he could withdraw from the battle at any time to get rewards. However, Li Ji was a greedy man, and he was not obsessed with this. He wanted to get more rewards. In this surprise attack on the right-wise king, Wei Qing's Han army killed tens of thousands of Xiongnu in one breath, captured nearly 100,000 men and women, and countless cattle and sheep. Because the Han army adopted the strategy of night attack and Wei Qing's command, it did not suffer much loss at all. As the history book said, all the soldiers returned in full armor. Li Ji's troops also did not suffer much loss, enough to cope with the next stage of the Battle of Emonan. There are still about 100,000 people to kill 150,000 Xiongnu, and we must participate in the next stage. Li Ji was a little depressed. In the Battle of Emonan in history, Wei Qing and others only defeated 20,000 to 30,000 Xiongnu in total, and the number of Xiongnu in the battle was obviously much larger, which added more pressure to the Han army invisibly. Fortunately, Wei Qing and others were not vegetarians. They used strategies to defeat the Xiongnu strongly, and their own troops did not suffer much loss. The news of defeating the right-wise king soon reached Li Shi and others who were dispatched from Yubiping. At this time, they were facing off against the main force of Yazixi, and neither could do anything to the other. Of course, there was another reason why the main force of the Xiongnu did not dare to launch a large-scale attack. That is, there was a fierce general in the Han army, which made them very afraid. That was the flying general Li Guang. It's so boring. When will His Majesty be able to transfer me back? I don't want to waste time here. Hearing that a general younger than himself had made great contributions, Li Guang was unhappy for a while. He rushed out of the tent alone again, shooting several arrows in the direction of the Xiongnu to vent his emotions. Facing the arrows of the flying general, the Xiongnu dared to be angry but dared not speak. Due to the reputation of the other party, they had to suffer this loss. General Li, His Majesty's plan has been successful. Order us to lead the troops back to Yubiping to prevent the Xiongnu from counterattacking. Another day without any military achievements. Tens of thousands of Han cavalry retreated that day, leaving the main force of the Xiongnu confused. However, when they learned that the right Xian king had been killed, Yazixi and the left Xian king could not help but get angry. Several orders were issued, and the main force of the Xiongnu rushed south. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu of Han had already anticipated this situation and withdrew the people on the border to the rear first. Faced with the solid fortress walls, Yazixi could only make a harsh statement and withdraw to the Xiongnu left land. Wei Qing led the army to make great contributions. I am very pleased. I appointed Wei Qing as the general, and conferred Wei Kong as the Marquis of Yichuan, Wei Bai as the Marquis of Yinan, and Wei Ding as the Marquis of Fagan. Defeating the right Xianwang tribe allowed Wei Qing to ascend to the high position of the general, and his three sons were all conferred marquises by Liu Che, even though they were still infants. Even though Wei Qing severely rejected the reward from Emperor Wu of Han for his sons, Emperor Wu of Han still insisted on his own opinion. Except Wei Qing. Among the 5 generals under him, 3 were conferred marquises, and the other 2 received generous rewards. Hu Zibing, a popular figure around Liu Che, was also rewarded and was conferred the title of Pio Xiaowei. In addition to the Western Route army, Li Shi, Zhang Zigong and others in the Eastern Route were also conferred marquises and rewarded by Emperor Wu of Han. Li Ji admired Emperor Wu of Han's series of imperial balancing techniques. Liu Che promoted the power of his humble relatives, making their prestige in the army comparable to that of the generals from the gentry, and restraining each other. If you can stay here, it's only a matter of time before you become a marquis of 10,000 households. What do you want me to reward you with? When Liu Che learned that it was Li Ji's troops who killed the right Xian king, he put away his contemptuous look. However, he was quite troubled about how to reward Li Ji and others. After all, Li Ji and others came from outside the world, and being a marquis would not have any effect. But if he didn't reward them, it might chill the hearts of the soldiers. If your majesty is willing, can you let this kid follow us? I like this kid very much. Li Ji pouted at the big man's plug-in. This? No. Wei Qing rejected Li Ji's request first. Not only did Emperor Wu of Han disagree, but Wei Qing, as his uncle, would not agree to this matter. Li Ji's words were just a joke. He was just testing the bottom line of the system to see if he could take something away in the battle. Obviously, the system would not give him loopholes. I don't need any reward. If your majesty has any request, please let God know. Are you leaving? Yes. What Emperor Wu of Han didn't know was that the next meeting didn't take much time at all. Congratulations to the player for completing the first stage of the Battle of Monan. You have received a grade A score based on your performance. The player has completed the victory condition of killing the right wise king. If you choose to exit at this stage, the system will determine that the player has successfully completed the Battle of Monan. Please choose to continue the battle or exit the battle. Continue to complete the battle. If the choice is successful, the second stage of the battle will be carried out in 10 seconds. Please be patient. The picture in front of him froze as the system's words fell. The next second, the surrounding scene changed to white, and Li Ji's soldiers and horses brought from the main world appeared behind him. The sudden change caused a commotion. The system will implant corresponding explanations for the NPC soldiers. Please don't worry. 10 seconds passed quickly. The white quickly faded, and the desolate border scene was revealed again, and the smell of blood continued to come from all directions. It's really amazing. Jiasu couldn't help but sigh at the successive changes. The battle in the south of the desert needs to be completed in 3 stages. Now is the second stage. You should go and appease the soldiers first. Li Ji observed the surrounding environment while the Han army had not yet arrived. Similar to Gaokaisai, Dingxiang County, where the Han army chose to send troops in the 6th year of Yuanshua, is located on the border. It has always been a place of war between the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, and countless battles have taken place here. Wei Qing went to Dingxiang twice and defeated thousands of Xiongnu successively. Huaxubing's 800 cavalrymen attacked Longcheng and frightened the Xiongnu, forcing Yazixi to flee to the north of the desert. Is it you? The person sent by the Han army to guide him was Huaxubing, an old acquaintance of Li Ji. At this time, Huaxubing was no longer the young man he was a year ago. After a year of military career on the border, this great Han double wall became more and more mature. Li Ji rubbed Huaxubing's hair angrily and found the familiar feel. Is Emperor Wu of Han still at the border? Your Majesty needs to deal with state affairs. The war in the border area has been fully handed over to the general. However, before that, Your Majesty still asked the Taoists for heavenly soldiers and generals to avoid accidents. Huaxubing tilted his head. Has there been any movement from the Xiongnu in the past year? Since the right wise king was beheaded, the background of the battle can no longer be used as a reference in history. So Li Ji asked for relevant information for subsequent actions. Since we beheaded the right wise king, the Xiongnu have been harassing our border in revenge. But with the general in charge, the other side's harassment has no effect, and they have been defeated by the general several times. It seems that you have also made many military achievements. Li Ji looked at Huaxubing's cheerful appearance and couldn't help but joked. It's nothing. But the general persuaded His Majesty to allow me to follow the army to fight. The friction between the Han court and the Xiongnu is increasing. It seems that you will be able to complete the title of Marquis in a short time. While talking with Huaxubing, Li Ji quickly came to the camp where Wei Qing was, and met acquaintances such as Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao. The Han army generals, who knew Li Ji, all nodded slightly to Li Ji and smiled in return. After all, Li Ji's great military exploits in killing the right Xian king a year ago won their admiration. In addition to them, Li Ji also saw several unfamiliar generals, one of whom was a veteran with strong arms and a circle larger than ordinary generals. He seemed to be a good bow and arrow player. Li Ji guessed that the other party should be Li Guang, the flying general respected by the Xiongnu. Seeing that the visitor was someone he knew, Wei Qing was relieved. It is better to use the familiar than the new. In fact, Wei Qing was quite disgusted with Emperor Wu of Han's move to invite gods. If a great god with high eyes and high expectations was invited, he might not be able to suppress the other party with his ability. Li Ji and others had met before, and had a preliminary understanding of Li Ji's character. At least, he was obedient under Wei Qing's account. Moreover, the troops and horses brought by Li Ji had good combat effectiveness. At least they were not inferior to the Xiongnu cavalry. Appoint Gong Sun Ao as the general, and lead 20,000 troops. Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao were best brothers. Even though Gong Sun Ao was conferred a title of nobility a year ago, Wei Qing hoped that his brothers would make more military achievements to strengthen the power of the foreign relatives. The struggle between the power of the foreign relatives and the literati and officials has been throughout the Han dynasty. Wei Qing was born in a humble family. If it were not for Wei Zifu's relationship, he would probably still be a horseman. Many literati and officials also used this reason to constantly suppress Wei Qing in the court. Sima Qian's attitude towards Li Guang and Wei Hua in the records of the Grand Historian is clearly a microcosm of the struggle between the literati and the relatives of the emperor. Appoint Zhao Xian as the front general. Lead 10,000 cavalry and widely spread cavalry sentries to open the way for the army. Since Zhao Xian surrendered to the Han dynasty, he was reused by Wei Qing because of the Xiongnu, and has always served as an eye, which is extremely important to the Han army. However, limited by his status as a surrendered general, Zhao Xian's rise was extremely slow. Appoint Gong Sun he as the left general. Lead 10,000 cavalry. Appoint Su Jian as the right general. Lead 10,000 cavalry. Appoint Li Guang as the rear general. Lead 10,000 cavalry. Appoint Li Ju as the strong crossbow general. Lead 10,000 cavalry. And guard the central army. Wei Qing selected the troops and personally led 30,000 troops out of Dingxiang County, stationed outside the Great Wall, and guarded the rear of the generals. Wei Qing was not a person who was keen on power. He had already sat on the position of general, and with the respect of Emperor Wu of Han, he could be said to be second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Therefore, he wanted to share the military merits with his generals in this battle, so that they could climb up the official ranks. Moreover, there was also the veteran Li Guang in the army. Even though Wei Qing did not talk to him much, he knew that he was extremely eager to be granted the title of nobility. Let Gong Sun Ao be the main general, and go deep into the desert to find the main force of Yazixi. However, if the distance is more than 100 miles from the fortress, you will be punished by military law. Wei Qing was a little afraid that his side would suffer too much loss, so he adopted a conservative plan. General Li Ji, please bring your troops and follow the expedition. What Xubing will be left to you to take care of. Although his nephew had been struggling on the border for a year, Wei Qing still didn't want What Xubing to die at such a young age. A fierce general temporarily served him, and Li Ji would not refuse Wei Qing's request. Li Ji took advantage of this no-cost deal. After all the affairs were handed over, when the Han generals were about to leave the camp to train the troops, the old Li Guang stood up and asked Wei Qing, "The area outside the Great Wall is too small, and the main force of the Xiongnu will not appear at all. If the general wants to achieve results, he also hopes to withdraw the request for 100 miles of retreat. I am the general. His Majesty has given me full responsibility for border affairs. You must obey my orders." Wei Qing frowned and scolded Li Guang bluntly, without caring about his identity and seniority. Li Guang was born in the literati, while Wei Qing was born in the family of relatives. The positions behind the two were hostile to each other, and conflicts were often seen during the military tent. Since Li Guang was transferred from Yubiping by Emperor Wu of Han, he and Wei Qing quarreled every 3 days and every 5 days, and the other generals were not surprised. At this time, they usually chose to close their eyes and ears and selectively ignore the quarrel between the two. Chapter 308 Li Guang. Do you want to be a marquis? Wei Qing was also troubled by this stubborn old general, but in order to ensure the safety of the Han army, he still rejected Li Guang's request. Li Guang did not give his immediate superior any face. He kicked over the documents in front of him with a dark face and strode out of the tent, leaving the Han generals looking at each other in bewilderment. Alas! Wei Qing rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Since Emperor Wu of Han transferred Li Guang to his side, they often quarreled over the expedition to the Xiongnu. Every time, the two quarreled until their faces turned red and finally parted unhappily. Wei Qing was not worried about the deterioration of his relationship with Li Guang, but was afraid that Li Guang would not be dispatched by him at a critical moment. Disharmony between generals and commanders is a taboo. Although Li Guang is old, his bravery is not comparable to that of his subordinates. Wei Qing knows this very well, so he often suppresses Li Guang's arrogance so that he can better mobilize him later. Unfortunately, Li Guang's bad temper was beyond his imagination, so that Li Guang did not obey his orders very much until now. And it could be said that he obeyed orders but not announcements. Li Ji kept an eye on all directions and listened to all directions. He understood Wei Qing's thoughts, so he spoke out to help. General Li is loyal to the Han court. This expedition is very important to the Han court. Please be generous and understand. Well, Wei Qing's face eased, and then he told Li Ji, General Li has a hot temper. I also know this. I hope General Li will persuade him more when he goes on the expedition. His generals were either young or belonged to the power of foreign relatives. He really couldn't think of anyone who could suppress Li Guang. So he had to ask Li Ji to take care of him, for him to avoid any accidents on the road. Sure. Li Ji agreed with a fist. Wei Qing dismissed everyone. And Li Ji took Huitubing back to his tent. It seems that because of his outstanding performance in the last northern expedition against the Xiongnu, Huitubing was highly expected by Wei Qing and Lu Che, and had the power to lead a cavalry. Although the number was small, only 800 people. When Li Ji observed this cavalry, he found that their momentum was much stronger than ordinary Han cavalry, and they were elite cavalry of the Han army. In addition, Li Ji also saw that there were many Xiongnu people in this cavalry. Most of these Xiongnu people surrendered to the Han court with the 7 Xiongnu kings during the reign of Emperor Jing of Han, because they were locals. They had been serving as guides in the Han army. After resting for half a day, the next day, Wei Qing led more than 100,000 cavalry from Dingxiang County, went north of the Great Wall, led 30,000 cavalry to station on the spot, and appointed Gong Sun Ao as the main general, and let him lead the army north into the south of the desert to find the main force of the Xiongnu. It would be a pity if I didn't complete the mission of Fenglangjiaxu and Yanren after a lifetime of military service. The 100,000 cavalrymen went north from the Great Wall and stepped into the uninhabited desert, which reminded Li Ji of the deeds of the 2 champion marquises. Their deeds can be said to be the top achievements of military generals. Gong Sun Ao sat in the center of the army, controlling the strong crossbow army. Zhao Xian served as the front army. Gong Sun He and Su Jian were separated on the left and right, and the veteran Li Guang and Li Ji were in the rear army together, in charge of the axle-loaded caravans that stretched for dozens of miles. Alas, I have spent my whole life, but I can't hope to be a marquis, compared with the youthful vigor of Li Ji and Huitubing. The veteran Li Guang was smoothed by time and gradually became desperate. Luck is not equal. Fate is full of twists and turns. Feng Tang is easy to grow old. Li Guang is hard to be granted a title. Listening to Li Guang's self-talk, Li Ji couldn't help but think of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. Li Guang, a general of the Western Han dynasty, was brave and good at fighting. He fought more than 70 battles with the Huns in his life, killing the grassland overlords, who were very afraid of him. He was called the Flying General of the Han dynasty. But he was restricted by the feudal society and never got the opportunity to be granted a title in his whole life. In the end, he chose to commit suicide because of losing the way. Li Guang, who came from the scholar official class, and Wei Qing, who came from a humble background, obviously formed a sharp contrast in their lives, which is regrettable. In fact, Wei Qing did give Li Guang a chance. In the Battle of Mabei, Wei Qing and Li Guang split up into 2 groups, hoping that this veteran general would bypass the Huns and attack the opponent with Wei Qing's main force. If successful, Li Guang would surely make great contributions and be granted a title. However, Li Guang's luck was extremely bad. He actually lost his way on the way and lost this precious opportunity. Report to the general. Our army has discovered a Xiongnu tribe ahead. The Zhao Xian army, which was scouting out, discovered the Xiongnu tribe and sent someone to inform the rest of the troops behind them. Everyone abandoned the heavy weights and moved forward quickly, killing them without leaving a single piece of armor. Upon hearing the news about the Xiongnu, Li Guang, who was originally a worried old man, instantly cheered up, drew his bow in his left hand, carried a long sword on his back, and rushed out alone. Li Guang's actions naturally could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of others, generals who were keen on military exploits, such as Su Jian and Gong Sun Ao, also followed Li Guang's example and killed with light cavalry. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen galloped on their horses and drove straight into the Xiongnu tribe. A large number of arrows fell like rain, and many Xiongnu people could not avoid them and were pierced through their bodies. The old General Li Guang's beard was white, but his bravery was no less than that of the past. He waved his sword wildly and madly killed the enemies in front of him. However, the Xiongnu tribe of thousands of people was instantly crushed by tens of thousands of cavalrymen, and countless Xiongnu died under the horses' hooves. Seeing that the situation was not good, the surviving Huns quickly jumped on their horses and fled to the north. In less than an instant's stick of time, the Han cavalry directly broke through the Huns' tribe, captured hundreds of men and women, and controlled a large number of cattle and sheep. It's crazy. Li Ji's face twitched. A small tribe with only 1,000 people actually dispatched tens of thousands of cavalry. He took down the tribe before he could react. except for Gong Sunhee, a general who had no desires. Other Han generals simply engraved their military exploits in their bones and wished to kill more, especially Li Guang, who didn't even care about the rear army's axle caravan, and rushed faster than Gong Sunao in the middle army, and was the first to kill into the Hun's tribe. General Li still values military exploits too much. If this is a trap set by the Huns, the axle caravan will be burned at the least, and the whole army will be wiped out at the worst. Hu Xubing also thought that Li Guang's approach was biased. Another day to get closer to being a marquis. Li Guang returned to the rear army. He was refreshed after having just killed the Xiongnu. He ignored the expressions of Li Ji and Hu Xubing who were traveling with him. Li Ji opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, he was not a native of the Western Han dynasty, and had no right to teach Li Guang a lesson. As for Hu Xubing, he was the youngest in the army, and had a very low seniority. So he naturally didn't dare to teach Li Guang a lesson. Even if Wei Qing came, he could only dissuade Li Guang from doing this, not teach him a lesson. My lord, since General Li wants to achieve military merit and be granted a title of nobility, why don't we help him realize his wish? As long as he is granted a title of nobility, he will naturally obey our command. Jiasu took the initiative to offer a plan. Wenhe, your plan is substandard. Li Ji rolled his eyes helplessly. Everyone knows that helping Li Guang to be granted a title of nobility. If they really help Li Guang to be granted a title of nobility, I am afraid that Li Guang will be so shameless as to call them daddy. If we want to be granted a title of nobility, we must defeat the main force of the Xiongnu. But we cannot go deeper than 100 miles into the desert. How can we find the main force of the Xiongnu in such a small area? My lord has fallen into a misunderstanding. Wei Qing's so-called restriction of not being able to go deeper than 100 miles has nothing to do with our army. You must know that we come from the sky. Jiasu said calmly. You mean, my lord, lead your 10,000 troops to the north of the desert, and take General Li to find the main force of the Xiongnu. If you win, you can be granted a title of nobility. But if you lose, the whole army will be wiped out. It depends on whether my lord has the courage to do so. I didn't expect Jiao Wenhe to offer such a radical strategy one day. It's really rare. Li Ji laughed and shook his head. If there is no more merit, I will find a suitable opportunity to mention this matter. Good. In the next few days, Gong Sunao continued to go deep into the south of the desert. On the way, he did not see the main forces of Yazixi and Zhuxianwang. He only encountered a few tribes, which soon became his military merits under Li Guang's thundering attack. After finding a grassland with abundant water and grass, Gong Sunao ordered to rest on the spot and wait for the last axle-loaded convoy. The deeper into the desert, the greater the supply pressure on the Han army. Fortunately, several tribes were wiped out along the way, and countless cattle, sheep and other livestock were obtained. With these cattle and sheep, the Han army can march south of the desert without worrying about the pressure of food and grass in a short time. And they don't need to wait for the axle-carrying convoy to catch up. As long as they find a good place to rest, the axle-carrying troops behind them can catch up during this period of time, so that the soldiers can replenish food and grass. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, beside the burning bonfire, Li Ji grabbed a branch and gestured on the sand. And beside him were the main generals of the rear army such as Hu Xubing and Li Guang. Under the light of the fire, Li Ji's gloomy face made people feel a little scared. Tomorrow we will reach the general's limit of 100 miles. It is estimated that after resting tonight, General Gong Sun will lead his troops back to Ningxiang County. Jiasu's words made Li Guang's face change. Although he wiped out several tribes along the way, his military exploits could not make him a marquis. 100 miles can be completed in just a few days. I don't know what the general means. Li Guang complained about Wei Qing like a grudge. Li Ji outlined the general terrain of the southern desert on the sand, pointed out several important places, and his eyes were a little absent-minded. Although it is only 100 miles, the Han army's 100,000 cavalrymen went out of the border, and it was impossible to hide from Yazixi's eyes. But we have slowed down, and there is still no trace of them. Maybe they are afraid of fighting with our army? The speaker was a captain in Li Guang's army. No. We have already defeated several Xiongnu tribes, and these tribes are controlled by Yazixi. For his dignity in the tribe, he will definitely send troops to attack us. The Xiongnu military marquises who surrendered to the Han dynasty did not agree with the opinion of the Han army captains, because they were born in the Xiongnu and knew the twists and turns. Perhaps we can meet them when we go deeper into hundreds of miles. But it's a pity that the general does not allow us to do so. Many people are eager to make achievements and hope to defeat the main force of Yazixi Chanyu. Li Guang suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I want to lead the troops to continue to go deep into the desert. Who of you is willing to go with me? We are just a small soldier and dare not disobey the order of the general." Many captains and marquises in the rear army did not dare to agree to Li Guang. If they encounter Yazixi's troops and successfully defeat them, they will not be punished for their merits, but they will definitely be beaten if they fail. It is even possible that Wei Qing wants to kill chickens and monkeys and chop off their heads. They are different from Li Guang. There is no big man behind them. They have fought their way to this position through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In fact, they were all promoted by the General Wei Qing. So they naturally don't get along with generals like Li Guang who are from the literati. They didn't want to, and didn't dare to agree to Li Guang's request. "General Li, do you want to be a marquis?" Li Ji put away the branch and looked straight at the old general. "Nonsense. I have been fighting for decades. Fighting my way to this position with a sword and an arrow. Just to be a marquis. Who doesn't want to bring honor to the family?" When he mentioned his sad things, Li Guang's voice unconsciously became louder, breaking the silence of the night. "In that case, how about I help you?" "You?" Li Guang was about to mock Li Ji, but he remembered the various military exploits Li Ji had made, so he had to shut up. Li Ji had the merit of killing the right wise king, which was enough to complete the feat of being a marquis, which was much better than the military exploits he had made during his life of guarding the border. "Yes. Don't forget that my 10,000 soldiers are not under the control of the general. Theoretically, I can leave the main force and act on my own at any time. Li Guang, do you dare to go with me? I have fought dozens of battles with the Huns, and the scars on my body are all caused by the Huns' arrows and swords. But even so, I have never complained too much. You actually think I don't dare? It's ridiculous." Li Guang sneered. "I dare to kill into Yazixi's army alone. Boy, do you dare? I dare not. After all, I am not as reckless as the old general. I need to be responsible for the lives of the soldiers." At the critical moment, Li Ji decisively admitted his defeat, which made Li Guang hold back his sarcastic words. Yazixi's main force is definitely more than 100,000 people. With only 10,000 people, it is impossible to defeat them. Even a surprise attack. What Xubing believed that the plan to attack Yazixi was not advisable. The main force of the Han army must meet Yazixi to have a chance of winning the battle. Since Yazixi's main force has been dispatched, his lair must be short of soldiers and horses. Let's do a great job and capture their dragon city to complete the title of marquis. A Han general raised his arms and shouted. His emotions were extremely high. "Who are you?" Li Guang was very happy with this young man. At least, he was not afraid of the Xiongnu. "Military Sima Zhao Penu. You are very good." Li Ji recalled the relevant information about Zhao Penu. Zhao Penu was originally a Han Chinese from Jiuyuan County. He once fled to the Xiongnu area and later returned to the Han dynasty to serve as a military Sima. He once followed Hu Xubing to participate in the Battle of Heshi and made many military achievements. However, he was later exterminated because of his involvement in the witchcraft disaster, and a generation of good generals died in frustration. Chapter 309, Return to Fuyangzhi Mountain. Zhao Penu's suggestion reminded many generals present of the Battle of Longcheng 10 years ago. In that battle, the fledgling Wei Qing was skilled and daring. When the other three Han armies failed, he led the cavalry to attack the Xiongnu Longcheng for a long distance, annihilated thousands of Xiongnu, and made an unprecedented military achievement. Wei Qing also successfully completed the title of marquis with this battle, which was worthy of the Emperor Wu of Han's appreciation of him. Even Li Guang, who had always been at odds with him, had to recognize Wei Qing's military ability. However, it was because of Wei Qing's feat of raiding Longcheng that the Xiongnu lost face. In the following days, in order not to repeat the same mistake, the Xiongnu repeatedly strengthened the defense of Longcheng and sent a large number of troops to garrison it. Today's Longcheng is extremely strong, and it is probably unlikely to reproduce Wei Qing's operation. However, Zhao Penu's ambitions ignited the emotions of many Han generals. At least they did not think that a sneak attack on the Xiongnu main city was a ridiculous plan. Longcheng is now built by the Xiongnu to be as solid as a rock. It is impossible to take them down without enough troops to launch an attack, and this will put too much pressure on logistic supply. Li Ji rejected Zhao Penu's proposal. In fact, his target has never been the main force of Yazixi and Longcheng of the Xiongnu. In his opinion, there is another place in the Xiongnu that is the easiest to bully. and it can be said to be the weakest point. Huitsubing. Which direction do you think we should attack? Huitsubing was stunned. Obviously. He kept in mind the order of the general, and went no more than 100 miles into the desert. He had always excluded himself and the 800 cavalry from Li Ji's plan. After a slight silence, Huitsubing said unconfidently, "Perhaps we can choose to station in the Xiongnu tribe near Fuyangja Mountain. It is one of the places where the right Xian king resides." Go on. A place on the rough map on the sand was inserted by Li Ji with a thin branch. A year ago, our army, led by the general, broke through the court of the right wise king and killed the right wise king at that time. So Yazixi took advantage of the situation and helped his son to the position of the right wise king. Now the three Xiongnu leaders, the Chanyu, the left wise king, and the right wise king, are all Yazixi's men. He wants to send troops to the south, and the other two cannot fail to respond to his call. According to your point of view, do you think that there are no troops of the right wise king in the right land of the Xiongnu at this moment? Li Guang frowned slightly and said, his tactical sense is not as sensitive as Wei and Hua. But with the military experience accumulated over the years, he began to figure out Huitsubing's tactical intentions. It shouldn't be. The general has only broken through the court of the right wise king for a year. Logically, the Xiongnu will continue to strengthen their defense to prevent us from breaking through the court of the right wise king again. A Han army lieutenant thought that Huitsubing's plan was similar to Zhao Panu's. It looked very good, but there was no possibility of success in implementation. It is even possible that they could use the court of the right wise king as bait to lure us into this trap, so as to defeat our army and win. Another Han army lieutenant added. Everyone looked at Li Ji. After all, Li Ji was the one who proposed to leave the team and launch the attack. The loss of soldiers and horses was borne by him alone, and the Han army was not responsible. Li Ji patted the dust off his body, picked up a small dry branch from the sand, and stuck it in the place symbolizing the left land of the Xiongnu. Yazixi won't do it. He doesn't dare to gamble. Why? The new right Xian Wang has only been in office for a year, and he is very young. He has no means to subdue the tribes of all sizes in the right land within a year, even if Yazixi takes action. So the right land can be said to be a no-man's land now. And Yazixi can't set up an ambush here. And don't forget that before Yazixi ascended to the throne of Chanyu, he was the king of Zuoguli, and his territory was in the left land of the Xiongnu. Jiasu waved his feather fan gracefully, and pointed his finger at Li Ji's small dry branch. If you were Yazixi, would you rather ambush your troops in the left land or right land? Everyone was silent for a while, and finally the veteran Li Guang stood up and answered, I have been in Yubiping for a long time, and I have fought with the Xiongnu dozens of times in my life. Whether it is the former Junshin or the current Yazixi, I know their military methods best. I think Mr. Jia is right. Yazixi has a great chance of starting from the left land and defeating us with his familiarity with the left land. In the last surprise attack on the court of the right Xian king, I personally faced the main force of Yazixi. Although Li Guang was arrogant, no one present could compare to his understanding of the Xiongnu. Not even Wei Qing. So are we going to attack the court of the right Xian king? Zhao Panu was eager to try. Li Ji shook his head. No. No. I have said before that the current right wise king and Yazixi belong to the same front. If Yazixi wants to mobilize troops, he will definitely send troops north to join the other side. Once the right wise king leaves, the tribes that have not yet been fully controlled will definitely be ready to move. So Yazixi will definitely send someone to sit in the right land. Who do you think can do it? Luo Gubi? Luo Gubi served as the right wise king during the period of Junshin Chanyu. He was in charge of the right land for decades and had a high prestige. Even though he abdicated for a long time, his influence in the right land has not diminished at all. Maybe not. But what we know is that the person who is now in charge of the Xiongnu right land must be a person of high status and high moral character among the Xiongnu. Li Ji looked up and looked straight at Li Guang, and said slowly, if he is caught, the old general will definitely complete the title of Marquis. Li Guang's gray beard couldn't help but tremble, and he said in a trembling voice, in this case, I will go with you. Even if I die in battle, I will not regret it. If, as Li Ji guessed, Li Guang really caught some great person, even if Emperor Wu of Han suppressed the literati, he would not be stingy with the reward of the title of Marquis. Li Guang is very old. If he is not more radical, I am afraid that the title of Marquis will gradually drift away. So in the face of Li Ji's persuasion, Li Guang agreed to follow Li Ji's steps. Huitsubing, if you are afraid of being blamed by the general, You can stay in the rear army and look after the Axel Low team. No. I want to follow you. Huitziubing directly rejected Li Ji's kindness. I also want to be a general and command thousands of troops, like the general. These 800 people are not just the starting point, nor the end point. Everyone has his own ambitions. And so does Huitziubing. You said that. I didn't force you. Li Ji stood up and said loudly, I will lead the army north late at night. If any of you are willing to follow, go back and prepare dry food as soon as possible. If you don't want to, stay here and return to Dingxiang with the main force. Zhao Penu was the first to stand up and directly led out his warhorse. Obviously, he also wanted to follow and march to Yudi. I, Zhang Qian, am willing to follow the general. I, Su Ziwei, am willing to follow the general. Li Ji's plan touched many military officers and lieutenants. Who doesn't want to make achievements? Even if it costs their lives, they have to continue. A small number of middle and senior Han army officers followed Li Ji, but they all abandoned the soldiers they commanded and joined in alone. After all, not all soldiers are willing to take risks, and they don't want to implicate these people. It was late at night. Li Ji ordered his 10,000 soldiers to carry enough dry food and cold water, and galloped lightly, with the surrendered Xiongnu general as a guide, and began to move towards Fuyangzhi Mountain. At the same time, he also ordered the rear soldiers who stayed in the main army to inform Gong Sun Ao and others of the news that Li Ji had left the army at dawn tomorrow. After all, if Gong Sun Ao and other Han generals knew about it, they would probably try every means to persuade Li Ji and others not to enter the Xiongnu right land. Tens of thousands of cavalry suddenly left the camp and headed north, even if they wrapped the horses' hooves with linen. The noise they made could not be concealed at all. The Han soldiers patrolling around the camp soon discovered the abnormality. The continuous vibrations from the ground made them mistakenly think it was a surprise attack by the Xiongnu cavalry. However, when they found that the vibrations came from the rear of the camp, they were inevitably surprised. Gong Sun Ao, who was in a light sleep, was also awakened by the noise of Li Ji's troops leaving. He asked the guards outside with sleepy eyes, "What happened?" "Report to the general. General Li, who is in the rear army, has left the camp with his troops. I don't know which direction they are going. It's late at night. Why are they sending troops at this time? Did they discover the main force of the Xiongnu?" Gong Sun Ao was startled. "Find General Zhao Xian for me. Soon." Zhao Xian, who looked sleepy, came to Gong Sun Ao. "I don't know what the general wants to see me for." "General Zhao." General Li Ji's troops were suddenly withdrawn. "It is very likely that they discovered the Xiongnu. Have you found the main force of the Xiongnu around?" Zhao Xian shook his head in confusion and said, "I just went deep into the desert for dozens of miles to patrol, and did not find Yazix's troops. How could they have discovered the Xiongnu?" Gong Sun Ao fell into deep thought. "Please find General Li Guan for me. He is acting with General Li Ji." "Yes." Soon after, Zhao Xian returned to Gong Sun Ao's tent, where the main generals of the Han army were still gathered. "Report to the general. I did not find General Li Guan. It is said that he has gone north with General Li Ji." Then Zhao Xian told the whole news to the power grid, which caused the generals to discuss. "It's really bold." Su Jian sighed. He was somewhat tempted by Li Ji's plan to send troops. If he was in the rear army at that time, he would definitely be the first to agree to follow Li Ji to the north to Fuyangzhi Mountain. Except for Li Guang. No one was more eager for military exploits than him. General Li came from the sky and was not under the control of the general. We can't control any of his actions. But General Li Guang and General Huo were confused. Why did they follow him to the north? Gong Sun Ao rubbed his swollen temples, not knowing how to choose. Then General Gong Sun, "What should we do?" Someone asked Gong Sun Ao cautiously. After all, he was appointed as the commander by Wei Qing. He couldn't control Li Ji's 10,000 troops, but he could control the 70,000 troops. Now that we have penetrated 100 miles into the desert, it's time to return. Send down the order to start moving camp and return to Dingxiang County tomorrow. Generals, please slow down the pace of marching and try to let General Li Ji and others keep up. It seems that this is the only way. A few days later, Li Ji's troops appeared on Fuyangzhi Mountain, looking down at the scattered Xiongnu tribes in the distance. During the march, Huitziubing suggested not to take the route that Wei Qing took to enter Yudi a year ago, but to climb Fuyangzhi Mountain and use the advantage of the hillside to attack the royal court. A group of Xiongnu scouts wandered nearby, but were shot and killed by Han cavalry hiding in the shadows, leaving only one alive and bringing him to Li Ji. Where is the right wise king now? A Xiongnu surrender general, who defected to the Han dynasty, chopped off the captive's ear with a knife and asked viciously. The Xiongnu captive covered his broken ear and wailed loudly, with bright red warm blood flowing from his fingers. He said painfully, "The right wise king took a large number of warriors to the north 10 days ago. And it seems that the Han army went north of the Great Wall again." Li Guang glanced at Li Ji. And as Li Ji said, "The right wise king really led his troops to join Yazixi and Beatty. Who will be in charge of the royal court now?" "It's Ji Ruoho." "Who is Ji Ruoho?" Li Ji knew little about the Xiongnu. He only knew famous Khans such as Mao Dun and Yazixi, and didn't know any other Xiongnu Khans. Ji Ruoho's name is Chan, the great-grandfather of Yazixi. Li Guang obviously knew this figure of the Xiongnu, and he couldn't help but get excited, and his voice became higher. Hu Yubing's face also changed, and he asked, "The great-grandfather is of the same generation as the grandfather of the Khan. Could he have any relationship with Mao Dun?" "That's right. This Chan should be Mao Dun's younger brother. He is now nearly 70 years old, and has a very high reputation among the Xiongnu. If I can catch him, it's no problem to make him a marquis." Li Guang started to fantasize. Mao Dun was ranked among the top Khans of the Xiongnu. Even his younger brother Chan could make a name for himself among the Xiongnu, with the help of his brother's reputation. If Li Guang was allowed to catch this person, Emperor Wu of Han would definitely grant Li Guang a marquisate no matter what. But Li Guang's luck was very bad. Li Ji didn't think he would catch Ji Ruoho. Li Ji made a gesture, and the soldiers around him understood. One covered the prisoner's mouth and nose, and the other drew his sword and stabbed the prisoner's chest. The prisoner couldn't move under the suppression of several people. He only made a few whimpering and squeaking sounds, and then lost his voice. "When will we rush down?" Li Guang was a little impatient, but he still forced himself to calm down. Now the opportunity to be a marquis was within reach, and he didn't want to ruin this great opportunity because of himself. Li Ji looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, and then said, "We have been marching for several days to get here. We are already exhausted and must get enough rest before we can break through the king's court. During this time of rest, we can look down at the deployment of the Xiongnu camp." Okay. Chapter 310. Although I am old. For several days, Li Ji led people to personally wander around the court of the right wise king, and with the help of the height of Fuyangzhe Mountain, he could see the internal layout of the court clearly. In addition, he kept capturing the displaced Xiongnu people, and learned from them the location of the father of the great Xing, Chan, and the uncle of Yazixi Chanyu, Luo Gubi. According to these captives, Chan and Luo Gubi were stationed here not only to stabilize the tribes in Heshi, but also to transport a large number of cattle and sheep to Zwidi to provide supplies for Yazixi and the troops of the left-wise king. So this is why a large number of Xiongnu people drove Nyoto away from here every day. In addition to these, Li Ji also learned that Zhongchan in the court took in a large number of elderly people and provided them with food and shelter. Unlike the people of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu people did not know what respecting the elderly and the elderly of others meant. Once they were old and could not fight on horseback, the Xiongnu elderly would be abandoned outside and left to fend for themselves. Fortunately, Chan had a high prestige among the older generation of Xiongnu. As soon as he opened his mouth, a large number of Xiongnu elders came to him for help. So that in the current Wangting, he also took in a large number of elderly people to support them. This was good news for the Han army. After all, they only had 10,000 people, while the Wangting conservatively estimated that there were more than 100,000 people. Once they were dragged down by the enemy, Li Ji's 10,000 cavalrymen would probably be wiped out. Now there are many old men in the Wangting who can't fight, and the strength of the Xiongnu should be greatly reduced. On a small mountain, Li Ji led many Han generals to the top, looking down at the small rivers and lakes below. The clear lake water reflected the sunlight, making this paradise particularly bright. A large number of tents were erected on the grass beside the small rivers and lakes, and groups of cattle and sheep were leisurely eating tender grass. But the whips dropped by the Xiongnu made them walk out in pain. The entire Wangting looked very peaceful, but they didn't know that the sharp blades of the Han army had been sharpened long ago and were about to chop their necks. Everyone showed joy, especially Li Guang. If someone hadn't held him back, he would have rushed down the hillside screaming and shot the live targets below. Xu Dao, come and explain to everyone the plan for tonight's raid. Li Ji took a step back and gave up his position. This small action made Yang Su a little excited. Even though Li Ji had been here for several years and had accumulated a lot of experience in commanding soldiers, professional things had to be left to professionals. Just like Lu Bang, the first emperor of the Han dynasty, who knew when to delegate power and when to seize power, so that his subordinates could do good things while he could also establish his prestige in the army. In order to ensure the success of the raid on the royal court, Li Ji decisively used Yang Su. Of course, Hu Xubing beside him also had this ability. In the summer of history, it was he who led 800 cavalrymen to attack the Xiongnu and captured many Xiongnu middle and high-level nobles, including Chan and Luo Gubi. Now Li Ji has so many powerful generals. As long as he makes a little plan, what reason is there for him not to succeed? Yang Su took a step forward, bowed to the many Han generals and said, "According to my observation, the Xiongnu's guards are not too strict. Combined with the words of the captives, we can know that the Xiongnu leaders do not know we are here. So tonight's attack will definitely succeed." Then he spread out a piece of cloth, on which the approximate size of the court of the right wise king was drawn, and Yang Su used stones to press down on it in many places. "These are the loopholes in the patrol of the Huns that I discovered through observation. Please lead the troops and horses to charge in from these places. Quickly intersperse back and forth. And if there is a chance, you can set fire to their tents to cause chaos. Be careful not to fall into the encirclement of the Huns. You must use the mobility of the war horses to defeat them. As long as they don't surrender, we can't rein in the war horses." "Understood," everyone said in unison. Li Ji did not participate in the battle, but followed Wei Qing's approach and retreated to the second line, giving the credit to everyone. After all, they came from the main world, and the credit of killing the Huns bigwigs did not have any effect on him. At most, it made Emperor Wu of Han very happy, and people like Li Guang and Hu Xubing who lived in the battle. The military exploits they won can be exchanged for rewards, especially Li Guang. The sentence "Li Guang is hard to be promoted" does not know how many ancient generals' sorrows are poured out. I don't know if it was out of selfishness, but even if the battle was fake, Li Ji hoped that Li Guang could accomplish the feat of being made a marquis. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Today's moonlight was particularly bright. From the north in the distance, gusts of cold wind blew from time to time, causing the Huns' tents to sway slightly. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is large. Even at a hot noon, the temperature will drop to an extremely low level at night or even late at night. So it is not difficult to see the scene of wearing a fur coat in the morning and a gauze in the afternoon. Now, because of the lower temperature, most of the Huns have retreated into their tents, leaning against the brazier to keep warm and sleeping soundly. The Huns patrolling outside also hid, either leaning against the wooden fence with their heads propped up and squinting, or curling up in the corner and sleeping with their fur coats rolled up. The entire royal court did not make any sound, but did not notice that a group of cavalrymen were slowly approaching in the depths of the lonely night. "Have you all wrapped up your horseshoes?" Li Guang exhaled white air. His eyes were bloodshot due to excitement, and the veins on his arms holding the precious bow were bulging, like little dragons clinging to his arms. This raid was related to whether he could be awarded the title of Marquis, so he dared not relax at all. "General, don't worry. Everything is ready." Zhao Penu was appreciated by Li Guang for his previous words, so he was transferred from Hu Xubing's troops to his side. "Then let's start." As soon as Li Guang finished speaking, a roar broke through the air, and the feeling of vibration began to spread in all directions, and the earth began to shake irregularly. Yang Su, under the protection of Huang Zhong, took the lead in launching a charge, and the shaking of the earth was the signal he sent to other Han cavalry. "Get on the horse. Charge." Li Guang was unwilling to lag behind, and he climbed onto the horse with a vigorous figure, without any signs of aging. The sound of horse hooves like thunder continued to roar. Han cavalry appeared from all directions of the royal court. The distance of their charge was not very far from here. With the speed of cavalry, it did not take much time at all. The low roar instantly shattered the Xiongnu people's beautiful dreams. Those Xiongnu veterans who had fought against the Han army for many years screamed subconsciously. But a stream of light piercing the night pierced his neck. A puff of blood soaked the young face of the Xiongnu recruit next to him, and the terrifying impact knocked him to the ground. Li Guang shot stones and fought tigers, shocking the Xiongnu. Although he was old now, he still had the bravery of the flying general. "Kill!" Tens of thousands of cavalrymen rushed into the Xiongnu royal court almost at the same time, and the roaring shouts of fierce tigers and evil dragons filled the entire camp. Hu Xubing was extremely fast, and was the first to rush into the royal court. His long spear rolled up waves of deadly strange winds, and strands of lightning flashed in it, tearing open the tent in front of him in one fell swoop. The 800 cavalrymen, like a torrent, instantly stepped on the enemy in the dream and rushed past. Then more cavalrymen repeated the action and trampled the Xiongnu people into layers of meat paste. The Xiongnu people neglected to arrange the defensive facilities of the tents. The number of deer horns and trenches could be counted on one hand. Li Tsuanqiu led the 18 Flying Tigers as the spearhead and launched an attack from another place. The main cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army was deployed here. The traps set by the Xiongnu were like a virtual thing for them. They did not reduce their speed at all. They rushed in an instant and stirred up a bloody storm. General Tsuanqiu, the Lord ordered to kill the enemy first, in order to avoid being unable to stop this wild bull. Lu Xiangqing immediately brought out Li Ji. When Li Tsuanqiu heard what Li Ji ordered, he couldn't help but shrink his head and gave up the idea of rushing to kill the Xiongnu bigwigs alone. The Han army roared deafeningly, and tens of thousands of cavalrymen whipped their whips frantically, galloping over the collapsed tents recklessly. Li Tsuanqiu, Wang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Yan Xing, Hu Qibing, Li Guang. These are all fierce generals from different eras. Now they gathered together, like a thunderbolt from the gods, tearing the enemies in front of them wantonly. With the fierce generals leading the way, the Han cavalry easily killed into the crowd. The cavalry in the front used long spears and lances to break the tents sewn with cowhide, and the cavalry in the middle drew out short knives and sharp blades to harvest the sleepy enemies. And the soldiers behind rushed over, trampling the enemies under the horseshoes regardless of life or death. Under the charge of the Han cavalry, the entire royal court became a mess, with broken limbs and arms everywhere, and tattered corpses everywhere. Where is Ji Ruoho? Li Guang's voice was like a bell, and his strong arms turned into afterimages. The speed of pulling and releasing the bowstring was not visible to the naked eye. The precious bow continuously shot out terrifying arrows, crushing the air, and the air waves roared. A Xiongnu Donghu came from the flank with red eyes, swinging a scimitar to shake the wind and clouds, like a full moon hanging high in the sky. Li Guang swept his eyes, and immediately caught the figure of the sneak attacker. The air around him shook, and then 100-foot gust of wind was set off. The speed of both the man and the horse increased dramatically, and he killed in front of the Donghu in the blink of an eye. The ring-headed knife on his waist was suddenly pulled out, and it seemed that a thunder flashed in the void, and a touch of blood splashed in the air. Li Guang missed it on horseback, and the Xiongnu Donghu's upper and lower body moved back and forth, and half of his body fell into the sand. Waste! Li Guang snorted coldly, and then led his troops to continue searching for Ji Ruoho's traces. The Han army's cavalry continued to charge and charge back and forth in the Xiongnu camp, whipping the horses under them. They knew very well that they were just taking advantage of the sneak attack to catch the other side off guard. If they stopped and were entangled by the Xiongnu, they would probably die. It is inevitable that a general will die in battle, let alone a group of soldiers. If they don't kill the enemy, they will be killed by the enemy. Survivors of the Huns kept running out of the tents, and they all approached the direction of Ji Ruoho Chan and Luo Gubi. As long as their backbones were not dead, they still had hope of turning defeat into victory. The white-haired Chan knew that his royal court was attacked. He was over 70 years old and put on a set of leather armor, grabbed a scimitar, and climbed on the horse. Like Li Guang, even though he was very old, Chan was still able to fight on horseback. Otherwise, how could he protect the old man who came to him? Soon, a group of personal soldiers gathered around him, all of whom were elderly people. The appearance of this group of elderly Huns cavalry on the battlefield instantly gave many Huns hope. Under Chan's command, they went to the numerous hay fields and penned cattle and sheep for defense. How dare the Han people bully me because I am old? The old and strong Ji Ruoho roared, not afraid of a cavalry. He raised his scimitar and slashed the attacking cavalry with air blades, instantly cutting them in half. Ji Ruoho's heroic performance excited the Xiongnu cavalry present, and their morale was greatly boosted. A stream of light suddenly rushed over, like a fire phoenix spreading its wings in the void, and the falling sparks ignited the bodies of the surrounding Xiongnu, turning them into ashes in an instant. A solemn expression appeared on Ji Ruoho's face. Relying on his rich combat experience, he swung his scimitar and accurately slashed at the arrows. Bang! The scorching flames instantly engulfed Ji Ruoho's figure, and the terrifying temperature stung his skin. He saw his scimitar slashing back and forth, and the extremely sharp air blades cut the flames. Ji Ruoho was very embarrassed to kill, and his leather armor had countless holes burned by the fire, almost scrapped. Being able to block Huang Zhong's arrow, he can be said to be a good brave general. And Ji Ruoho is an old general over 70 years old, which makes Huang Zhong admire him a little. Yang Su held down Huang Zhong's action of drawing the bow and arrow again, and shook his head slightly. So it's here. Li Guang's figure finally came out of the crowd, and there were large and small gaps on the blade of the ring-headed knife, and blood and flesh dripped from the tip of the knife. The generals of the Long Ke army, who were ambushed nearby, were slightly relieved. They waited for so long and finally waited for the main person to appear, especially Yang Su. He used almost all methods to make Li Guang get here quickly. But Li Guang didn't know whether he was unlucky or what. Every time he approached here, he would turn his horse's head and leave at the critical moment. If Li Ji hadn't made a greeting in advance, they would have rushed up long ago. And how could Ji Ruoho continue to show off his power? The Han army has no one? They actually sent you. An old and frail old general? Ji Ruoho laughed so hard that his beard trembled, not knowing that he was also very old, and was a few years older than Li Guang. Although I am old, my arrows are still sharp. I can kill you with one blow. Li Guang was furious. He roared and rushed over. The bowstring of the precious bow was suddenly loosened, and an arrow turned into a dazzling stream of light. It seemed that a meteor tore the starry sky apart, and it was like a wolf's hair cutting through white paper. In an instant, the stream of light flashed in the void without a shadow, and appeared in front of Ji Ruoho the next second. The sharp light pierced his eyebrows. Ji Ruoho's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the old general in front of him was so fierce. He swung the scimitar with one arm. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and a solid air wall formed in front of him in an instant. Boom! The arrow hit the air wall, and the terrifying power triggered the changes of heaven and earth. The divine power was crisscrossed the void, and instantly crushed the arrow into debris. Chapter 311. The Xiongnu want to go south. In a radius of several feet, endless waves of air were raised. Both the Xiongnu scimitars and the Han army's spears were slightly twisted under this terrifying pressure. Unless it was a divine weapon made by a master craftsman, ordinary weapons would probably not be able to take this arrow. Li Guang's arrow was so powerful that it actually changed the world. The Long Ke generals, who were closest to the center of the explosion, felt it the most. They knew that the arrow was powerful, and if they were not focused, they might be seriously injured. As a famous sharpshooter, Huang Zhong naturally knew how terrifying Li Guang's arrow was. If he was not still on the battlefield at this moment, he might have exchanged archery skills with Li Guang on the spot. Bang! The air wall that Ji Ruoho used to protect himself in a hurry was instantly blown into pieces under the power of this arrow. Like a sharp arrow sent down by the gods, Ji Ruoho could not resist it at all. His body trembled suddenly, and an unnatural blush crawled on his old face. Die! Taking advantage of the moment when Ji Ruoho was in a stalemate, Li Guang roared, as if a thunder exploded in the void. He swung the ring-headed knife with one arm, as if he could cut the sky and the earth apart, and large sparks rubbed and jumped in the air. All the soldiers and generals present seemed to have a meteor flashing before their eyes. Before they could see clearly what it was, they saw Li Guang riding his horse, and the tip of the knife touched Ji Ruoho's forehead. A flash of blood shot up into the sky, and the next moment Ji Ruoho's head flew up into the sky, and a whimpering scream of pain just sounded. Li Guang grabbed the trophy's hair with one arm, facing the head blurred by blood. He couldn't help but blur his vision and burst into tears. If nothing unexpected happened, this might be the moment when he was closest to being crowned a marquis. After killing Ji Ruoho, the cavalry following Li Guang continued to charge around. The leaderless and demoralized Xiongnu cavalry were no match for them. They were constantly pierced through the body by long spears and thrown to the ground from the horse's back. Congratulations, old general. Zhao Penu, who was behind Li Guang, looked at the head in the other's hand and couldn't help but feel jealous. After all, this was Mao Duan's youngest brother. In the heart of Emperor Wu of Han, he was as important as the Xiongnu Chanyu Yazixi. It was not a dream to take his life and make him a prime minister. Unfortunately, Li Guang personally killed Ji Ruoho, which made him lose this great opportunity. Now the battlefield is not completely over, and these Xiongnu heads are also military merits. If you want to get promoted, you must not relax next time. Li Guang waved his hand. His tone was very brisk, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Yes! 10,000 cavalrymen charged back and forth in the royal court for countless rounds, and the blood soaked the sand, forming patches of dark red. Even with the constant cold wind, the thick bloody smell in the royal court could not be blown away. In the darkness outside the royal court, countless wild beasts living in the desert emerged. They were all attracted by the bloody smell here, but they were always afraid of the long spears and lances in the hands of the Han cavalry and dared not appear. Until dawn. The morning sun dispelled the darkness behind. And there was no more resistance from the Huns in the royal court. They were either shot to death by long spears and crossbows, or kept in captivity like livestock. Li Ji crossed the pools of blood and finally saw the generals, who had been fighting all night. I finally have the chance to be crowned a marquis. The glory of the Li family has never faded. Li Guang held the head of Ji Ruoho, who died with his eyes wide open all night long. But he didn't feel scared. In addition to Li Guang's gains, the young general Hu Zibing also captured many important Xiongnu figures, including prime ministers and heads of households from various tribes. Yazixi Chanyu will definitely not let you go. An old Xiongnu man was pressed up by someone and started shouting when he saw Li Ji and others. But the next second, Hu Zibing kicked his knee and broke it, and he knelt on the sand with a scream of pain. This is Luo Gubi, who used to be the right wise king and the uncle of Yazixi. Although Luo Gubi's status is not as good as Ji Ruoho, it is very important. In addition to the favor of Emperor Wu of Han, I am afraid that Hu Zibing will also be crowned a marquis this time. The Heshi area controlled by the Xiongnu right land has always been the focus of Yazixi. The news that we have broken through the royal court should soon reach his ears. Pass the order down, and after all the soldiers carry enough dry food, burn all the axle weights here. Li Ji relied on 10,000 troops to go deep into the right land, and won a great victory. Next, as long as they return to Dingxiang County safely, even if Yazixi knows about it, he can't do anything to them. The order was quickly passed down, and many soldiers could only climb on their horses when they were about to rest, dragging their tired bodies to follow the team. Fortunately, these were the troops brought by Li Ji from the main world, and they strictly obeyed Li Ji's orders. If it were the Han cavalry, it would be difficult to command them at this time. Li Guang might not be able to suppress them even if he came forward. The fire soared into the sky, and the cattle and sheep that had not yet been brought were panicked. They ran around in the wooden circle desperately, trampling and killing countless calves and lambs. And the beasts hiding outside were also afraid of the fire, and were reluctant to show their claws. The whole royal court was filled with the aroma of meat. Not long after Li Ji and others left, the Xiongnu troops from nearby tribes rushed to the royal court, but only saw a ruin filled with smoke, and their faces changed drastically. Quick! 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 Tell this to the right wise king and others. The Chanyu Yazixi, who was in the left land of the Xiongnu, took his two sons, the left wise king and the right wise king, to rest in the left wise king's royal court, eating meat and drinking wine. They knew that Wei Qing led 100,000 cavalry out of the border, so they gathered the main force of the entire Xiongnu in the left land, intending to give the Han army a heavy blow. Unfortunately, due to Wei Qing's 100-mile limit, Gong Sun Ao returned directly before he fell into the trap, which greatly disappointed Yazixi and others. They finally wanted to have a field battle, but Wei Qing disappointed them terribly. Report to Chanyu and Right Wise King. The court of Right Wise King was breached by the Han army. Ji Ruoho was killed on the spot, and many prime ministers and officials such as Luo Gubi are missing. After several days of galloping, the news of the breach of the court finally reached Yazixi and others in Zwidi. Yazixi's eyes suddenly widened, and Right Wise King also spit out the wine in his mouth, and Left Wise King took a smelly bath. You say it again? Yazixi stood up and questioned the soldier below. Faced with the leader's questioning and murderous intention, the soldier had to bite the bullet and repeat the news. Ah! The Right Wise King felt a pain in his heart and could not accept this fact. He could only collapse on the ground, holding his chest and screaming in pain. However, in 1 year, the Han army defeated the Xiongnu's royal court twice, both of which were the royal courts of the Right Wise King. You can't just bully people in one place. He has just been in office for less than a year, and the tribes in Yudi have not been completely controlled. But the sudden attack of the Han army directly destroyed his efforts for a year. If this continues, I am afraid that before the Han army launches a large-scale attack, his own territory will be in chaos. The Left Wise King, who was spared, laughed secretly and said that his brother was too unlucky. Didn't they say that the Han army only had 100,000 cavalry out of the border? How could they have extra cavalry to sneak attack Yudi? Yazixi was a little confused. The last time Wei Qing's sneak attack was successful, it was because of the Lishi troops in Yubiping who pinned down the main force in Zwidi, giving Wei Qing the opportunity to sneak attack Yudi. The current situation is different from before. Wei Qing is stationed outside the Great Wall, and the main general leading the troops is Gong Sun Ao, whose military ability is not just a little bit worse than Wei Qing. in order to prevent the Han army from repeating the strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking the west. Uzixi also specially sent people to monitor the movements of Wei Qing's 30,000 troops. But the other side did not move at all, and sat on the Diaoyu Island. However, Uzixi calculated everything. But he did not calculate that among Gong Sun Ao's tens of thousands of troops, 10,000 cavalry dared to leave the team alone and sneak attack Yudi with only 10,000 cavalry. Report to the Chanyu. It is said that among Gong Sun Ao's army, 10,000 soldiers and horses took advantage of the night to leave the team and go to Yudi. After hearing this, Uzixi's forehead was covered with black lines. The 10,000 cavalry of the Han army was able to break through the defense of the Wangting with more than 100,000 people. You should know that Wei Qing used 100,000 soldiers and horses to carry out the sneak attack a year ago. Doesn't this clearly tell him that the Xiongnu royal court is becoming more and more useless? If this matter is known by the big tribes in Hishi, according to the temperament of this group of restless people, I am afraid that Uzixi will not be able to live a peaceful life for a while. Who is the commander-in-chief? It has not been figured out yet. But some people have seen the Flying General Li Guang. Flying General Li Guang. Hearing this famous name, the important Xiongnu generals present, such as the left and right wise kings, the prime minister and the Donghu, could not help but stand in awe, compared with the young Han dynasty general Wei Qing, Li Guang, who was active during the reigns of Emperor Wen, Emperor Jing and Emperor Wu. The Xiongnu people were more afraid of this flying general. Although Li Guang was defeated by the Xiongnu, it did not affect his fierce reputation among the Xiongnu people at all. If it is really Li Guang, this style of leading troops is very consistent with him. Li Guang was very fierce to the enemy, but he treated his soldiers very well, so that most of the Han soldiers were willing to follow him to charge into battle, while the Xiongnu people were unwilling to face the sharp edge of the flying general. Moreover, Li Guang's style of leading troops is that of a fierce general. He does not focus on any tactics or strategies. He just needs to charge forward and rely on his rich combat experience to adjust his direction at any time so as to defeat the opponent more quickly. This way, either the opponent is defeated in one fell swoop, or the loss is heavy, or even the whole army is annihilated. Li Guang's luck seems to be not very good. Although he can defeat the opponent in every battle, his subordinates will suffer heavy losses. Emperor Wu of Han may also be unwilling to make Li Guang a marquis for this reason. As the opponent, the Xiongnu people are also unwilling to face Li Guang's suicidal charge. After all, the man who died was a man from their own tribe. Father, now the Han army has bullied us. We must fight back. Otherwise, this will not only slap us in the face, but also damage our dignity in various tribes. By then, I am afraid we will have to spend more effort to suppress them. The wronged right Xian Wang cried to Uzixi, now that his territory has been attacked and a large number of people have been lost. He can only ask his father for help to avenge him. Uzixi hesitated. When Xian Wang saw this, he quickly persuaded him. No, father. Now that the Han army has attacked Yudi, their morale is at its peak. Our chances of winning are not high. And according to the time calculation, the 10,000 soldiers of the Han army may have returned to Dingxiang. We may have no way to deal with this strong fortress. The troops of Xian Wang suffered heavy losses. If Uzixi decided to go south to fight, Xian Wang's troops would most likely serve as the spearhead. The combat effectiveness of the Han army is very strong now. He doesn't want to offend them and cause a big disaster. The Xiongnu can be divided into 24 leaders. The highest status is the left and right Xian Wangs under the Chanyu. The Xian Wang is much higher than the right Xian Wang. It has always been the prince who inherited the Chanyu. But it doesn't mean that becoming the Xian Wang will definitely make him the Chanyu. They must also face competition from the right Xian Wang and even the left and right Guli kings. The Han army's sneak attack on Yudi caused heavy losses to the forces of the right Xian Wang, which just fits the interests of the Xian Wang. However, if the left wise king were to take his troops to avenge the right wise king, it would probably be impossible, even if they were brothers. Faced with the dispute between his two sons, Uzixi could only sigh silently. Stop arguing. I have made up my mind. From now on, I will lead my troops to the south of the Han dynasty. Wan Ti Wuwei. You will lead the warriors of the left land to serve as the vanguard. The left-wise king Wan Ti Wuwei bowed his hands unwillingly and replied, Yes, father. While the three Uzixi father and son were arguing, Li Ji and others returned from the right land to Dingxiang County and met Wei Qing with a large army. After all, Li Ji's troops had good combat effectiveness, and he didn't want to lose too much in the desert. Of course, His nephew Wu Xubing was also in the battle. Since Li Ji and others did not obey Wei Qing's orders, even if the final result was good, Wei Qing could only enforce military law to rectify military discipline. However, Li Ji was not a native of the Western Han dynasty, and was not under the control of Wei Qing. The old general Li Guang was of a very high generation, and had killed Ji Ruoho for his hard work and meritorious service. Therefore, the unfortunate Wu Xubing was targeted by Wei Qing, and with the added layer of blood relationship, the future champion Marquis could only take over this outstanding bird. However, the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was very good. At least Li Ji saw that Zhao Penu and other middle and low-level officers were shrinking their necks and acting like ostriches. I have sent someone to inform His Majesty of your military exploits. His Majesty was very pleased and said that he would come to Dingxiang County in person to reward you. Many Han generals who heard the news could not help but get excited. Emperor Wu of Han went north here, which meant that someone could complete the task of being conferred a title of nobility. Li Guang and Wu Xubing both had the merit of killing and capturing the great figures of the Xiongnu. Even if they violated military discipline, it was not enough to erase their merits. After all, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. It is impossible that Emperor Wu of Han would take advantage of the issue to reduce their merits. Chapter 312. Face the main force of the Xiongnu. Congratulations to the player for completing the second stage of the Battle of the South of the Desert. You have received a grade A score based on your performance. It is detected that the player has completed the victory condition of killing the right-wise king. If you choose to quit at this stage, the system will determine that the player has successfully completed the Battle of the South of the Desert. Please choose to continue the battle or quit the battle. Continue the battle. The third stage of the Battle of the South of the Desert is about to begin. Please be prepared. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty learned that Li Ji was skilled and daring. He led his troops and several Han generals to attack the Right Land King's court at night, and captured a large number of Xiongnu dignitaries. He was overjoyed, and went north to Dingxiang County overnight to reward everyone. Although the old general is over 60 years old, he is worthy of being my flying general. Lu Che held Li Guang's big hand, and the latter burst into tears, crying out all the sadness of the past decades. Li Guang protected the border of the Han dynasty for decades, and also killed Ji Ruoho. He was granted the title of Qingji Marquis with a fief of 3,000 households. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Guang finally fulfilled his decades-long wish, and completed the feat of being granted a title of nobility, and thanked Emperor Wu of Han. I am afraid that the protagonist of Feng Tang is easy to grow old. But Li Guang is hard to be granted a title, and Wang Bo's Tingwang Pavilion preface will have to be changed in the future. In addition to Li Guang, who made great contributions in this war, being granted a title of nobility, the popular man Wu Xubing was also granted a title of nobility by Emperor Wu of Han. The title of Champion Marquis was specially set up by Emperor Wu of Han. Such a special title was taken by Wu Xubing, who was only 17 or 18 years old, which made many people very jealous. In addition to the two people who completed the title of nobility, Han generals such as Zhao Penu and Su Ziwei, who followed Li Ji to the expedition, were also rewarded, promoted several levels, and in charge of more troops. As for Li Ji's reward, Emperor Wu of Han did not think of too many things to reward him, but only gave Li Ji a large amount of money and equipment. Compared to the illusory title, Li Ji prefers material rewards. The Han generals who followed Li Ji to attack Yudi received the due rewards, and they were naturally overjoyed. But generals, like Gong Sun Ao, who did not make military achievements, could only look at each other with eager eyes. However, the joyful atmosphere was soon broken by a piece of news. A Han cavalry patrolled outside the Great Wall, and found that the main force of the Xiongnu started from Zhuodi, and headed straight for Dingxiang County. Is Yu Zixi crazy? He actually brought his troops south at this time. You should know that Dingxiang County has stockpiled 100,000 of the most elite cavalry of my Han dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, was full of martial virtues. He thought that Yu Zixi's southward march was a provocation to His Majesty. He was furious and his face was gloomy. I am willing to draw the bow and arrow for your Majesty, and take the dog life of Yu Zixi. Li Guang, who was conferred the title of Marquis, was in a good mood. His mentality seemed to be decades younger. He seemed to be in his peak state, and shooting stones and fighting tigers was no problem. Your Majesty, don't be careless. This may be a trap set by Yu Zixi. The speaker was Zhao Xian, a surrendered general of the Xiongnu. He had met Yu Zixi before, and knew his character well. He knew that the other party must have a plan for rashly sending troops. Emperor Wu of Han nodded, and thought that Zhao Xian's words made sense. The third stage turned out to be this. Li Ji realized that a new stage of the battle had begun. According to the historical process, Wei Qing sent troops from Dingxiang County twice in the Battle of Monan. Once in spring and once in summer. The first expedition did not yield much. And even the shadow of Yazixi was not seen. The second time, because of Wei Qing's strategy of returning after seeing the sand, the generals were able to go deep into the desert and see the Xiongnu tribe deep in the desert. In the second expedition, Huizubing's bold raid on the right land made him an unparalleled military achievement and was awarded the title of champion. At the same time, Su Jian and Zhao Xian from the east went deep into the left land and met Yazixi's troops. They were finally defeated and returned. One of them was annihilated, and the other was captured by the Xiongnu. Now, because of the appearance of Li Ji, Huizubing's operation was completed in advance, so that the subsequent process was changed, which led to the situation of Yazixi going south. It can be said that Li Ji is the culprit of all this. Li Ji, do you think we should send troops? The war faction headed by Li Guang and the defense faction headed by Zhao Xian argued endlessly, which gave Emperor Wu of Han a headache. So he asked Li Ji for help. In his opinion, this young general from outer space seemed to have infinite magic power, and he changed the situation between the Han court and the Xiongnu unconsciously. It depends on what your majesty thinks. If your majesty wants to pacify the Huns in the desert in one fell swoop, attacking is the best choice. If your majesty wants to keep the results of the battle, then defending in Dingxiang County is the best choice, Li Ji said with a bow, providing two options for Emperor Wu of Han. Li Ji did not choose to interfere with Emperor Wu of Han's choice. After all, the Han's troops went south, and the 100,000 Han cavalry was the frontal force. His cavalry of less than 10,000 could not make a big wave. But if Li Ji was allowed to choose, Li Ji would definitely choose to send troops to fight the Huns in the Gobi Desert. This choice is most in line with his interests. Emperor Wu of Han was a little entangled, and then looked at Huizubing and asked for advice. Your Majesty, this is the best opportunity to defeat Yazixi. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know when you can fight the Huns. Huizubing was still young after all, with the youthful vigor of young people. Of course, there was also confidence in his martial arts, and it was no problem to severely damage the Huns. Emperor Wu of Han glanced at General Wei Qing again, who was the most relied on general. If your majesty wants to fight, I am willing to bring back Yazixi's head. If your majesty does not want to fight, I can ensure that there is no trouble on this border. Wei Qing replied with a straight face. You are all playing Tai Chi. Right. Lu Chei's face twitched, and the question of whether to fight or not was kicked back to him like a ball. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said loudly, in this case, Wei Qing will lead 100,000 troops to the north of Dingxiang, and Li Guang, Gongsun Ao, and other generals will follow. If this battle is not successful, we will die. Yes, deep in the south of the desert. Even if Yazixi dared to start from Zhuidi and go south, he was afraid of the strong fortress of the Han dynasty. So the place where he was stationed was not very close to the Great Wall of the Han dynasty. Of course, there were other reasons for Yazixi's behavior. If the Han army really wanted to fight him in the desert, this distance would increase the supply of the Han army. And if he was defeated, Yazixi could retreat to Zhuidi in time to avoid heavy losses. I didn't expect the Han dynasty Chanyu to be so bold that he actually dared to fight us in the desert. When he learned that the Han army began to mobilize troops at the border, Yazixi couldn't help but sigh. The courage of Emperor Wu of Han was far beyond his imagination. If he were in the position of Emperor Wu of Han, he would probably choose to defend the border instead of taking the initiative to attack. The Han army sent out famous generals such as Wei Qing and Li Guang in this battle. It seems that the other side is serious. Flying General Li Guang is notorious among the Xiongnu. He can even stop children from crying. Wei Qing makes Yazixi grit his teeth and hate him very much. Whether it is the Battle of Longcheng 10 years ago, or the Battle of Yudi a year ago, Wei Qing's actions are to step on his face and make great contributions, constantly undermining his prestige in the tribe. Compared with Li Guang, Yazixi hates Wei Qing, a Han general, even more. He can't wait to tear his bones and eat his flesh. Father, we are well rested and have geographical advantages. We have twice the number of Han troops. How can we not win this battle? Wan Tiwei saw that Yazixi's face was a little bit wrong, and hurriedly comforted him. Hearing this, Yazixi's face just relaxed and his mood calmed down. Yazixi was very satisfied with his eldest son. At least his skills were not much worse than his. Report to the Chanyu. The Han army is less than 100 miles away from us. Pass the order. Let the boys get ready. We must let the Han army see the warriors of our grasslands. The Huns began to mobilize, deploying troops according to the terrain advantages, trying to decide the outcome in one battle. At the same time, a large number of Hun cavalrymen, with war eagles on their shoulders, rushed towards the Han army from all parts of the camp. As a qualified Hun Shanyu, Uzixi knew the importance of battlefield intelligence, especially for a nomadic civilization like them. It was too important to know the opponent's position. As long as they knew the distance between themselves and the enemy, they could use the power of the war horses to come and go freely, and avoid the opponent's annihilation and siege. For this reason, Uzixi used the secret technique of the tribe to train a large number of war eagles to control the opponent's status. Li Ji's black crows also had a similar effect. Dozens of war eagles circled back and forth over the Hun camp, taking off and landing continuously, bringing back important intelligence for the Huns. But as time went on, they found that the number of returning war eagles was decreasing, and black crows, creatures that were out of their control, appeared in the sky above them. Hit! Li Guang and Huang Zhong competed in archery, riding horses at the forefront of the army, and the arrows they shot hit the war eagles hovering in the air almost at the same time. A large piece of feather blood fell in the air, and the war eagle, which had lost its voice, fell to the ground and broke into a pool of meat paste. This was the last war eagle. Before this, Li Guang and Huang Zhong, two sharpshooters, had shot and killed many war eagles from the Xiongnu. Li Ji said that he was very familiar with these war eagles. After all, his Yair army raised a large number of black crows to act as eyes. However, the Xiongnu war eagles were much more powerful than black crows. At least they were not inferior to the one-to-many. General, the Xiongnu war eagles have appeared, so our army is not far from the main force of Uzixi. As a former Xiongnu king, Zhao Xian was in charge of a tribe. He was not unfamiliar with these war eagles and knew the advantages and disadvantages of these eyes. Zhao Xian's words made many generals uneasy, although they had fought against the Xiongnu no less than 10 times. And veteran Li Guang had fought against the enemy for decades and had rich combat experience. Many of them did not have enough confidence to face the main force of the Xiongnu this time. After all, the enemy was a nomadic civilization, the Huns who were said to have grown up on horseback. Unless they were the most elite Han cavalry, ordinary Han cavalry would probably not be the Huns' opponents in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, they were fighting on the Huns' home turf, and the other side had a much better understanding of the desert terrain than the Han army. 10 years ago, in the Battle of Longcheng, we destroyed their most important city. In the Battle of Hunan, we took down their richest grassland, and their right land was raided by us twice in a row. The Huns are just chickens and dogs, uncivilized barbarians. What should we be afraid of? Wei Qin counted the various battles between the Han court and the Huns to inspire people and boost morale. In fact, in the battle between Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty and the Huns, the victory rate was so high in the early stage because of the emergence of Wei and Hua, two top generals. But since the two died one after another, the Han court lacked senior generals, and Gong Sun Ao and other generals were not useful, so they were repeatedly defeated by the Huns. It can be said that Wei Qin and Wu Zibing saved the northern border of the Han dynasty. Uzixi mobilized most of the Xiongnu men and formed an army of 200,000, all of which were cavalry, twice the number of the Han army. The Xiongnu camp stationed on the Gobi Desert stretched for dozens of miles, and was as powerful as a tiger, which made many Han soldiers lose their courage before the battle. In fact, when the Han court went north to fight the Xiongnu, it was not only Wei Qin's 100,000 cavalry, but Emperor Wu of Han also mobilized a large number of civilians in the country to transport food. If it weren't for the huge wealth accumulated during the reign of Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu of Han's series of operations would have caused public resentment. The Xiongnu cavalry is good at fighting on horseback. Our army is not as large as the other side. We must take steady steps, and it is best to eliminate the advantage of the other side that they can charge at any time. Wei Qin frowned and looked at the endless Xiongnu camp, thinking about countermeasures. If we fight in Hanting, we can set up a camp and place a large number of deer horns, chevaux de frise, and other equipment to prevent the enemy from charging. Unfortunately, these things are very heavy and inconvenient to carry out of the desert. Wu Zibing said worriedly. Perhaps we can use the idle grain transport vehicles to fill with sand and stones, and then wrap them with non-flammable materials such as cowhide, and attach swords and other sharp weapons. These vehicles are distributed throughout the camp, and the Xiongnu cavalry will definitely not dare to charge at will. Your suggestion is very good. Wei Qin's eyes lit up. thinking that Li Ji's proposal has great potential. In fact, in the Battle of Mabe, Wei Qing used the Wugong chariot to prevent the cavalry of Yazixi from charging, and achieved the feat of defeating the cavalry with the infantry and crossbow troops. The general role of the Wugong chariot is not far from what Li Ji described. If Yazixi had not suddenly moved south, Li Ji might have made the Wugong chariot appear a few years earlier. The two sides were in a stalemate here, less than 20 miles apart. Wei Qing set a large number of soldiers to frantically build the chariot mentioned by Li Ji during the period when there was no war. At the same time, Li Ji asked the soldiers of the Tianqiong army to dismount and fight, relying on chariots to shoot the enemy. Although the Tianqiong army has always been used by Li Ji as cavalry, the Tianqiong army in history also had a record of dismounting to fight. With only 2,000 people, they defeated Gao Yingxiang's 10,000 heavily armored cavalry, achieving the amazing result of killing thousands of people. To deal with the Xiongnu who were not wearing a piece of armor, the strong crossbows and fire guns of the Tianqiong army were enough to kill them. "Father, I will be the vanguard in this battle." The right-wise king puffed out his chest and asked for the order. If he can't make any name for himself now, not only will the position of Chanyu gradually fade away, but even the position of the right-wise king may be replaced by Yazixi. After all, to suppress the unconvinced tribes in the right land, Yazixi needs a son with good talents to do it. Chapter 313 Wandering Dragon. Li Guang. Huitsubing. You take 10,000 cavalry and join Li Ji's troops, and station on the right wing of the chariot formation. Su Jian. Zhao Xian. You take 20,000 cavalry and station on the left wing of the chariot formation. The Xiongnu army arrived at the battlefield first and took advantage of the battlefield's geographical advantages. Wei Qing had to divide the army into 3 parts, placing grain transport carts as basic defense facilities and guarding the left and right with elite cavalry. This approach made it difficult for the Xiongnu to choose the direction of attack. If the Xiongnu wanted to conquer the main force of the Han army that relied on grain transport carts for defense, they had to adopt the tactic of attacking with the whole army. But this would expose the weakness of the flanks, and the Han cavalry wandering on both wings could take advantage of the situation to launch an attack, and even choose to outflanking the rear of the Xiongnu. If the Xiongnu wanted to deal with the troops on the left and right sides of the Han army first, they would have to divide their forces. In this way, they not only lacked sufficient advantages in manpower, but also had to face the attack of the main force of the Han army in the convoy, ending up in a thankless situation. Perhaps the Huns have an advantage in individual combat, but they are far inferior to the Han army in terms of military tactics, especially the Han army, which has many fierce generals and famous generals. The chance of victory is very slim. Li Ji's idea is very good. If this battle is victorious, I will persuade your majesty to build a batch of sturdy chariots. The prototype of the Wugong chariot still appeared in Wei Qing's mind, and he was ready to build it after the war. Wei Qing's Wugong chariot tactics influenced the situation when famous generals of various dynasties dealt with infantry against cavalry in the future. Zhuge Liang's wooden ox and flowing horse is an alternative application of the Wugong chariot. It can transport food when moving and serve as a city wall when stopped, which greatly improves the safety and efficiency of the grain transport team. When Wei Qing was mobilizing troops, the request of the right Xian king of the Huns was accepted by the Chanyu Yazixi. Tens of thousands of Han cavalry formed a simple formation outside the camp, but in Wei Qing's eyes, it was scattered and full of loopholes. In terms of troop deployment, the Huns were much worse than the Han army. The Huns did not gather a large army to attack us. It seems that they want to test the strength of our army. Fortunately, the number of semi-finished Wugong vehicles built by Wei Qing is not bad, enough to deal with these tens of thousands of soldiers. The command of the Tianqiong army was temporarily taken over by Wei Qing. After all, this army can dismount and serve as archers and crossbowmen. It is the only special archer and crossbow unit in the Han army. In order to compensate for Li Ji's lack of troops, Wei Qing specially transferred the veteran Li Guang and the youngest Huitsubing to Li Ji's side, waiting for dispatch. The Huns are coming. The dismounted Han cavalry looked at the dust in the distance, and the ground under their feet shook regularly. They couldn't help but feel numb and their hands and feet cold. The Tianqiong soldiers who were wiping their fire guns and crossbows were used to big scenes, and there was no expression on their faces. It was a pity that Li Ji did not bring Zhu Yi's first-line soldiers to participate in the battle. Otherwise, this group of cavalry nemesis would surely shine in this battle. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry charged towards the main force of the Han army, like a torrent of steel galloping across the land. The thunderous sound of horse hooves almost shattered the earth. Shoot! The right-wise king roared loudly, pulling the bowstring to a full moon. And the next second a terrifying sound of breaking through the air exploded. The arrow pierced the void, leaving a circle of visible ripples, and rushed to the front of the Han army's convoy in the blink of an eye. The Han soldier had no time to react. He felt a tearing pain in his neck. The arrow suddenly pierced his neck, leaving a trace of blood. The Xiongnu, who grew up on horseback, were skilled in horsemanship. They could sit on the horse with their legs alone, let alone draw the bow and put the arrow. A large number of arrows flew out from the Xiongnu army, like a dense swarm of locusts passing through, making a harsh roar, and instantly swept the front half of the Han army's convoy. Puff! 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 The muffled sound of arrows hitting the vehicles. The sound of arrows piercing the flesh. The shrill screams. Countless sounds instantly filled the entire battlefield, and the bloody smell mixed with the air, making people feel uneasy. The Xiongnu cavalry was like a tsunami with huge waves, whistling and rushing into the main force of the Han army. The war horses galloped angrily, hitting the heavy vehicles and making painful neighs. In an instant, a large number of Xiongnu cavalry fell off their horses, and the sound of falling was endless. The soldiers of the Tianxiong army began to attack. The three-barreled fire guns spewed out flames, accompanied by loud noises and rising gunpowder smoke. The hot iron balls hit the bodies of the Xiongnu cavalry, and the extremely strong impact force threw them off their horses. The Xiongnu cavalry fell to the ground with broken bones, and the skin and muscles hit by the iron balls turned outwards. Countless blood was splashed out, and the burning and painful pain almost destroyed their mental defenses. The Xiongnu did not have the technology to mine iron ore, and the armor rate was far less than that of the Han army. The attack of hot weapons was not something that the flesh could resist. Not only were the Xiongnu people surprised by the power of the fire guns, but the Xiongnu horses that had not been specially trained were also frightened. The loud noise shocked their minds and instantly destroyed their judgment ability. The neighing sounded continuously, and the war horses in the front row panicked. It was difficult for the Xiongnu cavalry to control these war horses in a short time, galloping and jumping. The vanguard of the Xiongnu army was in chaos in an instant. Wei Qing seized this opportunity and decisively mobilized archers to shoot the enemy. The archers of the Han army were all cavalrymen with superb archery skills, although their combat capabilities were not as good as those on horseback. They could basically deal with a chaotic enemy with ease. A large number of Xiongnu people were shot down by their horses as the sound of bowstrings vibrating the air rang out. When they struggled to get up, they were trampled into the sand by the war horses behind them, and their eyes quickly collapsed. It was the first time that the right-wise king saw the Han army use such tactics, and the sudden appearance of firearms was beyond his expectation, which disrupted his offensive rhythm in an instant. Lord right-wise king, the Chanyu has ordered you to use your numerical advantage to wear down the enemy's arrows. Another group of cavalry has come to support you. The battle in front was fierce, and Yuzixi, who was sitting in the rear, naturally couldn't sit still. He adjusted his offensive strategy by judging the battlefield situation. It must be said that there is a reason why Yuzixi could sit on the throne of Chanyu. He has been dealing with the Han army for many years, and knows the advantages and disadvantages of the Han army. Although the bows and arrows of the Han army are extremely lethal to the Xiongnu, the Han army, which lacks the support of the home field, is under great pressure to supply because it is fighting outside the border. It only needs to exchange human lives for resources to consume the bows and arrows of the Han army in a period of time. At that time, the Han army must fight hand-to-hand with the Xiongnu. They are not inferior to the Han army in single combat. The Han army's convoy was already full of arrows, like a hedgehog, and sawdust from the disintegrated vehicles could be seen everywhere. After all, these were not the Wugong vehicles of history. These vehicles were built temporarily, facing the rain of arrows like a locust swarm. Their poor durability could not withstand the tossing of the Huns. A large number of vehicles were destroyed, and the main force of the Han army had to retreat backwards, and the space for movement was getting smaller and smaller. Faced with such a situation, Wei Qing could not help but frown. The Huns' desperate charge made him look at them with a new eye. At least this was the most likely way to defeat the Han army. Yuzixi's courage and means were not inferior to those of the previous Chanyu. Abandon the fire guns and use strong crossbows to shoot the Han cavalry in turns. Lu Xiangxing, the commander of the Tianxiong army, also realized the enemy's idea and decisively abandoned the fire guns that took a long time to refill, and used strong crossbows to shoot the opponent. This strategy has changed from killing the enemy to harassing the enemy. Lu Xiongxing needs to save the consumption of bows and arrows as much as possible while suppressing the enemy. The desperate charge made the Huns get closer and closer to the Han army's chariot formation. And some brave and skilled warriors broke through the blockade of the Han army's rain of arrows and faced the Han army's vehicles. A crudely made spear was stuck at the bottom of the vehicle, and the veins on the Hun warrior's forehead bulged, and the muscles in his arms bulged like granite, trying to use the impact of the warhorse to pick up the vehicle and open a gap. The Han soldiers leaning against the back of the vehicle thrust out their spears and pierced dozens of holes in the Hun warrior in an instant, and countless blood splashed in the air, forming a bloody rain. Don't retreat! Don't retreat! Some Han soldiers who were intimidated by the Hun's great power trembled and instinctively moved back, but their heads were cut off by the ring-headed sword behind them. Gong Sun Ao shouted loudly, beheaded several cowardly soldiers in a row, and then his figure shuttled across the battlefield, flashing cold light, killing dozens of Hun cavalry with good combat effectiveness. Although Gong Sun Ao's ability to command troops was not very good, his martial arts skills were well known among the generals of the Western Han dynasty, and he was enough to serve as a deputy general of an army, and was highly regarded by Wei Qing. I didn't expect that Wei Qing could block half of our army with only tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He was indeed the most valued general of the Han dynasty. Chanyu. I can't rest until he dies. Sit on the hillside. Chanyu Yazixi was sitting on horseback, looking down at the battlefield not far away. The difficult advancement of the right Xian King made him a little melancholy. Don't worry, father. The defense of the Han army seems very stubborn. It's nothing more than borrowing the advantage of bows and arrows and the solidity of chariots. As long as we wait for some time, the Han people who have consumed a lot of bows and arrows will be like lambs to be slaughtered, allowing our army to rush and kill at will. The left Xian King disagreed, thinking that Yazixi was a little worried. Maybe. Yazixi shook his head, his eyes suddenly stern, and the battle situation in his vision quietly changed. Dozens of Xiongnu warriors rode on tall horses, with arrows piercing their flesh and blood on their sturdy bodies. They roared wildly, and their whips were about to be broken by them. The red-eyed war horses formed an unstoppable torrent, which instantly shook the grain transport carts, and cracks appeared between the tight convoys. Not good. The Han army general realized that he had exposed a flaw and was about to call on everyone to push the vehicle back to its original position, but was pierced by a spear. The Xiongnu warriors seemed to be in a trance, like the Wolf King in the grassland wolf pack, looking up at the moon and uttering a desperate roar. He picked up the dead body of the military marquis with one arm, raised his horse's hoof high, and crushed the ground under his feet in one fell swoop. The terrifying shock shook the Han soldiers who were besieging him. The sound of horse hooves rumbled, and dozens of warriors took the opportunity to kill into the Han army, and their spears splashed after images, killing dozens of Han soldiers in an instant. More and more Xiongnu cavalry rushed in through this gap frantically, and they continued to expand this gap. The Han army is exhausted, and such a good opportunity cannot be missed. My son, lead the remaining soldiers and horses to give the Han army the last blow. Yazixi was overjoyed and decisively went all in. If he failed, he would die. After receiving the order, Zhou Xianwang immediately turned on his horse and led the remaining Xiongnu cavalry to gallop out of the camp. The momentum of thousands of horses galloping cast a haze over the disadvantaged Han army. Wei Qing also knew his situation. While commanding Gong Sun Ao and others to lead people to block the gap, he ordered the Han cavalry on the left and right wings to find the right time to attack. The Han army had no advantage in numbers, so Wei Qing could only defeat the enemy with a surprise attack. Gong Sun Ao, Gong Sun He and other generals fought on foot with ring-handled swords, killing one person with one step, and cut a bloody path among the incoming Xiongnu cavalry, and blocked the gap with their flesh and blood with soldiers holding large shields. As long as the gap was blocked, the Xiongnu who had penetrated deep into the Han army would be cut off from retreating instantly, and the Han army could catch them in the trap and wipe out this army. The Xiongnu who attacked with all their forces would definitely not let the Han army block the gap, and they would rely on this gap to continue to put pressure on the opponent. With this flaw, the two sides launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle, like a meat grinder that killed a large number of Xiongnu and Han soldiers, with blood and flesh flying, and broken limbs and arms everywhere. Report to all the generals. The Xiongnu have already come out in full force. The general wants you to find the right time to attack the enemy's left wing. I understand. In fact, Li Ji knew the changes in the battle situation on the main battlefield through the eyes of the Black Crow. and knew how much pressure Wei Qing's main force was under. Now that the Xiongnu army has launched an attack, this is really a great opportunity to have a decisive battle with the enemy. The 40,000 cavalry distributed on both wings are the winners of the battle. The fate of the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu depends on them. Report to the Lord. Su Jian and Zhao Xian on the left wing have already led their troops to launch an attack. Shi Jingxi brought back valuable news. Then the whole army will attack and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Kill! 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 The Han cavalry on the right wing burst into an astonishing shout of killing. This army is composed of Li Ji's own troops and the most elite cavalry of the Han army, and its combat effectiveness is at the top level. The reason why Wei Qing left this army on the right wing is nothing more than wanting to defeat the opponent at the most critical moment. Like a dragon dancing in all directions, Li Ji held the Overlord's spear as a pioneer, followed by the heavy armored cavalry of the Jingxi army. Taking advantage of the hillside, he quickly increased his speed, like a ferocious beast rushing into the flank of the Xiongnu, aiming directly at the Xiongnu archers, who were surrounded. Boom! Li Ji's Overlord's spear thrust out, and the boundless power instantly crushed the surrounding air, rolling up endless air waves, roaring, like a cold light breaking through the void, instantly piercing through the enemies in front of him. The warhorse swung its hooves frantically, and the terrifying impact made Li Ji unstoppable, like a chariot crushing the crowd. Blood splattered in an instant, and mincemeat flew everywhere, suddenly pushing the Overlord's spear forward. A noisy sound suddenly rang in Li Ji's ears. Chapter 314. Taking the head of the enemy general in the masses of 10,000s of troops. Come and die! Li Ji pursued and attacked fiercely, killing the Xiongnu cavalry step by step. Seeing this, a Xiongnu warrior rushed up with a roar, and his extremely sharp blade almost cut the space around Li Ji apart. Yan Xing, who was acting as a temporary guard, was tense and stared at the enemy's terrifying scimitar. As long as Li Ji didn't react, he would directly attack and stab the opponent off his horse. Bang! The sound of the weapons hitting each other sounded, causing Yan Xing's spear to stagnate suddenly. Li Ji seemed to have anticipated the enemy's sneak attack long ago. He blocked it with the Overlord's spear. The brutal and ruthless power instantly burst out from his body, knocking the Xiongnu warrior's scimitar away in one fell swoop, and flew backwards, twisting his waist and abdomen like a snake. Li Ji's eyes were like lightning, and his left hand suddenly wiped from his waist. The colorful divine light suddenly burst out in the void, instantly submerging the warrior's body. The Long Yuan sword was unsheathed to cut the enemy, and the divine light almost annihilated the void. The extremely terrifying sword energy swallowed several feet, cutting the Huns in half with both the man and the armor. The blade dripped warm blood, and Li Ji rode his horse coldly over the corpse, holding the sword in his left hand and the spear in his right hand, and cut several rainbow lights in succession, and the shadow of the spear flashed in the void. The Hun cavalry that blocked him was immediately blasted into pieces, and countless blood was splashed in the air, and flesh was flying in all directions. The spear and sword are both excellent. Most generals fight with a single weapon, but some generals with extremely high martial arts talent can use different weapons in their left and right hands to fight, and their combat effectiveness is far superior to that of their opponents. For example, Zhao Yun, who went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times in the novel, held the Qigong sword in his left hand and the long and bright silver spear in his right hand, killing Chao Boss and shouting, "Whose general is this?" Another example is Wu Dao Tian Wang Renmin, who had a double-edged spear in his left hand and a hook halberd in his right hand. The long and short of the two made up for his disadvantages, and he eventually became famous for his martial arts. Although Li Ji could not use two weapons as skillfully as Zhao Yun, he was able to deal with ordinary soldiers without the blessing of characteristics. Li Ji's spear and sword were far inferior to Zhao Yun. Originally, Li Ji had not thought about learning this way of fighting, but since Yezi presented the Long Yuan sword, he would wield it when he had nothing to do. This happened to be seen by Li Tsunxiao, who suggested that Li Ji practice the way of fighting with two weapons on the spot. Li Tsunxiao could also use two weapons, the Bai Yan Lao in his left hand and the Yuan lance in his right hand. His combat power was extremely strong, and he was just right to teach Li Ji. It happened that the Xiongnu cavalry posed little threat to Li Ji, so he took this opportunity to practice the spear and sword and sharpen himself in actual combat. Kill! Li Ji led the Jingxi army into the battle formation. The Long Yuan sword turned into a colorful streak, like a long river hanging from the starry sky, wantonly washing away the enemies in front of him. The Overlord's spear in his right hand was like the brightest star in the starry sky, bursting out with dazzling cold light. piercing through the enemy's body. And with a shake of his arm, he kept knocking the enemy off his horse. The 3,000 Jingsai army was nothing compared to the 200,000 Xiongnu army. But they charged with great momentum, as if the mountains and rivers were tilting, following Li Ji to break through one army formation after another. And the enemy's formation was in chaos. The direction of attack chosen by Li Ji was the connection between the right Xian King's army and the left Xian King's army, according to Yang Su's idea. As long as Li Ji led his men to cut off the connection between the two armies, they would definitely collapse without attacking and become chaotic first. In fact, this was exactly the case. Li Ji's charge completely cut off the connection between the left and right wise kings. The front army didn't know what was happening in the rear army, and the rear army didn't know what was happening in the front army. Li Ji's direct intervention made them lose information and dared not move. Yang Su was worthy of being a great general. He pointed out the weaknesses of the Xiongnu army to Li Ji. With only these 20,000 people, he penetrated the heart of the enemy. The heavy lines of defense guarding the Xiongnu archers were like pieces of fragile paper under Li Ji's front. They could be penetrated with just a little effort. Li Tsuinxiu led the 18 flying tigers in the enemy's formation as if there was no one. The extremely heavy Yuan spear blasted the space to the point of collapse, and the overwhelming force hit the enemy, instantly blasting them into a bloody mist. They had already killed their way into the Xiongnu army. Xiongnu cavalry were everywhere. Li Tsuinxiu didn't need to use too many skills at all. With a swing and a retraction of Yuan's spear, he could kill a large number of enemies. Flesh and blood bodies are nothing in front of Li Tsuinxiu's terrifying power. Where are the big men of the Xiongnu? Li Guan laughed wildly. He was in a good mood after completing the title of Marquis not long ago. He wanted to continue to find bad luck with the left and right-wise kings to make himself go further. The Han cavalry followed the footsteps of the new Marquis closely, and continued to fight with the enemy. Every moment, there was a sound of people being stabbed off the horse, which was extremely bloody. However, from the perspective of God, Li Guan's troops were getting farther and farther away from the personal guards of the left and right-wise kings. With such a bad luck, they seemed to have difficulties in gaining more military exploits. On the other side, Huitzubing led 800 cavalrymen to fight bloody battles. A lot of energy was constantly consumed as they danced with weapons. The extremely sticky blood made it almost impossible for them to hold the long spears in their hands. The further they charged in, the more difficult it was for Huitzubing to feel, as if they were trapped in a swamp. Every step they took consumed a lot of physical energy. But Huitzubing believed in his sense of smell and believed that the direction he was moving in was correct. The enemy's main general was right in front of him. "I found you." The long spear rolled up the wind in thunder, like a giant python hunting for prey. Huitzubing took the lead and repeatedly tore open the defense line in front of Zhuxian Wang. Zhuxian Wang was horrified, and the next second his eyes shot out bloodthirsty eyes. The long spear in his hand swung the air and rolled up boundless strange wind, stabbing towards the throat of Guanju and Ho. Zhuxian Wang, who was able to stand out among many heirs, not only had superb political skills, but also had martial arts that were not much worse than the warriors in the tribe. Boom! Huitzubing's long spear pierced the void, making a sound of tearing silk and linen, and collided with Zhuxian Wang's spear in the air. In an instant, the terrifying force pushed the void, and the surrounding space was like a water surface hit by a huge rock, shaking circles of ripples. The surrounding Xiongnu cavalry and Han army cavalry subconsciously frowned, instinctively covered their bleeding ears, and showed a painful expression. Both of them were top generals of their respective forces, and the aftermath of the fight was far beyond the ability of ordinary soldiers to bear. Huitzubing burst out with amazing strength. The movement of swinging his arms with his weapons almost disappeared. The spear light was like a sky full of stars, instantly drowning out the figure of Zhuxian Wang. The terrifying noise came to his ears, and Zhuxian Wang was under great pressure. He could not count the spear lights in his sight, and the cold light almost dazzled him. He bit his tongue suddenly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the spear also disappeared, continuously hitting the cold light in the void, making countless crackling collision sounds. Puff! Zhuxian Wang was out of strength for a moment, and his arms froze. Huitzubing seized this opportunity and rushed out with his spear, and the tip of the spear pierced through Zhuxian Wang's shoulder socket. His upper and lower teeth trembled, and Huitzubing's eyes were wide open. The power from his arms almost bent the spear into a full moon. While Zhuxian Wang screamed in pain, he suddenly felt his body lighten. He was actually picked up from the horse's back by Huitzubing's spear, and fell into the army formation behind like a meteorite. Dozens of Xiongnu cavalry were also knocked to the ground. Kill! Huitziubing roared, as if a tiger descended from the mountain. The spear seemed to be the sharpest claw in the world. The lightning swam into space and killed dozens of Xiongnu soldiers who were besieged. The next moment, Huitziubing, who was only 17 or 18 years old, showed a fierce look on his face. The lightning on his spear flashed, leaving a burnt hole on Zhuo Xianwang's chest, and a faint smell of meat floated. 800 cavalrymen were like evil dragons tumbling in the pool, swimming to the left and right sides of Huitziubing, strangling the enemies who wanted to come and snatch the body. Zhuo Xianwang is dead. Why don't you surrender? Huitziubing shouted, like a thunder in the air, and Zhuo Xianwang's head was raised high. The surrounding Xiongnu cavalry saw Zhuo Xianwang's head with his eyes open, and their morale instantly fell to the bottom, and they had no fighting spirit at all. The news of Zhuo Xianwang's death spread by word of mouth, and soon spread throughout the battlefield. Yu Xianwang, who was in the front army, was horrified. His brother's position was behind the attack, but he died on the battlefield first, so his death was coming soon. Retreat! 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 The right-wise king panicked and immediately abandoned the command of the army, and wanted to flee the battlefield with the remaining Han soldiers. However, a series of heavy horse hoof sounds came from far away. Shi Jingxi and the Yair army found his trace, and quickly rushed towards the right-wise king. Shi Jingxi had a cold face, and his white armor and white robe were dazzling. The sharp silver spear in his hand was exposed. With a casual sweep, dozens of enemies in front of him were instantly blasted into blood mist, and their limbs and arms flew across. The figure of the right-wise king was reflected in his cold eyes. Shi Jingxi was not afraid of the incoming scimitars and spears. His waist and abdomen twisted like a snake and python, blasting away the weapons flashing with cold light. The next second, the warhorse under him neighed, and Shi Jingxi's figure appeared in front of the right-wise king like a ghost. The silver spear was like light and lightning, and instantly pierced through the large shield guarding in front. The murderous aura suddenly enveloped the right-wise king. At this moment, he was like falling into the water, and it was very difficult to breathe. Then, a piercing pain came from his abdomen. The right-wise king looked down and saw a long spear entering his abdomen and exiting from his lower back, completely piercing his entire body. The Xiongnu people have no future. The right-wise king, who had just taken office for a year, was dying. A cold light appeared in his dissipated eyes, and then his head spun upside down in the air. Shi Jingxi pulled with one arm, holding the head of the right-wise king, and shouted to persuade him to surrender. The long spear swept across the four directions like a poisonous dragon, killing several blind enemies. The left and right-wise kings died in battle one after another, and the 200,000-strong army was suddenly leaderless. In addition, under the attack of the left and right wings of the Han army, it soon collapsed. The defeat was as great as a landslide. Wei Qing's eyes were stern, and he decisively ordered the whole army to press forward and kill as many living forces of the Xiongnu as possible. This battle determined the offensive and defensive position of the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu. If the Xiongnu were seriously injured, they would not be able to move south for several years, and the Han dynasty could recuperate and firmly control the rhythm of the attack. Both sons died in the battlefield, but Yazixi, as a father, was not sad at all, but instead had a look of fear all over his face. Yazixi, who was completely emboldened by the Han army, chose the stupidest approach and fled the battlefield with his own soldiers, and the 200,000-man army suddenly became abandoned. Yazixi disappeared, and the left and right-wise kings died in the battlefield. The 200,000-man army was like a headless fly, crying and collapsing quickly. A large number of Xiongnu cavalry knocked their companions away and fled the battlefield in panic. Now in their eyes, Wei Qing's Han army is the devil of HL. If they don't flee at this moment, do they want to be the ghost under the knife of the Han army? I didn't expect that I didn't get any credit in this battle. Li Guang, who had been running on the battlefield for most of the time, was upset when he learned that the Xiongnu had been defeated and the credit for killing the general was taken away by Shi Jingxi and Huitziubing. The troops of Su Jian and Zhao Xian on the left wing of the Han army were covered in blood. There were only two of them who could fight on the left wing, so the number of enemies killed was far less than that of Li Ji's right wing. Yazixi abandoned the army and returned to the desert. We didn't get much credit in this battle. Why don't we chase Yazixi and present his head to the general? How about it? Zhao Xian sought Zhao Xian, who was also the main general, and wanted to follow the example of Li Ji and Wei Qing and go deep into the desert to kill Yazixi. If they succeeded in killing Yazixi, this merit would far exceed the total merits of Wei Qing and others. It goes without saying that they would be granted titles of nobility and appointed as prime ministers. And they could even be promoted to the position of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, on an equal footing with Wei Qing. This is of great importance. We must consult the general. Su Jian hesitated. Although Zhao Xian's words were very tempting, he was a steady person and did not dare to send troops easily. It's not clear whether the general will agree to it. Even if he agrees, he will definitely miss the best time to chase and kill Yazixi. With Yazixi's speed, he would have run to the desert. Zhao Xian's eyes moved. And then he said with a sullen face, I am as familiar with the desert as Yazixi. As long as we kill Yazixi, the general will not dare to say anything more. Forget it. I will take my own troops and set off. If I really kill Yazixi, don't blame me for not reminding you then. Then he swung the reins, and the warhorse carried Zhao Xian step by step forward. Okay, brother Zhao. I promise you. But we need to send light cavalry to inform the general and let him pick us up. Hearing the voice behind him, Zhao Xian smiled triumphantly and said, As it should be. With the general's foresight, he will definitely pick us up. Up to now, although the Xiongnu army has lost a lot of soldiers and horses, the number of survivors is much more than that of the Han army. In order to control these people, Wei Qing sent a large number of people to suppress the surrendered Xiongnu. Zhao Xian and others led more than 10,000 people to leave the battlefield and began to chase the defeated Yazixi. The momentum was so huge that it could not be hidden from Wei Qing's eyes. Zhao Xian actually sent troops to chase Yazixi at this time. I'm afraid he has a serious illness? Li Ji was originally worried about not fulfilling the conditions for killing Yazixi, but found that his teammates were more anxious than him, and sent troops directly into the desert. It is undoubtedly a death sentence to send troops without sufficient preparation. Let's go to pick them up. Li Ji was a little afraid that Zhao Xian's tricks would cause too much loss to his side and lead to the defeat of the battle. Chapter 315, Chasing for 100 Miles. Report to the General. General Zhao Xian and General Su Jian are leading troops to chase Yazixi. General Li Ji may be in trouble, and has gone to reinforce him. When Wei Qing heard the words of the messenger, his face suddenly turned livid, and his good mood instantly disappeared. Zhao Xian is really incapable of success, and more likely to fail. Order Gong Sun Ao to lead the light cavalry to support them. Yazixi is a lone wolf in the desert. Even if he is defeated by the Han army, he is not something that Zhao Xian and his ilk can deal with. If these 20,000 soldiers and horses are lost in the desert, I am afraid that this great victory will turn into a tragic victory. This is the most unacceptable result for Wei Qing. On his way to escape to the desert, Yazixi constantly used the power of the Chanyu to gather tribes of all sizes on the way, and soon gathered a cavalry of nearly 10,000 people. Zhao Xian behind him was not as familiar with the desert as Yazixi. When chasing, he took a lot of detours, and was left far behind by Yazixi. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to H.L., but you go in. The Han army bit its tail, and refused to let go, which made Yazixi very angry. With a vicious look in his eyes, he ambushed Zhao Xian's marching route. On Zhao Xian's side, in order to quickly catch up with Yazixi's troops, he not only did not carry enough food, but also abandoned the heavy armor and only wore leather armor to go into battle. In the land of yellow sand, gusts of wind roared in the vast desert, blowing many Han cavalrymen on the march unable to open their eyes, and their faces were cut by the flying sand. They have been deep in the desert for several days, and the dry food and water they carried are almost completely consumed. If they can't find Yazixi's trace, they may turn around and return to Dingxiang immediately. Not only will they have no merit, but they will even be punished by Wei Qing's military law. Brother Zhao, the desert is so vast. How can we find Yazixi and his men? Su Jian was a little discouraged and wanted to persuade Zhao Xian to give up the pursuit and return to Hanting to take a few blows. We are not far from Yazixi. Let's chase them for another day. If we still can't find them, we will go back. Zhao Xian just opened his mouth, and a puff of yellow sand hit his mouth directly. He didn't expect Yazixi to be so fast. Obviously, he was defeated, and his morale was low. Logically, he would be able to catch up soon. At this time, a slight vibration sound came from a distance, as if something terrible was deterring the earth. The gravel was jumping wildly, playing a death song for the Han army. The Han cavalry who were resting were biting the dry food and didn't react for a while. And Zhao Xian, Su Jian, and a group of middle and high-level officers who had fought with the Xiongnu several times turned pale in an instant. Their faces were full of fear and confusion, and they screamed quickly, "Get on the horses! Enemy attack!" These people were veterans, who had lived on the border for more than 10 years, and had fought against the Xiongnu cavalry dozens of times. With their experience, they instantly judged that a large number of cavalry were rushing towards them through the unusual vibrations of the earth. But what they couldn't figure out was why there was a large number of cavalry galloping in front of them. And they were so imposing and came with bad intentions. It was obvious that Yazixi was defeated by them. Boom! Just like thunder and lightning in the void. The dull sound of horse hooves was like a fierce death warrant in the ears of the Han army. The soldiers at all levels desperately gathered the surrounding Han soldiers, and formed one military formation after another. They had seen the impact of the Xiongnu cavalry with their own eyes. If they did not set up their positions, the entire Han army would collapse in less than one round. And there would be no possibility of reversal. There are cavalry in front of us. They are definitely not friendly troops. They must be Yazixi's troops. But how could he gather a large-scale cavalry in such a short time? Su Jian's face was full of impossibility. The appeal of the title of Xiongnu Chanyu was far beyond his imagination. He could actually raise an army while fleeing. He somewhat understood why Emperor Wu of Han was obsessed with exterminating the Xiongnu. It was not only for the vast land outside the Great Wall, but also to prevent them from becoming stronger and eventually threatening the border. For now, we must prepare for a breakout. I hope the general can rescue us in time. Zhao Xian's face sank. In his sight, a thick black line segment rose on the distant horizon. Then the strong wind kept blowing, and the line segment became thicker and thicker. And finally, it was completely revealed. It was a shock line composed of cavalry. The densely packed Xiongnu cavalry held up their spears and scimitars. Their leather armor was incomplete, and they rushed into the unstable Han army after they appeared. Shoot! Shoot! The Han cavalry lacked axle weights, and they had experienced a great battle before, so they had very few resources. The team of more than 10,000 people only shot scattered arrows, which was not a threat at all. Arrows fell from the sky and sank into the Xiongnu army without causing much waves. Only dozens of people were pierced through their leather armor, fell off their horses, and were trampled into meat paste by the horses that took over. This loss was nothing. Boom! Tens of thousands of cavalrymen galloped on their horses, as if they could shake the earth and the sky, and this space would be crushed under the horses' hooves. The earth was shaking, and tens of thousands of cavalrymen, like an unstoppable torrent, suddenly rushed into the center of the Han army under the leadership of Yazixi. The Han cavalry was caught off guard and was instantly cut into two parts. A large number of soldiers were drowned in the Xiongnu war horses. Spears and scimitars slashed on them, and blood flowed like a river. Reinforcements are coming soon. We will fight to the death. Whoever kills Yazixi will be promoted 3 levels. His troops were scattered by the Xiongnu. Su Jian's eyes were red like a lone wolf in his hand. The ring-headed knife danced in his hand, and the cold light kept taking away the lives of the enemies. Now that the Han army was ambushed and the morale dropped sharply, he had to fabricate facts to stabilize the morale and find an opportunity to break through the Xiongnu's attack. Su Jian, save me! Not far away, Zhao Xian was trapped in the siege, facing the siege of dozens of Xiongnu warriors. His 3-legged cat Kung Fu was not up to the task. Soon, several scars appeared on his body and blood was dripping. Su Jian gritted his teeth and had to rush over on horseback. The ring-headed knife kept swinging and slashing out the air blade, blocking Zhao Xian's extremely deadly killing move. He was also one of the main generals of the Han army. If Zhao Xian died here, the Han army would have no chance of turning the tables. Moreover, he also had to rely on Zhao Xian, a local man, to leave the desert safely. The situation of the Han army became more and more difficult as time went by. Zhao Xian and Su Jian, who were trapped in the siege, showed despair on their faces. God, please bless my people and blow the last strong wind. The Xiongnu shaman took out a crystal-clear skull from under his tattered clothes, raised his hands respectfully, and made the most pious prayer. As soon as the voice fell, it seemed that the heavens responded to his call, and a violent wind blew up in the depths of the desert, and countless gravel flew into the air. It was as if the yellow sand covered the sky, and the entire battlefield was covered with a layer of earthy yellow color. The ring-headed sword protected his front body, and Su Jian used his arms to block his mouth and nose, and gravel kept hitting his rough face. What is this? A sandstorm? Su Jian was shocked. He didn't expect that the Xiongnu people had such a mysterious ability to summon sandstorms in the desert. The appearance of the sandstorm made the Han army fall into despair. This is the protection of the gods. You will definitely die. Yazixi rushed in, with a crazy look in his eyes, and a very healthy arc at the corner of his mouth. The spear in his hand kept attacking Su Jian, and every swing could stir up a gust of wind and gravel, torturing Su Jian very painfully. The wind roared and roared in the desert, and the war horses neighed in panic and ran around. Obviously, the power of nature made them feel the fear of death and instinctively wanted to escape from here. Bang! Suddenly, thunder was heard in the distance, and two streams of light rushed into the battlefield one after another. The overwhelming power instantly tore the wind apart, and countless gravel swept up to the sky fell to the ground. The Xiongnu shaman was horrified by the evil wind behind him. But as soon as he turned around, he was overwhelmed by the divine light bursting from the two arrows. One arrow pierced his heart and went out through his back. One arrow tore his palm and smashed his skull. No! The Xiongnu shaman's consciousness quickly faded, and he let out a final cry. At the same time as the skull shattered, the wind seemed to lose contact and dissipated in the air in an instant. Behind the sandstorm, a Han army appeared. Their armor was covered with gravel. Huang Zhong and Li Guang put away their precious bows and perfectly completed the task assigned by Li Ji. They still seemed to have not decided the winner in this archery competition. Li Ji spit out all the gravel in his mouth, then shook off the beast swallowing black gold armor on his body, and the sand fell from his body. Marching in the desert was beyond Li Ji's imagination. At least when he caught up with Zhao Xian's troops, he almost lost his way. Fortunately, he did not listen to the direction guided by Li Guang. Otherwise he might have been lost in the desert. If it weren't for the sudden sandstorm, Li Ji would not have been able to determine the location of Zhao Xian's army, and he would not have known that Yazixi also appeared on the battlefield. All troops charge. The overlord's spear pointed directly at the center of the battlefield, and Li Ji shouted excitedly, and 20,000 cavalrymen went out in full force. Now the Xiongnu were entangled with Su Jian and Zhao Xian's army, and they could not leave the battle in a short time, unless Yazixi fled alone like before. The Chanyu would die in the desert. Huatsubing's 800 cavalrymen rushed to the front, and their speed almost reached the peak in an instant. The surrounding air suddenly twisted, as if being pulled by something and attached to them. Lightning flashed faintly in the air, and the 800 cavalrymen were like a thunderbolt in the world. And the force of 10,000 kilograms squeezed the air like a tidal wave and pushed it to both sides. Kill! Huatsubing shouted, his eyes flashing like thunder and lightning, his long spear like a vicious python coming out of a cave, twisting his waist and abdomen to smash the Xiongnu cavalry. And the sound of broken bones followed. A shrill cry of pain sounded, and Huatsubing was unstoppable, wielding a long spear with great momentum, leading the cavalry to penetrate deep into the Xiongnu army. Li Tsuinqiu led the 18 flying tigers to attack from the other side, and the heavy long spears broke the void, and the enemy could be killed with just the strong and fierce wind. Huang Zhong and Li Guang fought together, leading the cavalry with superb archery skills to wander on the edge of the battlefield, throwing a large number of arrows to kill the enemy. Yazixi was shocked, and did not expect that there was actually a Han army hanging behind. At this moment, the Xiongnu army was attacked from both sides, and the good situation disappeared in an instant. How ugly the Xiongnu Chanyu's face was. How happy Su Jian and Zhao Xian were. The two laughed and waved their weapons, beheading the enemy under the horse. The ring-headed sword pressed forward, and Su Jian took the life-and-death approach to drag Yazixi into the quagmire of war, not letting the other party escape easily. What a madman. The spear blocked the ring-headed sword that was rolling like a gust of wind, and the veins on Yazixi's forehead bulged. But he was very anxious. Li Ji's soldiers and horses were extremely powerful, far beyond the comparison of the Xiongnu army and the Su Zhao army. It only took a short time to force the balance of victory to their side. If he didn't leave, I'm afraid he, the Chanyu, would also be killed here. Thinking of this, Yazixi's eyes turned, and he slightly relaxed the strength of his arms. Su Jian's ring-headed sword then chopped him off the horse's back and fell into the crowd. After rolling around in a panic for several times, Yazixi crawled and rolled and disappeared in the crowd, leaving no trace. Oops. Su Jian didn't expect the other party to be so spineless. When he was about to rush over to chase and kill him, he was blocked by a wall of flesh and blood formed by the Xiongnu soldiers behind him. Shaking his head in annoyance, Su Jian glared at the distance unwillingly. Then he led the wounded Zhao Xian out of the siege and joined other troops. We must immediately control these 10,000 people. And don't let Yazixi escape. Li Ji was overjoyed when he learned that Yazixi had not slipped back to the desert and was still hiding in the Xiongnu army. Originally, he came here for the purpose of rescue. But he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. If he could kill Yazixi, then he could complete all the conditions for victory in the battle. And the reward would be more generous. Not only Li Ji was excited, but the soldiers who learned the news also began to get anxious. The Xiongnu Chanyu was too important to the Han dynasty. Even if a soldier got Yazixi's head, his official position would immediately take off on the spot. And it would be no problem to control an army alone. These Han soldiers are really abominable. Yazixi, who was hiding in the crowd, discarded his precious armor, pulled out the leather armor from the corpse of the Xiongnu, and put it on his body, and smeared his face with blood. People who were not familiar with him could not recognize him at all. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the direction of advance, and a group of Han cavalry galloped over and stopped these people. Li Guang learned that Yazixi had not escaped yet, and decisively led his personal soldiers to search the field. Although Li Guang had completed the title of Marquis, he still wanted to go further and be on an equal footing with Wei Qin. Hearing his name being called, Yazixi shrank his head and tried to lower his voice as much as possible to get back. But this scene could not be hidden from Li Guang's eyes, and he immediately shouted and pointed at Yazixi angrily. Do you know where Yazixi is? Chapter 316. The battle ends. Yazixi's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that the flying general would point at him directly. If he didn't answer, he would probably lose his head. Forcing an ugly smile, Yazixi pointed to the distance and answered in fluent Chinese. Report to the general. Yazixi, that bastard, fled over there. Li Guangxi nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave on his horse, Zhao Penu behind him shouted, No. How can ordinary Xiongnu speak Han language? You must be a high-ranking Xiongnu figure? What? Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Yazixi, who was in a desperate situation, suddenly grabbed a broken spear and shouted, The Han people and our Xiongnu are irreconcilable. Now they want to kill us all. Warriors with blood, follow me to charge. After that, he took a step forward, and the broken spear attacked as fast as lightning, piercing the opponent's thigh before the Han soldier could react. The next moment, Yazixi pulled with his arms and actually flipped the bleeding Han soldier off the horse, then jumped on the horse in one go. For the women and children of the tribe, follow me to kill. The Xiongnu cavalry, who had originally lost all their fighting spirit, were instantly ignited with anger. They had fought with the Han people dozens of times, and witnessed one after another of their companions dying tragically under the hooves of the Han cavalry. If they surrendered to the Han people like this, I am afraid that the gods in heaven would not forgive them. The hatred engraved in the bones of the Xiongnu and the Han people was immediately stimulated. They longed to enter the Central Plains and have a stable home. So fighting with the Han people was inevitable. Either the enemy died or I died. Yazixi led the way, drew the scimitar at his waist, and killed several Han cavalrymen who were besieging him. The worn leather armor on his body was covered with blood, dripping on the ground along the gaps. The Xiongnu Chanyu personally charged into the battle, like pouring a basin of cold water into an oil pan, pushing the morale of the Xiongnu people to the peak in an instant. Thousands of Xiongnu immediately rebelled. Unarmed, they threw the Han cavalry to the ground and bit the faces of the Han soldiers with their mouths wide open. The surrounding Han soldiers were horrified. They stabbed the enemy's body with their spears and lances, making several holes in the enemy's body, and blood flowed out like a fountain. But the Xiongnu had already fallen into a state of madness. The fatal pain could no longer destroy their mental defenses. Their consciousness slowly receded with the bite of their mouths. Such a change really surprised Li Guang. They did not expect the Xiongnu to be so crazy. They were obviously appeased, but their morale was ignited by Yazixi's words, and they rebelled regardless of life and death. My lord, you must kill Yazixi first, and then kill a large number of Xiongnu people, and use blood to extinguish their momentum. Yang Su's eyes flashed with a touch of cruelty, and he said to Li Ji directly. In his view, the Xiongnu were just a group of uncivilized barbarians, and no matter how many died, they would not be affected at all. Furthermore, if this was a group of Han troops, in order to completely control them, Yang Su would not mind his long sword being stained with blood. I'll leave this to you. After receiving Li Ji's order, Yang Su immediately led a cavalry unit out, with thousands of cavalrymen galloping and dancing on the land, crashing into the Xiongnu. In just one encounter, the Xiongnu who had not gained a firm foothold were instantly torn open, and a large number of soldiers were suddenly knocked to both sides by the impact of the war horses. Yang Su's cavalry cut through the waves like a divine weapon falling from the sky, splitting the enemy in two in an instant, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yazixi, who was fighting with the Han army, heard the sound of horse hooves like thunder behind him, and his face turned pale. Just as he twisted his waist and abdomen backward, he found that a long stick carved with dragon patterns hit his head with a bang, and the energy like the collapse of Mount Tai exploded in an instant, and the whole head was almost pressed into the neck. Yazixi didn't even make a sound of surrender and begging for mercy. His skull was smashed into pieces by Yang Su's stick, and the headless body fell from the horse's back to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chan Yu, the surrounding Huns cried sadly, raised their scimitars and spears, and rushed towards Yang Su, like a lone wolf forced into a dead end, making a final frenzy. But their reaction was exactly what Yang Su wanted. With a swing of the dragon stick, countless red and white disgusting things flew in all directions. Yang Su swung the long stick again with cold eyes, hitting the heads of the surrounding enemies repeatedly, accompanied by bursts of explosions. Their heads burst like watermelons, and a large amount of red and white splashed on the armor of others, emitting an unpleasant smell. The death of Yazixi and his personal soldiers was too tragic, which seriously hit the morale of other Xiongnu people, and they shouted words of surrender. But what awaited them was the ruthless hooves of the Han army, which trampled them on the ground and crushed them into a pool of smelling meat paste. After several consecutive charges, Yang Su and others didn't know how many enemies they trampled to death. Even Li Guang couldn't stand the bloodthirstiness and hurried to stop Yang Su's behavior. The Xiongnu are cheap labor, and they are needed to repair the fortress and the Great Wall. The death of Yazixi completely cut off the possibility of the Xiongnu cavalry's successful resistance. Facing the devil-like butcher Yang Su, they could not muster up any fighting spirit to resist. It is better to live than to die. Anyway, Yazixi is dead. They fought for the Xiongnu until the last moment. Surrendering at this time is worthy of their ancestors. Li Ji and others escorted this batch of captives back to Ningxiang to meet with Wei Qing and other generals. In the battle copy of the Battle of Emonan, the Xiongnu suffered heavy casualties, and the captives in the hands of the Han army were countless. Li Ji successfully completed the victory condition of killing 150,000 Xiongnu. In addition, Li Ji also completed the conditions of killing the left-wise king, killing the right-wise king, and killing the Xiongnu Chan Yu. It can be said that he completed all the victory conditions of the battle. As for whether there are any hidden conditions, Li Ji is not clear. These need to wait until the battle is settled to know. Even if Yazixi died, the Xiongnu tribes hiding in the depths of the desert would soon elect a new Chan Yu. As long as they are not completely wiped out, they will surely make a comeback after hundreds of years of reproduction. The Han army won a great victory in the Battle of Monan. But Wei Qing, who had a long-term vision, still had a little worry. If your majesty is willing, I am willing to lead the Han cavalry into the desert and wipe out all the Xiongnu people. The young and energetic Hu Xubing was not as pessimistic as Wei Qing. The desert seemed to be the best destination for him, and he would die here without regrets. I didn't expect that I could be granted the title of Marquis. Thanks to your help, if there is a chance to fight against the Xiongnu, I am willing to fight alongside you. Flying General Li Guang fulfilled a wish, as if he was several years younger, full of vigor and vitality. Li Ji nodded slightly. If Li Guang really wanted to fight alongside him, he might have to use a recruitment order to recruit Li Guang to the main world. But the Li Guang recruited by the recruitment order should not be the old version of Li Guang. Wei Qing set up a big banquet to reward the three armies. It happened that Li Ji received a message from the system that he was about to leave the battle. So he took this opportunity to say goodbye to the generals of the Western Han dynasty at the banquet. If your majesty wants to continue to launch an attack on the Xiongnu, I hope to act with you. Wei Qing said so. Next time. Definitely next time. If we really want to continue to cooperate with the two pillars of the Han dynasty. I don't know whether the next battle will be the Battle of Mabe or the Battle of Heshi. These two battles are much bloodier than the Battle of Monan. Hu Xubing found Li Ji and stuffed a short knife into his hand. This is the first trophy I captured on the battlefield. Now I give it to you. Hu Xubing's move instantly ignited everyone's mind, and they stuffed a lot of equipment and treasures into Li Ji's hands. Even Wei Qing gave Li Ji a batch of cattle, sheep and war horses. Until the next day, when Li Ji led the Dragon Sparrow army back, he still carried a batch of trophies. Congratulations to the player for completing the third stage of the Battle of Emonan, and was rated as Class A based on the player's performance. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the Battle of Emonan and obtaining all the victory conditions. Please accept the reward in your free time. Li Ji had just returned to Longke City when the system's voice sounded, reminding him to collect the reward. My lord. The new governor of Yangzhou set up a big banquet in Sichuan, and sent an envoy a few days ago to invite the governors of various counties to attend the banquet. Wang Ming believed that Liu Yao's invitation to the banquet was of great importance, and he had been waiting for the return of Li Ji's troops. The soldiers who had fought intensively in the battle were already exhausted. So Li Ji dismissed the troops and horses to rest in the camps, and then went to the Lord's mansion with Wang Ming, Jia Su and others to discuss important matters. A new official has 3 fires when he takes office. I'm afraid that Liu Yao is not a good person. Shi Shicai is such a wise man that he can see at a glance that the governor of Yangzhou is calculating. Liu Yao is just relying on the name of a relative of the Han dynasty. But he is a coward. He hid in the Jianghuai area because of the Yellow Turban Rebellion and resigned from his post. Now he has no brave generals to protect him, and no counselors to give him advice. According to Jiaji's opinion, this banquet should be to win over the governors of various counties, to help him stabilize his position as governor. After hearing Wu Jia's point of view, Li Ji understood a little. Although Liu Yao is a more authentic relative of the Han dynasty than Liu Bei, he is not a native of Yangzhou after all, and has no foundation in Yangzhou. His title of Han dynasty might fool the people, but it was not a threat to the local aristocratic families and the governors who held military power. If Liu Yao wanted to quickly gain a foothold in Yangzhou, the best way was to win over the local powerful people. And Li Ji, as the governor, was also a key target for winning over. Unconsciously, Li Ji had transformed from a small lord to a powerful person, crossing a huge class gap. The big figures, who used to be high above him, now had to be respectful to him and bow to him. My lord, you have military merits and the military power appointed by His Majesty. We have hundreds of thousands of troops in Kuaiji, which will definitely give Liu Yao a headache. I'm afraid the other party will make a big fuss about this at the banquet. Wenhe means that he will take measures to collect military power. Li Ji is not too worried about this problem. In troubled times, whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger reason. Liu Yao can't just take the military power from Li Ji with just his mouth. The governor of the state must have military power, and the prefect must also have military power. If the other party is stubborn, my lord can start from this aspect. Jia Su showed a cunning smile, which made people shudder. Well, since it is Wenhe's plan, you will come to the banquet with me. After hearing Li Ji's words, Jia Su's healthy smile froze instantly. Although Liu Yao's banquet was not as threatening as the Hongmen banquet set by Xiangyu, Sichuan was Liu Yao's home ground after all. If the negotiation failed, the probability of fighting was very high. Even though Li Ji would bring military officers with him to escort him, Jia Su still felt that it was a bit dangerous. In addition to Li Ji, other county governors were also invited, and local noble families in Yangzhou were also eligible to attend the banquet. Among them, the noble families in Wu County occupied the majority. Not only the 4 major surnames of Wu County, Lu, Gu, Zhu, and Zhang, but also a name familiar to Li Ji, Yan Baihu. It seems that due to the advancement of the plot, Yan Baihu's rebellion was greatly advanced. He gathered nearly 100,000 people and entrenched in the mountains. The huge momentum gave Wu County Governor Sheng Xian a headache. Unexpectedly, Liu Yao also invited this rebel leader in. Isn't this a clear admission that the other party is not a bandit? Li Ji didn't understand Liu Yao's thoughts. There were still a few days before the banquet, and Li Ji had no intention of leaving immediately. While handling government affairs for a few days, he accepted the reward for the battle. Congratulations to the player for completing all the victory conditions of the campaign, and the rewards have increased significantly. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the equipment drawings of the Han Army Standard Ring-Handed Sword, Gold level. The Han Army Cavalry, 800 people. And Wikibing's token. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden conditions. Li Guang is difficult to be appointed and Zhao Xian was captured. And obtaining the War Eagle training method and the designated recruitment order, Li Guang. Li Ji glanced at the last reward and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yesterday's joke didn't expect to come true today. Li Guang was really going to be recruited by him. But the era when they fought side by side would be changed to the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. However, this recruitment order designated Li Guang, and Li Ji's interest was reduced a lot. So he simply opened other rewards first. The drawings of the Han Army Standard Ring-Handed Sword appeared in Li Ji's hands. Li Ji was very familiar with this weapon. Whether it was the end of the Eastern Han dynasty in the main world or the Western Han dynasty in the campaign, Most of the weapons equipped by the Han Army soldiers were this ring-handed sword. Name Han Army standard ring-handed sword. Quality gold grade. Physical attack 120. Magic attack 20. Special effects. Sharpness. When slashing on the enemy's armor, there is a chance that the durability of the opponent's armor will be doubled. Blood Sea and Deep Feud. When fighting with aliens, there is a chance to cause additional damage, and the probability of sharpness effect increases. Bleeding. The wound caused is not easy to heal. Forging conditions iron or wood. Li Ji has seen a lot of ring-handled swords, but he didn't expect that this gold-level ring-handled sword has so many effects, which is much more powerful than the official one. If this ring-handled sword is launched, it should be able to quickly occupy a large market. In addition, with the endorsement of the famous craftsman Oyezi, the selling price can be pushed up. Chapter 317 Battle Rewards. Professionals do professional things. Li Ji is not good at making equipment. This blueprint can only be handed over to Oyezi. Li Ji said that he was familiar with the War Eagle training method in the hidden conditions. After all, Shi Jingxi's Crow army has the means to train black crows in captivity. In the early stage, Li Ji also obtained the blueprint of the pigeon house and trained a group of pigeons to report information. It must be said that the existence of carrier pigeons greatly reduces the communication time. In this world with rugged roads, this is undoubtedly one of the ways to reduce time costs. Li Ji made a lot of money and tasted a lot of sweetness in the early stage by renting carrier pigeons to civilians and players. The War Eagle training method rewarded by the campaign is undoubtedly an advanced version of carrier pigeons. The trained War Eagles not only have a long transportation distance, but also a fast transportation speed. If Li Ji pushes the War Eagle into the market, it should squeeze out the share of carrier pigeons in a very short time and monopolize the market. Of course, the role of War Eagles is not only these. They can also act as the eyes of the army like black crows to quickly obtain information on the battlefield. However, the cost of training a War Eagle is much higher than that of a carrier pigeon, and there are very few of them in the south. Li Ji needs to entrust the player to capture a group of qualified War Eagles for him. After throwing the War Eagle training method to the relevant personnel, Li Ji checked the third reward, 800 Han Army Cavalry. Li Ji was not unfamiliar with this cavalry. They were the 800 cavalrymen who obeyed Huitzubing. Whether in terms of equipment or combat power, they were much stronger than other Western Han soldiers. It can only be said that Emperor Wu of Han valued Huitzubing very much. Only a lieutenant could lead an elite cavalry, which made other Han generals only envy. Name Han Army Cavalry. Quality 8th level troops. Army equipment Han Army standard ring-headed sword, diamond grade. Diamond level iron armor. Gold level warhorse. Army characteristics. Come and go like the wind. Marching speed is greatly increased. Rush thousands of miles. Physical strength limit is greatly increased. Physical strength recovery speed is greatly increased. And food consumption is slightly increased. Cold light. The sharpness of the weapon is increased. And the durability is increased. Description in history. The 800 cavalrymen who followed Huitzubing to raid the right land of the Xiongnu were extremely powerful and equipped with military marquises, centurions, etc. This is Li Ji's second high-level cavalry unit, only one level lower than the Jingxi army. Unfortunately, this cavalry is a one-time reward, and Li Ji cannot spend resources to supplement them. Unless Huitzubing is recruited, Li Ji can make up the 800 cavalrymen. However, Li Ji was very happy to get an 8th level unit for free, and he planned to assign this cavalry to Lu Xiangqing's men. With Lu Xiangqing's ability, even if he is not as outstanding as Huitzubing, he is enough to make this cavalry shine on the battlefield. Li Ji went directly to the barracks of Longke City and recruited this high-level cavalry. The fully equipped Han Army cavalry suddenly appeared in the parade ground, and the terrifying murderous aura swept all around, causing many soldiers around to look at it sideways. The veterans who participated in the Battle of Mo Nan instantly recognized the origin of this army. Their eyes were as big as cow eyes, and incredible words were written all over their faces. They had never forgotten how fierce this cavalry was. Marquis Gao Bushi greets the Lord. Marquis Pudua greets the Lord. Marquis Xingshan greets the Lord. Marquis Su Ziwei greets the Lord. There were 4 marquises in this 800 cavalry, each of whom was in charge of 200 people, 2 of whom were Han people, and 2 of whom were Xiongnu people. During the war between the Western Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, countless Xiongnu people or Han people were captured, and some of them directly surrendered to the other side and served them. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty treated Xiongnu captives in a relatively gentle way. Not only did he appoint them as generals, but also Xiongnu kings like Zhao Xian, were directly granted the title of Marquis. Even the Han army guarding the border, which had a blood feud with the Xiongnu, would recruit a group of Xiongnu people to guide them on the road to the desert. Therefore, many of Huitziubing's 800 soldiers came from Xiongnu tribes, and the marquises were no exception. Li Ji checked the 4 dimensions of these military marquises and found that their bravery data were all around 60 to 70, which was more than enough for them to be military marquises. Centurion Zhao Penu greets the Lord. Hearing this familiar name, Li Ji looked sideways. During the battle, Zhao Penu had proposed to raise the hometown of Yuzixi. He was very courageous and was a good general. You will temporarily lead these 800 people and obey Lu Xiangxing's orders. Li Ji checked the opponent's data and found that Zhao Penu's upper limit of bravery was as high as 85, and the upper limit of commander was more than 80 points. Even if Zhao Penu was placed in the late Eastern Han dynasty, he could still lead an army alone. But now Zhao Penu is just a young man, with a level of only 30 or 40, far from reaching the peak. So Li Ji asked Zhao Penu to lead 800 cavalry and assign them to Lu Xiangxing. Zhao Penu, who was suddenly promoted, was naturally grateful, and his loyalty increased greatly. After sending Zhao Penu away, Li Ji took out a short knife from his bosom. This was the equipment that Huitziubing gave to Li Ji in the campaign dungeon. Li Ji originally wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but the lazy system gave it a new effect. Named Xiongnu Short Knife, Huitziubing's token. Quality special. Status unused. Effect when used together with the recruitment order for top military generals and civil officials. It can greatly increase the probability of recruiting the top military general Huitziubing. Description: this is a token given by Huitziubing to the player. A symbol of friendship. An item that increases the probability of recruiting Huitziubing. Li Ji originally thought that this token was just an ordinary treasure, but he didn't expect its effect to be so amazing that it could give him a chance to recruit Huitziubing, one of the 2 pillars of the Han dynasty. From the effect of the item, it can be inferred that Huitziubing is a top military general. That is, either the bravery value or the command value is above 95. And it is even possible that both of them are above 95. There are countless famous generals in the long history of China, but not many of them can reach the level of top generals, and even fewer can compare with Huitziubing. This item provides Li Ji with the possibility of recruiting Huitziubing. Of course, if Li Ji is lucky, it is not impossible to recruit someone stronger than Huitziubing. There are very few channels to obtain the top military and civil officials' recruitment order, at least as far as Li Ji knows. It can only be obtained through large-scale activities or national wars, and it must be ranked in the top. So whether to take a gamble or draw Huitziubing, Li Ji needs to weigh it himself. Is there a possibility that the appearance of the campaign order is to help players lock in a favorite general? Li Ji began to make bold guesses. If this token reward is one of the must-drop rewards for completing the campaign copy, then there is a lot of room for operation. Famous generals and ministers in various campaigns can be accurately recruited by players by obtaining tokens. For example, if a player draws the Battle of Chongping and happens to be assigned to Bai Qi's side, as long as the player builds friendship with Bai Qi, the campaign copy will reward the player with Bai Qi's token. If the token and the recruitment order are used at the same time, there is a chance to recruit Bai Qi, the god of killing. If the player really recruits the god of killing Bai Qi or Wu Mu Yufei in this way, I am afraid that he will soar into the sky and push the Huaxia area like a bulldozer. Unfortunately, there are very few samples now, and Li Ji doesn't know whether this guess is right or wrong. I don't know if other players have a battle order. Maybe Steve in America or Qin Fan in Silly knows about this. The battle order is the exclusive reward for the first place in the national war. Li Ji is not sure whether the exclusive rewards of the 2 people who rank 2nd and 3rd are the same as his. All this needs to be said by them in person. However, Li Ji still has a battle order. If he wants to prove whether his previous idea is correct, this may be a breakthrough. It's a pity that Li Ji has been very busy recently. Not only does he have to go to Shochuan for a banquet, but he also has to prepare for the upcoming imperial examination. In addition, the news that Emperor Ling of Han is critically ill began to spread in Luoyang, and He Jin and Zhang Rang seem to have begun to make plans. These things need Li Ji to handle them personally, and he can't spare time in a short time. Recruit Li Guang first, and one more fierce general will appear to deter Lu Yao a little more. Li Ji directly used the designated recruitment order, Li Guang, to recruit this flying general. A fierce general with a strong back and waist riding a tall horse, carrying a big bow, holding a ring-headed sword in his hand. His eyes are very unruly. I, Li Guang, greet you. My lord. Fortunately, Li Guang knew clearly what the difference was between the monarch and his subjects. He immediately came down to salute Li Ji after seeing him. But his loud voice made Li Ji's ears buzz. No need to salute. Li Ji helped Li Guang up and began to look at him. Unlike the old general, who was over 60 years old in the battle, Li Guang was not very old at this time. He looked only in his 20s or 30s. He was in his prime, and could fight for Li Ji for decades. Li Guang's luck in history was really not good. Emperor Wu of Han gave him so many opportunities to be a marquis. But he failed in the end. Either he returned in defeat or lost his way and made no achievements. Emperor Wu of Han could not find any excuse even if he wanted to make Li Guang a marquis. Name Li Guang. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Citizen of Longcay City. Level 100. Brave 97, 97. Commander 75, 75. Wisdom 50-50. Political Strategy 20-20. Charm 80. Luck 1. Personal characteristics. Difficult to seal, black luck is forced to 1 point and cannot be affected by other factors. There is a chance that unfavorable factors will affect the action. Loving soldiers, blue soldiers' loyalty increases, and they are less likely to be deceived by enemy counselors' strategies. Skilled in archery and horsemanship, purple when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 15% when charging into battle. Personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Descendant of a famous general, purple born in a famous family. With extremely high prestige. The combat effectiveness of the troops under his command plus 15%. But it is easy to conflict with generals of humble origins. Unparalleled in the world, gold when fighting with others. If the opponent's bravery value is lower than Li Guang's. Li Guang's personal combat effectiveness plus 30%, if the opponent's bravery value is higher. When in Li Guang's personal combat power plus 35%. Divine shooter, gold when using bows and arrows. Li Guang's bravery value is temporarily plus 1. Combat power plus 30%. Bow and arrows skill power plus 100%. And there is a chance of causing instant kill effect. Peach and plum blindness, gold treat people with sincerity. Li Guang establishes prestige in the army. The combat power of the troops in the territory is plus 25%. And morale is not easy to fall. Shooting stones and fighting tigers, gold personal combat power plus 25%. If using bows and arrows to fight. Personal combat power is additional plus 5%. And there is a very small chance of defeating the enemy's morale when killing the enemy. When leading the border guards to fight. The bow and arrow range increases. The bow and arrow damage increases. And the bow and arrow interval time is shortened. Flying general, color when fighting. Personal combat power plus 50%. And the combat power of the troops, led by plus 30%. If you fight with alien races, you will get an additional plus 10% personal combat power. An additional plus 10% unit combat power. And the morale of alien enemies will be easily reduced. Skills arrows never miss, S level. Sunset, S level. Rain of arrows, S level. Sky-breaking arrows, S level. 1,000-mile sniper, S level. Mental skills Li family mental skills. Equipment when chasing horse, diamond level. Ling Mao Bao, diamond level. Han Army standard ring-headed sword, gold level. Special arms Western Han border guard rangers, 4th level arms. Maximum recruitment of 30,000 people. Peach and plum trees do not speak. But people will follow them. Li Guang's life was very unfortunate. Compared with Wei and Hua, he seemed even more pitiful. Which resonated with many people. I don't know how much effort I spent to help him complete the title of Marquis. Li Ji looked at Li Guang's black characteristics of difficult to be titled, and that little luck value. And couldn't help but complain. Perhaps it was because his son of the plane had worked. Forcibly raising Li Guang's luck. Giving the other party a chance to kill Ji Ruoho. Flying General Li Guang's personal bravery can reach the level of the 5 Tiger Generals. But his command ability is not very good. Coupled with his pitifully low luck. I am afraid that leading an army alone may make Li Ji laugh. Therefore, Li Ji still used Li Guang as a fierce general first. After recruiting border guards for him, he let him lead the troops, and let other generals control him. However, what surprised Li Ji was that Li Guang had reached the maximum level when he was recruited. While the generals recruited by ordinary recruitment orders were all level 60. Li Guang's breakthrough mission has been opened. Mission Li Guang is difficult to be in theft. Li Guang's exclusive breakthrough mission. Mission description Li Guang obtains the title of Marquis through military exploits. Mission reward after completing the mission. Li Guang's 4-dimensional data will be increased by 1 to 5 points. And any one of the characteristics will be upgraded to color. Li Ji looked at this simple and crude task, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This task only required Li Ji to find an excuse to confer the title of Marquis to Li Guang. But this meant that Li Ji needed to have the same power as Emperor Wu of Han. This meant that Li Ji could become the emperor, or that Li Ji could use the emperor to command the princes, and threaten the emperor to confer the title of Marquis to Li Guang. These two methods could not be realized in a short time. The addition of Li Guang allowed Li Ji to add another bow and crossbow general, bringing the number of bow and crossbow generals to 3. Although it was not as good as the cavalry and infantry generals, it was much better than the lonely navy. Speaking of which, the number of fierce generals at Li Ji's disposal had expanded a lot, and there were 4 who had reached the level of the 5 tiger generals, and Li Tsunxiu and Huang Zhong, who had broken through, were more than a little stronger than the 5 tiger generals. I don't know if Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had a breakthrough. If they hadn't, they should not be the opponents of Li Tsunxiu and the others. Li Ji had checked the data panel of Lu, Guan and Zhang during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The opponent's level was low, and there was still a long way to go before the full level. Chapter 318 Banquet. Yangzhou, Jiujiang County, Sichuan County. Lu Yao, a relative of the Han dynasty, was newly appointed as the governor of Yangzhou. He specially held a grand banquet in Sichuan City and invited all the powerful people in Yangzhou and the governors of various counties to come to a gathering. Yangzhou controls the 6 counties of Zhejiang, Lujiang, Danong County, Yuzhong County, Wu County and Kuaiji. Except for Li Ji, the governors all have the background of Yangzhou aristocratic families, and their strength should not be underestimated. Lu Yao's new position made many players see the possibility of rapid success, and they rushed to join the new governor like a stream of carp. It happened that Lu Yao had no one around him, so he took in a group of players to work for him and formed a large-scale private army. Lu Yao's ability was not too strong. He was only ranked in the middle and lower levels among the princes in the late Han dynasty. Compared with the powerful princes such as Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Sun Ce, he was even more inconspicuous. Apart from personal preferences, Lu Yao may be a feasible target for realizing the plan of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Li Ji did not rush to Sichuan a few days in advance like other prefects, but led Li Tsunxiu, Shi Jingxi, Jia Su, and the 18 Flying Tigers to resist Sichuan through the teleportation array on the day of the banquet. 21 people suddenly appeared in the teleportation array of Sichuan City, and the terrifying murderous aura swept all around, causing the faces of the Sichuan soldiers, who were maintaining order around, to change. They had never seen a team with such a terrifying momentum, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Lu Yao's purpose of setting up a big banquet was known to everyone. Ambitious prefect families, like Li Ji, all brought their own arrogant soldiers and generals to give Lu Yao a warning. As long as he showed his muscles to the new Yangzhou governor, Lu Yao would have to think twice before making any small moves. This team is only about 20 people, but its momentum is much stronger than the troops brought by other governors. Nonsense. Don't you see who Li Ji brought? Li Tsunxiu, Shi Jingxi, and the 18 people should be the 18 Flying Tiger Riders, who shined in the national war. The soldiers and generals brought by others are just rotten fish and shrimps compared to them. Comparing people makes people angry. I don't know what kind of shit luck Li Ji has. He actually recruited the second most powerful general in the world. Li Ji is the first in the national war, and can recruit military generals and civil officials with a full value of 100. It's a pity that this guy has done a good job of keeping secrets, and no one knows who he recruited. Lu Yao's banquet caused a sensation. Many players living in Sichuan deliberately squatted on the teleportation array on this day to test the strength of the governors of various counties. Of course, Li Ji, the first player in the Huaxiao area, is their focus of observation. Other governors who are from literati backgrounds, such as Sheng Xian and Lu Kong, simply don't interest them at all. Lu Yao's confidants who were guarding the teleportation array found Li Ji, and under their guidance, Li Ji came to the residence of the governor Lu Yao. It happened that all the members were present except for a few people, so they began to toast each other. Li Taisho, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I have met the captain of the rebellion suppression team. As soon as Li Ji stepped into the main hall of the governor's mansion, he was warmly welcomed by many people, who greeted Li Ji one after another. But most of them were military officers. They respected the strong, and Li Ji had participated in the battle to pacify the Yellow Turbans, defeated the Xiliang rebels, and made many military exploits, which really made them envious. But most of the representatives of the noble families who participated in the banquet did not stand up, but watched coldly. After all, Li Ji implemented a series of policies targeting the noble families in Kuaiji County, which harmed the interests of their class. Moreover, they also heard that the imperial examinations vigorously promoted by Li Ji touched their core interests. Just like turning over the table and cutting the cake again, no one would accept it. Li Ji was not surprised at all. He had long expected that these noble families would behave like this. However, he held the military power in his hands, and he would get back the place sooner or later in the future. By then, he would not give up until these people cried and begged for mercy. Gu Yong, a member of the Gu family, greets the governor. Suddenly, a member of a noble family stood up and bowed to Li Ji. Li Ji was a little surprised, not only because there were noble families who liked him, but also because the other party's name was well known. Gu Yong is a famous prime minister of Dongwu. Well, you are pretty good. I heard that you studied under the famous scholar Kai Yong when you were young. You must have learned a lot here. I will start the imperial examination recently to recruit talented people. Are you interested in going? Li Ji's words were round and round, trying to test the attitude of Gu Yong and the Gu family behind him. I heard that everyone can take the imperial examination. Even the slaves in the mansion are allowed. I wonder if this is true. Unlike other children of noble families, who would change color at the mention of the imperial examination, Gu Yong's face did not change after hearing the word imperial examination. Instead, he asked Li Ji. Sun Shuo was raised in the sea. Bailey she was raised in the market. If you have the talent of Guanyu, even if you are of humble origin, I dare to let you take the position of county magistrate. Li Ji looked at him with burning eyes, without a single lie. After a little contemplation, Gu Yong nodded and said, in this case, I understand. After that, Gu Yong bowed and left. Li Ji was a little discouraged when he didn't get Gu Yong's affirmation. If Gu Yong took the imperial examination, at least he would have a great talent to serve as a show. If all the illiterate people took part, they would probably be laughed at by the aristocratic families. Lu Yao, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned slightly. Since Li Ji entered the door, countless people have come to deal with him, and even children from aristocratic families have talked to him. It is obvious that they want to get in touch with Li Ji. Lu Yao felt that Li Ji came to steal his limelight. When he thought of Li Ji's great military exploits, Lu Yao had no reason to feel annoyed. Please take a seat, Li Taisho. The banquet is about to begin. Lu Yao's tone was a little cold, interrupting the conversation of the people below. Many people's faces turned black. This friendship link was a good opportunity for them to exchange interests. But they didn't expect to be ruined by this governor. But still, because of the position of governor, everyone returned to their seats in dissatisfaction. Li Ji sat at the end of the 6 governors, just above the nobles. It was unknown whether Lu Yao had arranged this deliberately to discuss Li Ji. Li Tsuinqiu and Shi Jingxi sat behind Li Ji. Seeing that Li Ji had suffered a loss, they snorted coldly and burst out with a strong momentum in an instant, trying to get back the face for their lord. The strong momentum, like a mountain, made it difficult for everyone to breathe. And Lu Yao, who was the focus of the attack, turned pale, and his hands and feet were cold. Eat when you should, drink when you should. Li Ji glanced at Lu Yao nonchalantly, and the murderous look made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. And Lu Yao's body trembled unconsciously. He was not a person who liked to be humiliated. At least Lu Yao did not have the ability to make him humiliated. Others did not dare to speak out to help, for fear of being targeted by Li Ji's 2 generals. Lu Yao was also hindered by the strength of Li Tsuinqiu and Shi Jingxi, so he could only swallow his anger and be unable to speak. After all, he did not have a general around him. If he angered Li Ji, his followers would not be able to save his life. Some guests at the banquet had not arrived yet, and Li Ji began to collect information about the guests present. Name Lu Yao Zhengli. Occupation Civil Official, War Department. Identity Han Dynasty Relative. Yangzhou Governor. Level 80. Brave 54, 55. Commander 51, 57. Wisdom 64, 67. Political Strategy 64, 70. Charm 40. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Confucian Scholar, Blue plus 20% Cultural Development Speed in the territory. Talented, Blue outstanding intelligence. Not easily affected by the strategies of enemies with lower wisdom than Lu Yao. Han Dynasty Relative, Purple born in the Han Dynasty. With extremely high prestige. The people's hearts and public security in the territory have greatly improved, and are not easily affected by strategies. If in war, it is easy to make the army and the people united. and the combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 15%. Controlling 2 dragons, purple when Lu Yao and his brother Lu Dai are in the same faction. The power of Lu Yao's skills is plus 50%. Skills Confucian writing A level. Confucianism and Taoism A level. Finishing touches A level. Shouting B level. Mental method Lu's mental method. Equipment none. Special arms none. Lu Yao's shabby 4-dimensional dated dog shook his head when he saw it. Lu Yao was not a frontier official, had no strategy to govern the country, and had no strong background to cover him. Just relying on his status as a relative of the Han dynasty, he could serve as a governor of a state and suppress other talents with extraordinary abilities. Such situations were common in the late Han dynasty. With that pitiful 57 points of commander value, it is no wonder that he was pressed to the ground by Sun Ce and Yuan Shu. And he was also a back and forth when fightings were wrong. Moreover, the 70-point political value could not support Lu Yao in charge of Yangzhou. Not only was Zhejiang County taken by Yuan Shu, but even the counties under his jurisdiction, such as Kuaiji and Lujiang, did not obey his orders, and could only live in Chue. Li Ji casually scanned the families of the prefects who participated in the banquet, and he could always pick out several people who were more capable than Lu Yao, who were more suitable to be the governor of Yangzhou. There are many talents born in Yangzhou, but most of them have family backgrounds. Even if Lu Yao has the support of the Han dynasty clan, it is difficult for him to recruit talents to work for him with his ability. Lujiang Prefect Lu Kong. Li Ji found the oldest prefect among the 6 counties, who was Lu Kong, the prefect in charge of Lujiang County. Maybe ordinary people don't know the origin of this person, but his great-grandson Lu Sun is well known to everyone. He burned himself directly into the martial temple with a fire, and Lu Kong himself has good ability. He suppressed the uprising of the Xia barbarians across the river, and competed with Yuan Shu in Lujiang. He is an old man with abundant martial virtues. In addition, Li Ji checked the governors of other counties, and found that they were not very capable. So he focused his attention on the powerful families who were invited. These aristocratic families controlled the local official positions. And even Li Ji, who was in the position of prefect, had to be careful to deal with them. Otherwise, if he was caught with any handle, with the eloquence of these literati and Confucian scholars, he might be scolded as a monster. Lu Yao invited them, undoubtedly wanting to make friends with them and win them over, so as to gain their support and facilitate the smooth implementation of policies in the future. Zhao family in Zhejiang. Jiao family in Wan County. Zhou family in Shu County. Lu, Gu, Zhu, Zhang family in Wu County. Li Ji counted the aristocratic families present and found that there were so many of them that his scalp tingled. Among them, the 4 major surnames in Wu County were the leaders of the Yangzhou aristocratic families. Their children were all over the Yangzhou government system, and it was difficult not to see their traces. And the Zhou family in Shu County was even more amazing. Zhou Zhong, the head of the Zhou family, was promoted to the Minister of Agriculture, and later replaced Huang Pusong as the Grand Commandant. His cousin Zhou Yi was the magistrate of Luoyang, which was equivalent to the mayor of the capital in the world, and his power was monstrous. Moreover, his son is a contemporary celebrity of the 3 kingdoms. He created a situation of 3-way division of the world with one fire. He is the first Grand Commander of the Eastern Wu, and a well-known friend of Sun Ce. Zhou Yu. In terms of speaking in the court, Zhou is more than a little bit stronger than these local noble families. When Li Ji was peeking at others also secretly observed Li Ji. After all, this young man had taken the position of prefect, and his future was limitless. If it weren't for Li Ji's iron-blooded suppression of the noble families, I'm afraid that many noble families would be around him now, and would promote their proud children to him. I don't know when the governor will start the banquet. We still need to deal with the government affairs in the county. Some prefects were impatient and wanted to put pressure on Lu Yao. But Lu Yao obviously didn't buy it. He just took a sip and said slowly, "Don't worry. There is still one person who hasn't arrived." Everyone was confused. Obviously, the important figures from various counties had arrived here. So why did Lu Yao say that he was short of people? But soon someone discovered the problem. Other seats were already occupied, and there was a vacant seat below Lu Yao. In theory, the second in command of the governor should sit in that position. But at this moment, the second in command was in the back. Lu Yao was waiting for someone more important than them to arrive. Many people's faces changed, and the face of Shun Xian, the governor of Wujuan, was even darker than coal, as if he knew the other party's identity very well. Yin congratulated Brother Lu on his appointment as the governor of Yangzhou, and came to visit him specially. Brother Lu, you won't despise people like us, right? At this time, a hearty voice came from outside the mansion, and a strong man wearing a tiger skin coat and naked upper body rushed in, with a strong back and waist, bulging muscles, and a bloody smell on his body. The literati and scholars present couldn't help but frown. They had never seen a dead person, so they were naturally not used to the smell of blood. Lu Yao was overjoyed, and immediately walked to the strong man, saying with a smile, Brother Yin saved Lu from the water and fire, and let Lu avoid the possibility of death, with the grace of saving my life. How could Lu despise his benefactor? The two laughed and talked happily, and Lu Yao personally brought Yin Baihu to the table. No one present had enjoyed such treatment. Many people seemed to recognize Yin Baihu's identity, and their faces showed surprise, especially the aristocratic families from Wujuan. They were familiar with the name of Yin Baihu. The other party gathered 100,000 bandits among the mountains and ridges, and was a famous bandit leader in the local area. In theory, Yin Baihu was a rebel. So how could he be qualified to attend the banquet today? Is it just because of the so-called grace of saving his life? Chapter 319 Shengxian. How many soldiers do you have? The appearance of Yin Baihu made many people look ugly, especially the noble families of Wujuan. They suffered from Yin Baihu's harassment, and could not smile at this bandit. If it were not for Lu Yao's presence, they would have attacked on the spot, holding swords to let Yin Baihu see what the arrogance of scholars is. Everyone is here, so come and play music and dance. After Yin Baihu sat down, he called for a team of dancers to dance in the mansion, which was very decadent. But the people present were not very interested, and they just talked with the people around them without interest. Li Ji was the same. The dancing posture of these dancers was really not flattering. Not to mention that the maids in his mansion were all outstanding in appearance. Even if a few players with the profession of dancers were found outside to dance, the viewing experience would be much better. Li Ji, who was used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas, could not swallow these simple meals at all. However, the two protagonists of the banquet, Lu Yao and Yin Baihu, were in high spirits, especially Yin Baihu, who occasionally cursed a few vulgar words, making the scholars and scholars present secretly spit at him. This is not Yin Baihu's fault. After all, he has been living in the deep mountains and old forests, not to mention seeing beauties. Even the traces of women are rarely seen a few times a year. The whole mountain village is a group of rough men. Now it is rare to go down the mountain once, and he does not have to be chased by officers and soldiers. Yin Baihu will be sorry for Lu Yao's sincerity in inviting him if he does not indulge in the city for a while. My lord, Yin Baihu is regarded as a mountain bandit and a noble family by us, and is the target of the court suppression. Now he is invited to the banquet by Lu Yao. I am afraid there is a purpose. Jiasu narrowed his eyes and grabbed his mustache and said, Does one have any ideas? Li Ji pressed his body back without leaving a trace. It is rare for this old fox to take the initiative to speak, and he wants to listen carefully to Jiasu's thoughts. Lu Yao is the new governor of Yangzhou, but he has never lived in Yangzhou. It can be said that he has no roots here. Now the court has sent a governor to suppress local officials. Not to mention that we will bow down to him. Even the noble families loyal to the court will feel uncomfortable. After all, they are loyal to the emperor, but more loyal to the interests of their own families. Li Ji agreed with Jiasu's words. As the saying goes, a dynasty lasts for 100 years, and a noble family lasts for 1,000 years. For these noble families, who are entrenched in their homeland and rely heavily on their homeland, nothing is more important than family interests. Even if the dynasty keeps changing its surname, as long as it does not affect their core interests, they don't care what the dynasty's surname is. And the birth of the dynasty is all based on the great help of many noble families. If the court attacks the noble families, they don't mind letting the dynasty change to a new owner. This is why Li Ji has always been obsessed with suppressing the noble families. If Li Ji does not control the influence of the noble families in Kuaiji, Kuaiji will never be controlled by Li Ji, and he may die in the battle with the noble families. Among the 6 counties in Yangzhou, Jiujiang County is Lu Yao's base camp. If he wants to integrate Jiujiang's military forces, he can make promises to the noble families in Jiujiang. But the other 5 counties are different. If these people don't want Lu Yao to have anything to do with them, Lu Yao can't reach out to them. So Lu Yao must find outsiders to help. Li Ji raised his eyebrows, as if he understood what Jiasu said, and then asked, So Yin Baihu is one of the people he wants to win over? Yes. Jiasu glanced at the two people who were arm in arm on the main seat. If others knew the identities of Lu Yao and Yin Baihu, they would think that the two were good brothers from the same mother. Yin Baihu gathered people in Wujuan and seriously affected the interests of Wujuan's family. This just meets the conditions for Lu Yao to win over the target. Moreover, Yin Baihu has an army of 100,000, which perfectly makes up for the embarrassing situation that Lu Yao has no soldiers. It is reasonable that even if Yin Baihu is a bandit, Lu Yao will pull him into his camp. When his words help Ji to clear the fog and see the light, his talent is comparable to that of Lu Ho. My lord, you are too kind. Jiasu had long cultivated the self-restraint of not being surprised by praise or criticism. Facing Li Ji's praise, he did not blush or beat his heart, and his expression did not change at all. But the next second he seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. The noble families of Wu County are not fools. It is impossible for them to watch Yin Baihu gather 100,000 people in the mountains. There must be something else going on. Li Ji pondered for a while, and said uncertainly, does Wenhe mean that there is a traitor around them? No. Not only that. There may be a traitor around Sheng Xian. If the Lord wants to take over Wu County, he may start from this aspect. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. I will send someone to investigate Wu County. Li Ji did not dare to be careless. After all, this is a good opportunity to expand the territory. Now that Emperor Ling of Han is about to step into the coffin, the plot of Dong Zhuo entering the capital will soon happen. As long as the campaign to defeat Dong Zhuo is successfully completed, the situation of warlord separatism will begin. And Li Ji can conquer the east and the west without restraint. And the surrounding county cities are his focus. After 3 rounds of wine, the dancer was dismissed by Lu Yao after dancing a dance. But Yin Baihu obviously did not have enough fun. Staring at the dancer's back with unsatisfied interest, Lu Yao's action made the governors present alert. And they stared at the Yangzhou governor intently, wanting to know what the other party was going to do. The next thing to discuss was related to their vital interests. This time, the banquet was set up and everyone was gathered together not only to let everyone get to know each other, but Yao also has something to tell you. Yangzhou is vast and sparsely populated, and many bandits and fierce bandits have escaped into the mountains and gathered together, causing great trouble to the people of various counties. Yao wants to personally lead the troops deep into the mountains to wipe them out. I wonder if the governors can agree to this. Lu Yao raised the wine bowl and pretended to drink. But in fact he secretly observed the expressions of the governors of the 6 counties. And Li Ji, who had hundreds of thousands of troops, was his key observation object. Except for Li Ji, the governors below stopped their actions, with different expressions. Liuzhou governor has great ambitions, and I agree very much. Lujiang governor Lu Kong took the lead in expressing his opinion. When Lu Kong was young, he had suppressed the rebellion of Jiangxia barbarians. He knew the harm these bandits and nobles did to the people. Even though he guessed Lu Yao's purpose, he willingly agreed with Lu Yao's approach. In addition to Lu Kong, Lu Miao, the governor of Zhejiang County, also agreed with Lu Yao's approach. After all, his Zhejiang County was Lu Yao's base camp, and he was also a relative of the Han dynasty. It was understandable that he supported his brothers. But the governors of the other 4 counties did not answer. It was obvious that Lu Yao's so-called leading the troops in person could not arouse their interest. They also wanted to see what Lu Yao wanted. The disparity of 2 to 4 made Lu Yao look a little ugly. But he was also mentally prepared and quickly adjusted his mentality. Yao wants to lead the troops into the mountains and forests in person, which requires good coordination between the troops. But now the troops of each county have their own duties, and I am afraid that they cannot be perfectly coordinated. Yao wants to completely reorganize the troops of the 6 counties in Yangzhou and build them into the same army. I wonder if other governors agree. Lu Yao's Yen State blueprint was directly a dagger, which directly showed his intention to other governors. He wanted to completely control the troops of the 6 counties. In this way, the governor no longer had the power to mobilize troops, and the power of the governor of the state expanded rapidly. The powerful families might become meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. For such things, anyone with ambition would definitely not agree to Lu Yao's words. Yuzhong Prefect Wang Ao took the lead and said with a smile, "We have been guarding various counties for many years, and know how difficult it is to deal with those bandits. I am afraid that the governor will not be able to do better than us." Wang, you? Lu Yao was a little annoyed. Isn't this just mocking his lack of ability to command troops? Haha. Lu governor, don't worry. We have been fighting with bandits for a long time, and have rich experience. We don't need to subdue and appease them like the governor. We can solve them ourselves. Danong Prefect Zhou Xian even pointed at Lu Yao secretly. Governor Yin Baihu, one of the bandit leaders, appeared at the banquet. But you turned a blind eye. Isn't this showing your incompetence? If this matter is reported to His Majesty in Luoyang, I am afraid your position will be lost. I beg you to kill this man with a knife and hang his head on the city gate as a warning to others. Sheng Xian blushed and slapped the table in front of him. Cursing. Sheng Xian, the governor of Wu County, hated Yin Baihu the most among all the people present. Faced with Lu Yao's protection, he simply turned his face. Sheng Xian was a well-known celebrity. If Lu Yao completely offended this man, his reputation in the circle of the gentry would be infamous. Lu Yao had a headache and didn't know how to appease him. But Yin Baihu beside him didn't care about these. He kicked over the table in front of him and cursed. How many soldiers do you have? Sheng Xian, dare to talk to your grandfather like this? Do you believe that I will raise 100,000 soldiers to attack Wu County and hang your wife and children on the city wall to humiliate them? Yin Baihu's words were as ugly as they were. And Sheng Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Yin Baihu, if you dare to insult me, I will kill you. Sheng Xian was so angry that his eyes turned red. He grabbed a bowl and threw it forward. But Yin Baihu smashed the bowl with one hand. The two were about to fight. But fortunately, the others reacted and pulled the two men apart. Otherwise, Sheng Xian, who was unarmed, would never be able to defeat Yin Baihu. Li Ji watched the whole process from the side and said it was more interesting than a big drama. I will not stop Liu Zhoumu if he insists on recruiting this man. But he is a bandit. So please take care of yourself to avoid backlash in the future. Goodbye. Sheng Xian just swung his sleeves and left, not giving Lu Yao any face at all. T&D. Yin Baihu's eyes widened as big as copper bells. And then he said to Lu Yao, this man is no different from a villain. I'm afraid he will attack my stronghold after returning. So I'll take my leave first. After that, Yin Baihu left in a swift and decisive manner, without giving Lu Yao any chance to stay. Lu Yao's arm was stiff, and the whole person was messy in the wind. This farce ended with Sheng Xian and Yin Baihu leaving one after another. Everyone looked at Lu Yao's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Lu Yao wanted to use Yin Baihu to establish his prestige. But before he established his prestige, the other party had already run away, which greatly damaged Lu Yao's prestige. Lu Yao's status in the eyes of everyone fell again and again. Everyone expressed their opinions, leaving only Li Ji. Everyone focused their attention on this young and vigorous governor of Kuaiji, wanting to see what attitude Li Ji would express. Li Ji placed the wine bowl on the table slowly and smiled at Lu Yao. Lu Zhoumu has only been in office for a few days, not to mention reorganizing the troops. I am afraid he is not even familiar with the affairs of the state. In Ji's opinion, before Lu Zhoumu handles the affairs of the state, the prefects of each county should still recruit troops on their own and choose to attack or defend against the bandits according to the situation of their own county. If a prefect has difficulty in pacifying the bandits, the governor can use this as an excuse to hold them accountable. And Ji is willing to send troops to rescue them. Li Ji's suggestion clearly showed an attitude, which was nothing more than telling Lu Yao not to interfere in local military affairs. He couldn't even handle his own affairs well. So how could he convince everyone? It's just that the subsequent rescue was a bit intriguing, and many people showed a thoughtful look. Li Ji suppressed the yellow turbans, fought against the Liangzhou rebels, and completely cleaned up the bandits in Kuaiji County. In terms of military ability, no one present could compare with him. There is nothing wrong with him leading troops to rescue. But the question is why Li Ji can lead troops across the border to rescue. There are many smart people in this group of noble families. They quickly understood what Li Ji meant. Li Ji wanted to get involved in the whole Yangzhou. Li Ji is an ambitious man worth investing in. But the way he treats the noble families really makes them discouraged and dare not follow him. If Li Ji turns against him one day, the first ones to be cut are the noble families who follow Li Ji. Father, I want to take the imperial examination of Li Taisho. Gu Yong whispered to his father at the location of the Gu family. Gu Yong's father was stunned, obviously a little surprised by Gu Yong's decision. And then he came back to his senses and asked, Yong, do you have any ideas? Although Li Taisho was very cruel to the Kuaiji family, he still employed many children of the family. Xia Yin, the head of the Xia family, and Yu Fan, a child of the Yu family, were all entrusted with important tasks by him. I don't think it is a wrong choice to join Li Taisho, now that the chaotic world is about to start. Anyone with a discerning eye will foresee that the future will be chaotic, and the family will inevitably speculate in order to preserve their foundation. And the princes with potential are their first choice. Li Ji is very powerful, and is the investment target of many families. But the way the other party treats the family makes them dare not make any big moves. Yong, you have grown up and learned to think independently. Gu Yong's father looked at his son and suddenly sighed. You have learned a lot under Master Yong. With your talent and your father's operation, I think Li Taisho will also use you. However, Gu Yong shook his head and did not agree with his father's point of view. No. If I do this, Li Taisho will not use me. The imperial examination does not restrict anyone from participating. Whether it is a child of aristocratic family or a commoner, everyone has the right to participate. If I beat the heroes in this imperial examination and win the first place, I believe Li Taisho will have no reason to suppress us. Yonger already has his own ideas. Do whatever you want. Your father fully supports you. Chapter 320 Emperor Ling of Han passes away. Lu Yao was already very embarrassed by what Yin Baihu had just done. And now Li Ji was still advising him not to mess around, which made him even more angry. Just as he was about to scold Li Ji's chopsticks seemed to have magic and fell to the ground before him. Li Ji was surprised, and then bent down to reveal Li Tsuanxiu and Shi Jingxi behind him. Li Tsuanxiu and Shi Jingxi's momentum suddenly broke out, sweeping across the four directions like a giant beast out of a cage. And their murderous intent almost suppressed the 8 wildernesses. The invisible murderous aura made everyone present breathe stagnate, and the dishes in front of them also shook. And the eaves above their heads seemed to shake a little, and fine dust stained them all. Jiasu's fingers moved without leaving a trace, and Lu Yao's temple seemed to be pierced by a silver needle. The excruciating pain almost swallowed Lu Yao's consciousness, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Unexpectedly, Li Ji did not give Lu Yao any face at all, and took action when it was time to do so. The scholar standing behind Lu Yao was also surprised. He did not expect Li Ji to be so domineering and teach Lu Yao a lesson directly. With a flick of his sleeves, the scholar exuded pure mental power, sweeping out the external force that invaded Lu Yao's brain. Lu Yao recovered and breathed in fresh air. In the short confrontation, the scholar showed good ability, which surprised Jiasu. The scholar behind Lu Yao has good ability, and the Lord may need to pay more attention to him. Jiasu used mental power to compress the sound and transmitted it to Li Ji's ears. Name Sun Xiao Zi Changshu. Occupation Civil Official, War Department. Identity Lu Yao Subordinate. Level 100. Brave 17-17. Commander 33-33. Wisdom 78-78. Political Strategy 83-83. Charm 60. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Confucian Scholar, Blue Cultural Development Speed in the territory plus 20%. Brain Trust, Blue when making plans. There is a small chance of seeing through the enemy's plan, the smaller the difference in wisdom, the greater the probability. Fortitude, Blue when writing a letter to speak frankly, if the Lord adopts his opinions. The Political Development Speed in the territory plus 20%. Administrative Efficiency plus 10%. Reputation. Outside, Blue easy to attract high characteristic scholars to settle in the territory. Prime Minister Style, Purple when appointed to a Prime Minister related position. The resource output in the territory is plus 20%. The administrative efficiency is plus 20%. And it is not easy to show signs of corruption. Hall and Temple Talent, Purple if Sun Xiao is valued by the Lord. The political value is temporarily plus 1. Skills Sweep Away, S level. Refreshing, S level. Classical Chinese, a level. Understand at a glance, a level. Mindset Confucianism. Equipment none. Special arms none. When Li Ji observed everyone, he found that the other party was not like Lu Biao, who rode alone into Yangzhou. Many generals and civil officials followed him to Shouchuan to give him advice and handle government affairs. Before Lu Yao became the governor of Yangzhou, he had served in Qinzhou for a period of time and had a good friendship with Kong Rong and the local aristocratic families. According to Li Ji's observation, among Lu Yao's generals and civil officials present there were quite a few people from Qizhou. And Sun Xiao, the most capable one, also followed along to offer advice to Lu Yao. Sun Xiao's ability was much stronger than Lu Yao's, and Kong Rong thought he was a talent who could serve in the central government. In history, after Lu Yao was defeated, he surrendered to Sun Quan of the Eastern Wu and was appointed as prime minister by Sun Quan. However, he only served as prime minister for 3 years and died of illness in office. Later, he was replaced by Gu Yong. Lu Yao came back to his senses and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeves. Li Ji's sudden move made him suffer a great loss. The two tiger generals brought by Li Ji were figures at the level of 10,000 enemies. With only the 3 generals he brought from Qinzhou, they were no match for them. So that Lu Yao was somewhat restrained. Since you are so confident in pacifying the bandits and fierce bandits in the territory, then you can recruit soldiers on your own and attack the bandit nobles. If there is any disadvantage, the governor of this state will hold you accountable and report to the court to remove your positions. Lu Yao lost the battle but not the momentum. His mouth was as hard as iron. But his words had already yielded to the 6 county governors and agreed to Li Ji's notice. However, Lu Yao's submission shocked all the noble families present, and their eyes changed when they looked at Li Ji. A governor is not a provincial governor, but a powerful position that can control the troops of a state. As a prefect, Li Ji was able to commit a crime and force Lu Yao to take a step back to preserve his own interests. As for the so-called accountability, Lu Yao must have enough strength to hold him accountable. A governor without strength cannot mobilize any prefect. These noble families have seen clearly that Yangzhou is now divided into 2 factions. One faction is led by Lu Yao, and the prefects of Lujiang and Zhejiang have made a clear gesture to support the new governor of Yangzhou. The other faction is led by each faction, and does not obey the orders of the governor of Yangzhou. They are in a state of listening to orders, but not hearing announcements. Among them, Li Ji is the strongest. From a geographical point of view, Yangzhou is divided into 2 parties, with the Yangtze River as the boundary. The north bank of the Yangtze River is the actual control area of Lu Yao, while the south bank is the territory of Li Ji and other 4 prefects. The owner of Yangzhou has not yet been determined, so we must make plans early. Many family heads believe that the political struggle between the governor and the governor has begun, and for the benefit of their families, they must bet as soon as possible. A step late may cause them to lose a lot of interests. In a corner of the banquet, a scholar suddenly froze. His eyes became extremely vast, as if countless stars were turning upside down in his pupils. And he muttered to himself, "Zhao De, what happened? Have there been any accidents recently?" The people around who were familiar with Zhao De knew the ability of this alchemist very well. Seeing that the other party was in a state of confusion, they hurriedly asked. This alchemist who fled from Luoyang was very capable. He could tell what would happen and win with a calculation. Now that the other party suddenly fell into such a state, the people around him were shocked. I saw that the imperial aura of the Han dynasty was declining, and the Han dynasty was in danger. Luoyang City. Deep in the palace, the Han Lingdi, who had been seriously ill recently, had a ruddy complexion, and his heavy body was also lighter, as if the serious illness on his body had been completely cured. However, his temper became more and more violent, and he would magnify any little thing infinitely in his eyes, so that many palace maids and eunuchs died under the wrath of Emperor Ling of Han. Even Empress He, who was closest to Lu Hong, did not dare to get too close to him, fearing that she would be stabbed to death by Lu Hong one day. "Your Majesty, it's time to take the medicine." The 10 attendants Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, who served on both sides, brought in the freshly boiled medicine with trembling legs. But their constantly shaking hands caused these extremely expensive medicinal materials to fall to the ground from the bowl. In theory, Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong and others, as the 10 attendants, should be extremely happy that the Hanling Emperor's condition has improved. After all, the Hanling Emperor is their biggest backer to protect their own interests. If the whole world least wants the Hanling Emperor to die of illness, they, the 10 attendants, should be the first. And they even don't want the Hanling Emperor to die more than the Hanling Emperor's bedmate Empress He. Unfortunately, Zhang Rang and others knew that the Hanling Emperor's condition was not getting better. But it was just a temporary flash of life. As long as the flash of life disappeared, the Hanling Emperor would definitely die. "I am not sick." The Hanling Emperor was still as irritable as ever. He threw the medicine bowl on the ground with one hand, and the boiling medicine juice scalded Zhang Rang's hand and swelled like a pig's hoof. Zhang Rang and Zhao Dong lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into the eyes of Emperor Ling of Han, fearing that if something went wrong, they would die on the spot like the palace maids and eunuchs before. For a long time, the expected thunderous anger did not fall, but Emperor Ling of Han's breathing became more and more rapid. "Your Majesty?" Zhang Rang and Zhao Dong were shocked. In their sight, the rosy face of Emperor Ling of Han quickly faded, replaced by the paleness of terminal illness. "Medicine. Medicine. Medicine." Emperor Ling of Han's dry hands grabbed his chest and panted. Like a drowning man trying to grab the last straw. The effect of the last breath has disappeared. And the once familiar and unfamiliar sense of death has reappeared. Like a demon. Starting to gnaw at the remaining consciousness of Emperor Ling of Han. Death is like a brand new beginning for anyone who is at the end of their road. Requiring them to abandon everything. No one likes this feeling. Especially big people who are in high positions and have countless power and money. They are more afraid of death than ordinary people. Qin Shi Huang, who was the first to unify China, sent Su Fu and others to the East China Sea in his later years to seek the elixir of life. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, who fought against the Huns for his whole life, was also obsessed with the art of Huang Lao in his old age, trying to pursue the so-called immortality through alchemy. Whether it was the high officials or the mud legs at the bottom, they were all afraid of death. Medicine. 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 Zhang Rang was also very nervous. He ran out with his left foot and right foot, and finally brought back a bowl of medicine. Emperor Ling of Han was very weak. Fortunately, with the help of Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, two conscientious fathers and mothers, they forced the bitter medicine into his mouth. However, as before, after drinking the medicine, Emperor Ling of Han did not look any better. He lay on the bed with a heavy body. The slightly rising and falling chest made Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong know that Emperor Ling of Han was not dead yet. Zhang Rang. Zhang Rang. Suddenly, the weak voice of Emperor Ling of Han reached Zhang Rang's ears, making the two of them somewhat happy. Being able to speak meant that Emperor Ling of Han could still survive. I'm here. Lu Hong grabbed Zhang Rang's collar with his hand and spoke weakly. I am dying soon. And the succession to the throne is giving me a headache. Although the Crown Prince Bian is the eldest son, he has bad manners and is not fit for the important position. And I like the Prince Xie very much. After I die, you must help the Prince Xie to ascend the throne and command the ministers. You are my confidants, and you must help me get this done. Your Majesty is in good health. How can you say that you are dying soon? Please take good care of yourself. Anyone who is not mentally retarded knows that these words are the words of the Hanling Emperor. Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, who were appointed as ministers to take care of the orphan, burst into tears and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The Hanling Emperor did not speak, staring at Zhang Rang with his cloudy eyes, and holding Zhang Rang's collar tightly with all his strength. It is obvious that Zhang Rang's words did not satisfy him. Your Majesty values us so much. We will definitely use all means to help the prince ascend to the throne. Good. 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 After getting a satisfactory promise, the Hanling Emperor laughed 3 times, then rolled his eyes, kicked his legs, and sank heavily into the bed, without breathing. Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Hanling Emperor would leave as soon as he said, leaving them no time to react. Now only the two of them know about the words of entrusting the orphan. If General He Jin knows that Emperor Lingdi of Han Dynasty established Xie instead of Song, he will definitely take any action to strangle them on the spot. Zhang Rang wiped all the snot and tears on his face and said to Zhao Zhong, Prince Bian's biological mother is Empress He. If the butcher knows about it, they will definitely not give up. We must push Prince Xie to the throne before they react. Zhao Zhong asked, but the butcher holds the military power, and all the troops in the world obey his orders. What should we do? There is also a new army in Shiyuan in Luoyang City. Although He Jin has already penetrated into the imperial army, half of the troops are in the hands of Shiyuan Captain Jian Shuo. Jian Shuo is our man, and we must tell him about this. Jian Shuo is the only eunuch among the 10 attendants who is proficient in military tactics and is highly valued by Emperor Lingdi of Han Dynasty. Even if General He Jin wants to control this imperial army, he cannot seize the military power due to Jian Shuo's obstruction. Now this imperial army has become the lifeline of the 10 eunuchs. Zhao Meng, go and inform Jian Shuo to bring his trusted soldiers into the palace. Block all the entrances to the palace, and make sure to keep He Jin and others out. I will gather others to go to the palace of Prince Xie and push him to the throne. Zhang Rang calmly analyzed and decided to split the troops into 2 groups. He Jin holds military power, and there are some literati and officials backing him up behind the scenes. The power of the relatives of the emperor is unprecedentedly huge, and the eunuchs who have lost the emperor's backing are not their opponents at all at this moment. If they don't take action, I'm afraid their end will be very bleak. It's not enough to rely on these people alone. Zhang Rang, we still need the support of Queen Mother Dong. Zhao Zhong's words enlightened Zhang Rang. Now the power of the relatives of the emperor is too large, and they are eunuchs. It is difficult to convince the neutral literati and officials just by relying on the words of the Emperor Ling of Han. Moreover, He Jin might turn the tables and accuse them of falsely conveying the oral order of Emperor Ling of Han, changing the eldest son to the youngest son and supporting a puppet emperor. They need someone who can control the situation. Although Empress Dowager Dong has no say in the court, she is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain in his harem. The 10 eunuchs have the words of Emperor Ling of Han to entrust the orphan to them. In addition, Empress Dowager Dong has a bad relationship with Empress He and dislikes Prince Xie. The probability of them persuading the other party to support Liu Xie's enthronement is very high. With Empress Dowager Dong's support, it is difficult not to let the neutral literati support them. That makes sense. After I gather the others, I will immediately ask Empress Dowager Dong for instructions. In addition, it is time to activate the chess piece we planted next to He Jin. Chapter 321 Luoyang Turmoil. Your Majesty is dead. The general's mansion was completely silent. And finally He Jin, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke out. Many of the scholars below wiped their tears silently. They had been instilled with the idea of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism since childhood. And they resonated with emotion because of the death of Emperor Ling of Han on this day. Shen Lin, the chief clerk, stood up and said loudly, "The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. We should do everything we can to help Prince Bien ascend the throne of the emperor. But the 10 eunuchs obviously learned the news of your majesty's death first. Jian Shuo has taken control of the entire palace with the Shiyuan new army. Prince Bien is imprisoned. How can we help Prince Bien?" One of He Jin's retainers said with despair. Everyone looked ugly. Today was originally the opening of the court. But unexpectedly, the entire palace was blocked by Jian Shuo's trusted soldiers overnight. And no news was leaked out. If He Jin had not encountered the assassins ambushed by the 10 eunuchs on his way to the palace, they would still be in the dark and have no idea what happened in the palace. He Jin touched the scar on his neck, and 2 violent eyes shot out of his pupils. If the dagger was half an inch longer, he would have been dead and thrown into the wilderness by the 10 eunuchs. I will lead my troops into the palace immediately and kill these eunuchs on the spot. He Jin was furious, and his remaining rationality was almost swallowed up by anger. Shen Lin, the chief clerk, was shocked and tried to dissuade him, saying, "General, you can't do that. Leading troops into the palace is a capital crime. If you fail and Zhang Ran lets them escape, they will definitely accuse you of this in the court. By then, the general may not even be able to save his life." Yuan Shu, who was watching the excitement, laughed and said, "The general was almost murdered by those eunuchs. But you, Shen Lin, are here to stop the general. Are you one of the 10 attendants?" He Jin's neck slowly turned over, making a crackling sound. There seemed to be 2 balls of fire rising in the depths of his pupils, like a lone wolf walking in the dark, covered with scars and irritable. "Shen Lin, what do you think we should do?" Chen Lin had followed He Jin for many years, and knew Chen Lin's loyalty to him. Naturally, he would not doubt Chen Lin's identity because of Yuan Shu's words. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves, Chen Lin bowed and said, "Now the most urgent task is to find out the content of His Majesty's last words, so that we can proceed with the next plan." "No need. I have already heard from the eunuchs around Zhang Rang that His Majesty wants to make Prince Xie the new emperor." Suddenly, a voice came from outside, and then a tall and handsome man walked in with a majestic step, followed by 2 strong men with strong backs and waists, with extraordinary momentum. "Benchu?" When He Jin saw the appearance of the person coming, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Previously, Yuan Shao killed Wang Fen and others, and made great contributions to pacifying the rebellion in Jizhou. Under the operation of his father, he successfully became a local minister, and was in charge of the affairs of Bohai County. Without Yuan Shao's advice, He Jin repeatedly hit a wall and almost lost his life, losing the opportunity to push Prince Bien to the throne. Many people present respected Yuan Shao's background very much, and they all saluted and greeted Yuan Shao. For a time, Yuan Shao became a celebrity. However, Yuan Shu, who was also from the Yuan family of Renan, was not happy. Seeing Yuan Shao's smiling face, he was furious. If it were not for the face of He Jin and others, he would have ridiculed him long ago. "Benchu, you said that your majesty made Prince Xie the emperor instead of Biener. Is this true?" He Jin asked anxiously. "Is it important?" "It's not important at all." Yuan Shao shook his head and said sinisterly, and his sinister smile made everyone shudder. "Yes, it's not important at all. Only Prince Bien and Prince Xie survived among the sons born by Emperor Ling of Han. The throne must be chosen from these two people. He Jin is the brother of Empress He. And Empress He is the biological mother of Prince Bien. He Jin and his group naturally became Prince Bien's people. If the 10 eunuchs supported Prince Xie to become the new emperor as hostile political objects, they would definitely be the best targets for Liu Xie to establish his authority. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, let alone the emperor. Once Liu Xie ascends to the throne, Luoyang will be a river of blood. The 10 eunuchs, who have a tooth mark with the foreign relatives, will definitely not let them go. It is foreseeable how miserable the fate of He Jin and others will be, whether for glory and wealth or their own lives. These people who represent the foreign relatives must fully support Liu Bian to ascend the throne. Since they join the foreign relatives, they have no other choice. Benchu, what should we do? Everyone's eyes are on Yuan Shao. It is obvious that He Jin trusts Yuan Shao very much and puts him first among them. Many people are unwilling, especially Yuan Shu, who gets upset every time he sees Yuan Shao. But they can't do anything about it. Yuan Shao touched his chin and said with a playful smile, Shao heard on the way that the general was ambushed by assassins sent by the 10 eunuchs and almost lost his life. Doesn't the general want revenge? This general wants to eat their flesh and fry their skin. If it weren't for the death penalty for attacking the palace, the 10 eunuchs would definitely bite back if it failed. Before, Shen Lin, the chief clerk, dissuaded He Jin from taking action and did not dare to rashly lead his troops to attack the palace, where the Shiyuan new army was in charge. After hearing this, Yuan Shao laughed a few times and said, Fortunately, the general did not attack the palace rashly. Otherwise our end would be as miserable as that of a wild dog. Then he narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became cold. The 10 attendants are the biggest obstacle to Prince Bien's ascension to the throne. We must find a way to eliminate them. The general is in charge of most of the imperial guards in Luoyang City. And there are many governors and prefects outside who obey your orders. Why doesn't the general use their hands to eliminate the 10 attendants? What does Benchu mean? The general can use the reason of clearing the court to let his close local officials lead troops to station in Luoyang City. Let them kill the 10 attendants themselves. And when they are done, the general can use his authority to dismiss them. In this way, there will be no obstacles in front and no worries in the future. And Prince Bien's ascension to the throne will be at your fingertips. Everyone was shocked by Yuan Shao's idea. If it was really as Yuan Shao guessed, He Jin could control the court without any effort and truly become a person under one person and above 10,000 people. The 10 attendants were nothing to worry about. However, they did not seem to consider how many soldiers and horses were willing to be slaughtered by He Jin. He Jin was moved by Yuan Shao's plan, and joy continued to emerge from the depths of his eyes. Benchu's words make sense. I want Yuan Chao, the governor of Dongjun, to bring your own troops to Luoyang from Guangdong. Ding Yuan, the governor of Bingzhou, will set out from the north to Luoyang. Dong Zhuo and others who station troops in Guangzhou will march from the west. Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, will march from the south with troops. Shen Lin, Bao Xian and I will respond in the city and wait for the opportunity to kill the eunuchs. He Jin approved of Yuan Shao's plan and planned to mobilize his close people who were sent outside to bring troops to clear the court. Li Ji, who had been sending people to contact and send money, was naturally within his consideration. Soon He Jin finalized Yuan Shao's plan, and after waiting for the meeting to end, he immediately sent a large number of confidants to various places to meet with the important protagonists. The turmoil in Luoyang did not affect Liu Yao's banquet. Li Ji's intimidation forced Liu Yao to take a step back and not dare to touch the military power of the prefects of various counties. However, Liu Yao turned to government affairs and tried to collect money by raising taxes. This time, not only the prefects of the 4 counties south of the Yangtze River were dissatisfied, but even Lu Kong, the prefect of Lujiang, could not sit still. If it were not for Liu Yao's status as the governor of Yangzhou, I am afraid that this old man with abundant martial virtues would have given Liu Yao a punch. Originally, after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the finances of various places had problems. If Liu Yao raised taxes again, I am afraid that the people at the bottom would be the first to rebel, and there might even be a possibility of a recurrence of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The 6 prefects rejected Liu Yao's proposal in person, making Liu Yao realize that he was wrong. Even Lu Kang did not give him face. Isn't this telling him that he had made a bad move? However, Liu Yao would definitely not admit his mistake, so he had to go down the ladder given by Lu Kang and cancel this measure. However, Li Ji came out halfway and threatened that all places had experienced the looting of the Yellow Turban bandits and needed to be rebuilt. So he asked Liu Yao to reduce taxes and also asked him to issue various policies to benefit the people. What was even more infuriating was that Li Ji was afraid that Liu Yao didn't know anything. So he provided Liu Yao with various suggestions on the spot. It was hard not to suspect that Li Ji had prepared them in advance. In the end, under the pressure of the 6 county governors, he agreed to some of Li Ji's proposals. Liu Yao was led by the nose at the banquet, and he didn't know how much he suffered. Li Ji is bullying too much. The banquet had just ended, and Liu Yao, who was full of resentment, lost his temper, slashed with his sword, and countless tables were cut in half, and the dancers around him trembled. Sun Shao beside him comforted him and said, "Why do you have to do this, Governor? The most important thing now is to integrate the affairs of Zhejiang County." Lu Kang, the governor of Lujiang, expressed his willingness to submit at the banquet, and we still need to send someone to take over. As for the governors of the other 4 counties, they can only be happy for a while, as long as we integrate the resources of the 2 counties. When the army comes, there is no need to worry that they will not declare surrender. Who? Hearing Sun Shao's dissuasion, Liu Yao's breath gradually calmed down. His breathing became smaller, and the redness on his face faded visibly. As Liu Yao's think tank, Sun Shao has always been advising Liu Yao, and is highly valued by Liu Yao. Liu Yao cannot help but listen to his words. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, Liu Yao sat on the ground. Li Ji is guarded by powerful generals. Fan Ning, Zhang Ying, and Yumi are no match for him. If they fight with Li Ji on the battlefield, how can they contain Li Ji's powerful generals? Generals versus generals. Soldiers versus soldiers. If the number and strength of the 2 power grid armies are similar, then the fight between the powerful generals is likely to become the main factor in determining the outcome of the battlefield. Judging from the performance of the powerful generals brought by Li Ji, Liu Yao does not have anyone who can compete with him. Liu Yao's worries are not groundless, and this requires Sun Shao, as a think tank, to find a way to solve it. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shao pinched his chin and said, "First, the governor can win over the generals under Li Ji with high positions and generous salaries. In this way, even if the other party does not accept, Li Ji will doubt their loyalty and dare not use them. Second, the governor can open up the channels of communication and invite the generals from all directions to join us. With the current status of the governor, many people should be tempted." Liu Yao nodded in approval and said, "I had a good conversation with Governor Kong in Qingzhou, and I saw a man who could defeat 10,000 enemies there. With my relationship with Kong Qingzhou, as long as I write a letter, I can definitely borrow that man from him. In this way, we don't have to be afraid of Li Ji's generals." Sun Shao was from Qingzhou. He followed Liu Yao to travel in Qingzhou for a period of time, so he naturally knew the identity of the man who could defeat 10,000 enemies mentioned by Liu Yao. While the two were discussing, Zhang Ying rushed in a panic and interrupted their conversation. No, it's not good. What makes you so panicked?" Liu Yao frowned unhappily. This was the critical moment for him to discuss important matters with Sun Shao. Unless Emperor Ling of Han died on the spot, there was no matter more important than them. "My Lord Governor, His Majesty has passed away." "What?" Announcement to all the Huaxia district. Emperor Ling of Han died of illness. The Han dynasty has no emperor in charge. The ambitions of various princes have increased significantly. Please pay attention to all players. Announcement to all the Huaxia district. The ambitions of the heroes and princes Dongjue have reached the maximum value, which meets the conditions for opening the Dongjue enters the capital plot. The Dongjue enters the capital plot will be opened soon. Please pay attention to the players, especially for the players in the Sili area. Please properly protect your life and property to prevent accidents. Li Ji, who had just returned to Longke City, received the system announcement and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was laughing because the Hanlingdi he had been thinking about was finally dead. This way, the 18-way fight against Dongjue activity was not far away. After this activity, Li Ji could start to expand outward without restraint. He was crying because he was going to hold the imperial examination recently. If the plot of Dongjue entering the capital was short in time with the 18-way fight against Dongjue activity, he would be forced to postpone the time of the imperial examination. It might even be delayed for a long time because of the war power grid. "My lord, the angel from Luoyang wants to see you." Zhang Rang sent someone to contact Li Ji before the death of Han Lingdi. It can be seen how tense Luoyang was at this time. In order to ensure his own safety, Zhang Rang did not hesitate to contact Li Ji in advance. Take him to the side room. Li Ji pondered for a while, and decided to meet the other party quietly. Li Ji knew the eunuch sent by Zhang Rang, and he was even an old acquaintance of Li Ji. After all, Li Ji could not forget the eunuch who had blackmailed him. Li Taisho. He Jin wants to lead his troops to attack the palace. Lord Zhang Rang is in danger. I hope you can lead your troops to Luoyang immediately. Zhou Feng was so anxious that he didn't even say Lo. Chapter 322. All parties gather in Luoyang. The general has ordered you to lead troops to Luoyang through the teleportation array within 3 days, to kill the eunuchs for the general. There must be no mistakes. In the Lord's mansion, the envoy sent by the general was in a bad tone and aggressive, ordering Li Ji to lead troops to the king and clear the court. Within 3 days, Li Ji didn't expect that Luoyang city was so tense now. He Jin had almost controlled the entire Luoyang city. He needed to get rid of the 10 constant servants who stayed in the palace within 3 days. I already know that within 3 days, I will definitely bring troops to support the general. After hearing Li Ji's answer, the envoy nodded with satisfaction. But he never thought that the other party would slap him. The strong force almost twisted his face, and blood spit out of his swollen mouth, and several broken teeth rolled on the ground. You? The envoy was horrified. He didn't expect Li Ji to suddenly attack. Li Ji kicked him to the ground and stepped on his chest tightly. The other party was like being nailed to the ground and could not move. The general and I have a friendship. I am also an official now. But you talk to me in this tone. Do you look down on me and the general? The messenger was a little confused by Li Ji's words. He was obviously talking to Li Ji. But how did he get involved with the general He Jin? Before he could refute, he was kicked out by Li Ji. If you are not convinced, you can report me to the general. Li Ji warned behind him. What a joke. He is just a loose retainer. And Li Ji is an official promoted by He Jin himself. He Jin would not blame Li Ji for this matter. Even if Li Ji beat him to death, He Jin would not do anything, and would even applaud. If this really happened, he would become an innocent ghost. The envoy didn't care about his image, and crawled out of the Lord's house. Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief. And the next second a shrill voice, like a woman, came from behind. Why didn't Li Taisho kill him? Zhou Feng, the eunuch hiding behind the screen, came out, staring at Li Ji, trying to see something from Li Ji's face. Zhou Feng had just arrived at Li Ji's house when He Jin's envoy found Li Ji with a secret order, in order to ensure that his identity as a spy within a spy would not be exposed. Li Ji had to hide Zhou Feng and meet the envoy himself. The power of foreign relatives and the power of eunuchs never interact with each other. Every time they meet, they have to fight to the death. It will not end without bloodshed. The reason why Li Ji taught He Jin's envoy a lesson was to find an excuse to send him away. If the other party stayed for a little longer, Zhou Feng, who was hiding in the dark, might let Li Ji find a way to kill him. And then Li Ji would be in a dilemma. Of course, he was so ruthless because the other party's tone made him unhappy. A small retainer dared to look down on local officials. Are you asking me to do something? Li Ji looked at the other party with a sidelong look. And the murderous aura honed in the battlefield surged towards the other party, as if an invisible big hand was holding the other party's throat. Zhou Feng's breathing stagnated. He had been staying in the depths of the palace for many years, so he naturally could not experience the horror between life and death. A trace of murderous aura could make him fall into fear. If you are not satisfied, you can ask Zhang Rang to come to me. Zhou Feng was sweating profusely. He dared not even think about Li Ji's request. Didn't you see how miserable the envoy's end was? He didn't want to be disfigured by Li Ji's slap. Otherwise his status in the palace would plummet, and the group of concubines who valued his appearance would naturally not use him. Now that He Jin controls the teleportation array in Luoyang City, his reinforcements can come to Luoyang continuously, with only the new army of Shiyuan. Lord Zhang Rang and his men can't hold on for long. Li Ji waved his hand and said casually, I know. I will lead the troops to the north within 3 days. Please let Zhang Rang hold on for a while. In this case, I will return to Luoyang first. Zhou Feng did not plan to stay for long. In fact, he also wanted to find an excuse to stay in Luoyang City. After all, Luoyang is about to rise, and the danger level has greatly increased. However, he secretly glanced at Li Ji and found that the other party's eyes were very wrong. If he said he would stay, he was afraid that the other party would find an excuse to beat him up. After sending Zhou Feng away, Li Ji summoned the soldiers stationed outside the mansion and ordered, Go and inform Jean Glu and the others to come and discuss matters as soon as possible. Outside Chang'an City, In Qin Fan's territory, the usually quiet lord's mansion was rarely crowded. The lords from Sili accepted Qin Fan's call and came here to discuss important matters. The territories of these people are all in Sili. As long as Emperor Ling of Han died, the struggle between the relatives and eunuchs would further expand. They were the most affected group of players, especially when Dong Zhuo entered the capital and started the process of the 18-way fight against Dong. They could not think of farming and developing their territories peacefully during this period. Emperor Ling of Han was killed by the system in advance. So there is not much time left for Dong Zhuo to enter the capital. We must make arrangements early to survive this difficult moment. I have heard that Yi Jin has begun to invite the princes from all directions to bring troops to Luoyang. The 10 attendants are already in danger. If Dong Zhuo successfully enters Luoyang City, then with his strength, he will definitely be able to forcibly control Luoyang. General Yi Jin can't suppress this tiger at all. Or we can bring troops to kill Dong Zhuo stationed outside Tongguan and strangle this threat in the cradle. Are you crazy? Dong Zhuo has hundreds of thousands of troops, including some mid and high-level special troops such as the Shiliang Iron Cavalry and the Flying Bear Army. Even Li Ji's Kuaiji army cannot get rid of Dong Zhuo in a short time. The territories present were talking about it. Whether Yi Jin controls Luoyang or Zhang Rang controls Luoyang, it will have a big impact on their territories. But if Dong Zhuo completes the plot of entering the capital, then the 18-way campaign to fight against Dong Zhuo will be launched. And they will definitely be involved in this vortex and become Dong Zhuo's people involuntarily. So many people want to ambush Dong Zhuo halfway and kill this threat in the cradle. If the protagonist of the fight against Dong Zhuo dies, then the launch of the campaign will be meaningless. Qin Fan, who was sitting in the first seat, turned his eyes slightly, supported his chin and observed the expressions of the lords below, and had no intention of participating in it. Compared with the group of lord players off the field, Qin Fan was older and had seen more storms than these young people. He was not too surprised about Dong Zhuo's entry into the capital. Moreover, he has a strategist behind him to give him advice, and he can seek the greatest benefit for himself anytime and anywhere. The arguments off the field seem to be getting more and more fierce. Qin Fan coughed lightly to stop their dispute. Dong Zhuo is the main protagonist in the early stage. It is impossible for us to stop him alone. According to reliable information, the Shiliang rebels have reached an agreement with Dong Zhuo. They will join forces to control the Sili and Liangzhou. I don't know if you believe that they can be stopped. Everyone present was silent. They were shocked by Qin Fan's news. If the two parties really joined forces, even Yi Jin, who had the help of the royal troops, could not be Dong Zhuo's opponent. In front of Dong Zhuo, this behemoth, they were as small as an ant. Dong Zhuo could kill them with just one finger. Qin Fan, you are the strongest among us. What do you want to do? Qin Fan's mouth curled up a little, meaning unclear. Dong Zhuo is so powerful that we are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of him. In this case, why don't we learn from the Shiliang rebels and help Dong Zhuo enter Luoyang City? If we really help Dong Zhuo successfully enter Luoyang, it will be a great achievement. By then, the county magistrate and the prefect will be easy to capture. It seems to be the case. Everyone was moved by Qin Fan's plan, and there was a hint of excitement in their uneasiness. Their territory was limited to the Sili area, because it had always been near the emperor's feet, and it had been difficult to expand outward. If Dong Zhuo really succeeded in entering the capital, then the possibility of their expansion outward would be greatly increased. And Dong Zhuo would not care about the fights among these lord players. But the Shiliang rebels have already joined Dong Zhuo's camp. If we are one step behind them, will Dong Zhuo use us? This is one of the reasons why I summoned you here. Qin Fan showed a playful smile and said, the Shiliang rebels are one step ahead of us, so Dong Zhuo naturally values them more. If we want to suppress them, we must show enough strength in front of Dong Zhuo. However, we fight on our own and just form a loose alliance. It seems that we can't suppress the opponent well. You mean, you want to annex us? A lord player saw through Qin Fan's true intention and stood up with a bang. His eyes as big as copper bells. That's what you said. Qin Fan crossed his arms and looked lazy. Damn it. I didn't expect this to be a Hongmen banquet. We trusted you so much before. You are such a despicable villain. Qin Fan, you will die a miserable death. It was you who said that we should form an alliance to resist foreign enemies. But we didn't expect that this foreign enemy was actually one of our own. How hateful. The good old Qin Fan turned out to be so treacherous. He is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Others started to curse. Qin Fan's eyes were stern. And then he waved his hand. and the ambushes prepared in advance rushed in from outside the mansion like a tide. The leader, Zhu Wuba, held a long sword as big as a door panel, and his momentum was as powerful as a dense and oppressive black cloud, shocking everyone, and many people fell to the ground in fear. Zhu Wuba was a giant who could fight against the 28 generals of Yantai alone, and fought with Jia Fu, the silver halberd Tai Sui, for hundreds of rounds, and killed them without any effort. The warriors they led were no match for Zhu Wuba. It can be said that their lives were firmly held by Qin Fan. Qin Fan said passionately, "I have Zhu Wuba Chututong to help me. It is only a matter of time before I annex you. Moreover, I have recently recruited a peerless general. Looking at the whole country, perhaps only Li Ji can be compared with me. Can you stop my army with your strength?" Everyone fell silent. Qin Fan was right. Among this group of lords, Qin Fan was undoubtedly ranked first, far ahead of others. They formed an alliance with Qin Fan just to enjoy the shade under the big tree. But this big tree has become a spirit, and the vines are tightly tied around their necks, and their lives are controlled by Qin Fan. You have only two choices now. Either surrender to me and exchange your territory for a position. After Dongjue enters the capital, I will apply for various official positions for you and ensure your prosperity and wealth. Or reject me, and you will die on the spot. Choose one. Qin Fan's words seemed to be a whisper from H.L., which made everyone present feel a little scared. The bloodline on the neck was cut by the sharp blade, and warm blood continued to flow out. The intense pain forced them to make a decision at this moment. I am willing to offer my territory to surrender to you. Don't forget your promise. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure and surrendered to Qin Fan. Of course, Qin Fan was overjoyed and quickly waved away the soldiers and personally helped the other party to sit. If someone took the lead as a precedent, more people would naturally follow. Soon most people surrendered to Qin Fan. But there were still some people who were very stubborn and never surrendered to Qin Fan. Qin Fan was not tolerant. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, he issued an order to kill. The lord players who disobeyed were killed on the spot. It happened that the fate of these people could alert the group of surrenderers and serve as a warning to the monkeys. Qin Fan quickly integrated the territory of Sili and Chang'an, and it seemed that his control range almost surrounded this ancient city. The players in Guanzhong came from a group, which made Dongjue, the backbone of Xiliang, very happy. In his opinion, these people's defection to him was undoubtedly a manifestation of his strength, mainly composed of lord players in Xiliang and Guanzhong. Since the announcement of the death of Emperor Ling of Han was issued, more and more players chose to join him. After all, many people knew Dongjue's next development path. Dongjue, who controlled the emperor, was powerful in the court, and joining Dongjue was undoubtedly the shortest way to become a master. I didn't expect that our family would be so attractive, and that talents from all over the world would come to us. In the past, these people would probably laugh at me as a barbarian who didn't know how to be civilized. Dongjue was delighted, and his body, which had not yet gained weight, twisted wildly, looking very proud. The son-in-law Li Ru beside him cupped his hands and showed a barely perceptible smile. But it soon disappeared. My lord, if you want to achieve hegemony, you must not take it lightly at this time. You must know that not only our troops have been transferred to Luoyang, but He Jin has also transferred troops from Bingbei, Guangdong and the south. We have to compete with these people. At this time, Dongjue had not been blinded by power, and his body had not been drained by wine and sex. After hearing Li Ru's words, he immediately sat up and asked, "Then will you have any countermeasures?" Chapter 323 Fishing in Troubled Waters. Hearing Dongjue asking for advice, Li Ru immediately showed a sinister smile and replied, "Now the Lord's troops are mainly distributed in Liangzhou and Sili. We must do everything we can to get our troops into Guanzhong. And Lu Ji is the main target to stop us. Lu Ji seems to have been on guard against me. Not only did he not act with me in the Liangzhou war, but even the place where he was stationed was far away from us, as if he was afraid that we would suddenly attack him." Dongjue had a very bad impression of Lu Ji, since Lu Ji was transferred to become Dongjue's boss. Dongjue has always been suppressed, and Lu Ji has been secretly tripping him up during the war, so that he has not made much contribution in the past 6 months. If it weren't for the Liangzhou rebels secretly looking for him to unite and give up Liangzhou territory to him to brush up his record, otherwise he would have been impeached by Lu Ji on the pretext of a long time ago. Li Ru chuckled, whispered a few words in Dongjue's ear, and revealed his plan in full. After hearing this, Dong Zhuo slapped his thigh and laughed. When you is worthy of being my strategist. You have come up with such a cruel plan. Then we will implement your plan and take Guangzhou. Bingzhou. Jinan City. After receiving the secret order from Jin Dingyuan, the governor of Bingzhou, did not act immediately. Instead, he ordered his men to train the troops and stood alone on the city wall, looking into the distance. Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong, found Dingyuan and said, reporting to the governor, the 50,000 troops have been assembled. We can immediately send troops to Luoyang after you nod your head. I know. Dingyuan just nodded slightly, looking at the distant wilderness. I wonder when Lu Zhibu will return. Yunnan Pass was attacked by the Xiongnu, but with General Huang Fusang stationed there, and Lu Zhibu leading troops to rescue, we can definitely repel the Xiongnu. Calculating the time, it's almost time to return, now that Luoyang City has become a den of dragons and tigers. If Dingyuan does not have a fierce general to protect himself, he may be involved in the front of the army and end up dead. But as long as his adopted son is with him, Dingyuan does not need to worry about his personal safety. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, a cloud of dust rose from the distant horizon, and a group of elite cavalry from Bingzhou emerged from it. The leading general was majestic, holding a Fang Tianhua Ji, and the arrogance on his face never disappeared. The blood and flesh on his armor seemed to be his metal. There were 7 generals following behind him, the youngest of whom was holding a crescent halberd. Majestic and majestic, with millions of soldiers and armor in his chest. Lu Bu did not disappoint his adoptive father. He helped General Huangfu repel the attack of the Huns, and went deep into the desert for dozens of miles to kill countless Huns. When Lu Bu came to the outside of Jinan City, he saw Dingyuan personally coming down from the city wall to greet him. So he turned over and dismounted, saluted Dingyuan. But the arrogance on his face did not disappear. My son is mighty. If I have a son, I hope he will be like Lu Fengxian. Dingyuan laughed loudly. He was proud of Lu Bu's bravery. However, when Dingyuan was too proud, he did not notice that Lu Bu's face became ugly after hearing his words. And he seemed to be very unhappy with Dingyuan's words. In this era, recognizing someone as one's father is not a glorious thing. But Dingyuan brought up this matter in person with his subordinates. Doesn't this undermine his dignity? But Lu Bu dared not get angry. After all, he still had to rely on Dingyuan's relationship to make his career flourish and rise step by step. Unless there was someone stronger than Dingyuan, there was no need for him to make trouble. Report to my foster father. General Huangfu heard about the incident in Luoyang City, and withdrew most of his troops to Luoyang City. Now there is no good general at Yunnan Pass. Please send a good general to guard this pass. Dingyuan helped Lu Bu up, took Lu Bu's hand and walked into the city. Then said, this is why I want you to come back as soon as possible. Yesterday I received an order from General Jin, who asked me to lead troops to Luoyang City. If I succeed in killing the 10 attendants, there is no need to worry about the failure of the great cause. I wonder if my son can fight. When he heard that he could, Lu Bu was overjoyed at the promotion and answered loudly. It only took a few points of effort for Lu Bu to kill the Xiongnu. Those so-called 10 constant servants may not be able to take even a halberd from Lu Bu. Father, Lu Bu wants to fight. Good. 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 Dingyuan was in high spirits and waved his hand and ordered, Zhang Yang, you lead the troops to guard Yunnan Pass. And let the Lord Wang Song lead the troops to assist in guarding the pass. If Yunnan Pass is breached, this governor will kill you all. Yes. Zhang Yang was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the task assigned to him by Dingyuan was so difficult that he actually asked him to guard the northern gate of Bingzhou, Kuaiji County, Longke City. Everyone. Luoyang City is now in turmoil. Whether it is the 10 constant servants or the generals, they all hope that we will send troops to help them. In your opinion, what should we do? The 4 counselors of Li Ji gathered in the Lord's mansion. When they heard that Li Ji was going to lead troops to the north, their expressions became different. The 10 eunuchs and the general fought in Luoyang City, and the 2 parties also asked Li Ji to lead the troops to Luoyang. It was a hot news no matter how you looked at it. Luoyang City has now become a tiger's den and a dragon's lair. The Lord can just pretend to agree to the 2 parties' requests for troops, and then keep delaying under the pretext of training the troops. As long as time passes, the Lord will not need to choose a camp to stand in. Shishisai first stabilized and gave the answer of delay. Delaying the dispatch of troops is indeed a solution. But in Li Ji's view, delaying at this time will not only make him unable to gain any benefits in this turmoil, but if both parties are not destroyed by Dong Zhuo, He, Li Ji, will definitely be one of the targets of accountability. The 10 eunuchs have always been notorious among the literati, and many of them hate them. Whether it is Prince Bien or Prince Xie who sits on the throne. As long as we send troops to help the 10 eunuchs, our reputation will also become bad. And the enemy can also use this stain to criticize us, making it difficult for us to stand on the moral high ground. Does one mean that we should side with He Jin? Li Ji asked curiously. No. He Jin is a man with no ambitions. Even if we help him seize control of the court, with his ability, it won't take long for his subordinates to take it away. My lord, don't forget that it's not just us who are participating in the fight in Luoyang. There are also the Yuan brothers from the Runan family, Cao Cao from Dongjun, Ding Yuan from Bingzhou, and Dong Zhuo who suppressed the rebels. Not to mention many rats hiding in the shadows. Gu Jia took a sip of wine and said very casually. Finally, Wang Meng made a summary, shaking his feather fan and saying lightly, the two parties in Luoyang City are fighting each other. How can they care about my lack of money? My lord, you can bring a small number of troops into Luoyang and fish in troubled waters, to see if you can take away anything useful. That makes sense. Li Ji's eyes lit up, and he felt that what these people said about taking advantage of troubled waters was very much in line with his appetite. Luoyang City is the largest city in the Huaxia region, where the world's noble families gather, and countless treasures and talents are hidden. He doesn't ask for any extraordinary figures from them, but it would be good to search for some life talents. Entering Luoyang City seems to be a good thing that can make a lot of money. It was late at night, but the lights were bright inside the palace. Zhang Rang summoned all the 10 constant servants and informed everyone of the news brought back by Zhuofeng. I didn't expect He Jin to be so cruel. He summoned so many local governors to bring troops into Luoyang. This is to put us to death. If the late emperor were still alive, he would definitely find ways to stop He Jin's ambitions, and even let us take the initiative and kill this thief in advance. Alas, I don't know how many troops Governor Li brought with him. Even if he is strong and capable of attacking and defending, it may be difficult to take them down in the face of so many opponents. We must make plans early. The 10 constant servants said one after another, and they all felt desperate about their future. The relationship between relatives and eunuchs is like fire and water. They cannot fall into He Jin's hands. Otherwise the end can be expected to be miserable. So they can only fight with their backs to the water and hope for a miracle. Jian Shu, who had been guarding the outer periphery of the palace, suddenly walked in with a solemn look on his face. I heard that He Jin and his men might take action tonight. What? The 10 eunuchs were horrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. They dared to attack the palace in defiance of the world. Aren't they afraid of their reputation becoming bad? The main road of Luoyang City was crowded with people. A group of imperial guards in armor appeared from the darkness. The sound of armor colliding with each other broke the silence of the night. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the operation, He Jin had sent people to drive the people in the city out long ago. Except for the children of high-ranking families and some stubborn people, the rest were all He Jin's people. The imperial guards rushed on the road, and the footsteps sounded like raindrops falling to the ground, quickly surrounding the entire palace. He Jin, are you crazy? This is the palace. The princes and concubines of the previous emperor are all here. You dare to lead troops to besiege here. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world? Zhang Rang shouted. But the lack of breath made people feel no threat at all, and even many soldiers laughed because of it. A gap opened up in the imperial guards, and He Jin, who was bloated like a meatball, walked out, his armor almost torn by his fat. Zhang Rang, you falsely conveyed the imperial edict, trying to abolish the throne of Prince Bien and support Prince Xie as the new emperor. You are accused of deceiving the eyes and ears of the world. I am just following the will of the late emperor and respecting the great prince as his majesty. You will definitely die. The flesh on He Jin's face trembled, and his rough voice was much higher than Zhang Rang's. But his spitting manner was unpleasant. You, the butcher, are talking nonsense. We have always served the late emperor, and we know best what the late emperor said before he died. Could it be that you met the late emperor recently and asked him what he said? What did you say? Eunuch? You are the butcher, and your whole family is butchers. He Jin, whose pain point was hit, broke his defense and was furious. He insulted Zhang Rang directly. Before the battle started, the leaders of the two sides began to quarrel with each other, and the words were as ugly as they could be. Yuan Shao, who was beside him, saw that the verbal battle had no intention of stopping, and hurriedly dissuaded He Jin and said, "General, don't fall into the trap of this eunuch. They are just delaying time. Binshu is right. This battle is left to you." "Yes." Yuan Shao bowed in return, and a smile appeared on his face under his arms. "All generals, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the 10 attendants." At Yuan Shao's order, dozens of imperial guards rushed towards the palace from all directions, like rolling waves constantly hitting the low walls, and shouts of killing resounded through the sky. As the only eunuch among the 10 attendants who knew the art of war, Jianshu immediately led the Shiyuan new army to block the gap. A large number of soldiers holding large shields held the gate, but they were constantly shaken by the repeated attacks of the imperial guards on the opposite side. "Shoot!" The archers under the low wall shot arrows at the command of Jianshu. The sound of breaking through the air broke the silence in the dark night and fell on the enemy like a torrential rain. In an instant, a large number of soldiers were pierced through the body, spitting blood and falling to the ground. "We must find an opportunity to break the gate so that we can kill them." Yuan Shao's eyes were full of rebellion, and the sword in his hand followed him like a shadow. Countless cold lights flew away, cutting the dense arrows into 2 pieces. The history of the Renan Yuan family is long. As a person who has emphasized in cultivating the power grid Yuan Shao, the family has tilted a lot of resources on him, and has a large number of high-level equipment. Zhang Rang and others sent out the dead soldiers to climb out of the low wall, aiming directly at the opponent's big man. There were gusts of evil wind in his ears, and He Jin's face changed drastically. Dozens of dead soldiers rushed out from the darkness, and with a short knife, they quickly cut a bloody path among the imperial guards. The sharp cold light stung He Jin's eyes, and made it difficult to open them. Suddenly, a 3-pointed 2-edged sword rushed out from the flank. A tiger general behind Yuan Shu attacked, and the blade whistled and tore through the air, slamming the arm of the dead soldier. A bloody arm flew out, and Ji Ling was intimidating without anger. He waved the 3-pointed 2-edged sword again, and countless cold stars seemed to appear in the dark night, pointing at the dead soldiers who were ready to die. The next second, these dead soldiers were like being hit by a high-speed train, screaming and flying backwards. Their ribs on their chests were all broken, and a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs splashed in the air, and their death was very miserable. "Fortunately, there is a road next to me. Otherwise I would be dead." He Jin breathed in the air. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he was still in shock after just walking through the gates of H.L. Ji Ling is a fierce general who can defeat 10,000 enemies. With him, the general can be safe. But just as Yuan Shu finished speaking, a terrifying momentum suddenly burst out not far away. Lightning flashed in all directions, and the exploding flame swept across the world. 2 strong and sturdy generals suddenly appeared behind Yuan Shao, and they beat the attacking enemies into a bloody mist with 1 punch and 1 kick, setting off a bloody storm. Ji Ling felt like he was facing a great enemy, and he couldn't help but hold the 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand. The momentum burst out from Yan Liang, and Wen Chou was so overwhelming that he felt he was no match for them. And Yuan Shu, who was watching all this, also turned pale. Chapter 324 Chaos. "My lord, the 10 eunuchs have been delaying for too long. As soon as the sun rises, soldiers from other states and counties will rush over to compete with us for Luoyang City. We don't need to hold back. Please go all out." Under the flickering firelight, Suyu appeared and suggested to Yuan Shao. They took the lead in attacking the palace before the various troops gathered to support the king. The purpose was to take down the 10 eunuchs first and control Luoyang City before the various competitors could react. If Yuan Shao and others succeeded, they could implement Cui Hao's plan of holding the emperor hostage to command the princes. And it would not be impossible to achieve the 3 dukes by then. Literati also desire fame and fortune. Otherwise, they would not easily enter the world and join the various princes. Ziyuan's words make sense. Yan Liang and Wen Chou, you don't have to hold back. Go all out and kill all the eunuchs in the palace. Yuan Shao is no longer as indecisive as he was during the Battle of Guandu. At this moment, he is full of vigor and has repeatedly commanded the Luoyang Imperial Guards to launch a fierce attack on the palace. Yan Liang and Wen Chou were only wearing a layer of leather armor, but they had no weapons in their hands. They just relied on their momentum to sweep away the rain of arrows. Their fists suddenly penetrated forward, and the terrifying energy pushed the space in front of them, creating circles of visible ripples, like mountains and rivers collapsing in the world. A 1,000-foot air wave was raised in the void. The extremely solid palace wall now seemed to have become a piece of tender tofu, for terrifying fist marks appeared in the middle, and countless cracks quickly spread from the center to the 4 directions. The figures of the soldiers of the Shiyuan new army can be vaguely seen from them. A large amount of mud and rocks fell, and the deep wall of the palace was bombarded in an extremely dangerous way. The solid wall was shaky, and its durability dropped rapidly. The soldiers hiding behind the wall were sweating profusely. They were all intimidated by the bravery of Yin Liang and Wen Chou, and their hearts and gallbladders were broken. I didn't expect that Binchu's new generals would be so brave. We will win this battle. He Jin was greatly relieved. The better the performance of Yuan Shao and others, the better his vision of people would be. Ji Ling, go all out and suppress them all. Yuan Shu, who was standing aside, looked even uglier after hearing what He Jin said. Although Yuan Shao and he were from the same family, they were in a competitive relationship. The better Yuan Shao was, the more resources of the Yuan family would lean towards Yuan Shao, and his position in the family would become less and less important. Ever since Yuan Shao saw through Wang Fan's plan to depose the emperor, Yuan Shu had vaguely sensed that the family's attention had shifted from him to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was just a bastard under a concubine. And I, Yuan Gonglu, was the real legitimate son, the future head of the ruined Yuan family. Ji Ling felt Yuan Shu's anger, and the pressure increased instantly, as if a mountain was pressing on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. If Yuan Shu asked Ji Ling to kill the 10 eunuchs, he would certainly not hesitate to kill the eunuchs. But if Ji Ling was asked to suppress Yin Liang and Wen Chou, I'm afraid that 3 or 5 Ji Lings would not be able to do it. I'm going! Facing the order of his master, Ji Ling had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The 3-pointed two-edged sword in his hand swung in all directions, and the sharp air blade cut several deep marks on the deep wall in front of him. The 3 tiger generals led the most elite Luoyang imperial guards to attack the gate of the palace. Soon, under repeated bombardment, this ancient and solid gate was blasted into several pieces, and the soldiers behind the gate flew out under the impact of the huge force. Jian Shua saw that the gate had been lost and the palace walls had become an obstacle to trap them. So he decisively led the remaining Shiyuan new army to retreat deep into the palace. These places were home to the concubines of Emperor Ling of Han, as well as noble figures such as Empress Dowager Dong and Empress He. Even if He Jin was so bold, he had to be cautious here and did not dare to go all out. The fight between the 10 eunuchs and He Jin disturbed the entire Luoyang city, and the players, who were still working as frontline reporters in Luoyang city, spread the news one after another. The spies arranged by various princes in the city quickly left Luoyang and brought the news to their masters. There is a change in the palace. We must move forward quickly. He Jin blocked the teleportation array, making it difficult for Huang Fusong, who wanted to lead troops to suppress the 2 parties, to return to Luoyang city in the first time. He had to use the teleportation arrays of the surrounding cities to return and set out on light cavalry. In the Sili area, the place where Lu Ji was stationed was suddenly attacked by the Shiliang rebels. Caught off guard, the rebels took down several lines of defense and were in danger. During this half-year, the Liangzhou rebels mutinied. The Liangzhou Lord Jiang Chang killed Bai Gongboi and Li Wenhou and took over the Chang troops. Later, he personally persuaded Han Sui and others to join him to fight against the Han army. The rebels led by the famous General Murong Xiaozong were unstoppable and defeated Lu Ji, Dong Shui and others. During this half-year, Jiang Chang integrated the resources of Liangzhou and almost brought most of Liangzhou under the control of the rebels. However, he later reached an agreement with Dong Shui and spit out a lot of land. Despite this, the Liangzhou rebels still controlled several counties in Liangzhou and were unstoppable. The Han army barracks were in chaos. Lu Ji, holding a sword, fought bravely under the protection of his personal soldiers and fought his way out. His opponent was Murong Xiaozong, who was selected into the martial temple. Even Lu Ji, one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, lost more than he won. The chief general of the Liangzhou rebels is better at using troops than I am. But because I mainly defend, the enemy has never taken advantage of me. How come he saw through my weakness today and broke through my camp in one fell swoop? Lu Ji killed the enemy who attacked from the flank with a sword. But he couldn't figure out what went wrong in his mind. Report to the general. I went to General Dong's camp and found that their camp was empty. According to the traces, it seems that they had withdrawn yesterday. What did you say? Lu Ji's face showed horror. The news of Dong Zhuo's withdrawal was indeed beyond his expectation. Impossible. I saw Dong Zhuo's camp surging with people last night, and the cooking smoke was the same as before. Lu Ji's deputy shook his head, thinking that the news was too false. I found a lot of straw men tied up in the camp, Perhaps what the general saw was these straw men. I understand. The straw men were tied up to cover up Dong's withdrawal of troops. The lack of a large number of cooking smoke allowed us to relax. The Liangzhou rebels suddenly attacked us. Perhaps they received secret instructions from Dong Zhuo, telling him that we were short of troops. Dong Zhuo is hateful. Lu Ji's eyes were filled with tears, and he cursed Dong Zhuo as a traitor with his hair disheveled. But the shouts and screams from all directions drowned out his voice in an instant, as if a big hand covered his last swan song. General, we can't hold on here anymore. We have no choice but to withdraw to Luoyang City and ask His Majesty to kill the thief Dong. Although the deputy general said this, he secretly looked at the guards around him and asked them to surround him. No, I have failed the trust of His Majesty. How can I have the face to see His Majesty? Lu Ji shook his head and rejected the proposal. But as soon as he finished speaking, the guards around him lifted Lu Ji up under the command of the deputy general, and he could not move. Sorry, General. What the deputy general was worried about still happened. But fortunately, he was prepared and asked the guards to surround him in advance. Otherwise it would take a lot of effort to subdue Lu Ji. Now the battlefield is in chaos, and their lives will be less safe every time they stay. The elite Han army guards broke through the siege and took Lu Ji to Luoyang. Hanga Pass, one of the 8 passes in Luoyang. The guard of Hanga Pass yawned against the city wall. His eyes blurred, and the strong fatigue almost swallowed his consciousness. The battle in Luoyang City is getting hot now, and the sound of fighting seems to be heard at this pass. But what does it have to do with him? He was just a small garrison commander, and guarding Hanga Pass was his main job. However, to the west of Hanga Pass was stationed the army led by Lu Ji. Even if there was a threat from the Liangzhou rebels, it should be Lu Ji and his men, not the garrison of Hanga Pass. Unless the Liangzhou rebels defeated Lu Ji, they could rest easy. Suddenly, an unusual vibration sound came from the earth shrouded in darkness, and the ancient and dull sound of horse hooves came from the depths of darkness, breaking the silence of the night. The soldiers of Hanga Pass were awakened immediately. They held their weapons tightly with sleepy eyes, but the fatigue in their brains made them squint from time to time. Soon the instigator finally appeared in their sight. It was a large cavalry army, but the Han-style armor they wore made many people feel relieved. It turned out to be a friendly army. I thought that the Liangzhou rebels had come to Hanga Pass. The commander of Hanga Pass supported the city wall with both hands and shouted to the army below, "Who are you? What's the matter with you?" "I am Hua Xiong, a subordinate of General Dong. My master came back to support the general on the order of the general." The sturdy Hua Xiong appeared in the front, and the flames of the sword in his hand were surging, instantly evaporating the blood dripping from the tip of the sword. When he heard Hua Xiong's message, the commander of Hanga Pass finally felt relieved and replied, "It turned out to be General Hua. Do you have the general's order? You can pass with the order." Hua Xiong's eyes turned cold, and when he was about to explode, Zhang Ji behind him pulled him back and shook his head to tell him not to move. After taking a deep breath, Hua Xiong said, "Of course we have the order. Please come down and check it yourself." "That's good." The commander of Hanga Pass did not doubt him, and came down from the city wall in a daze, and came to Hua Xiong with a team of personal soldiers. "Please show it to me, General Hua." "Okay. Please check it carefully." Hua Xiong smiled inexplicably, reached into his pocket with his left hand, and swung his sword with his right hand. The raging flames of the devil rose several feet high, and the cold light flashed in the dark night. The sharp blade cut the throat of the guard in an instant. The next second, in everyone's sight, a head with a dog-licking smile on his face soared into the sky, and warm blood gushed out from the smooth incision like a spring. "Charge into Hanga Pass!" Zhang Ji shouted. The long spear in his hand was like thunder and lightning, drawing countless dazzling gun flowers in the void, and instantly piercing the armor of his personal soldiers. A hole the size of a bowl appeared in their hearts, and dozens of people flew out one after another, and the shrill screams of pain immediately broke the night. The Western Liang cavalry launched an attack, like a rolling torrent hitting this majestic pass, shouting and killing, almost breaking this space. The bloody battle in Luoyang City attracted the attention of all the princes in the world. Hua Xiong's attack on Hanga Pass did not seem to cause much waves. The sky was slightly bright, and a large Western Liang army appeared on the Beimang mountain of Luoyang City. The majestic Dong Zhuo looked at the smoke of Luoyang City not far away. His eyes narrowed into a slit, and his power was overwhelming. Hua Xiong, Zhang Ji and his men had begun to attack Hanga Pass with Wen Yu's strategy. It shouldn't take them long to take it down. The rest depends on us. General Dong. Our Zhu Wuba is extremely brave, and is willing to lead the troops as a vanguard to capture cities and plunder for you. Qin Fan, who was in the Chang'an area, led many lords to join Dong Zhuo, which made Dong Zhuo very happy, and he even brought them along with him. Okay. You will be the first to go up. And you will definitely defeat Yuan Shao and his men. Yes. After Qin Fan led his troops away, Dong Zhuo's face changed with a smile. And he said to Li Ru, the Zhu Wuba next to Qin Fan is a fierce general who can defeat 10,000 enemies. Even Hua Xiong, the number one in our army, is not his opponent in 3 rounds. If he rebels one day, I'm afraid this Zhu Wuba will be a big problem. Li Ru chuckled and replied, my lord, don't worry. According to what those lords said, Lu Bu, the adopted son of Ding Yuan, the governor of Bingzhou, is also a fierce general who can defeat 10,000 enemies. If my lord can subdue this man to contain this Zhu Wuba, my lord with 2 tiger generals will not have to worry about his great cause. I have heard this person brave, but this person is Ding Yuan's righteous son. How can he conquer him? It is worthy of my conspiracy, and I can have a general for me. It is referred to as Dong Zhuo's good fruit to eat. Okay, I'll leave this to you. All parties were taking action. Even Cao Cao, the governor of Dongjun, had led his troops into Luoyang to assist He Jin in killing the eunuchs. Li Ji deliberately became the slowest of the troops to support the king, and had just entered Luoyang city at this time. Oh, my governor, why did you come at this time? Zhuo Feng, the eunuch who responded to Li Ji, said angrily, urging Li Ji to lead troops to rescue. If Zhang Rang and others had not huddled inside the palace so that He Jin and others did not dare to rush in, I'm afraid that the bodies of the 10 eunuchs would have been cold for a long time. Don't be anxious. Eunuch Zhuo. Our army has set out from Kuaiji to Luoyang city. It has traveled thousands of miles. Please let us rest for a while. Chapter 325 Shiliang army joins the war. Travel thousands of miles? When Zhuo Feng, the eunuch, heard Li Ji's unhurried tone, he almost exploded with anger. That's right. Luoyang city is thousands of miles away from Shaanning County. But you came here through the teleportation array. The distance of 1,000 miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. And you didn't consume any energy at all. So why rest? Zhuo Feng saw Li Ji's smirking face and immediately understood something. And his face suddenly darkened. Master Taisho, Master Zhang Rang promoted you to this position. Master Zhang Rang has agreed to your requests for more than half a year. Are you going to rebel and become the butcher's running dog? Zhuo Feng pointed at Li Ji and cursed. Although they are eunuchs, they also have principles and will never allow anyone to betray them. Li Ji shrugged and replied, no, I won't help anyone. If Zhang Rang was still alive, I could help them escape from Luoyang city. But now I have more important things to do. After that, a cold light flashed behind Li Ji, and the flying general Li Guang swung his ring-handled sword and chopped off Zhuo Feng's head with one stroke. Zhuo Feng had blackmailed Li Ji before, and had also framed Lu Ji, a famous general and scholar. For money, Li Ji was not soft-hearted to deal with such a villain. Send a team to try to notify Zhang Rang. Tell them that we have arrived, and let them break out to the north of Luoyang. Through Zhuo Feng's mouth, Li Ji learned that there were not only the forces of He Jin and Zhang Rang in Luoyang city, but also the Shiliang Iron Cavalry led by Dong Zhuo had entered Luoyang. Now there are 3 forces in Luoyang city, and the 10,000 soldiers and horses brought by Li Ji are not their opponents at all. If they are not careful, they will suffer too much loss. Li Ji didn't want to get involved in this mess. For him, no matter which force took over Luoyang city, it would not affect his appeal in Kuaiji County. He hoped that the 3 forces would fight to the death, and it would be best if a few famous generals died and let them suffer losses. The 3 markets in Luoyang are the places where transactions are most frequent in Luoyang city. We will go there first, and then head to the southeast. The southeast is where the residences of dignitaries are located. Maybe we can catch a lot of talents. Then go north to Gumen and plunder Taicang and the armory. The Imperial Palace in Luoyang City is divided into the South Palace and the North Palace. Now the South Palace has been broken by the general's troops. The 10 eunuchs led the Shiyuan new army to defend against the Fudao. They will not be taken down by He Jin and his men for a while. Moreover, Li Ji brought the news of his arrival to Zhang Rang. With the reinforcements, they will surely be able to hold on longer. Taking advantage of this period of time, Li Ji decided to take troops to rob the 4 directions and get enough benefits. In order to ensure the rapid implementation of the operation, Li Ji brought 10,000 soldiers, all of whom were cavalry, and they were all composed of middle and high-level soldiers. As long as they did not encounter Dong Zhuo's main force, they were enough to cross the entire Luoyang city. Boom! 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 There was a fierce roar on the double road connecting the South Palace and the North Palace. Yin Liang and Wen Chou rushed into the new army in Shiyuan alone, trying to kill the eunuch Jian Shuo. Jian Shuo was the only eunuch who knew a little about military tactics. As long as he was killed on the spot, the new army without a commander would be like a pile of loose sand. It was only a matter of time to deal with them. However, He Jin seemed to have underestimated the fighting power of the 10 eunuchs. They were favored by Emperor Ling of Han, and had all kinds of strange abilities. The road to the underworld. Zhao Meng, one of the 10 eunuchs, let out a sharp and long whistle, and countless skulls with green light emerged from his wide sleeves and suddenly attacked the Imperial Guards in front of him. The faint green light surged, and dark blue flames rose from the empty eye sockets of the skulls, as if they had an inexplicable power to devour all the souls of the human net. The sea of skulls instantly submerged a large number of Imperial Guards. Their sharp teeth pierced through the fine iron armor, and suddenly tore off large pieces of flesh and blood, and countless blood splashed in the air. The 10 eunuchs personally went into battle, and led the Shiyuan new army to resist He Jin's army. He Jin, the butcher, shall die. He Jin, who was heavily guarded, suddenly trembled, and his legs seemed to be caught by the claws of the devil from H.L., and he couldn't move at all. There was a whistling sound from a distance, and a slender palm like a woman pushed forward, instantly raising infinite energy, and the rolling air wave blew the personal soldiers in front of him to sway left and right. A ghostly figure drilled in between the gaps in the defense line, and stabbed out with the index finger and middle finger together, like a magic sword piercing through the rainbow sun. And before He Jin could react, it hit the chest of He the butcher. The next second, He Jin's pupils suddenly bulged outward, and countless bloodshot crawled all over his eyeballs. The treasure armor that had accompanied him for many years seemed to have lost all its function at this moment, and the tiny blood hole bloomed in the heart of his chest like a charming flower. A shrill scream of pain rose to the sky, and He Jin seemed to have encountered the most painful torture in the world. His body, as big as a meat mountain, was blown away by the sword finger, and fell behind, splashing countless battlefields. Many Imperial soldiers were crushed to death on the ground alive. "General!" everyone exclaimed, as if they had not expected Zhang Rang to be so strong that he could kill He Jin, who was heavily guarded. On the spot, there was a gust of wind from the side and back, and the sharp blade stung Zhang Rang's fair skin. The brave General Ji Ling came with a three-pointed double-edged sword, trying to smash the eunuch leader into pieces with one move. However, Zhang Rang was not an ordinary person. He swung his sleeves and rolled up countless smoke and dust, which instantly submerged his body. A large amount of smoke and dust rushed to his nose, and Ji Ling subconsciously narrowed his eyes and lost Zhang Rang's target. Seized the body of the general. Everyone rushed forward and snatched He Jin's still warm body. If Zhang Rang broke through again and let him remove He Jin's pig head, then the face of the foreign relatives would be exchanged. Yuan Shu's face was also as black as charcoal. He was ordered to protect the threat of General He Jin, but he didn't expect Zhang Rang to come in with great skill and courage, making him unable to defend himself. If the matter is investigated later, Yuan Shu will be the first person to be investigated. The butcher He Jin is dead. If you don't want to die, surrender quickly. Zhang Rang, who escaped, screamed loudly with a hoarse voice. His face was covered with blood, and he looked like a devil crawling from H.L. Extremely ferocious. Many Imperial guards stopped for a while after hearing Zhang Rang's scolding, and dared not to move. The general died for the foundation of your majesty, and he is a hero of our Han dynasty. We want to avenge the hero of the Han dynasty and kill the 10 attendants. Yuan Shao's eyes were wide open, and he slashed dozens of air blades with his sword, bombarding the enemy like a tidal wave. In an instant, a large number of new soldiers had a scar on their waists and abdomens, and their intestines gushed out with blood, making a mess. Yuan Shao's prestige was enough for him to replace the dead He Jin. After a short pause, the Luoyang Imperial Army continued to fight with the enemy like a flood beast. In the chaos, the Luoyang Imperial Army, led by Yin Liang and Wen Chou, launched a crazy charge towards the Shiyuan new army. Soldiers were constantly cut into their bodies. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and they fell to the ground screaming. Yin Liang and Wen Chou, covered in blood, panted like a cow, and blood kept dripping down their bodies to the ground, forming a pool of blood. Jianshou is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Yin Liang and Wen Chou attacked at the same time. Even if Jianshou had great skills, he could not resist the attack from two powerful generals for several rounds. He was hit in the waist and abdomen by Yin Liang's punch, and his internal organs instantly turned into slag. As if throwing away a worn-out sack, Yin Liang threw the mud-like corpse on the ground and turned to rush towards the other 10 attendants. Except Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong. The faces of the other 10 attendants all showed horror. Jianshou's martial arts were much higher than theirs. But even Jianshou could not block a few moves from Yin Liang and Wen Chou, so they were probably not a match for the other party. Several figures flashed quickly in the crowd, madly distanced themselves from Yin Liang, Wen Chou and others, and did not dare to confront them head-on. Right, Lieutenant Chu Qiong is here to avenge the general. Gao Wang, one of the 10 eunuchs, was accidentally surrounded by the Luoyang Imperial Guards. A burly Han general, reeking of alcohol, rushed over with a broadsword in his hand. Chu Qiong rushed to kill, and the broadsword swept the strange wind and instantly submerged Gao Wang's figure. The sharp cold light wandered over Gao Wang's body like lightning, and countless blood flowed from the knife marks. Yuan Shao saw it, and seemed to appreciate Chu Qiong's bravery very much. Zhang Rang, save me! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Guisheng was caught up by Yin Liang, and a sandbag-sized fist hit him on the back, and the terrifying force broke his spine in half. Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong looked solemn. General He Jin had gathered many fierce generals. Even if they fought with all their strength, they might still be the opponent's opponent. At best, they could only save their own lives. Report to the Lord. Li Taishou's troops have entered Luoyang City. But he was in a hurry and only brought 10,000 troops. He hopes that the Lord will take the 2 princes to retreat to the north, where they will meet you. Why did he come now? If it's any later, we will definitely die. The team sent by Li Ji finally entered the edge of the battlefield and passed the news to Zhang Rang and others. The surviving 10 constant servants breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer worrying about their lives. But when they heard that Li Ji only brought 10,000 troops, they couldn't help but get angry. What can 10,000 troops do? Even the Imperial Guards stationed in Luoyang City can easily gather tens of thousands, facing the foreign relatives with several troops to defend the king. They don't think Li Ji can make much waves. Before Li Taishou and his men set out, the Shan Yu rebelled, so they had to send a large number of troops to suppress them, and could only spare 10,000 troops. But these 10,000 troops are elite, enough to protect us from escaping Luoyang City. Zhang Rang's face was ashen, and his tone was very cold. If I find out that Li Ji did it on purpose, I will let His Majesty kill him. We will withdraw to the North Palace, take the 2 princes and the concubines of the previous emperor out of the North Gate of the North Palace, and leave through the Xia Gate. Zhang Rang still has 2 princes as a trump card, as long as he ties these 2 children tightly to his chariot. Even if Yuan Shao has great courage, he will not dare to attack them recklessly. If Yuan Shao accidentally kills the Han prince on the battlefield, even if he is from the Yuan family of Renan, he will not be able to help Yuan Shao cover up this stain. Humph! You want to escape? Yuan Shao found out that Zhang Rang asked the Shiyuan new army to be their rear guard, and he couldn't help but get angry. These are all elite soldiers of the Han court. With a little training, they can form a fierce soldier with extremely strong combat effectiveness. Zhang Rang's approach is undoubtedly a waste of resources. After receiving the instructions, Yin Liang and Wen Chou went all out, leaping forward like a tiger. Their majestic bodies turned into an ancient chariot at this moment, knocking over countless enemies and crushing a bloody path. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely, but they didn't know that a group of cavalry had quietly come behind them. Countless war horses shook their heads anxiously, and everyone was looking forward to it. The Western Liang cavalry is coming. Dongzhuo's son-in-law Niufu let out a long whistle, and tens of thousands of cavalry rushed across the ground like a rumble, and the dull sound of horses' hooves almost filled the sky above the entire Luoyang city. 10,000 horses galloped, pointing directly to the rear of the Luoyang Imperial Army. Li Ji, who was far away in the 3 cities, frowned. The momentum of the Western Liang cavalry could be felt clearly here, and the vibration from the ground made many people feel uneasy. No party in Luoyang City can gather so many cavalry to participate in the battle. It seems that Dongzhuo's troops came to Luoyang and fought with the other 2 parties. Li Ji couldn't help but mourn for Zhang Rang for a second. If it was just He Jin's side, the chances of Zhang letting them escape would be quite high. But if Dong Zhuo himself came to the rescue, their lives would probably be in danger. You know, when Dong Zhuo got mad, he dared to scold even the emperor. Report to the Lord. These people are willing to follow us back to Quaiji County. Yes. Compared with the three parties fighting, Li Ji's side was simply peaceful. 10,000 cavalrymen frantically searched for life talents in the three cities of Luoyang. Under Li Ji's physical persuasion, everyone present expressed their willingness to follow him to Yangzhou in the south. Until now, Li Ji has searched for hundreds of life talents, including senior master-level figures, and even a master-level tailor. This group of talents can be said to be worth 1,000 gold. Shuji, you take 1,000 cavalrymen to escort them out of the city, and quickly return to Longke City through the teleportation array. I have asked Shuda and others to prepare there. Yes. Jin Dao led 1,000 cavalrymen to drive these talents out of the city quickly, and return to Quaiji. Now the whole Luoyang city is filled with smoke. If it is a little later, it is likely to be robbed by the Shiliang army. Li Ji does not want to encounter these plague gods. The teleportation array of Luoyang city flashed with white light, and dozens of elite Han soldiers appeared with Lu Ji. But the Luoyang city caught in the flames of war made them extremely stunned. What on earth happened? Deputy General Lu Ji was shocked. They were fighting on the front line. How could the backyard catch fire? Suddenly, a murderous Shiliang iron cavalry appeared nearby, quickly cleared out the Luoyang Imperial Army that controlled the teleportation array, and surrounded Lu Ji and others. Chapter 326 Lu Zigan. Kai Boji. We are the troops of General Lu Zhonglong who are fighting against the Liangzhou rebels. What are you doing here? Deputy General Lu Ji's eyes widened with anger. He drew out his sword with a rolled blade and blocked in front of Lu Ji, and shouted at the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, who wanted to surround him. This small group of Western Liang Iron Cavalry reined in their horses, and did not dare to act rashly. They were just ordinary soldiers at the bottom of the society. They did not know the conflict between Dong Zhuo and Lu Ji. Due to the other party's identity, they had to stop. The deputy general secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their identity intimidated the other party. Otherwise, even if they had great skills, they would not be able to hold on for long in the face of the cavalry charge. After coughing twice, the deputy general asked with a straight face, "Why is Luoyang in such a state? Could it be that there are thieves rebelling under the emperor's feet?" Report to the general. The emperor died of illness in Luoyang a few days ago. The 10 eunuchs kidnapped the 2 princes in an attempt to control the court. We responded to the general's call and followed General Dong to serve the king and clear the court. The sergeant of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry did not doubt him and told everything he knew. In fact, what he knew was just Dong Zhuo's words. They didn't know the real intentions of Dong Zhuo and others. The emperor is dead? After hearing the other party's words, Lu Ji, who woke up slowly, stood there like a thunderbolt, unable to accept this fact. Yes, His Majesty is dead. The generals think that it is the problem of the 10 attendants. And then, they call on several troops from all over the country to come here to wipe out the 10 attendants. His Majesty has just died, and his body is still warm. Instead of preparing for His Majesty's funeral, they are fighting in Luoyang City. Do they want to rebel? Lu Ji was furious, thinking that both parties were guys who did not respect etiquette and did not even care about Lu Hong's funeral. According to Lu Ji's wisdom, it is not difficult to guess the little thoughts of the 2 parties. So there is such a big reaction. Where are they? Lu Ji, with disheveled hair, snatched the sword from the deputy general and planned to kill him alone and give He Jin and his men a hole in the eye. Fortunately, the high-intensity combat almost exhausted his physical strength, and the deputy general beside him stopped him. So he did not run away. Otherwise, they would see the scene of the great scholar's death soon. What are you doing? More and more Shiliang cavalry came to control the teleportation array in Luoyang, and many people found the abnormality here. One of them recognized Lu Ji's identity and shouted loudly, "This is Lu Ji. They colluded with the Shiliang rebels and caused our army to suffer heavy losses. This is a traitor. Follow me to kill him." This soldier had overheard the conversation between his superior and the senior figures of the Shiliang army, and was very clear about the conflict between the Shiliang army and Lu Ji. If he could kill Lu Ji on the spot and then present Lu Ji's head to Dong Zhuo, he might be promoted several levels. After hearing this, everyone's eyes became jealous. Nonsense! It is obviously you who secretly colluded with the rebels, causing our army to be defeated. You are the real traitors. Lu Ji's deputy general's face changed, and he protected Lu Ji behind him. But his voice was drowned out by the heavy sound of horse hooves the next moment. The red-eyed Xiliang cavalry roared, raised their long spears high, and suddenly charged towards Lu Ji and his party. The ground began to vibrate irregularly under the trampling of the horses. "Don't hurt Lord Lu." Suddenly, a loud shout came from a distance, and Li Ji rushed over with the overlord's spear in his hand. There were streams of light passing by on the left and right, and the sound of the bowstring vibrating the air spread in all directions, like silk and linen being torn. Two arrows suddenly attacked like comets dragging rainbow light, nailing the soldiers closest to Lu Ji and others to their horses. Li Ji rushed to the rear of the Xiliang iron cavalry in person, and the overlord's spear stirred up strange winds, strangling the enemy in front of him like a giant python pouncing on its food, and killed a bloody path with force. Thousands of cavalrymen were divided into several groups under the leadership of the Dragon Sparrow generals, and they roamed around like dragons playing in the water, and instantly involved the enemy in the killing array. The long spears penetrated into the enemy's chest with the evil wind, and suddenly knocked the enemy off the horse. It didn't take long for the Dragon Sparrow cavalry to knock most of the Xiliang cavalry to the ground, and they were trampled by the horses' hooves. The rest squatted on the ground crying, and were controlled by the Dragon Sparrow army. "Lord Lu, don't be afraid. Li Ji is here." Li Ji got off his horse, and came to Lu Ji. "I didn't expect that the former lord and leader would change into the governor of Kuaiji, and the lieutenant of the Han dynasty." Lu Ji hadn't seen Li Ji for a few years. The last time he saw him was when he was suppressing the Yellow Turbans. Now he has become a local official, full of vigor and vitality, looking at himself with disheveled hair. He looked extremely miserable. This huge gap made Lu Ji sigh. "Fate is playing tricks on people," Li Ji said respectfully. "I followed Lu Gong to suppress the Yellow Turbans in the past, and I got some pointers from Lu Ji. Now I have achieved so much, all thanks to Lu Gong's teaching. You are the governor of Kuaiji, located in the south of the Yangtze River. But now you are here. Could it be that you also received He Jin's order to go to the capital to defend the king and purge the court?" "That's right." Lu Ji sighed. "I told you not to get involved in these two forces in the past, but you didn't listen. There is not much benefit in getting involved in this mess. Ji is not a member of these two parties. I came here to protect the civilians in Luoyang City. Now I have rescued many people. Lu Gong has a grudge against Dong Zhuo and others. If he stays in Luoyang City, he will probably be hunted down endlessly. If Lu Gong doesn't mind, please go to Kuaiji Shanin to take refuge." Li Ji wanted to trick this respected old general into Kuaiji County, so that he could improve the prestige of Longai City and attract people from all over the country to live in Kuaiji County. Moreover, Lu Ji was a great scholar of the time, with countless students, including Gong Sun Zan and Liu Bei. If Li Ji could persuade Lu Ji to teach in the Imperial College, it would invisibly influence the surrounding talents to come to him, and the scale of the imperial examination would become larger and larger. "Your Majesty died of illness, but He Jin and Zhang Ranrang fought here and disrupted the court. Although I am a Han minister, I am powerless to stop them. I feel ashamed of your Majesty's spirit in heaven. I plan to take you back to Zhuo County and hide my name." Lu Ji looked gloomy. Lu Hong's sudden death caused a great blow to him, and the fight between his relatives and eunuchs made him discouraged, and he wanted to retire. "If you go to retire, where can I find a big man to stabilize the Imperial College?" Li Ji would not give up easily, and he rebuked him in a stern tone. "The late emperor valued Lord Lu when he was alive, and gave you 1,000,000 troops to command to suppress the Yellow Turbans and quell the rebellion in Xiliang. Wasn't it because he hoped that Lord Lu could contribute his talents to the court? Now Lord Lu is in low spirits. He wants to hide his identity before he reaches the age of 50. Are you worthy of the late emperor's respect? Now the 10 eunuchs and the generals are disrupting the government, and the people of the world are in dire straits. Even an old man on the street dares to pick up a weapon to fight the rebels in order to protect his family. Lord Lu's talent can stop thousands of troops. Why did he give up? Don't talk about the disappointment of the late emperor. Even Jidu is extremely disappointed with you. Lord Lu. Lu Ji opened his mouth, at a loss, being scolded by a young man. Even Lu Ji, who has always been calm, felt ashamed at this moment. Lord Lu has fallen into a misunderstanding. Now Luoyang is in chaos, and Lord Lu alone can't exert much power. It's better to take refuge in Kuaiji County first, and return to Luoyang to display his ambitions after the two sides decide the winner. Only in this way can Lord Lu live up to the respect of the late emperor. Shi Jisai, who was standing by, said at the right moment. Lu Ji's face changed. and he had to follow Shishitsai's words and agree to go to Kuiji County. Now that the third-party Dongjua Xiliang army has joined the battlefield, this group of soldiers and bandits, who have never been restrained by anyone, have let go of themselves, burning, killing, and looting in the city. Fortunately, Li Ji and his men are numerous and powerful. Thousands of soldiers and horses are rampant in the city full of smoke, rushing and killing some blind Xiliang cavalry from time to time. And soon they killed in front of the door of Lu Ji's dilapidated mansion. Lu Ji successfully brought his family members out, among whom Lu Ji's youngest son Lu Yu bit his fingers and burst into tears. The future Chao Wei Sikong is still a little kid of 3 or 4 years old, and he was almost scared to death by a group of bloody men. Bo Ji, why are you here? Lu Ji also found that his good friend appeared in his house. Bo Ji? Could it be Kai Bo Ji? Li Ji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would meet Kai Yong, a famous calligrapher in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Here, Kai Yong was a famous official, writer, and calligrapher in the Eastern Han Dynasty. He was proficient in music, classics and history, and was good at rhetoric. He was also proficient in calligraphy, seal script and official script, especially official script. It was evaluated that Kai Yong's calligraphy is vigorous and refreshing with divine power. The flying white calligraphy style he created had a great influence on later generations, and was rated as wonderful and unparalleled by book judgment. Move the magic skill. And he is also the father of Kai Wenji, a great talent in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Li Ji looked behind Kai Yong without leaving a trace, and found 2 little kids holding Kai Yong's trouser legs and hiding behind him. And their beautiful big eyes looked at Li Ji and the others from time to time. Li Ji smiled and wanted to greet them, but they seemed to be mistaken for some weird uncle, shrinking their heads and not daring to look directly at Li Ji. Lu Zigan, you are so ashamed to say that. There is chaos outside, and no one is guarding the lady. So I brought my family with me to take care of her. Kai Yong was so angry that this great scholar with full temperament almost wrestled with Lu Ji. Who are they? After scolding Lu Ji, Kai Yong pointed at Li Ji and a group of tough guys behind him and asked, Student Li Ji meets Mr. Kai. Li Ji bowed and saluted. I know you. You became the governor of Kuiji at a young age, and you are acquainted with Lu Zigan. Li Ji was a little confused. He was totally bewildered. Was he so famous that even the great scholars in Luoyang knew about him? Lu Ji quickly explained, After you talked to me in the mansion, Bo Ji and his men came to the door right after you left. I just happened to introduce you to him. I see. Li Ji nodded slightly disappointedly. By the way, Lu Zigan, didn't you lead troops to quell the rebels in Xiliang? Why are you here? Kai Yong asked with a frown. His good friend always obeyed the emperor's orders, and would never do anything to escape from the battlefield. Something big happened on the front line that allowed Lu Ji to escape. Kai Yong's face turned ugly when he thought of this. Just as you thought, Bo Ji. Our army was defeated on the front line, and was attacked by the Xiliang rebels. I wanted to take back Luoyang and ask His Majesty to send troops to rescue me. But I didn't expect Luoyang to be in such a mess. Lu Ji said these words with shame, confirming Kai Yong's guess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the Chong people are fierce, they can't defeat us in a short time. I, Kai Boji, don't know the art of war. And you, Lu Zigan, are a veteran on the battlefield. How could you be defeated overnight? Unless there is something else going on. Kai Yong's head wanted to explode, but he still couldn't guess what happened. It's Dongjua. Lu Ji smiled bitterly. Isn't Dongjua your general? Did he defect to Liangzhou? Kai Yong's face showed surprise, and he couldn't believe it was true. Dongjua is ambitious and secretly reached an agreement with the Xiliang rebels to expose Lu Gong's weakness to the enemy. He brought his troops to Luoyang City and competed with the 10 attendants for Luoyang City. Li Ji explained the reason for Kai Yong. That's right. I saw that Dongjua had bad intentions a long time ago, but I didn't expect this guy to do such a thing. His ancestors should be ashamed of him. Kai Yong cursed. At this time, there was a commotion outside the palace. The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army came in and told everyone that more and more Xiliang troops were approaching here, and they obviously wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Now time is pressing, and the fight between Dongjua and his men is already in a white-hot stage. We have less and less time to retreat. If you don't mind, why don't you follow us to Kuiji County? How about we make plans after the affairs of this world are over? Kai Yong nodded, and then said to the scholar behind him, Yuan Yu, now your talent is no less than mine. You can leave at any time. If you don't want to leave, Why don't you follow me to Kuiji? The young scholar replied respectfully. There is still a big gap between the student and the teacher, and it is not yet the stage of leaving the teacher. Please let the student follow you to Kuiji County. Kai Yong's disciple? Li Ji looked at the other party curiously, and checked the other party's data panel. But soon Kai Yong introduced his disciple to Li Ji. This is my disciple who I accepted a few years ago. His name is Ruan Yu, and his courtesy name is Yuan Yu. He writes well. If the governor needs him in the future, please let me know. All of Kai Yong's children are rare geniuses in the world. If he is interested in becoming an official, he can take the imperial examination and win the top prize. I will not be stingy with the official position then. What is the imperial examination? Kai Yong asked when he heard this new word for the first time. If Mr. Kai is interested, you can come with me to watch. The imperial examination will be held soon. By the way, Mr. Shuijing is visiting my territory recently. That's great. Chapter 327 General. Please come this way. The three forces in Luoyang City are fighting, and hundreds of thousands of troops are fighting each other in the city. Among them, there are many cunning and treacherous people who are taking advantage of the situation and doing things that steal chickens and dogs. Many players hiding in the shadows sneak attack the mansions of dignitaries and nobles, collect a lot of rare equipment, and become rich overnight. However, they never noticed that a group of elite soldiers were quickly interspersed in Luoyang City and continued to march towards the northeast. Who are you? Dare to bring so many people to the armory? Don't you know that the armory is an important place for the court? The imperial guards stationed here were startled by a burst of dense horse hoof sounds, and the armory commander led all the soldiers to set up a military formation in front of the armory. Now that Luoyang is in the midst of war, the armory commander and the imperial guards stationed here are all worried that there will be soldiers approaching here. If the armory is breached, even if they don't die here, they will be the first to be repaid in the autumn. But when they saw the cavalry rushing towards them, their faces changed. The fierce general in the lead exuded an extremely arrogant momentum, which made them tremble. General, the place ahead is the place where the armory is located. Please spare my life. The imperial guards in Li Tsunshia's hand were scared to death, which made him feel sick. Throwing the soldiers to the ground, Li Tsunxiu looked down at the armory commander and the imperial guards. His intimidating look put them under great pressure. Everyone, please talk about it. I wonder what this general wants to do here. The armory commander asked with his upper and lower jaws trembling. Li Tsunxiu tilted his head slightly towards the scholar beside him and whispered, Military advisor, what should we do? Why don't we just kill them directly? Jiasu's face changed, and he quickly grabbed Li Tsunxiu's arm, which was thicker than his thigh, and persuaded him. Don't be so impulsive. If you ruin the Lord's good deeds, you will see how he will deal with you when you go back. Leave everything to me. Then he kicked the horse's belly and walked in the front. Seeing that the other party was negotiating, the armory commander breathed a sigh of relief and scolded his men to put down their weapons. The tense atmosphere just now dissipated instantly. I am General Dong's subordinate. I came here to take some equipment to supply the front line under the order of the general. I hope the armory commander will not obstruct too much, Jiasu said with a smile, looking harmless. Aren't General Dong's troops stationed in Meiyang County to resist the Shiliang rebels? Why are they here? The armory commander was half believing and half doubting. Jiasu chuckled, as if he had anticipated the other party's reaction. So he said, My lord is under the order of the general to lead troops to the king and clear the court. He also has the general's secret order. If you don't believe it, you can go to the palace to ask for the truth. They are there to encircle the 10 eunuchs and others. The corners of the armory commander's mouth twitched, revealing a face that was not smiling. What a joke. There is chaos outside. How can I verify whether this order is true or false? If I am not careful, I will lose my life. Losing the armory is a small matter, but my life cannot be lost. In this case, open the armory door and let the generals go in to get the equipment. Well, by the way, go and inform Taitsong Ling and the others to open Taitsong. We will take away food and grass later. Maybe we may go out of the city to chase the remnants. So we need to prepare dry food. Ah. The Wuku Ling scratched his head. His mind was buzzing. What kind of thing is it to prepare dry food? Just like going to war. However, before he could open his mouth, he was squeezed away by the burly Li Tsunxiao, and the other party's ferocious eyes almost scared him. Under the threat, the Wuku Ling and his subordinates rolled to Taitsong, and the previous doubts could not be expressed. 3,000 men and horses swarmed into the Wuku Ling and began to snatch sophisticated equipment. The Luoyangwuku stored the most sophisticated equipment of the entire Han dynasty. The crystallization of the hard work of countless master craftsmen was stored here. Compared with this, the equipment on Li Ji's 3,000 soldiers was simply a small, which compared to this. Even though General He Jin took away a lot of equipment for the siege of the palace, the remaining equipment was enough to fully arm these 3,000 people. And there was still a lot of surplus. Under the command of Jiasu, the 3,000 soldiers took off their equipment one after another, and put on all the golden equipment around them. Load what you can't take away. The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army picked up a lot of equipment with their arms, and threw them on the carts, and soon accumulated a cart of small hills of spoils. The soldiers of the Imperial army stationed here all showed stunned expressions, and they had never seen this scene before. Is this Dongshui Shiliang regular army? Why do they look so fanatical? Just like a group of bandits in the mountains, who have never seen good equipment in the city. The huge arsenal was almost completely moved away in the crazy laughter of these 3,000 people, without even leaving any dust on the ground. Many soldiers of the Imperial army swallowed their saliva and wanted to speak out to stop them. But their immediate superiors were not here, and no one wanted to be the first to speak out. You, what are you doing? The armory commander, who had just returned, suddenly found that his armory was empty, and he was shocked and hurriedly grabbed the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army. However, the next second, Li Xuanxia's big hands grabbed his shoulders and threw him to the ground. We are following the order of the general to transport all the equipment here. Li Xuanxia answered seriously with a straight face. You call this transportation? Isn't it looting? The armory commander lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, and the smoke and dust on his body suffused his nose. If this matter was spread out, his life would be gone. The Taisong commander who followed and saw a group of bandits looting the armory, so he shrank his neck and tried to get into the crowd to escape, but was grabbed by the collar by Shi Jingxi in a white robe. You must be the Taisong commander. Shi Jingxi smiled kindly, trying to make the other party feel his kindness. The Taisong commander, who was hanging in the air, had cold limbs and a miserable face. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. This wise and brave general, I will take you to Taisong now. He smiled in front of people, but said MMP behind their backs. If the Taisong commander was not afraid that Shi Jingxi would smash his head with one punch, he would have started cursing and become the last loyal minister of the Han dynasty, who would rob the grain stored in Taisong after looting the arsenal. You know, that is one of the largest grain storage places in the entire Han dynasty. It would take 3 days and 3 nights for these 3,000 people to move all the grain. Military advisor. What should we do with these people? Should we? Li Xuanxiu made a gesture of wiping his neck, and his expression was very cold, which made everyone present shudder. Many imperial guards drew their weapons and wanted to fight a final battle. No! Jiasu shook his head slightly and stretched out his hands, and his powerful mental power instantly enveloped all the imperial guards. The arsenal was looted. Even if we are successfully arrested and brought to justice in the end, the general and his men will not let you go. It is still light for you to fall to the ground. If you implicate your family, it is no joke. Why don't you follow us out of the city to Kuaiji, and my lord can protect you? Aren't you General Dong's men? The arsenal commander jumped up and asked. But the next second, he was slapped to the ground by Li Xuanxiu and could not move. What's your choice? Jiasu's forehead was covered with sweat. It took a lot of effort to influence so many people at once. Under the psychological influence of the powerful mental power and the force of the Dragon Sparrow army's fists, these armory guards all agreed to Jiasu's call. After looting the armory, everyone rushed to Taisong without stopping, under the stunned eyes of Taisong Chung, who had no idea about the situation. They frantically loaded the piles of grain into the car. It was okay for outsiders, but how come even the imperial guard stationed in the armory helped? But when he saw that the Taisong Ling, who was as fat as a ball, was carrying grain harder than anyone else, everything was relieved. It turned out that the mice in the rice jar called their friends to bring other mice to loot Taisong in groups. What are you looking at? Come and carry the grain. Taisong Ling slapped his subordinate in the face, and the grievance he had just suffered was finally vented. Okay. Taisong Chung made a voice like a lackey, and happily participated in it. In his eyes, he seemed to think that his boss took advantage of the chaos in Luoyang City to resell the grain in the warehouse and make a fortune. He seemed to see the status of the superior waving to him again, and the grain in front of him was as valuable as gold. However, the grain reserves in Taisong were frighteningly large. Even if thousands of people were moving at the same time, It would be impossible to empty it in a short time, and the transport convoy would become longer and longer, which was not conducive to transporting outside the city. Jiasu's eyes turned slightly, thinking about the balance point between the two. Military advisor. The Lord and his men have begun to retreat outside the city. Order us to fight quickly and take away everything. If we can't take it away, burn it with fire and leave nothing for Dong Zhuo and his men. At this time, the soldiers stationed outside sent a message. Li Ji asked Jiasu and his men to retreat to prevent accidents. If that's the case, then follow the Lord's orders and begin to withdraw from Luoyang City. At this point, Jiasu had already discovered that something was wrong with his army. Many people lost their minds because of the rich spoils of war. Even the Dragon Sparrow army was like this. And the Imperial Guards, who helped the tyrant, almost lost control. If it weren't for the two powerful generals Li Tsuinqiu and Shi Jingxi, who were controlling the situation on the spot, they would have started fighting long ago. Just then, Li Ji's order came, allowing him to issue the order to retreat without hesitation, so that the red-eyed soldiers withdrew willingly. Thousands of troops escorted the vehicles and pulled up a long convoy, and began to withdraw from the northeast gate of Luoyang City. Before leaving, Jiasu also set fire to Taicang and the armory according to Li Ji's order. The flames that shot up into the sky attracted the attention of nearby players. Isn't that a place where equipment and food are stored? How could there be a fire? Could it be that the group of Imperial Guards neglected their duties and accidentally set the armory and Taicang on fire? In any case, it must be extremely chaotic there now. I heard that there are a lot of high-grade equipment stored in the armory. If you can get one, you can definitely make a lot of money by reselling it. Many players were jealous and formed teams to approach the armory and Taicang, trying to fish in troubled waters to seize equipment. But they didn't know that they had been looted by Li Ji's army and no equipment was left. In the battlefield of Luoyang Palace, General He Jin was killed by Zhang Rang, and the leaderless foreign relatives' army was down for a while, giving Zhang Rang and others a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Rang and others fled to Beigong, kidnapped two princes and a group of Han Lingdi's concubines, and fled to Gumen. When the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu wanted to chase and kill them, the Xiliang army led by Niu Fu appeared behind them. Under the leadership of Niu Fu, the Xiliang cavalry who dominated the world frantically picked up their weapons and stabbed the foreign relatives' army. Niu Fu, you and I are the troops summoned by the general to serve the king and clear the court. We are allies. Why stab us in the back? Yuan Shao was furious and shouted at these Dong Zhuo's generals. Aren't allies used to stab you? Niu Fu showed a wronged expression, causing a group of Xiliang warriors to laugh out loud. My father-in-law ordered us to capture the palace and arrest the 10 eunuchs. Any enemy who stands in our way must be killed. Soldiers, follow me and kill. The dense sound of horse hooves rang out, as if a thunderbolt passed through the air, and many imperial guards were shrouded in a haze. Yuan Shao's face changed, and he immediately drew out his sword and shouted, "Today, I will let you Niu Fu taste whether my sword is sharp. Everyone, crush them." The sword swung out a sharp air blade, and in an instant, it cut the rushing enemy in half. Yuan Shao roared and chopped from top to bottom with his sword. The next second, the ground cracked with deep marks, and infinite rainbow light shone in all directions. Niu Fu was submerged by the rainbow light before he could dodge. The deadly murderous aura made him alert. Several sword chi pierced through the rainbow light and hit Niu Fu's armor in an instant. But only 1 or 2 metal explosions were heard, and Niu Fu was unharmed. This is a treasure armor. Kid! Niu Fu laughed loudly, and then swung his sword. The surrounding air was instantly rolled up by the strange force, forming a vortex that devoured flesh and blood. Yin Liang rushed out from the flank, and the sword in his hand instantly crushed the sword energy vortex. And then the blade turned and rushed to Niu Fu's waist. Fortunately, Li Ju, who was guarding on both sides, discovered it in time and blocked Yin Liang's killing move to prevent Niu Fu from being cut in half. On the other side, Guisi also blocked Wen Chou, who wanted to sneak attack, and fought with Wen Chou on the side. With earth-shaking momentum, Niu Fu saw his good brother fearlessly blocking the enemy for him, and almost burst into tears. When he wanted to say a few words from the heart, he found that Li Ju and Guisi had already fallen into a disadvantage, and were suppressed by Yin Liang and Wen Chou. So he quickly took back his emotions. "Don't worry, General Niu. I, Qin Fan, am here." While the two sides were fighting fiercely, a startled shout was heard not far away. A group of soldiers and horses came rolling in, raising countless dust. One of them was a giant with a height of 2 meters, holding a giant sword. His momentum was like molten flames gushing out of a volcano. The boundless murderous aura made Yin Liang and Wen Chao's faces changed drastically. Chapter 328. The 10 eunuchs were executed. A group of dozens or even hundreds of people rushed out of the valley gate and left Luoyang City. A place of trouble. Whoosh! 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 The strong wind blew from the deserted wilderness in the north, causing the fleeing 10 eunuchs to squint their eyes. In the center of the crowd, 2 children wearing clothes symbolizing royal nobility were embraced, and their short bodies rose and fell with the bumps of the horse's back. He Li Ji said he would meet us at the north gate of Luoyang. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Zhao Nong, who was covered in dust, showed a ferocious expression, and looked at the smokeless wilderness for thousands of miles, and couldn't help despairing. There were only more than 100 people here. If they were chased by He Jin's main force, they would not be able to escape safely. The Prince Bian held the reins tightly, his young face pale and bloodless, as if he was frightened by the tragic scene of the previous chase. And he still hadn't recovered. Zhang Rang led the warhorse of Prince Bian, and his eyes scanned both sides from time to time, fearing that there would be pursuers chasing him. What is the name of the mountain ahead? Compared with his brother's timidity, Prince Xia was very active, and his eyes kept looking around, like a curious baby. Your Majesty, the front is Beimeng Mountain, where the concubines of our previous emperor are buried. Zhang Rang responded respectfully, and then observed Beimeng Mountain in the distance. I saw countless mountain peaks rising on the ground in the distance, stretching across the earth like a dragon, and there was no end in sight. Previous emperors, I hope you can protect us and escape safely. Prince Xia closed his eyes, feeling the faint calls in the strong wind, as if he heard the instructions of the Han emperors. Yes, I hope you can protect us. Zhang Rang smiled bitterly. Instead of relying on their ancestors to bless them, it is better to rely on He Jin's troops not to catch up with them, so that they can also leave Luoyang City safely. I heard from my father that if you stand on the top of Beimeng Mountain, you can see the scenery of Luoyang City. Eunuch Zhang, is this correct? My prince? What the late emperor said is correct, Zhang Rang replied, but his face suddenly became ugly. If there is a third party competing with him, and He Jin for Luoyang, then Beimeng Mountain is the best place to observe the situation in Luoyang. And if they flee to Beimeng Mountain, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? No, Zhao Nong, we must avoid Beimeng Mountain. Zhang Rang was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Zhao Nong, who was in the front row. What? Zhao Nong was puzzled. But the next second a dark thin line suddenly appeared on Beimeng Mountain in the distance. And then this dark western line suddenly surged, turning into a rolling torrent, raising thousands of feet of smoke and dust. Woo! An ancient and long horn sounded from the top of Beimeng Mountain, spreading rapidly in all directions and echoing in the mountain sky of this wilderness. Boom! The sound of horse hooves like thunder rang out, instantly shattering the clouds above, and the thick earth began to shake under the trampling. In the sight of these hundreds of people, a magnificent scene appeared at the same time. The cavalrymen rushed down the slope of Beimeng Mountain, sweeping towards them like waves. Protect your majesty, Zhang Rang shouted, and the surrounding royal guards drew their weapons and faced the swarming cavalry. But their trembling legs exposed their panic. The endless cavalry rushed towards them like a steel torrent, and the 100 of them could not make any waves at all. The enemy could swallow them up in an instant. Don't do it. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of this huge cavalry. A strong general rushed forward and reined in his horse when he saw Zhang Rang and others. The counselor beside Dong Zhuo frowned and quickly gave a look to the Xiliang general beside him. The latter understood and led the Feixiong army to surround Zhang Rang and his party, making it impossible to escape. The 2 princes are here. Why don't you get off your horses and salute? The leader of the imperial army guarded the 2 sons of Emperor Ling of Han behind him, pointed at Dong Zhuo with 2 fingers together, and shouted at him loudly. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo's eyes turned cold. He didn't have much loyalty to the Han royal family. He always looked down on this group of people. Now he was scolded by a small leader, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Li Ru beside him quickly pulled Dong Zhuo and whispered to dissuade him, "My lord, don't do it. After all, this is the last bloodline of the Han family. If we kill them and spread the news, the noble families in the world will not look down on us. Even if you ascend to the throne, they will look down on us." Dong Zhuo's forehead veins popped up, and he suppressed his anger and asked, "But this man dared to ignore our family. I wish I could kill him with my sword." "No, my lord. This man is Wang Yu, the imperial teacher of the two princes, and he is famous for his swordsmanship. If you want to get rid of this person, you need to find another excuse. Now please be patient and submit to them. When we get rid of the 10 attendants and Eugene, and they move into Luoyang, it won't be too late to take action then. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Dong Zhuo was very unhappy, he still got off his horse and saluted Lu Xie and Lu Bian. Your servant Dong Zhuo greets the two princes. I heard that Luoyang City suffered a catastrophe. I am worried about the safety of the two princes, so I led the army to rescue you. Hearing Dong Zhuo's thunderous voice, the frightened Prince Bian trembled, but did not say anything in the face of Dong Zhuo's courtesy. On the contrary, Zhenlu Prince Lu Xie was decent and generous. He dismounted and personally helped Dong Zhuo up. He patted Dong Zhuo's strong arm and comforted him. General Dong has been tired all the way. I will definitely reward you after Luoyang is stable. The late emperor promoted us to guard the border before his death. Now that the royal family is powerful, how can I not come to rescue him? But I have a doubt. Did the late emperors will let Prince Bian or Prince Xie ascend the throne? Dong Zhuo raised his head and observed the two princes. After seeing the performance of Prince Bian and Prince Xie, he couldn't help but despise Prince Bian. According to eunuch Zhang, my father wants to make me the new emperor. Is that so? Dong Zhuo's eyes turned. And then he said, but I learned from General He Jin that the late emperor wanted to make Prince Bian the emperor. The so-called establishment of Prince Chenlu as the emperor was just a false imperial decree by the 10 attendants. What nonsense! This eunuch must have been guarding the late emperor and listened to the late emperor's medical advice with Zhao Zhong. How can there be a false imperial decree? Zhang Rang was so angry that he jumped up and down. He finally knew that Dong Zhuo came back here because of the order of the generals, and was one of the troops to support the king and purge the court. Whether it is true or not, you should tell the late emperor. Please close your eyes. Your Majesty. Dong Zhuo suddenly jumped up and slashed Zhang Rang's neck with his sword. The strong force pushed the blade, and Zhang Rang's head was separated in an instant. The warm blood sprayed out like a spring column, setting off a bloody storm. The big head fell to the ground, and Zhang Rang's pupils were full of disbelief. Lu Xie heard the meaning of Dong Zhuo's words, smiled excitedly, and let Zhang Rang's warm blood splash on his little face. Wang Yu was shocked by Dong Zhuo's sudden move, and hurriedly pulled the prince down and blocked him with his body. Under the command of Li Ru, the Xiliang army rushed forward and chopped Zhao Zhong and other 10 attendants with swords, leaving only 2 princes and the royal guards, who guarded them. I will eliminate the rebels for your majesty to rectify the government, Dong Zhuo said loudly, and displayed the heads of Zhang Rang and others in front of Prince Xie. Facing several bloody heads, Prince Xie showed a steadiness far beyond his peers, and said happily, Mr. Dong is a loyal minister of the Han dynasty, and I will not be stingy with rewards. Please return to the palace, your majesty, and I will clear the rebels for your majesty. The palace of Luoyang City said again, have you had enough trouble? Zhu Wuba swung his sword, and the destructive force roared out. The surging momentum was as heavy as Mount Tai. At this moment, the whole person turned into a giant holding up the sky with one hand and stepping on the ground with one foot. The roaring strange wind made Yan Liang and Wen Chao's face hurt. Both of them were top generals of the 3 kingdoms. They joined forces but were defeated again and again under the bombardment of Zhu Wuba, and blood was spilled. The 3 warriors showed their magical powers, and the sword lights and shadows instantly covered the entire world. The terrifying energy flew in all directions, leaving large and small pits on the ground. Zhu Wuba chopped Wen Chou back with a knife, then raised his hand and punched outward. The force of pushing mountains and overturning seas instantly squeezed the space in front into pieces, and countless ripples quickly spread outward from the center. This punch did not have any skills, but the power reached the extreme. The speed reached the extreme, and the power of the mortal body shattered the void, like a giant dragon raising its head and overturning the 10,000 feet of space. Not good? Yin Liang's face changed drastically, and he wanted to withdraw, but was squeezed by the surrounding space and could not move. In an instant, they seemed to be locked by the eyes of a giant dragon, with nowhere to escape. A sharp roar suddenly rose, like a thunderous roar on the ground, and the weapon blocking Yin Liang's body burst in an instant under the crushing of the fist. The armor on his body seemed to become a piece of white tender tofu, and the sweeping energy alone could cut it into pieces, like a mountain collapsing or a river bursting through a dike. Zhu Wuba's fist hit Yin Liang's chest, and the powerful force instantly acted on him, crushing all his bones. Flesh and blood. Brother Yin Liang. Wen Chou roared with red eyes, and rushed towards Zhu Wuba with big strides. His left and right fists were like hammers weighing thousands of pounds, and suddenly hit Zhu Wuba's waist and abdomen. Zhu Wuba was struck by lightning, and large mouthfuls of blood and broken flesh gushed out of his mouth. 2 fist-sized blood holes appeared on the left and right, and blood flowed out. Zhu Wuba severely injured Yin Liang with one punch, and at the same time exposed his own weakness, which was seized by Wen Chou and hurt. Wen Chou took back the dying Yin Liang and hid in the imperial palace guards. My lord, I am incompetent and failed to kill the enemy general. Zhu Wuba also retreated to Qin Fan's side, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam and apologizing to Qin Fan. It's okay. Yin Liang and Wen Chou are the ceiling below the level of the 5 tiger generals. You can face the joint efforts of 2 people and severely injure 1 person, which is already a good record. Qin Fan also felt a pity. If Zhu Wuba could kill one of Yin Liang and Wen Chou, it would surely greatly reduce Yuan Shao's strength. However, the current result is also good. Being able to seriously injure Yin Liang and make him lose his combat ability in a short period of time is of great help to their Xiliang army. General Niu, the enemy's fierce generals are not as good as ours now. Why don't you quickly defeat them and make an immortal contribution? A scholar with a sly look behind Niu Fu said. What Hui said makes sense. Xiliang army listened to my order and quickly follow me to kill Yuan Shao and others. Niu Fu screamed and boosted the morale of the army. However, their monkey-like howling voices were soon covered by the sound of footsteps coming from afar. A group of soldiers led by a short Han general approached here quickly. Yuan Banchu. I, Cao Cao, am here. Meng De. Save me. Yuan Shao had been waiting here for a long time, and finally saw other soldiers who came to support the king. He was overjoyed, and his eyes were filled with tears. At this time, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were still good friends, and it was far from the tense situation at the Battle of Guandu. When Cao Cao heard that Yuan Shao in the palace was surrounded by the Xiliang army, he immediately led his troops to rescue him. The faces of Niu Fu and others changed instantly, and they were very ugly. They didn't expect that other soldiers would come here to join forces, which would greatly increase the difficulty of controlling Luoyang. General Niu, there are no generals around the commanders of these 2 armies who can stop Zhu Wuba. It is better for the general to go all out and use all the troops to hold them back, so that Zhu Wuba has time to kill their commanders in battle. The scholar called Huiji by Niu Fu saw Cao Cao. His eyes turned cold, and he quickly persuaded him. No, we have already spent a lot of time dealing with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, and now we have to face Cao Cao's troops, which is even more difficult. Moreover, Zhu Wuba is injured now, and cannot fully exert his strength. It is better to meet with Dong Gong's troops first, and wait for Dong Gong's order. Qin Fan couldn't help sweating when he heard the crazy idea of the scholar. This group of Xiliang people didn't know the horror of Cao Cao, but as a player, he knew the ability of Emperor Wu of Wei. Not to mention that there were Cao clan generals guarding on both sides, and a large number of high-end players defected to Cao Cao. And I don't know how many historical generals were supported by Cao Cao. If Cao Cao was rashly angered, I am afraid that a lot of troops would be lost. Niu Fu thought that what the 2 said made sense, and he began to hesitate. I am Lubu Lu Fengxian, leading the Bingzhou Wolf Riders to support you. In the distance, another army came to support the king. Lu Bu, Ding Yuan's adopted son, held a Fang Tian Huaji in his hand, looking down on the world. So majestic. The 7 strong generals behind him led the elite troops to roll in. Majestic and imposing. Lu Bu among men. Red hair among horses. Qin Fan didn't expect that the first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms had already appeared here, and he was also leading the Bingzhou troops. It seemed that the governor Ding Yuan had not suffered the backlash of the adopted son buff. As soon as Lu Bu arrived, Zhu Wuba's military advantage had disappeared, and coupled with his injuries, he was afraid that he could not suppress Lu Bu. Now the Xiliang army had only one choice. Retreat. Chapter 329 Sen Fengxian of Fortune. Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Follow me to charge. LV Bu was a ruthless man. Without saying a word, he led the cavalry in his hands, and rushed into the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. A Fang Tian Huaji flew up and down, and all the soldiers who blocked him were strangled into blood clots. The long halberd was like light and lightning, and it rolled up a strong wind. In an instant, a large number of Xiliang soldiers screamed desperately. LV Bu personally charged and acted as the blade of the cavalry. Whether it was the Xiliang infantry wearing strong armor, or the elite Xiliang cavalry, They were smashed like clay sculptures hit by a heavy hammer in front of the long halberd. LVBu's 7 strongmen split into 2 groups and led the Bingzhou Wolf Riders to charge out from the left and right sides. And in the blink of an eye, they crashed into the crowd like a steel torrent. The Xiliang soldiers, who were converging to meet the enemy, were suddenly dispersed. Under the roar of horse hooves, a large number of soldiers cried and were trampled on the bloody mud. Don't be afraid of the attackers. Come and go as you please. Zhang Liao, the youngest of the 7 warriors, waved his crescent halberd and waved his arms. And dozens of soldiers were blown away, falling to the ground like meteorites. Paralyzed, the neighing of the horses and the cries of the soldiers resounded through the sky, instantly breaking the delicate balance between the 2 sides. The Bingzhou Wolf Riders were unstoppable, and they did not lose the advantage in the face of the famous Xiliang Iron Riders. They even fought more bravely under the leadership of Lu Bu and others. And the Xiliang army began to show signs of defeat. Those who stand in my way will die, Lu Bu shouted loudly. And the Fang Tian Huaji waved countless phantoms in the void, killing the enemies in front of him like a fairy scattering flowers. The terrifying strange force rolled up the surrounding sand and gravel, forming a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, the sky and the earth were turbid and dark, hiding people's eyes. In just a moment, Lu Bu single-handedly charged into the depths of the Xiliang army. His Fang Tian Huaji was like thunder, and he was like the god of thunder. A casual blow was like rolling thunder hitting the Xiliang army, killing a large number of soldiers in an instant, with blood dripping and flesh flying. Die! A loud shout exploded in front of him, like a god descending in anger. A tall giant holding a big knife as big as a board door, like a tiger descending from the mountain, with the momentum of molten flames, firmly locked him. Zhu Wuba's muscles bulged like small hills, and he roared and swung the big knife. Under the force of the collapse of Mount Tai, the space in front of him was instantly split, and the air rubbed out a lot of sparks. In an instant, he rushed to Lu Bu, and the sharp tip of the knife stung his skin. You are not qualified. LVBu's eyes were like lightning, and he waved his Fang Tian Huaji to block the broadsword. The roar of metal hitting metal suddenly came forward, and the rolling sound waves spread in all directions, twisting the space with strange power. The 2 peerless generals were entangled together, and the wind was howling. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth were pulled up when they attacked. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning continued to appear in the center of the battlefield. The rolling air waves made the surrounding soldiers sway left and right, and from time to time, there were strong air shots that pierced his body. Zhu Wuba blocked the majestic Lu Bu, and the victory could not be decided in a short time. Whose generals are these people? They are so fierce? Cao Cao, who saw such a scene for the first time, was shocked and was impressed by the battle between the 2. When the Xiahou brothers on the left and right heard it, they immediately showed dissatisfaction on their faces and said indignantly, "It's only a matter of time for us brothers to attack together and defeat them. Mengde actually has such a fierce general. Why doesn't he act quickly and defeat Dongzhuo's army?" Yuan Shu, who joined Cao Cao, began to fan the flames and instigated Cao Cao's generals to give up their lives. The Xiahou brothers were eager to try, but a trace of worry flashed across their faces. They felt that the combat power of these 2 people seemed to be hundreds of millions higher than theirs. After hearing this, the player Sima Yin behind him, regardless of the expressions of Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun, hurriedly dissuaded, "No, Lord. As the saying goes, Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses. Lu Bu can be said to be one of the most courageous generals in the world. And Zhu Wuba, who can stop Lu Bu, is also not a good person. Although the 2 Xiahou generals are brave, I don't think they are their opponents." "What do you mean?" The Xiahou brothers' faces turned black, and they rolled up their sleeves to beat Sima Yin violently to correct their reputation. Men cannot say no, and generals cannot say that they are worse than others. Sima Yin's words stopped Cao Cao's thoughts, but also offended the Xiahou brothers. Sima Yin was sweating profusely, and quickly changed his words and said, "The 2 generals are brave, but it is not the time to intervene in the fight between the 2. The current critical moment should be to drive the Xiliang army out of the city." "That makes sense. Benshu, Gonglu, let's join forces to repel Dongzhuo and then find your majesty." Cao Cao nodded and ordered the Xiahou brothers to lead their troops to attack the Xiliang cavalry that was beginning to collapse. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were not to be outdone, and ordered their generals to lead the remaining Luoyang imperial guards to launch the final charge. The sound of the charge horn hummed in the sky, and the sound of angry horses' hooves kept coming from the earth. And it was turbulent. Ji Ling, holding a three-pointed double-edged sword, instantly killed in front of the Shiliang army. And the sword was wildly dancing. He killed several enemies between the hand and the sword. And the heads flew in the air, setting off a bloody storm. Revenge, my brother. When Chao's eyes were red, and his iron spear stabbed out countless phantoms, which perfectly covered the bodies of a large number of enemies, like a sky full of stars. The sharp spear light pierced the armor of the Shiliang soldiers, accompanied by countless screams, and blood continued to swarm out of the fatal blood holes, and life was cut off. The Shiliang army had already shown signs of collapse under the impact of the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. Now other soldiers and horses who came to support the king personally went to the battlefield, and they were instantly shattered under the thunder of tens of thousands of people. A large number of Shiliang soldiers were killed, and their livers and gallbladders were broken. Under the threat of the fierce front, the soldiers in the front rows suddenly collapsed, cried bitterly, and began to flee in all directions. General Niu, retreat. If you don't retreat, we will die here too. The sly-looking scholar was shocked, and the blood in front of him made him feel under great pressure, and he immediately wavered in his idea of continuing to fight. Qin Fen also came to dissuade them. In his opinion, facing the joint efforts of Cao Cao, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, Niu Fu's army alone was no match for them. Dong Zhuo's main force must be sent in person. Otherwise, there would be no chance of taking Luoyang. Niu Fu gritted his teeth and finally nodded under pressure. The troops of the king were powerful, and their fighting power was extremely strong. They were just a small army. If they withdrew from Luoyang, even Dong Zhuo would not be able to punish them. The surviving Shiliang army withdrew from Luoyang city like a tide under the command of Niu Fu and others. A loud noise exploded in the battlefield between Zhu Wuba and Lu Bu, as if thunder roared in the void, almost shattering the space. Two majestic figures crossed each other. Lu Bu pulled the reins to stop the horse. The armor on his body was already tattered, with many scars crisscrossing and countless blood flowing out. Zhu Wuba was also in a bad state. The big knife in his hand was chopped with a lot of gaps and almost scrapped. His face was sickly red, and there was a deep wound on his chest that could see the bone, almost splitting him in half. You are not in your prime. Even if I beat you, it is not fair. Go away. Lu Bu looked down at the other party with a condescending attitude. His expression was unruly and high. If only your strength was half as strong as your tone. Zhu Wuba exhaled a long breath, and the energy was 3 feet. The muscles around the wound on his chest began to wriggle, but they were destroyed by Lu Bu's true energy, and the healing ability was greatly reduced. You? LV Bu was furious. Just when he was about to fight with Zhu Wuba again, he found that the other party had no intention of fighting. He forced him back with a knife and then withdrew from the battlefield, leaving him in the wind. Just a coward. LV Bu snorted coldly, but his arm holding the Fang Tian Huaji kept shaking, obviously hurt by the collision with Zhu Wuba. An hour later, the war in Luoyang gradually subsided. Cao Cao and his troops began to clean up the battlefield and search for the 2 princes and the 10 attendants who had lost their traces. For the princes who were loyal to the king, Dong Zhuo was still secondary. Letting the son of Emperor Ling of Han ascend the throne to become the emperor was the most important thing at the moment. A country cannot be without a king for a day. If the heir to the Han dynasty cannot be found, there is no guarantee of what will happen in the next period of time. However, they searched the entire Luoyang city, but still did not see the traces of Prince Bian and Prince Xia, which shocked some loyal officials of the Han dynasty. At the same time, there was a piece of bad news. The armory and the granary, which contained a large amount of food and equipment, were severely looted. The things inside, along with the imperial guards guarding the 2 places, disappeared. It was rumored that another force came here and participated in the Battle of Luoyang City. Xiao had long heard of the name of Bingzhou Flying General Lu Fengxian. I didn't expect that today I saw him and found that his reputation was well-deserved. He was really brave as a tiger. Yuan Shao raised his wine glass to Lu Bu and drank. Lu Bu's bravery was seen by Yuan Shao. Even Yan Liang and Wen Chou could not deal with Zhu Wuba together. But Lu Bu was able to resist Zhu Wuba alone, and even had the upper hand. It was impossible for Yuan Shao not to be tempted by such a fierce general. So he set up a big banquet in an attempt to win Lu Bu to his camp. Lu Bu's eyes rolled, and then he happily took Yuan Shao's glass of wine. He was not a fool. He was able to mix with the princes in the late Eastern Han dynasty. Naturally, his wisdom was not lower than that of ordinary people. Yuan Shao's intention was easily guessed by him. Yuan Shao was from the Renan Yuan family, which had 3 dukes for 4 generations. His future would be much brighter if he followed Yuan Shao than if he followed Ding Yuan. But he had already recognized Ding Yuan as his adoptive father, and it was impossible for him to abandon his adoptive father and join Yuan Shao, unless Ding Yuan died on the spot. He had no reason to leave Ding Yuan. You are too kind, Yuan Taisho. I am just a rough man. If it weren't for my adoptive father's appreciation of me, I don't know where I would be washing horses and feeding sheep, Lu Bu said with a bow. Adoptive father. Yuan Shao's eyes turned cold. And then he hit it well, secretly sighing that it was a pity. He didn't expect such a powerful general to recognize Ding Yuan as his adoptive father. Since Governor Ding has adopted the general as his adopted son, he must be able to hold an important position. I wonder what the general's official position is. Lvbu's face darkened when he heard this, and a trace of anger rose in his pupils for no reason. And then he said dully, I am just the chief clerk of my adopted father, which is not a high position. With the general's talent, he is only the chief clerk. Is there any other talented person around Governor Ding? Yuan Shao was shocked. Lvbu did not answer, but drank the wine sullenly. And Yuan Shao knew that he had said the wrong thing. So he shut up. And the atmosphere of the banquet became very dull. Not long after, Lu Bu found an excuse to leave the banquet and returned to his temporary residence alone. When Lu Bu thought of Yuan Shao's question, he was furious, and repeatedly smashed the surrounding things on the ground. And countless shattering sounds rang out. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? I, Lu Bu, must find an opportunity to leave Ding Yuan, Lvbu said with gritted teeth. At this moment, a soldier called out from outside. Master Jubu, there is a man who claims to be your fellow villager who wants to see you. Call me General. Not Master. Tell him I won't see him. At this moment, Lu Bu was so angry that he had no mood to see anyone, even if it was his adopted father Ding Yuan. It was just a small fellow villager who might come to him to seek wealth and honor. He had seen such people before. But Master Jubu, you are not a general yet. Swish. Lu Bu rushed out with a big stride and slapped the soldier outside the door to the ground. It was obvious that the other party's words touched his pain. Oh! Why is Bingo Hulu so angry? A joke came from not far away, and Lu Bu looked up, only to find that it was his acquaintance. Lu Fengxian became someone else's adopted son, but he didn't expect that he was so arrogant that he even ignored his fellow villagers. It's you, Li Su. Didn't you go to Liangzhou? Lu Bu turned his head aside and said coldly, I am now a general of Xiliang, serving Dongzhuo as my lord, Li Su said with a smile, completely ignoring Lu Bu's cannibalistic eyes. You are from Xiliang army, and I am from Bingzhou army. Now we are enemies. Considering that we are from the same hometown, I will not kill you. Get out of Luoyang quickly. Wait a minute. I came to give you wealth and honor. Why are you driving me away? Wealth and honor? Lu Bu saw Li Su's frivolous look, and couldn't help frowning, and then said, I want wealth and honor under one person and above 10,000 people. Can you give it to me? If you can help Mr. Dong, why don't you have such wealth and honor? Lu Bu's eyes were stern, and then he moved his body to the side, revealing a door that was neither too big nor too small. Please come in and talk. Good. Lu Bu welcomed Li Su down, and the two talked face to face. I want to hear what your so-called wealth and honor is. I heard that you are still looking for the missing princes. Right? That's right. Why do you say that? Could it be? Yes. My master has found 2 princes, and is determined to enter Luoyang and control the government. My master admires your bravery very much. If Fengxian can serve my master at this time, he will be offered the position of general after the success. And it goes without saying that he will be made a marquis and appointed as a prime minister. Li Su hit Lu Bu's weak spot with one move, making Lu Bu very proud. If Dongzhuo found the son of Emperor Ling of Han as Li Su said, it would be very easy for Dongzhuo to enter Luoyang with the prestige of the Han dynasty. In addition, with the Xiliang army in his hands, it would not be a joke to hold the emperor hostage to command the ministers. Dongzhuo's promise was not impossible in Lu Bu's view. It's just that I recognize Ding Yuan as my adoptive father. Now I belong to the loyal king party. How can I help Mr. Dong? Wouldn't it be better to kill Ding Yuan directly? Li Su's smile was very strange, which made Lu Bu shudder. Chapter 330. Bu is willing to be his adoptive father. At the second watch in the middle of the night, Ding Yuan undressed and wanted to sleep. but heard the voice of Lu Bu asking for an audience from outside. It's late at night. Why did my son come here instead of sleeping? Ding Yuan summoned Lu Bu into his tent and asked in confusion. Lu Bu hid one hand behind his back, and with the other hand, he held the table and sat down face to face with Ding Yuan, saying, I heard that Dong Zhuo has found the two missing princes and is stationed at the Sunset Pavilion outside the city. Tomorrow at dawn, the Xiliang army will welcome the princes into the city. There is such a thing? I wonder if this news is correct. Ding Yuan immediately became alert and asked hurriedly, if this news is true, with Dong Zhuo's character, he will definitely use the two princes to command the ministers, and their group of loyal troops will definitely be sent back and will not get any benefits. Li Su from Wuyuan is my fellow countryman. Now he is a general in Dong Zhuo's army, controlling thousands of soldiers and horses, and is highly valued by Dong Zhuo. With his status, there is no need for him to deceive us. LV Bu answered with a straight face, his expression solemn, leaving Ding Yuan without any doubt. In this case, we need to discuss this with Yuan Benchu and others. Ding Yuan immediately stood up and wanted to discuss this matter with other leaders of the loyal troops, in an attempt to snatch back Prince Bian and Prince Xie from Dong Zhuo. They knew Dong Zhuo's wolfish ambitions. If Dong Zhuo really controlled the two princes, then the name of the Han dynasty would be a name only. Ding Yuan belonged to the royalist faction and was born to be at odds with Dong Zhuo and other princes. Seeing Ding Yuan's anxious look, Lu Bu said disappointedly, why is my adopted father so obsessed with taking back the prince? Now that Lord Dong controls the Han dynasty, his power is overwhelming. In my opinion, it is the best strategy to surrender to Lord Dong. With Lord Dong's character, he will not be stingy with rewards after the success. Rebellious son. What are you talking about? Ding Yuan was extremely shocked. He did not expect Lu Bu to be so rebellious. For the sake of glory and wealth, he even abandoned the basic etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. Ding Yuan, who was furious, immediately grabbed the bamboo slips on the table and threw them at Lu Bu, trying to wake up his adopted son. But he seemed to ignore that Lu Bu was a general at the level of 10,000 enemies, and this attack was no threat to him at all. Lu Bu smashed the flying bamboo slips into pieces with a slap, and shouted, Ding Yuan, I am a real man. How can I be at ease as your adopted son? Why don't you follow me to join Lord Dong and dissolve the relationship of adopted father and son in public? With my bravery, I will surely be valued by Lord Dong. And then, I will also support you based on our past relationship. It was I, Ding Yuan, who was blinded. How could I not see that you, Lu Bu, are an ungrateful wolf? Come on. Catch this traitor. Lu Bu. Ding Yuan howled loudly, wanting to call the soldiers stationed outside to come in and stop Lu Bu. But Lu Bu took the initiative and stepped in front of Ding Yuan. The short knife hidden behind him drew an arc in the air and instantly slashed Ding Yuan's neck. A shrill scream suddenly sounded, and Ding Yuan's head spun, and blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing everything in the tent blood red. The soldiers who heard the noise outside rushed in immediately, only to see Lu Bu, covered in blood, holding Ding Yuan's head, his eyes full of murderous intent. The soldier's mind went blank for a moment, and his feet were cold. He never thought that the governor's adopted son would actually kill his adoptive father, and there was no guilt on his face, as if he had no aversion to killing his adoptive father. Master! 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 The soldier shivered. His mouth, which used to be able to flatter Ding Yuan with sweet words, was no longer smooth at all. He had to stumble over the short 4 words. Lu Bu's eyes were stern, and his body suddenly burst out with murderous aura, as if a tiger was hiding in the mountains and forests ready to go. The soldier facing Lu Bu felt that he was being stared at by a king in the mountains. The temperature around him dropped several degrees, making him tremble involuntarily. His hands and feet were cold, and the ice was piercing his bones. A cold light flashed, and the soldier's head with wide eyes flew up. Blood splashed 3 feet, and the headless body fell to the ground without a scream. More and more Bingzhou soldiers discovered the change in Ding Yuan's location and gathered around, only to find that Lu Bu, with a hideous face, was holding a head with his eyes open. Lu Bu kicked the headless corpse next to him away, and scanned the crowd with eyes like a lion and a tiger, and said loudly, the old thief Ding Yuan was unkind and unjust to me. Although he recognized me as his adopted son, he was afraid of my talent and often suppressed me. So I killed him. Now you are leaderless. I want to join Dong Gong to seek the position of general. If you are willing to follow me, you can follow me. If you are not willing, Lu Bu will never stop you and let you return to Bingzhou. As soon as these words came out, the captains and military commanders present began to whisper. They had served in the army for a long time and knew that Lu Bu was very powerful. But Ding Yuan did not seem to trust Lu Bu. He never appointed Lu Bu as a military officer, but instead let Lu Bu take a civil service position that he was not good at. They knew very well what Lu Bu said about suppressing them. But Ding Yuan was Lu Bu's adoptive father, although the blood relationship was not as close as that between biological father and son. They were still father and son. In this world where Confucianism prevails, many people would not accept that Lu Bu killed his adoptive father. Without much thought, many lieutenants and military commanders immediately rejected Lu Bu's solicitation and said they would take their troops to leave this place of trouble and return to Bingzhou. Lu Bu's face was ashen. He did not expect that so many people were so ignorant that they gave up the opportunity of wealth and glory for this matter and returned to the desolate place of Bingzhou like a fool. However, he had made a promise in front of so many people. In order to save his remaining face, he had to let these people leave. Feng Xian, you are wrong. The warriors of Bingzhou found Lu Bu and disagreed with his actions. Are you leaving too? Lu Bu gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, the generals who followed him did not choose to leave, and wanted to follow him to the end. However, when Zhang Liao, the youngest among them, opened his mouth and wanted to dissuade Lu Bu, he was stopped by a general with a paralyzed face beside him, who shook his head to signal him not to talk nonsense. General, what should we do next? Ambush other soldiers and open the city gates to welcome Dong Gong's troops into the city. At the Sunset Pavilion, dozens of miles outside Luoyang City, Dong Zhuo killed the 10 eunuchs and threatened Lu Bian and Lu Xie to enter Luoyang, but met Niu Fu and others who were defeated on the way. At Li Ru's suggestion, Dong Zhuo took his troops and stationed here to deal with all kinds of changes. Haha. Li Su, you have done a great deed. When I pacify the rebels, I will let His Majesty reward you well. After Li Su told Dong Zhuo that Lu Bu agreed to defect, Dong Zhuo was very happy. He couldn't help laughing 3 times, shaking the tent. Li Ru on the side also pinched his mustache, showing a fox-like smile, and said, now that the Lord has the prince as the trump card, and Lu Bu is the insider, how can the Lord not win? That's right. The Lord is so powerful that those people like Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu will be scared to death as long as the Lord shakes his tiger body. The literati behind Niu Fu also stood up and congratulated Dong Zhuo, with the congratulations from the scholar. The Xiliang generals in the tent also shouted Dong Zhuo's name, repeatedly calling him wise and brave, comparable to the first emperor, and praising him so much that he couldn't stop laughing. Dong Zhuo laughed loudly, pointed at the scholar and asked, I like what you say, but I don't know your face, so I don't know how to address you. The scholar was delighted, bent over and hunched his back, and said, I am Qin Huizhi, and my articles were appreciated by General Niu Fu. Now I am a clerk for General Niu. It's a pity to be a clerk with your talent. It's better to work under when you first. Come on. Set up a desk next to me. I want to have a good talk with Huizhi. Thank you, my lord. Qin Hui was overjoyed, and came to Dong Zhuo's side with a hunched back. Very respectful. Qin Hui's sudden promotion did not make people extremely jealous. In fact, many Xiliang generals did not care too much about the transfer of civil officials, as long as other generals did not make contributions and stepped on their heads. However, there was a person who made a fool of himself at the banquet. Qin Fan, who was qualified to attend here, choked on the wine when he heard this familiar name. Qin Hui was a traitor of the Southern Song dynasty. Although he had some ability, the fact that he killed Yuwumu made people in the world ashamed of him. It can even be said that everyone wanted to kill him. If some radical players knew that Qin Hui was here, they would try their best to kill this traitor. Qin Fan guessed that it should be a player who recruited Qin Hui, and then for some reason, he was displaced and finally picked up by Niu Fu. He had already found out that Jia Su was not with Niu Fu and seemed to have disappeared long ago. Qin Hui replaced Jia Su. Although Qin Hui's wisdom is not as terrifying as Jia Su's, he is not like Jia Su who likes to protect himself. The probability of him making suggestions for Dong Zhuo is much higher than Jia Su. Qin Hui and Dong Zhuo are really a good combination. Qin Fan twitched his mouth. He felt that he had to restrain his edge to avoid being targeted by Qin Hui and pinned to death on false charges. The atmosphere in the tent became more and more intense. Many Xiliang generals began to let themselves go, drinking wine in big gulps, and their faces flushed. Report, there's a change in Luoyang. Suddenly, a soldier from Xiliang rushed in and shouted out the news breathlessly. Dongjue, who was a little drunk, suddenly sobered up and stood up and laughed. Today is the best time for me to take over Luoyang. Order all soldiers to get ready. We will march to Luoyang immediately. Yes. The smoke of war was billowing in Luoyang city. Zhang Liao led a group of Bingzhou wolf riders to run rampant. Wherever he went, he raised his sword and killed the soldiers stationed in various places. The goal that Lu Bu gave him was to control the gates of Luoyang and allow Dongzhuo Xiliang army to enter Luoyang city quickly. Gao Shun, is it right for us to help Lu Bu to do evil? Zhang Liao held the crescent halberd in his hand. Lu Bu's killing of his father on the spot had shaken him a little. The original flying general, who was ruthless to the Huns, made him a little confused at this moment. The paralyzed general, who led the infantry, held a spear and pierced the enemy in front of him. After hearing Zhang Liao's words, he was silent for a while and then said, I don't know. But I know that he is now the master and I am the minister. I must support everything he does. Zhang Liao shook his head in disappointment, as if he was disappointed with Gao Shun's words. Under the charge of the brave and warlike Bingzhou wolf riders, many city gate guards were forced to surrender one after another, and several city gates were controlled by Zhang Liao and others. The Xiliang army that moved Dongzhuo was about to arrive in Luoyang city. Before that, they needed to garrison here to prevent it from being recaptured by the Qinwan troops. Lu Bu held the Fontian painted halberd in his hand and was majestic. The warhorse under his crotch was as red as charcoal, without a single strand of hair. It was 10 feet long from head to tail and 8 feet high from hoof to neck. It screamed and roared, as if it was flying into the sea. Every step he took was burned by a sky-high flame, leaving a charred mark. And it was scorching. One man and one horse rushed into the army of the king, and the Fang Tian Huaji rolled up a strange hurricane, and countless soldiers were swept in an instant. The extremely sharp energy pierced them with holes and blood. Although Lu Bu came in alone, he was as small as an ant in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. But the momentum he exuded was like a huge army, which made people terrified. Lu Bu, Yuan Shao, who was heavily guarded, was bloodshot and roared like a beast. When he wanted to fight Lu Bu, he was pulled and blocked by Wen Chou. With Yuan Shao's strength, he might not be able to take even one move from Lu Bu. One halberd could stab Yuan Shao to death. I'm sorry, Yuan Taisho. Compared to your solicitation, the conditions offered by Dong Gong are more attractive to me, Lu Bu said loudly. But his hands did not stop at all, and he killed the Yuan army soldiers in front of him one after another. This fierce tiger actually surrendered to Dongzhuo. Plus that giant. Who here can resist them? Yuan Shao forced himself to calm down and analyze the current situation. But this analysis found that he was in a dilemma and could not escape. Benshu, retreat. The enemy army is so powerful that we can't stand Dongzhuo alone. Cao Cao was worried. Dongzhuo had become a force to be reckoned with, and he had the princes of Emperor Ling of Han as trump cards. They did not gain any advantage in terms of the general situation or the righteousness. In the end, everyone was unwilling to leave Luoyang with their own troops, leaving this huge city in the flames of war to Dongzhuo. Dongzhuo's troops arrived in Luoyang city, and without the obstruction of Yuan Shao and others, he took control of Luoyang city without spending any effort. Dongzhuo summoned Lu Bu, the greatest contributor, and looked at this first native general of the three kingdoms. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to worship you as my adoptive father. Lu Bu presented Ding Yuan's head to Dongzhuo, and half knelt on the ground to pledge his loyalty to Dongzhuo.